A maritime disaster cast Fang Jie onto a deserted island, where he began his struggle for survival, starting with the art of fire by friction. Coincidentally, a pair of beautiful twins also found themselves marooned on the same island, and together they forged a bond amidst adversity. They engaged in tree felling, hunting, shelter construction, farming, livestock rearing, and resource gathering. As they delved deeper into the mysteries of the island, they soon realized that it was far more complex than they had initially presumed. Chapter 1. Cast away on an island, the art of fire by friction. Help! Help me! My child! Is there anyone who can save my child? Oh heavens, what have I done to deserve this? Why must I endure such torment? The tempestuous sea was rife with desperate cries and curses. Fang Jie clung to a piece of driftwood, choking as the turbulent waters surged around him. He gasped for air, casting a glance at the ominous clouds looming overhead and the monstrous waves crashing down upon him. Forgetting his fears and complaints, Fang Jie held tightly to the wood, exerting every ounce of strength to distance himself from the sinking cruise ship. Meanwhile, others around him were consumed by their own panic, oblivious to the hellish vortex forming behind them. "Daddy, what is that?" At the frightened cry of a little girl, the crowd finally noticed the enormous whirlpool forming near the cruise ship. Its powerful pull was mercilessly devouring anyone who dared to underestimate nature's wrath. "Damn it! I don't want to die. Someone save me. I have money. I can give you," his pleas were abruptly cut short. Beside him, a woman wept uncontrollably, trembling as she cried, "Someone end my misery. I refuse to die like this. I fear the water. I would rather someone give me a swift end than face this torment." In such dire moments, no one was inclined to heed her cries. All were focused solely on survival. Panic, despair, helplessness, and anguish enveloped the hearts of each castaway. To survive such a shipwreck relied on a modicum of skill and an abundance of fortune. Fang Jie, struggling to swim, found his luck to be fair. A wave crashed against his face, momentarily blinding him. Clenching his teeth, his consciousness began to wane, and he nearly lost his grip on the driftwood. "Is this how I perish? I'm barely in my 20s. I cannot accept such a brief existence." Just as Fang Jie felt himself on the brink of surrender, another wave surged from behind, propelling him away from the whirlpool. Temporarily out of danger, he floated on the surface, glancing back at the direction of the cruise ship. The whirlpool began to dissipate as the ship fully submerged, leaving no trace of the others in sight. Exhausted and nearly frozen, he propped himself against the wood to rest, his weary body succumbing to fatigue. His gaze grew vacant. "I cannot sleep. If I do, I may never awaken. Must not." Mumbling to himself, Fang Jie finally succumbed, closing his eyes. The waves, like invisible hands, ushered him toward an uncertain fate. The chilling sea water jolted him awake. He opened his eyes to find himself sprawled on a beach strewn with pebbles, a forest not far ahead. "Phew, I'm alive. It seems fate has spared me." His soaked clothes clung to his skin, the biting winter wind cutting through to his bones, causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably. Fang Jie shivered as he stood up, quickly shedding all his drenched garments. Naked, he hopped about on the sand to stimulate his circulation, the pale skin on his body breaking out in goosebumps. "I must start a fire. In this cold, I'll freeze to death if I don't." He rubbed his nearly frostbitten fingers together, sand still lodged beneath his nails. He tore the laces from his shoes, gathering 2 branches of varying thickness nearby, one slender, sturdy stick to serve as a drill, and a thicker, softer wood for the base. Wrapping the shoelaces around the drill, he fashioned a rudimentary bow drill apparatus, pressing the base firmly with his knee. With each pull of the shoelace, the drill spun laboriously against the thicker stick, fine shavings cascading down. The howling wind whipped past his ears, yet all he could hear was the sound of his own labored breathing. After a prolonged struggle, fatigue began to set in his arms. "Come on, one more time." Fang Jie gritted his teeth, switching hands to continue the motion. The gathered dry grass and fluff awaited ignition. Yet after countless attempts, all he had to show for his efforts was heated wood, without even a spark. This fire by friction is truly a demanding endeavor. After all this time, I still haven't succeeded. Despair began to creep in. No, I must persevere. I cannot die in this desolate place. Fang Jie, gather yourself." Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his stance, aligning the drill vertically over the base and pulling the shoelace steadily. Time slipped away, and finally, a wisp of smoke began to rise from the drilling point. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. Cautiously, he brought the dry grass closer, gently blowing on it. With a spark, a flame flickered to life. "It worked," Fang Jie exclaimed, elated. He hurriedly gathered small twigs from nearby trees to feed the nascent fire, and as the flames grew, he added larger sticks. Next, he excavated an oval pit about half a meter deep in the sand, 1 meter away from the fire. He compacted the walls of the pit and laid flat stones at the bottom to form a natural insulation layer. Carefully, he placed the burning twigs inside the pit, constructing a windbreak at the entrance with stones, leaving 2 openings for ventilation. This ensured that air could circulate to fuel the flames while protecting the fire from the gusty winds, allowing heat to accumulate above the fire pit. The warmth of the fire gradually dispelled the chill, and Fang Jie hung his wet clothes on a stick to dry, tossing more branches into the flames to stoke the fire further. Once warmed, he began to survey his surroundings. Under the overcast sky, the distant sea appeared dark and foreboding, waves crashing relentlessly against the rocks. The north wind howled as he gazed at the seemingly endless expanse of the beach. Looking inland, thick fog shrouded the dense forest, obscuring the depths of the island. Alas, what misfortune! My first cruise, and I encounter a shipwreck. There must have been at least 2,000 or 3,000 people aboard. I wonder how many will survive, and when will help arrive. Thinking of rescue, he sprang to his feet and scrawled a large SOS in the sand with a branch. However, the waves quickly washed away his message. With a resigned sigh, he turned and ventured into the woods in search of anything useful. He scoured the underbrush, discovering a straight, sturdy branch about the thickness of his forearm and approximately 1.5 meters long. Dragging the branch to a flat rock, he meticulously searched the nearby beach until he found a fan-shaped shell with a razor-sharp edge. He first traced a circle at one end of the branch with the shell's sharp edge, then firmly gripped the shell and carefully peeled away the bark along the groove. Every slice required precision to avoid slipping and injuring himself. As he removed the bark, the branch revealed a pale yellow wood layer, and he continued to shave it down at an angle until the tip became pointed. During this process, the shell slipped from his grasp several times, leaving shallow cuts on his hands. Yet, Fang Jie paid no heed to the pain, wholly focused on crafting his wooden spear. Once the tip had been shaped to a sharp point, he rubbed the spear's tip against the rough surface of the rock to sharpen it further. Finally, he carved a notch at the tail end of the spear for a more secure grip. As the sharp spear was completed, twilight descended upon the island. Fang Jie planted the spear into the sand and added more firewood to the blaze. It is indeed rather chilly. My clothes are still not dry. Being bare is hardly a solution. Should any other survivors happen upon me in this state, they would surely be frightened away. He rose and ventured once more into the woods, his gaze fervently searching for usable materials. Not far into his journey, a vast expanse of broad banana leaves caught his eye, with leaves towering to half his height. Though the edges were somewhat withered, their resilience remained intact. He tore off several vines, overlapping the banana leaves in pairs, and secured them tightly at their base with the vines. After arranging the bound leaves in neat rows, he threaded a long vine through the base of each, tying them into sturdy knots. After repeatedly adjusting their lengths, a rudimentary yet sufficient grass skirt was finally fashioned. Although it swayed a bit when worn, it at least covered the essential areas. As the twilight deepened, Fang Jie dared not delay further and began his search for dry grass. Ascending the terrain, he discovered a patch of withered reeds, the dry stalks rustling in the breeze. He crouched down, grasping the base of the reeds with both hands and pulling with force, uprooting bundles of them. After several trips back to the beach, he spread a thick layer of reeds on the sand, firmly pressing it down with his feet. He then returned to the woods to gather a few large banana leaves, placing them atop the dry grass to prevent moisture from seeping through. Finally, he casually draped some banana leaves along the edge of the grass mat to shield against the wind, managing to create a makeshift shelter that would suffice for the night. Just as he finished, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Fang Jie placed his wooden spear within easy reach and added a few thick branches to the fire. The flickering flames cast a glow on Fang Jie's face. Fortuitously, I had trained in martial arts with my grandfather since childhood, granting me a robust physique. Accompanying my elders on hunting and camping trips has bestowed upon me a modicum of survival skills in the wild. Otherwise, a common person would surely perish from the cold or drown after such turmoil. Now, I can only leave my fate to the heavens, hoping that when I awaken tomorrow, a rescue team will be waiting before me. As he mused, a rustling sound from the nearby woods suddenly caught his attention, as if something were moving through the underbrush. Fang Jie grasped his wooden spear, his eyes fixated on the dark shape that slowly emerged from the bushes. Chapter 2. A Quest for Supplies. Fang Jie tightened his grip on the spear, his gaze unwavering at the slowly advancing shadow in the underbrush. The hunched figure stumbled into the light of the fire. To his astonishment, it was an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s. Her soaked cotton jacket was encrusted with ice, and holes revealed a pilled woolen sweater beneath. An iron water bottle dangled from her neck, clanging with each step, while her hand clutched a frying pan still smeared with seaweed. Cold. The old woman mumbled incoherently, her lips a shade of purple from the chill, as she tremulously sat by the fire. Fang Jie was taken aback, gradually lowering his spear. Are you also a survivor from the ship? The old woman looked up in confusion, her face pale as parchment beneath her graying hair. She managed a weak smile, revealing a gap where a tooth was missing, allowing the wind to whistle through. The ship capsized. Many people. Water. Her words came out in fragmented bursts, her frail hands unconsciously tugging at the threads of her jacket. Watching her, Fang Jie sensed that she might be struggling with her mental faculties. The old woman patted her water bottle, her murky eyes brightening. Do you want some water? Fang Jie licked his cracked lips, hastily replying, Thank you. I am quite parched. With a smile, the old woman handed him the water bottle. He unscrewed the lid and tilted it to his lips, only to hear a rustling sound. The bottle was utterly empty, devoid of even a single drop of water. He looked at the old woman in bewilderment, who tilted her head, a look of confusion on her face. There was water. There was some just now. As she reached for the bottle, unscrewing the lid to peer inside, she suddenly smacked her forehead. Oh dear, I forgot. I drank it all. She smiled sheepishly, her expression brimming with childlike regret. Fang Jie stared at her, momentarily at a loss for words, only able to offer a wry smile as he added another piece of wood to the fire. The flames illuminated the wrinkles etched into the old woman's face. Fang Jie inquired, Do you remember your name? The old woman tilted her head, her lips moving as she repeated the question, her thin fingers scratching at the air as if attempting to grasp fleeting memories. After a long pause, she furrowed her brow, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke in a quavering voice. What was my name? I cannot remember. Her tone conveyed a sense of helplessness, akin to a lost child. Fang Jie, witnessing her distress, felt a heaviness in his heart, realizing she might be afflicted with dementia. At that moment, her stomach let out a loud growl, and she patted her belly, gazing at Fang Jie with pleading eyes. Hungry, I'm hungry. I'm hungry too, I haven't had a morsel to eat all day. Finding food on this island is no easy task. Before he could finish, a loud, tearful shout erupted from behind. Mom. Fang Jie immediately grasped his spear and stood up, only to see a man stumbling out of the darkness, rushing toward the old woman by the fire. The man, in his mid-30s, was robustly built, with dried blood crusted on his face and his left eye swollen to a mere slit. He collapsed in front of the old woman, gasping for breath. I finally found you. How did you end up here? The old woman recoiled suddenly, gripping Fang Jie's pant leg tightly. Who are you? Don't come near. Mom, it's me, Dechong. The man exclaimed, anxiously wringing his hands, then turning to Fang Jie to explain, Brother, my mother has dementia, it's been 2 or 3 years now, and she doesn't even recognize me anymore. Are you a survivor from the cruise ship? Thank you for looking after her. Fang Jie lowered his spear. You're also from the cruise ship? You have survived against the odds. After the whirlpool, I saw no sign of life on the water. I thought I was the only one left. The man sighed. Our company organized a team-building trip with family members, and we had over a dozen colleagues. We managed to scramble onto a lifeboat, which is how we ended up on this island. Had we not gotten a lifeboat, we certainly wouldn't have survived. Fang Jie looked at him. What happened to your injuries? They don't appear to be from an accident. The man's fists clenched tightly, bitterness in his voice. The food and water on the lifeboat, along with the fire axe and first aid kit, were all monopolized by the manager and his 2 lackeys. I just wanted to get some water for my mother, and they beat me up with sticks. The old woman suddenly pointed at the man, her voice trembling. He hits people. I won't go with him. Mom, how could I hit anyone? They were the ones attacking me. You must have remembered it wrong. Dechong said, his eyes reddening as he turned to Fang Jie. Brother, there are only about a dozen of us left, and we are all starving. I see you're quite strong and armed. If you're willing to help, shall we go and demand supplies? They may have weapons, but we outnumber them. If they refuse, we will take it by force. Fang Jie stared at the flickering flames, a burning sensation in his throat. Upon hearing Dechong mention supplies, he hesitated for scarcely a moment. All right, count me in. If we don't find food and water soon, we will inevitably perish here. He donned his dried clothing and picked up his wooden spear, preparing to set off. Dechong crouched down, allowing the old woman to climb onto his back. Mom, hold on tight. They'll carry you. However, the old woman clutched his neck fiercely, her nails digging deep into his flesh. You're a bad person. I won't go with you. De Chong let out a muffled groan, refraining from struggling, his temples throbbing. "It's me, Mom," De Chong. "Please let go." Seeing this, Fang Jie quickly stepped forward and gently pried the old woman's hands away. "Dear lady, fear not, I will accompany you." Only then did she release her grip, scrutinizing Fang Jie closely. "If you go with me, I won't be afraid." "Very well, we will go together, please do not fuss." The three of them cautiously made their way deeper into the forest, branches occasionally snagging at their clothing, while the loose stones beneath their feet continually slipped away. De Chong, burdened with his mother, found his steps growing heavier and his breaths becoming labored. Uncertain of how long he had wandered, a sudden burst of orange-red light emerged ahead, and the sound of waves crashing against the shore grew increasingly distinct. As he turned past the final thicket of bushes, Fang Jie squinted at the scene before him. A massive bonfire crackled and popped, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. A dozen men and women sprawled haphazardly across the beach, some wrapped in tattered blankets, while others lay directly on the sand. "How did you manage to ignite such a large bonfire?" Fang Jie inquired, curiosity piqued. "They had lighters. Starting a fire is not difficult. Lu de Gui forced us to spend the entire afternoon gathering firewood in the forest. That's how we managed to light this bonfire," De Chong explained in a lowered voice. A portly middle-aged man, upon hearing De Chong's voice, staggered to his feet. His shirt collar was open, revealing a glimpse of a golden chain. A cigarette dangled from his lips, and the firelight glistened off the fatty contours of his face. He was none other than manager Lu de Gui. "Ah, De Chong, is this your mother's charity case returning? Did you manage to gather any food?" Lu de Gui exhaled a puff of smoke, a smug grin spreading across his face. "You were quite capable of running away, weren't you? Why return now? Surely, you didn't come back just to receive another beating, did you?" Behind him, two burly subordinates chuckled, one brandishing a fire axe in a show of bravado. Lu Degui's gaze shifted to Fang Jie, appraising him from head to toe. "Hey, De Chong, who is this brother of yours? You didn't think to introduce him to us?" Chapter 3. The captivating sisters Su Daqiang furrowed his brow and remarked, "This brother is also a survivor of the ship." Lu de Gui shot an oblique glance at Fang Jie, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and coldly scoffed. "What are you doing here? What do you want?" Fang Jie stepped forward slightly and replied, "I have no supplies and wish to borrow some water and food." "Borrow?" Lu de Gui and his companions erupted into laughter, pointing at the huddled crowd behind them. "Do you see them? They are all from the same company as I am, and they have nothing either. Why should we lend you anything?" Fang Jie raised an eyebrow. "The supplies from the lifeboat belong to everyone. Why do you three monopolize them while the others can't even get a sip of water? Why is that?" Lu de Gui seized a nearby fire axe, its blade glinting ominously in the firelight, and declared, "Simply because I'm stronger." "Ah, I see." Fang Jie tightened his grip on the wooden spear. "So, it's all about who is stronger? Very well, you can leave now." Lu de Gui's expression changed abruptly as he swung the axe towards Fang Jie. "You little brat, you're looking for trouble." Fang Jie deftly sidestepped and delivered a sharp knee to Lu de Gui's abdomen. With a pained cry, Lu de Gui collapsed to the ground, the axe clattering onto the sandy earth. Seeing this, Lu de Gui's two lackeys rushed in, one wielding a wooden bench and the other brandishing a wrench. Fang Jie remained composed. He first kicked the kneecap of the one with the bench, causing him to yelp and fall to the ground. As the second one raised his wrench, Fang Jie swiftly turned and landed a punch right in his stomach, making him double over in pain and drop the wrench. Lu de Gui attempted to seize the opportunity to retrieve his axe, but Fang Jie was quicker, snatching it up. He waved it menacingly at Lu de Gui, who staggered backward in fear. Su Daqiang watched in astonishment. He had not anticipated Fang Jie's fighting prowess, which seemed almost like a magic trick. As he effortlessly dispatched the trio, the onlookers gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom how the once arrogant trio had been reduced to a state of utter defeat. Lu de Gui, clutching his stomach and gasping for breath, snarled, "You little punk, just wait." "Huh? Oh, you're quite amusing. With weapons in your hands, you're no match for me. And now you can hardly stand. What exactly do you want me to wait for? To dine on your hospitality?" With that, he prodded Lu de Gui's calf with his spear, eliciting a grimace of pain from him. Fang Jie, uninterested in further banter, approached the crate where the three had been sitting. He bent down to uncover the half-buried box, and as he opened the lid, the sight of a dozen blue and white bottled mineral waters made him swallow hard. Inside, 5 packs of compressed biscuits were neatly stacked, their packaging slightly crumpled but intact. Beside them lay 6 vacuum-sealed loaves of bread, slightly dampened by seawater, but still seemingly edible. At the very bottom, 2 conspicuous buckets of instant noodles caught his eye, with a production date from 2 weeks prior. Nearby was a small cardboard box, secured with 3 layers of tape. Fang Jie pried it open with the spear tip, and a sharp scent of disinfectant wafted out. Inside were neatly arranged bandages, antiseptic, fever medicine, and a small bottle of iodine solution. Grabbing a bottle of water, he took a couple of swigs and tore into the bread, devouring it ravenously. Su Daqiang hunched over and approached. "Brother, my mother's lips are chapped and bleeding. Could you spare some water?" Fang Jie remained silent and tossed a bottle of water over. Su Daqiang's hand trembled as he carefully twisted off the cap and offered it to the elderly woman. This scene instantly ignited the curiosity of the onlookers, their eyes glinting with anticipation. The crowd buzzed around, some swallowing hard, others rubbing their hands together, their breaths quickening. Fang Jie surveyed the gathering and then glanced at the supplies at his feet. He rummaged through a box, retrieving 3 bottles of water, 2 buckets of instant noodles, 2 loaves of bread, and 2 packs of compressed biscuits. "I'll keep these. The weapons and medicine are mine, the rest you can divide." "That seems fair, considering I procured them." The crowd initially froze, only to erupt into restrained cheers shortly after. "Thank you. You are truly kind. Once help arrives, I will express my gratitude." Some were already impatiently rummaging through the boxes, and those who secured the bread devoured it ravenously, choking and pounding their chests while shoving more into their mouths. In a corner, a pair of twin sisters remained still. The elder sister held her feverish sibling close, the girl's flushed face burning bright red, mumbling incoherently. The elder, in her early 20s, possessed delicate features and a striking beauty. Her damp, long hair clung to her cheeks, and even smeared with mud, her allure was undeniable. Biting her lip, she hesitated before speaking. "We do not need food. Could we have some fever medicine? My sister has been burning up all day, and I fear she cannot endure much longer." Fang Jie examined the feverish girl, her clothes clinging to her due to moisture. Furrowing his brow, he responded, "She must change out of those wet clothes. It's no wonder she has a fever. Wet clothing continually absorbs body heat." As he spoke, he opened a bottle of water and gently fed it to the girl, then retrieved the antipyretic medicine, cautiously administering it to her. The sister hesitated, softly voicing her concern. "It's rather inconvenient to undress here. There are too many people." Fang Jie pondered for a moment before organizing the crowd. He separated the men from the women and instructed Su Daqiang, "Take a few men to the corner of the beach and build a fire." Su Daqiang departed with several men, busying themselves at a distance, and soon flames flickered into existence. Meanwhile, the women, following Fang Jie's directions, started a fire a little further away. Fang Jie turned to the sister, speaking earnestly, "You can trust me to keep watch while you help your sister change. I promise no one will look." The sister bit her lip and whispered her gratitude. With the assistance of the women, they managed to remove the girl's wet clothes. The damp garments were hung near the fire, steam rising gradually. The surrounding women followed suit, taking off their own wet clothes to dry. Meanwhile, Lu Deguai and his companions were pushed further away from the women by Fang Jie. He glared at Fang Jie, his eyes filled with resentment. Yet he dared not act recklessly. Fang Jie looked at him. "Do you have anything valuable left on you?" "Nothing. I have no valuables left. You've taken everything." Seeing the hint of panic in his gaze, Fang Jie smirked. "You're lying, aren't you? You're hiding something. Where is it? Hand it over, or I will expose you, and you will regret it." Lu Deguai ground his teeth in contemplation for a long while. Ultimately, he reluctantly retrieved the windproof lighter and folding knife from his pocket. "That's more like it. Be honest and spare me the trouble." Chapter 4. Can you lend me your stockings? Fang Jie crouched down, searching Lu Deguai and his 2 companions thoroughly, leaving no pocket or shoe sole unchecked. Lu Deguai, pinned to the sandy ground, flushed with rage, exclaimed, "What are you searching for? I have nothing left on me. I already gave it all to you." Fang Jie ignored his protests, tugging at his henchman's collar for inspection. Upon confirming there was nothing, he proceeded to remove the belts from all 3 men. "Please, please, brother. I have hemorrhoids. You can't do this." Lu Deguai hastily covered his rear, pleading for mercy. Fang Jie laughed heartily. "What are you thinking? Take a moment to reflect on your own behavior. Even if I had that inclination, would I desire someone like you? Then why are you taking our belts? Enough of the chatter. I intend to tie you up to prevent any mischief." Don't tie me up. I swear I won't cause any trouble. Lu Deguai protested as Fang Jie dragged him toward a nearby tree. Fang Jie wrapped the belt around his hands thrice before securing it with a tight knot, sneering. What if I fall asleep and you decide to bash my head with a rock? For safety's sake, I shall bind you. He personally tied all 3 men to a sturdy coconut tree, ensuring their hands were tightly secured. Lu Deguai continued to struggle, prompting Fang Jie to shove a stone into his mouth, saying, "Save your strength for tomorrow. Now, close your eyes and sleep." He turned to the crowd, commanding, "Men and women, separate for rest. No one is allowed to wander. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to be ruthless." Fang Jie stood guard between the 2 fires with a wooden spear, occasionally casting glances at the bound trio. Lu Deguai leaned against a tree, lost in thought as he gazed into the flames. As the sea breeze diminished, the beach gradually filled with the sound of rhythmic snores, accompanied only by the crashing waves against the rocks and the crackling of the bonfire, echoing through the night. At the break of dawn, Fang Jie was roused from his slumber by Lu Deguai's shouts. "Su Daqiang, release me at once. I need to urinate." Lu Deguai's voice rang out sharply, piercing the morning tranquility of the beach. Beside him, a henchman blushed furiously, his pants visibly damp. Clearly, he could no longer contain himself. Fang Jie approached with a furrowed brow, unfastening the belts binding their hands. While doing so, he cautioned the 3 men, "Don't try any tricks. You know what I'm capable of. Behave yourselves." The trio nodded, scrambling toward the woods. Fang Jie instructed Su Daqiang to keep an eye on them, and then turned toward the area where the women were resting. The women's clothing had dried by the bonfire, and they were clad in varying pieces. A few semi-transparent stockings swayed gently from the branches, alongside a particularly conspicuous pink undergarment. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Fang Jie averted his gaze, focusing instead on the twin sisters. The feverish girl was now able to sit up partially. Although her complexion still bore an unusual flush, her eyes were considerably clearer. Upon noticing Fang Jie's approach, her sister quickly rose to express her gratitude. "Thanks to you, my sister has managed to pull through." Her voice was soft, her brows and eyes elegantly arched, and even though her complexion was somewhat haggard, it did little to diminish her beauty. "My name is Wenrushu, and this is my sister, Wenruashue." She helped her sister to her feet and asked, "Could I possibly have a few more fever-reducing pills? She still has a bit of fever." Fang Jie scratched his head, hesitating before he spoke. "I can give you the medicine, but I would like something in return. Can you provide it?" When Rushu paused for a moment and gently inquired, "What do you need? Please just say it. We are willing to exchange anything we have." Fang Jie's gaze flickered to the pink underwear swaying on the branch. His throat bobbed slightly as he said, "That underwear and the stockings, are they yours? Can you give them to me?" When Rushu's face turned crimson, instinctively covering her chest as she stammered, What do you want that for?" Fang Jie quickly waved his hands in explanation. "Please don't misunderstand. I mean no offense. I'm not some sort of pervert. The underwire and stockings can be quite useful. They can serve as tools." When Rushu bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper, "That belongs to my sister. Hers has no underwire." At that moment, when Ruashu had tugged at her sister's sleeve and whispered something in her ear, when Rushu's face flushed all the way to her collarbone. After a moment of hesitation, she turned her back to Fang Jie and fumbled inside her garment. As the fabric rustled, she shyly offered a lace bra, her body trembling slightly. I have one with an underwire. You can take this." Fang Jie felt a bit embarrassed as he reached for the bra, accidentally brushing against one Rushu's icy fingers. They both withdrew their hands as if shocked. "Thank you. I only need the underwire. If it's too inconvenient, you may traverse the forest to find me at the beach. I will return it to you." "No, that is not necessary. You can keep it." Fang Jie expressed his gratitude once more, handing the fever-reducing medicine to the 2 sisters before turning to leave with the underwear and stockings. When he approached Su Daqiang's group, Lu Deguai and the others had already returned. On the beach, several men were gathering firewood, stacking twigs beside the fire pit. Fang Jie patted Su Daqiang on the shoulder, saying, "I'm heading back. Everyone should unite and not let anyone bully you. Take care of your mother." With that, he tightened his grip on the axe, slinging the salvage supplies over his back. Su Daqiang quickly grabbed his arm. "Brother, it will be better to stay here together. Why go back alone?" Fang Jie pointed towards the depths of the forest. "This island is vast. There must be more than one beach. If the rescue team goes to my side, wouldn't it be a waste of time for us all to remain here? He crouched down, picked up a stick, and drew a rudimentary map in the sand. We should guard 2 directions. As soon as help arrives, we will notify each other. The group nodded in agreement. All right, you make a valid point. We will follow your lead. However, the 3 of them, including Su Daqiang, cast wary glances at Lu Deguai and his companions. Fang Jie tightened his grip on the axe, his gaze piercing as he addressed Lu Deguai and the others. Listen closely. We are all trapped on this desolate island, and no one is having an easy time. If we want to survive, we must look out for one another and abandon any thoughts of bullying. Lu Deguai opened his mouth to retort, but, upon catching sight of the gleaming axe in Fang Jie's hand, swallowed his words. His 2 companions beside him lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Fang Jie surveyed the crowd, his tone softening slightly. Only by uniting can we hope to leave this place. Do not squander your energy on infighting. Under Fang Jie's intimidation, Lu Deguai reluctantly nodded. Understood. Rest assured, we are colleagues in the same unit. We have shared several years of camaraderie, and after we return, we will continue to work together without further conflict. The other 2, witnessing this, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Only then did Fang Jie lower his axe. He waved goodbye to the group, and once again stepped into the forest. Chapter 5. Erecting a tent, the overcast sky loomed low, the heavy clouds seeming poised to descend. The biting winter wind swept through the treetops, producing a mournful sound. A weight settled in Fang Jie's heart. Judging by the weather, snow might fall at any moment. He treaded upon the carpet of withered leaves as he ventured deeper into the woods, the bare trunks standing tall against the heavens, their rough bark capable of lacerating a palm. As Fang Jie caressed a pine tree as thick as a bowl, he suddenly halted. The interlacing branches and sturdy wood suggested that, should he construct a wooden cabin from these trees, it would surely withstand the oncoming tempest. He clenched his fist and struck the trunk, the dull thud resonating through the forest, igniting a spark of inspiration within him. While contemplating this, a flash of vibrant red caught his eye. Parting the thorns, he discovered several wild fruit trees growing haphazardly on the slope. Many of the ripe fruits had fallen and rotted, encrusted in a layer of gray earth, while a few still clung to the branches. Fang Jie's eyes brightened. He crouched down to select the fruit, testing the skin with his nails to ensure it was not spoiled before carefully placing it into his pocket. The wind intensified, and a few stray snowflakes began to descend. Fang Jie looked up at the overcast sky and quickened his pace deeper into the forest. He needed to find a sheltered place to construct a refuge from the wind and snow. Upon returning to the beach, he found the bonfire reduced to cold ash. The sea breeze whipped the waves against the rocks, and Fang Jie watched the wind-battered twigs, his heart torn with turmoil. Building a shelter on a beach was clearly unwise. The forest offered trees to shield against the wind and snow, as well as the protection of the mountains, far superior to the beach. However, if the rescue team passed by the sea, he would remain oblivious in the woods. Yet, remaining on the beach, exposed to the biting cold and the imminent blizzard, left him no firm ground to stand on. He could not afford to hesitate any longer. Whether he could await rescue was uncertain. He might perish before help arrived. He bent down, laboriously inscribing a plea for help in the sand with a branch, placing heavy stones to anchor the edges of his message, preventing it from being washed away by the sea. He then gathered sturdy branches to form a conspicuous marker. It was so eye-catching that anyone passing by would surely see it. After completing this task, still uneasy, he frequently glanced back and hoisted his wooden spear, making his way toward the forest. Just as he turned to look back, a vague outline on the rocky shore caught his attention. Squinting, he strained to discern its shape. It appeared to be something washed ashore, likely debris from ship. The sand beneath Fang Jie's feet crunched with each step. He hurriedly galloped toward the rocks, taking 3 steps at a time. Upon closer inspection, a suitcase was wedged at an angle between the crevices of the rocks, accompanied by a bulging canvas bag. The relentless waves lapped at them, as if threatening to sweep them away at any moment. Unmindful of the jagged edges that had lacerated his palm, Fang Jie exerted his strength to extricate the suitcase, subsequently yanking the canvas bag and flinging it onto the beach. A tremor of excitement coursed through him. These items represented a glimmer of hope for survival. Regardless of their nature, everything now held potential value. I must search diligently. If humans can be washed ashore, there is no reason the belongings from the ship should have sunk. With his head bowed, he continued to scan the vicinity. Indeed, not far off on the shallow sands, he spotted a box half buried, with a pot handle and a kettle rim protruding beside it. He dashed over and vigorously unearthed the box. Upon opening it, he discovered it was filled to the brim with sausages. Fortunately, they were stored in a plastic container. Had they been in a conventional cardboard box, they would have long been rendered soggy. In addition to the sausages, the plastic box contained several packets of instant noodles. This combination suggested that the cruise ship's kitchen had opted for a storage box to prevent moisture from damaging the sausage packaging. Clutching these provisions tightly, a long-lost smile graced his face. He understood that these supplies would not only temporarily satiate his hunger, but also provide him with the strength to work while constructing a shelter. Thus, he would no longer have to labor while fretting over sustenance. After organizing his findings, he carried everything into the forest. Fang Jie scoured the beach repeatedly, his eyes fixated on every nook and cranny, leaving no rock crevice or pile of debris unchecked. Once he was certain that there were no further oversights, he seated himself on the sand and dragged the suitcase before him. The moment he opened the lid, the briny scent of the sea mingled with the distinct aroma of fabric wafted toward him. A somewhat damp blanket occupied a significant portion of the space, while several books lay scattered nearby, their pages slightly wrinkled from exposure to seawater. A metal razor, 2 tubes of toothpaste, and a plastic toothbrush were wrapped in a towel, with several neatly folded pairs of men's underwear and a wad of cash nestled beneath. His gaze shifted back to the canvas bag, the drawstring swollen from seawater, which took a while to loosen. With a splash, he poured out a large green waterproof tarp, unfolding it to reveal a length of about 4 or 5 meters. Wrapped within the tarp was a hefty saw, its serrated edges glinting coldly, with a length of spare nylon rope coiled around the wooden handle. Fang Jie's eyes sparkled as he caressed the saw. What a splendid survival tool! With the tarp and saw at his disposal, the task of constructing a shelter became significantly more straightforward. These items instantly quelled his previously anxious heart. With them, the hope of building a shelter and weathering the harsh winter was reignited. He shouldered his newfound supplies and ventured deeper into the forest, seeking an appropriate campsite. As he navigated around a thicket, a natural depression suddenly came into view. It was encircled by rocks on 3 sides, forming a natural barrier. Only the eastern side opened up to a clear expanse, shielding him from the biting winds while allowing for observation of any external movements. A massive stone leaned against the northern side, its surface covered in moss, serving perfectly as a natural windbreak. In the heart of the hollow, the terrain is level and the soil is slightly damp, making an ideal location for constructing a shelter. He hastily set down his suitcase and canvas bag, gripping his axe tightly as he approached the edge of the forest. The slender trees, no thicker than a bowl's rim, swayed gently in the cold wind, perfectly suited for building a framework. The sharp axe blade fell repeatedly, sending wood shavings flying, and soon 3 small trees lay on the ground. Fang Jie meticulously peeled the bark with his knife, the strips curling into spirals and forming a small pile. These would serve as excellent kindling, and he set the bark aside. 2 tree trunks were propped upright, their tops crossing at a 60-degree angle, which he swiftly bound together with nylon rope. He then laid another trunk horizontally at the junction to serve as a beam, and a simple frame took shape. He unfurled a dark green waterproof tarp, carefully draping it over the framework, securing the corners with stones and anchoring it firmly into the ground with metal stakes. The cold wind howled past, causing the tent to sway gently, yet little frigid air penetrated within. Leaning against the stone wall, Fang Jie sat down, gazing at the shelter he had constructed with his own hands, a look of relief finally gracing his weary face. Chapter 6. The Beauty in the Haystack Snowflakes. Accompanied by ice pellets, pelted against the tent, the waterproof fabric cracking under the strain. Fang Jie leaned against a boulder, bracing the swaying support with his shoulder. Listening to the howling wind outside, he understood that although this makeshift frame could provide temporary shelter from the wind, it was at risk of collapsing under the relentless assault of the blizzard. He recalled the survival shows he had watched on television, where survivors built wooden cabins using mortise and tenon joints that stood resilient against hurricanes, their beams and posts fitting together seamlessly. "I must construct a permanent shelter," he murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously drumming on his knees. As a child, accompanying his grandfather on hunting trips in the mountains, The old man often repeated the adage about the enduring strength of mortise and tenon joints, teaching him to carve dovetail joints from birchwood. Now, stranded on a deserted island, those survival skills etched in his memory had become his lifeline. Outside the tent, the snowfall grew increasingly fierce. Fang Jie stared at the flurries drifting down. He seized a pot and dashed outside, allowing the wind and snow to obscure his vision. By the time he returned to the tent, his hair coated in frost, the pot was half filled with fluffy white snow. Without pausing to shake off the snowflakes clinging to him, he grasped his axe and plunged back into the blizzard. He began stacking the stones he had collected beside the boulder, a rough stove taking shape amidst the storm. Fang Jie produced some dry grass and ignited fire. The flames licked at the bottom of the pot, and the melting snow water emitted a faint bubbling sound. Squatting beside the stove, he watched the rising steam. Though the snowstorm posed challenges to his survival, it simultaneously brought hope. The seawater was undrinkable. Even boiling it would not rid it of harmful substances. However, snow water was safe. With the snowfall, he would at least be spared the worry of water for the time being. As the first warm sip of melted snow water slid down his throat, he gazed at the tent ravaged by the howling wind, already formulating a plan in his mind. Once the storm subsided, he needed to act immediately to build a true shelter using the mortise and tenon technique. The sky quickly darkened. The howling of the blizzard gradually diminished. The biting wind, no longer as fierce as before, yet large flakes of snow continued to cascade down, blanketing the world in white. Fang Jie leaned against the frigid boulder, listening to the sound of snowflakes pattering against the waterproof fabric of the tent, and the tension that had gripped him for days finally began to ease. From being washed ashore on the desolate island to confronting Liu Dage, from discovering supplies to erecting a makeshift tent, and then struggling to survive amid the storm. This day and a half seemed to have drained every ounce of his strength. The chill of the snow melt clung to his clothes, yet drowsiness surged over him like a tidal wave. He wrapped himself tightly in the blanket that carried the scent of salt and brine, curling up in the hay, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Outside the tent, the heavy snow silently accumulated, gently enfolding this temporary refuge. Only the scattered embers of the campfire flickered in the darkness, casting a dim glow. When a morning light pierced through the clouds, Fang Jie lifted the tent that had been weighed down by the snow. The night's storm had sculpted the island into a silver-white world. The snow rising to his ankles crunched softly beneath his feet. He used a branch to clear the snow from the tent entrance. Recalling his fishing plan from the night before, he retrieved the warm, intimate garment, its alluring design captivating his attention, and whimsically brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. The faint fragrance lingered, seemingly infused with the girl's bashfulness and charm. What was he thinking at such a time? Fang Jie chuckled softly and slapped his face. Clumsily, he unfastened the garment, extracting the steel underwire, which he bent into a hook shape with a few deft movements. However, a thorough search of his canvas bag yielded no suitable line. Perhaps the fiber from the tree bark could be twisted into a rope, though its strength remained uncertain. The fishhook appeared quite satisfactory. He caressed the sharp edge of his axe, his gaze drifting to the nearby wild mulberry tree with its gnarled branches. The bark, after being soaked and pounded, might yield resilient strands. Fang Jie filled a pot with fresh snow, watching as it boiled into pristine water. After filling his water bottle, he tucked 2 sausages and half a loaf of bread into his pocket. With a spear slung over his shoulder and an axe at his waist, he trudged into the depths of the forest through the thick snow. Not far into his trek, he stumbled upon a series of plump, blossom-shaped footprints in the snow. The edges of the prints were rounded, their spacing leaping deeper into the thicket. Lowering himself, he brushed his fingertips along the delicate fur at the edge of the snow pit. A rabbit. Gripping his spear tightly, he followed the trail further. The footprints vanished into the underbrush. Parting the snow-covered foliage, he discovered several tufts of gray fur snagged on the thorns amidst the leaf litter. Ahead, beneath an ancient tree, a small cave half buried in snow emitted faint rustling sounds. Kneeling on one knee, Fang Jie gently propped his spear against the trunk and retrieved his knife from his waist. He lowered himself to the snow, inching closer to the cave, the breath escaping his lips, forming frost flowers in the cold air. The sounds from within the cave intensified, causing his muscles to tense instinctively. Suddenly, he thrust his hand into the cave, his fingertips grasping something soft and furry. A surge of joy filled his heart as he pulled forcefully, and a plump rabbit burst forth, struggling to escape. Quick as lightning, he pressed down on the rabbit's back with one hand, using his knee to pin its thrashing hind legs. The rabbit emitted a terrified cry, thrashing its body with fervor, its paws leaving chaotic marks upon the snow. At that moment, several small heads emerged from the burrow. A few little rabbits stared blankly at the outside world, still oblivious to the unfolding events. Fang Jie, not pausing to ponder, freed one hand to seize another large rabbit from the nest, firmly pressing both rabbits against the snow. He gazed at the struggling quarry in his embrace, nodding with a smile, finally anticipating a warm meal. He held tightly to the two plump rabbits, each weighing perhaps 5 or 6 pounds. The little rabbits did not flee. Instead, they timidly followed him at his feet, silent and untroubled. Ah, what a delightful surprise by one. Get one free. Have they been stunned into submission? Why do they not run, but instead follow me? Fang Jie pulled a vine from beneath the tree to bind the rabbits and carry them away. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from the nearby haystack. Could there be more prey? He instantly became alert, gripping his spear tightly as he cautiously approached. The haystack trembled slightly, producing the sound. Fang Jie slowly extended his hand, suddenly sweeping aside the hay and thrusting his spear forward. Ah, no! With two sharp cries, Fang Jie instinctively withdrew his hand. To his astonishment, nestled within the haystack were the sisters Wenruo Shui and Wenru Chu. Their faces were pale, bodies trembling, and their eyes filled with terror and fatigue. Fang Jie paused for a moment, then quickly realized and lowered his spear. "What are you doing here?" he asked in astonishment. The sisters raised their heads, and upon seeing Fang Jie, their tense bodies relaxed somewhat. Wenruo Shui's lips quivered as she attempted to speak, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing. Tears fell from Wenru Chu onto her sister's hair. Last night, the snow was so heavy that everyone scattered. She trembled as she touched her sister's face. "We truly didn't know where to go, so we hid in this haystack." Chapter 7. What have you done with my underwear? Fang Jie crouched down, scrutinizing the sisters curled up in the haystack. As Wenruo Shui struggled to lift herself, her legs trembled uncontrollably, resembling withered leaves swaying in the wind. Wenru Chu's clothing was in tatters, a wound on her knee crusted with dried blood, yet she fiercely protected her sister behind her. Clutching an empty water bottle, long devoid of a single drop, it bore the marks of teeth. Fang Jie sighed. "Let us go. You'll come with me." "Really?" The sister's eyes brightened instantly. "Of course. Why would I deceive you?" "All right, thank you, thank you." The sisters supported each other to stand. Wenruo Shui swayed unsteadily, and Wenru Chu gritted her teeth to help her. "Come, I will carry you." Fang Jie squatted before Wenruo Shui. "Don't be stubborn. Get on." A flush appeared on Wenruo Shui's pale face as she weakly protested. "That's not appropriate. Your life is at stake. Don't concern yourself with such things. Hurry, no time for hesitation. If it snows again, we want to be able to return." Wenruo Shui glanced at her sister. Wenru Chu nodded. Only then did Wenruo Shui slowly climb onto Fang Jie's back. He secured her firmly, and as Wenruo Shui heard the strong rhythm of his heartbeat, she unconsciously buried her face against his back. Fang Jie tucked the two plump rabbits he had bundled into Wenru Chu's embrace and glanced down at the small, bewildered bunny at their feet. "Take them all with us. Rabbits breed swiftly, and once we raise them, they'll sustain us for quite some time." Wenru, watching the little creatures nuzzle against her pant leg, finally broke into a smile. "These little ones are truly adorable. Don't just admire the bunnies. Hold on to the larger ones securely." Fang Jie, carrying Wenruo Shui on his back, turned to Wenru Chu and winked. "If you let them escape, I might just consider having you for dinner." The smile on Wenru Chu's face vanished in an instant, her expression turning pale as she instinctively clutched the rabbits tighter. Fang Jie was taken aback. "What is wrong with you? Why, you're joking, right?" Wenru Chu's voice trembled, her eyes wide with fear. "Of course, I'm joking." Fang Jie chuckled, bemused. "Am I really the kind of person who would eat another human? Why be so frightened?" Wenru Chu bit her lip, her beautiful eyes blinking in surprise. "I watched a horror film before that said people stranded on a deserted island without food would." Fang Jie softened his tone. "Don't let your imagination run wild. You know that's just a movie. I assure you, I would never do such a thing. Rest easy." He paused, then added, "Besides, human flesh is not palatable. It's rather sour." When Rushu gently touched her chest, relieved. That's good to know as long as you, huh? How do you know human flesh is sour? Ha ha cough. Cough. When Ruashue, perched on Fang Jie's back, laughed. Sister, this big brother is just teasing you. By the way, big brother, what is your name? I still don't know. I'm Fang Jie, 22 this year. What about you two? When Rushu looked at him, you already know our names. I'm the elder sister, and she is the younger sister. We are both 21. Such a splendid age for young women, combined with your exquisite beauty and melodious names. Truly a remarkable pair. Fang Jie remarked, admiring the sisters. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be quite adept at charming girls, when Rushu said, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she appraised Fang Jie. Not at all. I merely speak the truth, he replied. By the way, why aren't you following Lu Degue and the others? Did you run off on your own? When Rushu immediately pouted, he always leers at us at the unit. That gaze, speaking of Lu Degue, her face contorted with disdain, my sister and I refuse to associate with those people. And yet, you dare to follow a stranger like me? Aren't you afraid I might be a villain? When Rushu raised her gaze to Fang Jie's wind-kissed profile, her voice softening. You are willing to share food with us and even save Ruashue. Clearly, you are a good person. We trust you. Just then, Fang Jie abruptly halted. Ahead, an old tree was entwined with vines and long roots. Quick, he urged when Rushu, tear down the thickest ones. We'll reinforce the tent with them. And cut some of those fine roots too. They'll all be useful. When Rushu hurriedly set down the rabbits, rising on her toes to tug at the vines. The coarse tendrils left red marks on her palms, yet she persevered and pulled down several of the thickest ones. Drag those vines over here, and use the small knife to cut some tree fibers, Fang Jie called out, pointing to the small knife in his pocket. When Rushu drew out the knife, bending down to slice the slender tree fibers, Fang Jie carried when Ruashue on his back, occasionally turning his head to remind her, hold on tight. We mustn't let the vines entangle your feet. When Rushu, with one hand dragging the vines and the other cradling a rabbit, had several little bunnies hopping alongside her, occasionally nudging her pant leg with their pink noses. The trio trudged through the snow, each step a laborious endeavor, until they finally spotted the outline of a tent. Fang Jie gently set when Ruashue down, and the Wen sisters fixated their gaze upon this modest sanctuary. Weakly, when Ruashue leaned against the edge of the tent, murmuring, we finally made it. When Rushu hastily entered the tent, placing the rabbit softly on a mound of hay, her eyes widening with delight as she surveyed the pile of supplies. I can't believe there is so much here. All of this was collected from the seaside. When the winds were fierce, many good items were washed ashore, Fang Jie explained, guiding when Ruashue inside. You should rest. Take some medicine and recuperate. You'll feel better soon. As soon as when Ruashue lay down on the makeshift hay bed that Fang Jie had prepared and covered herself with a blanket, she caught a whiff of a scent mingling seawater and sweat. Don't mind the smell. The blanket was a bit damp when I pulled it from the suitcase. Though it may have an odor, it is warm, Fang Jie patiently clarified. Once the sun comes out, we can dry it. Hearing his reassurance, when Ruashue gradually nestled deeper into the covers. Suddenly, she gasped, pulling out a bundle of pink fabric from the blanket. It was indeed when Rushu's undergarment. When Rushu's face flushed crimson as she snatched the underwear from her, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. Why did you put my underwear in the blanket? What do you want it for? Fang Jie cleared his throat awkwardly. This morning, I took apart the underwire to fashion a fishhook and absent-mindedly placed it here. Look, the underwire is still in my pocket. When Rushu, half convinced, unfolded the undergarment and examined it closely, noting the signs of having been dismantled. She stepped outside the tent for a better look, confirming there was nothing untoward. Only then did she, blushing, stuff the underwear back in her pocket, muttering, since you have no use for it, I'll take it back. It's quite inconvenient without any. Chapter 8. Preparing to build a wooden cabin, seeing her reclaim the underwear. Fang Jie felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. Standing at the entrance of the tent, he gestured towards the supplies stacked in the corner. Rest assured, stay here. We have sausages and compressed biscuits. Ration them carefully. These are limited resources. The pot and stove are by that large rock, when melting snow for water. Remember to boil it longer. Don't drink it raw. He cast a sidelong glance at the empty water bottle beside when Ruashue's pillow. Keep the water bottles, after boiling, fill them to the brim. Only drink from the few bottles we have when absolutely necessary. When Rushu nodded seriously, are you going out again? Yes, Fang Jie replied, tucking the axe in his belt, his gaze sweeping over the low-hanging clouds outside the tent. We need to build a sturdy wooden cabin quickly, otherwise, the next snowfall will overwhelm this tent. He suddenly turned to her. Do you know where Luda Gue and the others are hiding? Under the windbreak cliffs on the beach, when Rishu recalled the events of that stormy night. Remembering they had said that Spot could shield them from the storm and provide a view of the sea. She looked at Fang Jie with confusion. What do you want with them? What use are they? One person alone cannot fell trees swiftly. Constructing a wooden cabin requires at least a dozen robust logs. Thus, I must seek assistance. He clenched the axe at his waist, turned, and called out, Do not wander off. Wait for my return. Before his voice faded, Fang Jie had already departed. As his footsteps gradually disappeared into the snow, when Rushu lifted the waterproof cover off the supply box. Inside, neatly arranged were packets of ham sausage, alongside several bags of instant noodles. Her fingers lingered momentarily over the contents before she finally extracted 2 ham sausages. Here, eat this. She handed a peeled sausage to her sister, taking a small bite herself. These belong to someone else, so let us be frugal, just enough to stave off hunger. When Ruashue leaned weakly against a haystack, chewing on the ham sausage in small bites. When Rushu rummaged through the clutter and unearthed half a box of fever-reducing medication. Take the medicine first, she said, passing the tablets over and then grabbing a spatula to scoop up some snow. Following Fang Jie's instructions, she lit a fire with a lighter and began to boil water. The flames licked the bottom of the pot, and she stared into the dancing flames, lost in thought, until the bubbling of the boiling water brought her back to reality. She filled her water bottle and left the remainder in the pot. The sisters huddled together in their small tent, wrapped in blankets. When Ruashue softly broke the silence, Sister, is that Fang Jie reliable? When Rushu gazed at the icicles forming on the tent's ceiling, recalling Fang Jie's demeanor as he distributed supplies to everyone, and how he had so assertively carried her sister on his back. Reliable, she replied, stroking her sister's cold hand. If he had intended to hoard the supplies, no one could have stopped him, yet he chose to share with everyone. Today, he saved us. Of course, he is reliable. It is the normal person who can dispel malicious thoughts, but it is the good man who possesses the capacity for wrongdoing yet restrains himself. Fang Jie embodies the latter. Yes, sister, you're right, when Ruashu murmured drowsily, gradually succumbing to gentle snores. When Rushu carefully tucked her sister's blanket, then slowly closed her own eyes. Outside the tent, the cold wind continued to howl. Yet in this moment, sheltered from the wind and snow, with these life-saving provisions, the sisters, who had been tense for an entire day and night, finally relaxed completely and soon fell into a deep slumber. Fang Jie treaded through the snow, searching for the location when Rushu had indicated. As he turned a corner of the cliff, he was met with sharp laughter in the distance. Su Daqiang trembled as he stood protectively in front of his elderly mother, whose hunched form clutched his clothing tightly, her murky eyes filled with terror. Such a grown man was just helping his mother with her needs, exclaimed a woman in a red-down jacket, her voice shrill with mockery. She pointed a finger, adorned with bright red nail polish, at Su Daqiang. Aren't you ashamed? A man with dyed, yellow hair chimed in with a sneer. Indeed, even now, you're burdened with an old woman. You're nearly starving yourself. What good is taking care of her? Better to abandon her for peace of mind. Several onlookers nodded in agreement. Exactly. There's a difference between men and women. Don't you understand? This old woman needs her son to help her to the restroom. It's disgusting. Get her out of here. She acts crazy every day. It's infuriating. Silence. Su Daqiang erupted, his voice filled with fury. My life was given to me by my mother. When I had a high fever as a child, she carried me for 20 miles to find a doctor. When I broke my leg and lay in bed for half a year, she tended to my every need without a single complaint. Now that she has grown old and ill, should I dispose of her like refuse? He trembled as he pointed towards the crowd, his eyes reddened with emotion. Did my mother find it disgusting when she raised me? When she tended to my needs in my childhood? Did you ever mention the distinctions between genders? Are you people born for the cracks of stones? Do you not have parents? When your parents age, do you simply cast them aside? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of jeers. A woman in a red cotton coat shrieked. Were you pretending to be a dutiful son? In this wretched place? Who cares about your filial piety? Exactly. A waste of rations. Filthy words surged like a tide. Su Daqiang's elderly mother broke down in tears, trembling as she attempted to kneel in the snow. Xiaoqiang, do not speak ill of my Xiaoqiang. He is a good child. Mom. Tears finally streamed down Su Daqiang's face. You all shut the hell up. Fang Jie charged forward like a raging bull, physically separating the crowd from the mother and son. His fists, bulging with veins, struck fiercely at several men nearby. What have you beasts done wrong? What do you think you're doing attacking him when he's down? I do not know how you treat your parents, but here stands Su Daqiang, a devoted son, and instead of feeling shame, you collectively attack him. Before Fang Jie could finish, a man with dyed yellow hair lunged at him with a punch. He swiftly sidestepped the attack, twisting the assailant's wrist sharply. A sharp crack startled the onlookers, causing the yellow-haired man to collapse in agony. Two other men seized wooden sticks and charged at Fang Jie, who spun around and swept their legs, sending them crashing to the ground, blood oozing from their foreheads. The woman in the red coat scrambled backward in fear. Fang Jie's chest heaved as he coldly surveyed the group. You grotesque lot. Evil thrives among you. He bent down to assist the trembling mother of Su Daqiang, then turned to the seated crowd and spat. You deserve to rot on this island. Never let me see you again, or I will strike you down on sight. Su Daqiang's lips quivered as he struggled to speak, desperately wiping away his tears with his sleeve. Fang Jie pulled him close, urging, come, follow me. The three departed, trudging through the snow as intermittent curses trailed behind them. Chapter 9. The camp by the pond. Su Daqiang looked at Fang Jie's injured hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Brother, I truly owe you today. Fang Jie waved his hand dismissively. What is there to thank? I simply cannot stand by while others bully the weak. I despise the strong oppressing the weak. Why don't you and your mother come back with me? It will be warmer, and it will be food. Su Daqiang hesitative, shielding his mother protectively behind him. No, it will be too much trouble for you to bring my mother along. In this freezing weather, it is difficult for everyone. After a pause, he added, rest assured, I can take care of my mother. We will find another place to settle, away from those people. Fang Jie wished to persuade him further, but Su Daqiang firmly shook his head. Reluctantly, Fang Jie pulled out a few biscuits from his pocket and handed them over. Take these, keep them for emergencies. Su Daqiang accepted the biscuits. Brother, I will remember this kindness. If you ever need me, I will do my utmost. Hey, without further ado, I shall take my leave as I have pressing matters to attend to. Just as Fang Jie was about to step away, he abruptly turned back and inquired, by the way, where Lu Deguai and the other two? I haven't seen them around. Su Daqiang rubbed his frostbitten hands and shook his head. They departed before dawn, claiming they were off in search of food, and they have yet to return. Their whereabouts remain a mystery. Fang Jie nodded and waved goodbye to the mother and son. Take care, and should anything arise, feel free to come my way. With that, he plunged into the forest. Time passed without his notice until he caught the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish. He twitched his nose and followed the scent, discovering an inconspicuous cave nestled halfway up the mountain. The entrance was concealed by underbrush. Without the alluring fragrance, it would have been nearly impossible to find. The cave was narrow and low, just enough to accommodate 3 individuals. Lu Deguai and his companions were huddled around a fire, grilling fish, the skin sizzling and oozing with oil. Upon hearing a noise, the trio abruptly looked up, momentarily startled upon seeing Fang Jie. Lu Deguai hastily attempted to hide the fish behind himself, scattering charcoal embers everywhere. Fang Jie crouched and slipped into the cave, swiftly snatching the fish Lu Deguai had concealed. He inhaled its aroma and took a hearty bite. Well done. Where did you procure this fish? Lu Deguai, evading eye contact, mumbled, we caught them in the sea. They were stranded, and by chance, we stumbled upon them. No sooner had he finished speaking than Fang Jie kicked him in the rear, causing him to stumble forward. How dare you spin such tall tales? Fang Jie seized him by the collar and held the fish up to his face, demanding, open your eyes and look closely. This is a carp. What on earth are carp doing in the sea? Lu Deguai groaned on the ground as the other 2 cowered in the corner, scarcely daring to breathe. Fang Jie picked up a stick from the ground and struck it against the rock wall. If you do not speak the truth, I shall break your legs today. Please, brother, I shall confess. Lu Deguai pleaded, cradling his head. There is a pond behind the mountain, where the shallow areas are frozen with a thin layer of ice. The fish swim slowly, and it took us quite a while to catch these. Fang Jie tossed aside the stick and yanked Lu Degue by his collar, pulling him outside. Let us go. If you dare to play tricks today, you shall pay dearly. The three men trembled as they walked ahead of Fang Jie, step by step, toward the pond. They trudged through the snow-covered ground, turning two corners until a pond, glazed with thin ice, came into view. The towering cliffs beside the pond formed a natural barrier against the northern winds. To his surprise, the withered grass at the water's edge still bore a hint of green, making the area significantly warmer than the outside. Fang Jie circled the pond twice, his eyes gleaming brighter with each pass. The adjacent pine trees stood tall and straight. With a few cuts, they could construct a sizable wooden cabin. The depression in the cliff face provided an ideal spot for building, sheltered from the wind by the cliff behind it. What delighted him even more were the numerous footprints in the muddy ground. Large hoof prints of sheep and the paw prints of hares, densely scattered, leading right to the water's edge. Upon closer inspection, he found no tracks of large carnivorous animals. What a remarkable location. This place is truly an ideal campsite. Fang Jie bent down to touch the ice surface, marveling at the sight of fish swimming beneath the thin layer of ice. At this moment, Lu Degue approached, rubbing his hands together, and said, "Brother, I have shown you this place, but let me be frank. When we come to fish or fetch water, you must not interfere." Fang Jie gazed at the frozen surface of the water, and, after a long pause, turned his head. "All right, but I have a condition as well." Lu Degue's expression changed. "What condition?" "Assist me in chopping trees to build a shelter." Fang Jie pointed toward the nearby forest. "You all have a cave to stay in, while I'm left stranded in the snow. Help me construct a nest. That shouldn't be too much to ask. It would be exhausting for me alone. I require your assistance." Upon hearing this, Lu Degue immediately took a step back. "No way. That's too laborious, and it won't be completed in a day or two. I want to ask you to work for nothing." Fang Jie crossed his arms. "Help me this once, and thereafter our paths shall not cross. Whatever you do is none of my business. How does that sound?" Lu Degue exchanged glances with the other two men, gritted his teeth, and replied, "Fine, just this once. Once the house is built, let us not trouble one another. You cannot interfere in our affairs." "Agreed. Let us get started now." Fang Jie unsheathed the axe at his waist and tossed it to Lu Degue, then pulled out a small knife and handed it to the other man beside him. "You two take turns chopping trees. Once they are down, give them to him to strip the bark. Do not discard the bark. Keep it all. I have use for it." Lu Degue weighed the axe in his hand, forcing a smile. "You are quite bold, handing the axe directly to me. Aren't you afraid we might turn against you?" "This axe originally belongs to you," Fang Jie chuckled, looking at the group when we raided supplies on the beach. "I could handle you even empty-handed. Would I fear you now?" Lu Degue was momentarily at a loss for words. He spat into his palm, turned, and walked toward the nearest pine tree. With a sharp crack, the bark flew off, and the three men busied themselves with their work. Fang Jie wandered through the woods, bending down to scrape moss from the roots of the trees. He stripped off his clothing and stuffed large clumps of moss into it. Once the shelter was complete, laying down this layer of moss would provide warmth and prevent leaks, and with a smear of mud, they would be impervious to even the fiercest blizzard. The four of them worked tirelessly until dusk. 8 or 9 trees, 6 meters tall and as thick as a bowl, lay felled on the ground, their bark stripped clean. Fang Jie neatly stacked the bark together. "Let us keep these. That is enough for today. I appreciate your help, brothers. We shall return at dawn." Lu Degue wiped his sweat and said, "Tomorrow morning, we will first catch fish and fetch water to cook." Fang Jie nodded in agreement. "All right. How about this? Bring some fire starters with you. We can grill the fish and boil water here. That way, we won't have to run back and forth. We can eat and then get back to work." The three exchanged glances, and Lu Degue muttered, "You truly treat us like beasts of burden. You are even harsher than I am. At most, I would have them work overtime at the company, but you seem to relish the thought of being a taskmaster. Ha! Too flattering, too flattering. I am doing this for your own good. Experience the difficulties of being a beast of burden, and perhaps you won't bully others so easily in the future. All right, farewell." The three men set down their tools and vanished into the snow. Fang Jie gazed at their retreating figures, then looked at the neatly stacked wood. Not bad, not bad. Lu Degue is not as ill-natured as I had imagined. With their help, the progress will accelerate significantly. Chapter 10. How shall we sleep? Fang Jie, with an axe slung over his shoulder and a wooden spear in hand, trudged back through the deep snow. In the distance, he spotted neatly stacked firewood outside the tent, securely covered with waterproof cloth and hay. Upon entering the tent, the warmth enveloped him, mingling with the enticing aroma of instant noodles. When Rushu was crouched beside the stone stove, where noodles bubbled and steamed in a pot. "You're finally back," when Ruoxue exclaimed, her keen eyes darting to seize the wooden spear from his grasp. "Look, we tidied up the tent and laid down hay in the damp spots." When Rushu handed him the pot, which contained noodles topped with half a sausage. "Hurry, it's still hot. We don't have bowls, so you'll have to eat from the pot." Fang Jie took the pot and began to devour the noodles hastily, the heat causing him to exhale sharply. Turning to the corner, he noticed the neatly bundled supplies and the stacked bedding, stirring an indescribable feeling within him. "Have you two made this place your home?" he said with a grin. "You've organized it far better than I did." When Rushu added a piece of dry wood to the fire, which crackled to life. "Since we settled here, this is now our home. By the way, did you manage to find Lu de Gui and the others today?" Fang Jie nodded, recounting his discovery of the waterhole and the agreement he struck with the three men. When Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Does that mean we'll soon have a house to live in?" "Almost. Once the wooden house is erected, we could devise further plans. That location offers wind protection and water, plus there's wildlife nearby, far better than huddling in a tent." Outside, the wind and snow howled, while the three of them sat around the fire, engaging in casual conversation. Fang Jie recounted the incident involving Su Daqiang being bullied, prompting Wen Rushu to furrow her brow. "The woman in the red down jacket is Zhou Lijuan. She is notorious for her sharp tongue at the company. She often flatters Lu de Gui, leveraging her position as department head to make life difficult for newcomers." When Ruoxue rolled her eyes and leaned closer to her sister. "Exactly. Last time, during the team-building event, she secretly hoarded half a bag of beef jerky, claiming others had taken it. If it hadn't been discovered, she wouldn't have returned it at all. It's no wonder she was so eager to bully others today." Fang Jie set the pot aside. "Have you two had conflicts with her?" When Rushu sighed, "Yes. Over supplies. The few bottles of water and pieces of bread you distributed have led to daily open and covert disputes. Zhou Lijuan would argue for half an hour just to claim an extra bottle of water." She chuckled bitterly. "If we stayed any longer, it would inevitably lead to a fight. My sister and I discussed it and decided to leave them." When Ruoxue nodded, hugging her knees. Looking back, leaving them was indeed the right choice. At least we don't have to listen to their bickering every day. It's been quite exhausting. When Rushu glanced at Fang Jie. "Why did you stand up for Su Daqiang today, especially when that group was so fierce?" Fang Jie extended his hand towards the fire, the heat searing his palm. "Does one need a reason to harm others, yet require justification to help them?" "Of course," she replied. "Just like when we first arrived on the island. You didn't hesitate to share your medicine with me. It couldn't have been without reason, could it?" Fang Jie raised an eyebrow in retort. "Then, tell me, why would I help you?" The one's sisters exchanged glances, and when Ruoxue burst into laughter, covering her mouth. When Rushu's lips curled into a meaningful arc as she confidently lifted her chest. "What do you think?" Fang Jie stared at her full, rounded figure and suddenly chuckled. "I understand now. You believe I am motivated by mere beauty in my willingness to assist you. Do you not?" The sisters remained silent, their eyes fixed upon him. He shook his head and sighed. "You both overestimate yourselves while underestimating me." When Rishu's expression darkened. "What do you mean? Are we not beautiful enough?" Fang Jie waved his hand dismissively. "Beautiful, undoubtedly. But on this deserted island, can beauty serve as sustenance?" He gestured toward the howling wind outside the tent. "Surely, you cannot expect to barter your looks for food and shelter? Let us be realistic. In this place, strength and skill reign supreme." When Ruoxue huffed in defiance, yet when Rushu gazed deeply into Fang Jie's eyes, as if attempting to decipher his thoughts. Fang Jie continued with a light laugh. "When I say you overestimate yourselves, it is because you regard beauty as an overly potent asset. When I say you underestimate me, it is because you think I'm so easily swayed by a pretty face. Is that so? That sounds rather reasonable. Might I ask, dear brother Fang, what motivates your kindness?" Fang Jie tossed a piece of wood into the fire, sending sparks soaring. "I cannot abide bullies. I detest seeing the weak suffer. To put it nicely, I suppose one could say I possess a certain chivalrous spirit." At this, he chuckled to himself, reminiscent of the ancient heroes who could not ignore injustices they encountered. The sisters, upon hearing this, could not help but burst into laughter. With a playful glimmer in her eye, when Rushu elongated her tone. Dear hero Fang, why don't you tell us how we shall sleep tonight? Fang Jie glanced at the two of them. How else would we sleep? Together, of course. When Ruoxue erupted into laughter. Huh. I have never seen a hero embrace two at once. While they jested, the tent's confines left them with little choice. Fang Jie patted the pile of dry hay in the corner. Cuddling together will keep us warm. I assure you, this is not about taking advantage of you. The nights on this island can be deadly cold, and sleeping close is the best way to stay warm. As the saying goes, a thick blanket is no substitute for warm bodies. Why not give it a try? With that, he lay down, pulling the blanket over himself, exuding warmth akin to that of a small sun. The sisters exchanged glances, and when Rushu spoke first, sleeping close is acceptable, but how shall we arrange ourselves? We cannot become a tangled mess. Fang Jie boldly pointed to himself. I will sleep in the middle. You two can enjoy the warmth on either side. Not a chance. You will sleep on the edge. When Rushu glanced at her sister's pale complexion and gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear, Ruoxue is still unwell. Let her sleep in the middle. With that, she nudged her sister into the central position. I will nestle next to you to prevent you from catching a chill at night. When Ruoxue's face flushed crimson, and she hastily waved her hands. Sister, that is too embarrassing. She stole a glance at Fang Jie, quickly averting her gaze. I can sleep on the edge. Let the hero take the middle. Absolutely not. When Rushu firmly pressed her down onto the hay, you are weak. The cold wind seeping in from the sides will be unbearable for you. You cannot pretend to be strong when you are feverish. Be obedient. She then turned back to Fang Jie. Hero, you shall sleep on the edge. Your previous words were quite admirable. I hope you can embody the principle of action aligned with words and refrain from bullying us, the underprivileged. Do not engage in moral coercion. Yes, you. I will dutifully serve as a human shield. Fang Jie raised his head to glance at the tent. Where are my rabbits? Why have I not seen them? When Rushu pointed toward the trees outside. There they are, hanging over there. I was afraid they would run away if I kept them inside. So I secured them with vines and hung them from the branches. Fang Jie peered outside and saw two large rabbits awkwardly dangling from the tree. Once lively creatures, they now appeared weak and feeble. Meanwhile, a few smaller rabbits have been placed in a plastic box by the sisters. Ham and instant noodles have been taken out and set aside. They needed to be dealt with tonight, otherwise it would be troublesome if other animals ate them. Fang Jie muttered to himself as he used a knife to cut the vines. As soon as the rabbits were freed, when Ruoxue pinched her nose and approached, how foul. However, when Rushu fixated on the rabbits, instinctively licking her lips, if we clean them thoroughly and stew a pot, it will be enough for us to eat for 2 meals. Fang Jie shot her a glance. Stewing 1 tea do, although it yields more. We only have this 1 pot, which we also need for boiling water. Let us smoke the meat. Smoked meat is easier to preserve. He placed the rabbits on the ground and took out a small knife to slice through the skin and flesh. The one's sisters squatted nearby, their eyes fixated on the rabbit meat, while when Ruoxue swallowed hard. Can we have a taste later? Ha ha ha. Sure, if you want to savor something delicious. You must first do some work. Fang Jie deftly turned the knife, and the entire rabbit skin was peeled away. The younger sister went to boil water and clean the entrails, while the elder sister prepared a container. Fang Jie handed the knife to Wen Rushu and pointed to an empty bottle in the corner. Help me cut the body of that bottle. The part with the base is for me. Wen Rushu took the knife and split the mineral water bottle in 2. Fang Jie retrieved the knife, flipped over the rabbit skin, and poured all the fat scraped from the inside of the skin into the bottle. He shook the bottle and remarked, rabbit fat is quite scarce. This is also why many people enjoy eating rabbit meat. We must conserve this little fat. It can be used for treating frostbite and is useful for cooking as well, with plenty of applications in the future. When Rushu leaned in to take a look, I didn't expect you to possess such skills, hero. You truly are impressive, seeming to know everything. Fang Jie nodded with pride. Indeed, you two are truly fortunate to have encountered me. He then turned to the sisters. What skills do you possess? You can't just wait to feast on ready-made meals. When Rushu gave a wry smile, we are merely ordinary office workers. What can we do? However, I did study pottery for 2 years, but alas. She glanced around the snowy landscape. It would be of no use on this deserted island. Who says it is useless? Fang Jie's eyes lit up, and he sat up straight. If you can make pottery, we can fire clay pots. Right now, we don't even have a vessel to hold water. We have to boil it each time we drink. Once the wooden house is built by the pond, we can't be lugging a pot to fetch water every day, can we? He grabbed a handful of soft soil and molded it in his hands. The texture was just right. If the temperature is controlled well, it should work. If we can successfully make clay pots, we won't have to worry about storing water or cooking. When Rushu also became interested and leaned in to ask, can it really be done? But we don't even have a kiln. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Fang Jie smashed the clay onto the ground, first attempting to craft a few small jars. With stones, he constructed a rudimentary kiln, carefully controlling the temperature, and success was assured. When Rushu gazed at his gleaming eyes, her heart igniting with hope. How splendid! Finally, there is something we could contribute. To be honest, living here without contributing has made us feel quite guilty. Tomorrow, if the weather permits, you two sisters can divide the tasks and observe the results. Very well, leave it to us. Fang Jie called out to Wenruoshua. How is the water coming along? Bring it over once it's ready. I need to blanch the meat to eliminate the gamey taste. It will be ready shortly. Wenruoshua replied, quickly lifting the pot and carefully placing it in front of Fang Jie. Amidst the rising steam, the rabbit meat immersed in the water, releasing waves of blood foam. The two worked in seamless harmony, one boiling water, the other preparing the ingredients, and gradually, a faint aroma of meat wafted through the tent. Fang Jie evenly sliced the cleaned rabbit meat into palm-sized strips, using a sharp knife to carve fine diagonal patterns on the surface. The one sisters, following his instructions, constructed a square, smoking rack in the corner of the tent using stones, leaving an opening for ventilation. The smoking process occurred in 2 stages. As Fang Jie hung the rabbit meat on the crossbar of the rack, he explained that the first step involved low temperature drying to remove moisture, followed by flavor infusion through smoking with fruit wood. He had specially gathered dried cypress branches and pine needles, igniting them beneath the smoking rack. Once the flames extinguished, he covered it with a layer of damp moss. The soft blue smoke spiraled through the vent, enveloping the hanging rabbit meat. When Ruoshue curiously leaned closer to observe, rubbing her eyes from the smoke. Is it possible for such a small fire to cook it thoroughly? This is not roasting. Fang Jie adjusted the height of the smoking rack, clarifying that this is smoking. The temperature must be maintained between 50 and 60 degrees Celsius. If it is too high, the meat will burn, and if too low, it won't be sterilized. He reached out to feel the temperature of the smoke, adding another piece of wood to the fire. Tonight, I will take turns watching with Wenrushu. Remember to flip it every 2 hours to ensure even smoking. Wenrushu glanced at the sky and asked how long it would take to smoke. At least 12 hours. The rabbit meat must be thoroughly dehydrated to be preserved for an extended period. Once a golden, shiny crust forms on its surface, it will be done. Oh dear, is it really that complicated? Can't we just roast it? When Ruoshua, upon hearing that it would take several hours to smoke, felt a bit restless. Fang Jie replied, how long do you think roasted meat can be stored? At most 2 or 3 days before it becomes inedible. Given our current circumstances, can we afford such a method? The smoked jerky can be preserved for a long time. We must store food to prepare for any sudden changes in our environment and weather. When Rusha nodded, agreeing with Fang Jie, he is right. We have so little meat now, we must be frugal. No worries, I'll watch and flip it. You two should rest. Don't you have tasks tomorrow? No, we should take turns. You can't handle it alone. If you fall asleep, it could easily delay things. I'll take the first half of the night, and you take the second. This way, it won't interfere with my work tomorrow. All right, I'll follow your lead. Fang Jie urged the sisters to rest quickly while he vigilantly monitored the smoking of the rabbit meat alone. As time passed, the rabbit meat gradually shrank in the smoke, its once vibrant red hue transforming into an alluring amber color. Fats seeped slowly along the patterns, mingling with the fresh scent of cypress and pine needles, filling the snowy landscape with its aroma. As the night deepened, Fang Jie felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. At that moment, when Rushu gently approached from behind, saying, Brother Fang, you should go rest now. It's my turn to keep watch. If Ruoshue has fallen asleep, please be careful not to wake her. Fang Jie yawned and nodded. All right, I appreciate your hard work. Chapter 11. The construction of the wooden cabin by the campfire. Fang Jie noticed that when Rushu was dressed rather lightly, she hugged her arms and squatted there, shivering slightly. He took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. When Rushu looked surprised, and then a sweet smile graced her face as she softly said, Thank you. Fang Jie instructed her on the timing and technique for flipping the meat. Remember to turn it every 2 hours, keep the fire manageable, and watch it closely to avoid charring the meat. If you can't hold on, come and wake me up, just don't fall asleep. I understand, don't worry. You should go rest, she replied. Yawning, Fang Jie entered the tent. Inside, when Ruoxue was snugly wrapped in her blanket, peacefully asleep, her breath steady and soft. As Fang Jie lay down beside her, he was startled when Ruoxue suddenly turned over, wrapping her arms around him and mumbling, "Sister." Fang Jie froze, too afraid to move. Listening to Ruoxue's rhythmic breathing, he found himself at a loss, ultimately remaining still and gradually drifting into slumber. In the morning, Fang Jie was awakened by a chorus of cheerful exclamations. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up to find Ruoxue busy at the campfire. A pot nearby bubbled with steam. The One sisters hovered by the smoking rack, their noses nearly touching the rabbit meat, their faces alight with bliss. "You're awake." Wen Rushu turned to see Fang Jie emerging from the tent and quickly beckoned him over. "Come here. The meat smells irresistible." After a night of smoking, the rabbit meat glistened enticingly, the aroma of cedar mingling with the rich scent of the meat, wafting through the crisp morning air. Wen Ruoxue carefully tore off the most tender piece of meat and offered it to Fang Jie, saying, "You try first. If it weren't for your idea yesterday, we wouldn't know how this meat would turn out." Fang Jie took a bite. The meat was firm and flavorful, the smoky essence bursting on his palate, accompanied by a hint of sweetness from the fruitwood. "Delicious," he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The cooking was perfectly executed. "You should all have a taste." Seeing this, the sisters eagerly reached for the meat. Wen Ruoxue took only the smallest piece, and when Rushu followed suit, saying, "Let's eat sparingly. We have many days ahead." "Fang Jie, you should have more. You need the nourishment for your hard work." Fang Jie nodded with a smile, but he noticed the dark circles under Wen Rushu's eyes and was about to speak when Wen Ruoxue pushed her sister toward the tent, insisting, "You should take a nap. You've kept watch all night, and your eyes are red. Leave the remaining pieces to me. I'll ensure they turn out just as well." She turned to Fang Jie and said, "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, get back to your tasks. I can handle the cleaning and smoking of the meat all by myself." When Rushu affectionately patted her sister's head before retreating into the tent, Fang Jie looked at the energetic Wen Ruoxue, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. The two sisters did not become a burden. Rather, they infused their lives with vibrant hues. With their assistance, everything became significantly easier. Fang Jie lifted the pot and swiftly devoured the noodles. Wiping his mouth, he turned to remind Wen Ruoxue, "Do not let the fire flare too high. Be cautious when flipping, and come find me if you need anything." With that, he shouldered his tools and made his way towards the pond. In the distance, he spotted Lu de Gue and his companions squatting by the water's edge, with smoke rising from the fish grill. "Why are you only just arriving?" Lu de Gue waved the remnants of a fish bone in his hand. "We've been waiting for you. Hurry up and get to work. Once we finish assisting you, we have our own matters to attend to. I didn't expect you to be more eager than I am." "All right, let us get started." The four quickly divided their tasks. Fang Jie bin Dong, searching through the forest for stones with sharp edges to bring back. The other three brandished axes, delving into the woods. The sounds of tree trunks colliding mingling with their shouts. Gradually, a pile of stones began to rise, while freshly felled logs lay scattered across the ground, the air thick with the scent of sawdust and earth. Fang Jie ventured deeper, meticulously seeking suitable stones. Suddenly, a rustling sound reached his ears. He looked up to see Su Daqiang supporting his mother as they laid down straw in a sheltered hollow. "Brother Daqiang, have you found a spot to settle?" Fang Jie called out. Hearing his voice, Su Daqiang turned, a wry smile on his face. There was no choice. After searching for a long time, this place is the only one that offers some protection from the wind. "Don't settle here. Come with me. I know a place near the pond that makes water access convenient." As he spoke, he pointed towards the pond. Su Daqiang's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he helped his mother up and followed Fang Jie towards the water's edge. Upon reaching the pond, Su Daqiang noticed Lu Dague and his companions swinging their axes, the wood shavings flying. What are they doing here?" Su Daqiang asked in surprise. "I plan to build a shelter to fend off the cold and enlisted their help to chop wood. The weather has been decent these past few days, but who knows when another blizzard will strike." Fang Jie bent down to lift a stone. "We can't remain in tents indefinitely." He turned to Su Daqiang. "If you don't mind, Could you lend me a hand? Of course, count me in. Su Daqiang settled his mother under a tree. I have strength. Just tell me what to do. All right, help me clear the campsite. Right over there. He pointed to a gentle slope, backed by a mountain for wind protection. With the pond just 20 steps away, the terrain slightly elevated to avoid dampness while facilitating water access. Su Daqiang looked where he pointed and nodded immediately. A great spot. Open view, sheltered from the wind, and close to water. Standing side by side, they measured the area, with Fang Jie marking the ground with stones. 6 paces long, 5 paces wide, roughly 30 square meters. That should suffice. Understood, Su Daqiang replied, rolling up his sleeves and beginning to clear the weeds. Fang Jie bent down to remove the loose stones. When they encountered a large rock embedded in the soil, the two worked together to pry it free with sticks. 1, 2, 3, they grunted in unison as the stone was shifted aside. After clearing the weeds and stones, Su Daqiang returned from the forest, carrying several sturdy logs about the thickness of his wrist. This wood is solid. Sharpening it allows for leveling the uneven ground. Fang Jie took out a small knife to whittle down the branches, while Su Daqiang used a sharp stone to scrape away the bark, with which shavings cascading onto their shoulders. All right, one for each of us. Let's level the ground. They began their labor. They removed the elevated portions of the terrain, and whenever they encountered depressions, they filled them with flattened sod and gravel. By the time the sun reached its zenith, Lu Deguei and his companions had felled 5 large trees. It's time to fill our bellies. Brother, can you work without considering your meal? Lu Deguei struck his axe against the tree stump and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Su Daqiang stood up voluntarily, declaring, I'll go catch some fish. Without waiting for a response, he rolled up his trousers and jumped into the shallow waters, his hands thrashing in the murky depths. After floundering for a while and only managing to catch a few clumps of aquatic plants, Lu Deguei squatted by the shore, shaking his head. Su Daqiang, how do you expect to catch fish with such a haphazard approach? You must observe the ripples on the water surface and wait for the schools of fish to gather. I refuse to believe you can't catch any. Su Daqiang wiped his face and lunged forward again. He slipped and fell into the water, causing a splash that startled the fish into scattering. Lu Deguei burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. You fool. What did I tell you? You're as stubborn as a mule at the company, refusing to listen to anyone, charging ahead recklessly. You can't even do this right. Su Daqiang, his face flushed, crawled back onto the shore and squeezed the water from his damp clothes, muttering, I've never done this before. Let me get familiar with it, and I'll be fine. Find my foot. Look at you, all clumsy. Watch Lu go. Chapter 12. The artisan's craft with a splash. Lu Deguei jumped into the water, his movements swift and precise. His eyes fixed on the surface, his hands searched through the water. In no time, he emerged with 2 or 3 lively fish, their tails splashing water everywhere. Su Daqiang hurried over to Fang Jie, lowering his voice to ask, how does he catch them so quickly? Fang Jie observed the activity in the pond closely. He is quite clever. In this cold weather, fish tend to seek warmth in the footprints we leave behind. He targets those spots. Su Daqiang clapped his thigh in realization. So that is how it is. Let me give it another try. He plunged back into the water, this time mimicking Lu Deguei by searching in the footprints. Before long, he too emerged triumphantly, holding 2 fish aloft. Hey brother, this really works. The group set up a fire to boil water and grill the fish. Lu Deguei tore off a piece of golden, crispy fish meat and turned to Fang Jie. Brother, I still don't know your name. I am Fang Jie. Fang Jie added another branch to the fire, and sparks flew. Lu Deguei nodded, stuffing his mouth with fish. Brother Fang, we can help you for 1 more day at most. After that, we need to attend to our own matters. Fang Jie paused, gripping the branch. What matters? That's none of your concern. Lu Deguei waved his hand dismissively. The firelight cast a serious glint in his eyes as he continued. We agreed to help you just this once. Do not question or interfere with our plans afterward. Fang Jie gazed at the flickering flames, calculating the progress of the cabin. The foundation was level. 1 more day of logging should suffice for the timber, and he and Su Daqiang could assemble the framework afterward. Meeting Lu Deguei's watchful gaze, he smiled readily. All right, just 1 more day then. It's a deal. After finishing their meal and tidying up, everyone immediately immersed themselves in labor. Fang Jie gestured to Su Daqiang with a nod, urging him to help move stones. Just as Su Daqiang stood up, his elderly mother, who had been sitting in the shade, trembled and attempted to follow him. He quickly turned back, untying a makeshift harness made of vines from his waist, securing one end around his mother's wrist while grasping the other in his hand. "Mother, please walk steadily with me." Fang Jie observed this scene with growing concern. The stones were heavy and slippery, and Su Daqiang had to divide his attention between watching over his mother and transporting the materials. More than once, he nearly stumbled. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he pondered the frailty of the elderly woman's bent figure, realizing that this arrangement was neither efficient nor safe. He stroked his chin, contemplating a plan he would discuss with Wenrushu and the others later about relocating the tent near the pond, allowing the two sisters to assist in caring for the elderly woman. This way, Su Daqiang could focus on his tasks while ensuring his mother received constant attention, achieving a dual purpose. By evening, a small mountain of stones had accumulated in the clearing. Su Daqiang wiped his brow and kicked a stone at his feet. "Brother, I've been meaning to ask, why gather so many stones? Aren't wooden houses built from timber?" Fang Jie squatted down, weighing a sharply angular stone in his palm. "Have you ever seen a heated Kong in the north? The weather is growing colder, and relying solely on branches for fire is unsafe. Sparks can fly everywhere with the wind. Constructing a Kong and a stove will solve both cooking and heating issues." Su Daqiang scratched his head, surveying the pile of stones. "But isn't there a risk of setting the wooden house ablaze with a Kong inside? There are ways to mitigate that risk. Our ancestors have passed down survival wisdom for generations. What we can conceive, they have already found solutions for." Fang Jie drew a circle in the dirt with a stick, explaining that they would first build the Kong and stove, leaving a ventilation channel, and only then erect the wooden house frame, ensuring they would not be in close proximity. He tapped on a stone, noting that the proximity to the pond made it convenient for water access. Mixing mud with crushed stones would yield a sturdy structure. After rising and brushing off the dust from his trousers, he declared, "We'll commence work early tomorrow. Just wait and see." Lu Deguo and two others returned, wobbling under the weight of their axes. "This afternoon, we chopped down about 16 or 17 trees. With those from before, we should have enough for a small wooden house, right?" Fang Jie circled the timber, estimating its length and quantity. "This should suffice for the house, but we can't be sure of future needs." He looked up at Lu Deguo. "Let us do this. Tomorrow, let us work one more day and fell at least 20 more trees. Then, bring the clean timber to the pond. That will conclude the task. How does that sound?" Lu Deguo exchanged glances with his companions, hesitating for a moment before nodding. "All right, let me reiterate, this is the last day." Fang Jie, observing their curiosity, asked, "You've mentioned this several times today. What is the matter? Why the secrecy and urgency?" "You need not worry about that. We agreed to help you this one time. After this, you pursue your path, and we'll follow ours. Your affairs are not our concern." "Fine, if that is how you wish it. What more can I say? As long as you do not provoke me, I assure you I will not interfere." "All right, see you tomorrow." With that, they hurriedly departed. Fang Jie turned to Su Daqiang and pointed to the sheltered area by the pond. "Nightfall is approaching. You should find a spot for the elderly gentleman and lay down some dry grass to shield him from the wind." Su Daqiang, who was busy adjusting his mother's clothing, nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. You need not worry about me. I have it under control." He gently supported his mother and began to walk towards the designated area. After a few steps, he squatted down, lifted his mother onto his back, and carefully made his way to the windbreak. Fang Jie returned to the tent and immediately noticed a brand new small red bucket placed outside. "Oh, where did this come from?" He kicked the bottom of the bucket, producing a dull thud. Wenrushu emerged from the tent, excitedly brandishing a sand-covered makeup bag. "After my sister fell asleep, I wandered to the beach out of boredom. You mentioned that one could find supplies there, so I wanted to try my luck, and I actually struck gold." She opened the makeup bag, which was brimming with a toothbrush, shampoo, and towels. "This bucket can hold water, and I even found a bundle of wire that can be used to tie wood together." Wenrushu crouched down to stow the makeup bag inside the tent. Her luck truly remarkable. She could finally brush her teeth. The sisters animatedly discussed their newfound hygiene supplies. Fang Jie navigated around the tent, his gaze drawn to a rudimentary stone stove. The stove was haphazardly constructed from rough stones, with an opening at the bottom for kindling, while the stone slab above had turned pitch black from the smoke. Scattered around were large fragments of pottery clay, mingled with cracked, unfinished pieces. Fang Jie felt a pang of disappointment. Had they not succeeded today? Who said that? When Rushu interjected. Despite all the broken pieces, we still made some progress. She pointed to 2 palm-sized bowls and a coarse pottery jar located behind the stove. The bowls were crooked, their surfaces marred by unburned patches of clay. The jar was somewhat intact, though its base bore mottled scorch marks. Fang Jie reached out to touch the jar, but when Rushu quickly stopped him, do not touch it carelessly. The clay, mixed with sand, needs to dry for 2 days before being fired slowly. Today was the first attempt. The temperature wasn't controlled well, resulting in most of it breaking. These few pieces are barely usable, and they must soak in water overnight to absorb moisture. Otherwise, they will crack easily. When Rushu poured a little water into the jar, and droplets seeped into the clay along its uneven texture. Tomorrow, we can use this to hold things, and the bowls can serve soup. She smiled as she poked at the air bubbles on the jar, acknowledging its imperfections, yet deeming it better than holding everything in their hands. Chapter 13. The heart of a young girl. Hurry and eat while it's still warm. The food is nearly cold. When Ruashue called out to the 2 as she settled by the campfire, the 3 gathered around the blaze. The only sounds being the crunch of food and the crackling of the firewood. Fang Jie wiped his mouth and remarked, I was thinking that tomorrow we could move the tent closer to the pond. What do you think? When Ruashue's eyes lit up. Really? Are we moving now? Oh, I originally planned for tomorrow, but it seems you're eager to go right away. Absolutely. When you're not around during the day, we're constantly on edge. Strange sounds echoing from the forest keep us awake at night, fearing that a wolf might suddenly appear. Indeed, we have no weapons, and we are utterly defenseless. This tent doesn't even have a door. In the face of danger, uncertainty looms over us, leaving us at a loss for what to do. Yet, being in your presence brings comfort. When Ruhu smiled lightly, adding that fetching water would be far more convenient than melting snow. The snow had fallen for 2 days and had nearly melted away. She glanced at her sister, who had been lamenting the lack of a proper face wash ever since she found her makeup bag. Now, they could finally freshen up. Let's move tonight, Fang Jie exclaimed, slapping his thigh. With the moonlight brightening our path, we should pack up and leave. The sisters exchanged a glance and promptly rose to gather their belongings, neglecting to extinguish the campfire as they eagerly began to organize their gear. Once everything was in order, Fang Jie hoisted the heavy tent, while the Wen sisters each carried a box filled with assorted items, with one clutching the remaining possessions. They left behind the scattered firewood, knowing they could easily gather more at their new location. The trio traversed the gravel and fallen leaves under the cloak of night for quite some time until they finally spotted a pond. The reeds by the water swayed in the moonlight, and the surface shimmered with glistening ripples. When Ruashue, she cheered joyfully, dropping her box with a thud and sprinting to the water's edge, cupping her hands to drink the refreshing water. Sister, come quick. This water is so much sweeter than melted snow. When Rushu quickly followed, splashing water on her face, the droplets cascading down her cheeks, washing away her weariness. In the shadows, Su Daqiang, hearing the commotion, approached with his mother. Upon seeing when Rushu and Fang Jie standing side by side, he looked astonished. How did you 2 end up together? When Rushu succinctly recounted the circumstances of their meeting with Fang Jie, nodding in understanding, Su Daqiang remarked, You are quite fortunate. It's a blessing to have encountered Fang Jie. He is a good person. The sisters exchanged glances at Fang Jie, smiling in agreement. Indeed, he is truly dependable. Fang Jie, slightly bashful from their praise, coughed lightly, urging modesty. Subsequently, they set about reassembling the tent by the pond. Once the tent was erected, the Wen sisters exchanged glances. And when Ruashue, blushing, turned to Fang Jie, Could you please step outside for a moment? Fang Jie was taken aback. What is the matter? When Rushu whispered, We would like to fetch some water and heat it for washing. Understanding dawned on Fang Jie, and he smiled, nodding before moving to sit with Su Daqiang and his mother on a haystack, engaging in idle chatter. Meanwhile, the sisters sprang into action. When Ruashue took a small red bucket to fetch water from the pond, while when Rushu adeptly set up a simple stone stove and kindled a fire. In no time, steam began to rise from the pot, and at last, the sisters could cleanse themselves thoroughly. They meticulously sealed the tent door with waterproof fabric to ensure no light could leak through. The night fell into a tranquil silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects. Fang Jie sat not far off, listening to the sounds of water splashing from within the tent, his thoughts wandering. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he gazed up at the stars twinkling above. Feeling a bit awkward, Su Daqiang cleared his throat and glanced towards the tent, inquiring, Fang Jie, how do you plan on arranging the sleeping arrangements tonight? Fang Jie scratched his head. What else can we do? We should all sleep together. In this desolate wilderness, it'll be cozier and safer if we huddle together. Su Daqiang gazed at Fang Jie, an expression of envy flickering in his eyes. He smacked his lips and remarked, You, my friend, have two sisters here, and many in the company have pursued them over the years without success. Yet here you are, enjoying their company. It's truly enviable. Fang Jie chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. Brother Daqiang, don't let your imagination run wild. We're merely working together to survive. Nothing more than that. The corners of Su Daqiang's mouth curled into a knowing smile as he teased. All right, I understand. You're just being modest. However, moving forward, we must rely on one another. After all, humans are social creatures, and there is strength in numbers. Fang Jie nodded, casting his gaze into the distance, and replied, Indeed, in this desolate wilderness, we must look out for each other to enhance our chances of survival. Inside the tent, the sisters had just finished bathing and were drying their hair. When Ruoxue whispered, Sister, what do you think of Fang Jie? When Ruoxue pondered for a moment, he is quite admirable, young, handsome, and robust. In a civilized society, he might go unnoticed, but here, such attributes are rather appealing. Indeed, quite appealing, when Ruoxue agreed. Noticing her sister's demeanor, she paused her towel wringing and asked, Ruoxue, what do you mean by that? Do you harbor some secret thoughts? What? No, nothing. When Ruoxue stammered, her hand trembling as droplets splashed onto her wrist. You're overthinking it, sister. I have no such intentions. When Ruoxue leaned closer, playfully pinching her sister's warm earlobe. Come clean. Have you developed feelings for him? Sister. When Ruoxue's face flushed crimson as she seized the towel and playfully lunged at her sister. Stop saying such things. Fang Jie saved us. I'm merely grateful. The sisters giggled as they playfully tussled, the waterproof cloth rustling from their antics. Once they had dried off and tidied the tent, when Ruoxue lifted the waterproof cloth and called out, Fang Daxia, you may enter. Upon hearing her voice, Fang Jie rose, brushing off the hay clinging to his pants. Su Daqiang, standing nearby, chuckled as he nudged Fang Jie's shoulder, winking, All right, go on, enjoy yourself. Fang Jie shot him a glare, but offered no retort as he stepped towards the tent, the sound of Su Daqiang's knowing laughter trailing behind him. Chapter 14. The allure of beauty. As Fang Jie lifted the waterproof cloth, a warm, fragrant breeze enveloped him. Within the mist of steam, the Wind sisters knelt on the freshly laid haymat. Moonlight filtered through the tent's seams, casting a soft, ethereal glow upon them. Their previously dirt-streaked faces now appeared fair and translucent, slightly flushed from the warmth of the water. Their long, dark hair was casually tied up, with a few strands cascading down their necks, and their full, rounded figures accentuated the already worn garments they wore. He stood frozen, his throat involuntarily tightening. One Ruoxue was the first to break the silence, giggling as she poked her sister. Sister, look at Fang Jie. His eyes are glazed over. When Ruoxue stifled a smile, absent-mindedly fidgeting with her clothing. Do you find us attractive? Only then did Fang Jie regain his composure. Though he feigned indifference, well, it's passable. Cleaned up. You look somewhat presentable. The two sisters simultaneously glared at Fang Jie with discontent. When Ruoxue placed her hands on her hips and remarked, What are you saying? Brother Fang, have you seen so many beautiful girls that your standards are so high? Although when Ruoxue remained silent, she too awaited his response. Fang Jie waved his hand dismissively. All right, it was my mistake. I'll go freshen up. He bent down to retrieve the toothpaste, toothbrush, and small towel he had previously found in his luggage. Once I'm done washing up, let's have a good sleep. With that, he exited the tent and made his way toward the water's edge. Who wants to sleep with you? Before long, Fang Jie returned after washing up. The three of them settled onto their makeshift hay beds, and the tent gradually fell into a peaceful silence. The weather was quite pleasant that day. The sisters had aired out their blankets, which now no longer carried any unpleasant odor. Fang Jie nestled into the soft, sun-dried blankets, enveloped by a faint, alluring fragrance. This scent, mingled with the aroma of hay warmed by the sun and the delicate essence unique to the sisters, became increasingly enticing within the confines of the small tent. He tossed and turned, the hay crackling softly beneath him. Brother Fang, Are you performing acrobatics? When Ruoshiue's voice, laced with laughter, came from behind him. If you keep flipping around, you'll wear a hole in the ground. When Rushu chimed in teasingly, could it be that the great hero overindulged at dinner and is practicing his unique martial arts to aid digestion? Fang Jie shielded his face with his arm and muttered, "Stop teasing me. I just can't fall asleep all of a sudden." The tent echoed with the sisters' suppressed giggles, accompanied by the rustling sounds of movement. After some time of restless tossing, just as Fang Jie began to feel drowsy, he suddenly felt warmth on his shoulder. When Ruoshua had unknowingly turned over, her face nearly brushing against his neck, her warm breath gently caressing his skin. Her slightly parted lips glistened with moisture, accentuating her already fair complexion with an alluring glow. Fang Jie felt his throat tighten, and his heart raced uncontrollably, drawing him closer to her involuntarily. At that moment, when Rushu's quiet voice came from the other side, "Don't move around." She propped herself up and, illuminated by the faint moonlight, fixed her gaze on Fang Jie's tense profile. If Ruoshua is restless while sleeping, you must not take advantage of her. Fang Jie froze, hastily closing his eyes to feign sleep. When Ruoshua let out a soft laugh, her warm breath brushing against his ear, "Brother Fang, I know you're not asleep." "Who said that?" "I'm asleep. You just woke me up. Look, you came over to my side." "Ah, I was just awakened by your ruckus. I heard your heart pounding just now. You're right. If you dare to take advantage of me, I will." Before she could finish her sentence, she playfully swatted at Fang Jie, inadvertently touching an inappropriate area. "Ah, pervert." When Ruoshua quickly rolled over and hid in her sister's embrace, Fang Jie inhaled sharply, arching his back. "You are truly turning the tables on me. I did nothing, yet you call me a pervert. Who told you to act like that? How annoying. I am merely showing you the bare minimum of respect. Do you understand? If I didn't react, wouldn't that be ridiculing both of you?" When Rushu observed the two of them with exasperation and sighed, all right, enough of the bickering. Let us go to sleep." When Ruoshua huffed lightly, clinging to her sister, and soon fell quiet. After the silence, Fang Jie could not help but direct his gaze towards when Ruoshua. At that moment, she had her back to him, her slender waist and curvaceous hips subtly illuminated by the dim light. Fang Jie felt a surge of warmth rise within him. He quickly turned away, striving to regain his composure. Eventually, he gradually drifted into slumber. In the early morning, the two sisters woke up early to freshen up. In his dreams, Fang Jie smiled broadly, intermittently chuckling and mumbling indistinctly. When Rushu was braiding Ruoshua's hair when she heard the noise and looked up. There, she saw Fang Jie grinning widely, his expression quite comical. The sisters exchanged glances and tiptoed closer. "Sister, what do you think he is mumbling about?" When Ruoshua whispered, "How would I know? It sounds like he's got a sweet potato in his mouth." "I can't make out a thing," when Rushu replied. Just as she finished speaking, Fang Jie opened his eyes, meeting their gazes filled with mirth. He instantly became alert and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. "What delightful dream have you been having, Brother Fang? You look so happy." When Ruoshua teased, blinking her eyes and leaning in closer. "Come on, tell us. Did you dream of us?" Seeing that silly grin, it's obvious you weren't thinking of anything good. Fang Jie sat up, exclaiming, "Nonsense. Who do you think I am? I am a scholar of the spring and autumn annals. One must see no evil and hear no evil. I simply dreamt of finding food, endless food to last a lifetime. That's why I'm so joyful. Is that so?" When Rushu propped her chin on one hand, a playful smile on her lips. "Then how come Ruoshua and I heard you calling our names in your dream?" "What? Did I say that out loud?" "What else did I say?" The tent erupted with laughter from his sisters. "Ha, sister, he fell for it. We couldn't make out what you were mumbling. I was just teasing you. You scoundrel, you clearly weren't thinking of anything good. Now get up and go cook. I'm famished." When Rushu wiped away the tears of laughter and tugged at her sister's sleeve. "All right, let us not tease him anymore. We have much to do today. You help me fetch water and sand, and I'll continue making the pottery." "Okay, sister, understood." Chapter 15. Building the calm. When Rushu and her sister squatted busily by the stove they had constructed, the aroma of food wafting through the air. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached, and Lu Degui, along with two others, came into view. Upon spotting Fang Jie with the sisters, they widened their eyes in astonishment. Lu Degui hurried over, scrutinizing them with an expression of disbelief. "How did you three end up together?" Fang Jie furrowed his brow and replied in a low voice. Don't speak nonsense. What do you mean by together? Do you not know how to communicate? We simply ran into each other. Lu Degui, however, was not focused on Fang Jie. His gaze was fixated greedily on the sisters, his eyes filled with longing and envy, scanning over them repeatedly. When Ruoshue's expression darkened instantly as she stepped in front of her sister, her tone laced with disdain. Have you finished staring? Keep your mouth clean. When Rushu shot him a cold glance as well, pulling her sister aside, deliberately creating distance from Lu Degui. Fang Jie stood protectively in front of his sisters, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Lu Degui. Refrain from that look of yours. Instead of wasting time, you might as well get to work. Complete the tasks I assigned you, and you can leave sooner. Lu Degui, unwilling to relent, cast a lingering glance at the exquisite faces of the sisters, their features illuminated by the soft morning light, before he reluctantly averted his gaze. Turning to Fang Jie, he sighed helplessly, shaking his head as he muttered, "Fine. Consider yourself fortunate this time. I've had my eye on these two lovely ladies for quite some time, yet you managed to silence me. For the sake of your labor, I shall pretend I did not hear that. But should you utter another word, I will not be so accommodating. All right, no need to be angry. I tend to speak thoughtlessly. I shall refrain from further comments," Lu Degui conceded, beckoning his two companions to follow him as they hefted their axes and ventured deeper into the woods. As their footsteps faded, when Rushu spat in their direction with disdain, when Ruoshue, infuriated, stomped her foot, that Lu Degui has always been like this. His gaze is as if he owns us, utterly revolting. Fang Jie placed a comforting hand on the shoulders of the sisters. Do not let such people irritate you. There are already dozens of logs gathered. Let them cut some more for reserves. Once they have transported the wood, we shall go our separate ways and never cross paths again. The sisters exchanged glances, their tense shoulders gradually relaxing. When Ruoshue huffed, "I hope I never have to encounter him again." When Rushu nodded in agreement, her expression softening as she resumed cooking. After the meal, the camp buzzed with activity. When Ruoshue carried buckets back and forth between the beach and the campsite, pouring sand mixed with fresh water into a pit. When Rushu knelt on the flattened mud, repeatedly kneading and pounding the moist clay. As her fingers danced, the clay began to take on the curvature of a pot's rim. In the center of the campsite, Fang Jie, accompanied by Su Daqiang, commenced constructing the stove and the Kong. "First, we shall build the stove," Fang Jie instructed, pointing to a clear area. "Find some flat, large stones and arrange them in a triangular formation, leaving space in the center for the firewood." Su Daqiang promptly brought the stones, while Fang Jie drove sharpened wooden stakes deep into the surrounding ground. Together, they mixed clay with dried grass to firmly fill the gaps between the stones and laid thick branches atop the stove to create a recess for the pot. Once the stove was completed, Fang Jie measured the position for the Kang's foundation. "We need to dig a shallow pit, approximately to the height of our calves. This will serve as the foundation for the Kong." Su Daqiang wielded a wooden shovel, quickly excavating a neat rectangular hole. Fang Jie arranged stones within the pit to form a grid-like framework, reinforcing each section with larger stones and thick wooden sticks, then applying a layer of mud to ensure stability. The flue would extend from the stove, winding its way outside the campsite. As he spoke, he began to stack stones to construct the flue, deliberately allowing it to rise slightly, ensuring that smoke would not backtrack. With the framework complete, they laid the flat stones they had selected over the past 2 days atop it to form the Kong bed. Fang Jie extracted a lump of clay, meticulously filling the gaps between the stones. "We must not leave any openings. Otherwise, the smoke will escape and it will be unbearable." He subsequently brought a large bundle of dried reeds and spread them on the heated bed. This serves as an insulating layer, capable of trapping warmth. Upon witnessing this, Su Daqiang also gathered dried leaves and layered them atop the reeds. Finally, Fang Jie combined the wet sand and clay brought by Wen Ruoshu, applying a thick layer on the insulation. This mud not only levels the surface but also retains heat. He repeatedly pressed the mud surface with a wooden board until it was smooth and even. Once thoroughly dried, the heated bed would be complete, providing warmth and comfort. When Rushu gazed at the creation, unable to restrain her admiration, "Impressive. You can do this too?" Fang Jie straightened, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I am from the north, and in my hometown, we always have heated beds. I slept on one for nearly 10 years. I've seen my family clean and repair the bed many times. I've even helped my grandfather build a new one. It's no big deal." Children raised in rural northern areas have at least some knowledge of heated beds. He glanced at Wenrushu's fair and radiant face and remarked, by your accent, you must be from a southern water town, right? Wenrushu nodded. Yes, I am from the south, a city quite far down. I am not familiar with heated beds. She added. Su Daqiang, full of admiration, gave Fang Jie a thumbs up and said, Brother, your survival skills in the wild are truly impressive. I am genuinely impressed. Once your house is nearly finished, could you possibly help me build a small one as well? I'm not greedy, just enough for my mother and me. Fang Jie smiled and patted Su Daqiang's shoulder, saying no problem. Once I finish here, I will definitely help you build one. Let us support each other on this deserted island. It will make our lives a bit easier. When Ruoxue, overhearing their conversation, chimed in cheerfully, Daqiang. With Fang Jie's excellent craftsmanship, the small house he builds for you will surely be both sturdy and comfortable. Su Daqiang beamed with gratitude, saying, Thank you, brother. To be honest, I can endure hardship, but my mother is the priority. She is older and in poor health. She can manage for a few days. But I genuinely fear she won't hold up for long. If it snows or the wind picks up again, I dare not imagine. Fang Jie understood without needing further explanation. Brother Daqiang, could I possibly turn on you once you've helped me? Once my work is complete, I will immediately assist you. All right, let us both put in the effort. What is our next step? Please, make the arrangements. Fang Jie looked at the heated bed and then went to gather more clay. I'll fill in the gaps. The group resumed their labors, and the sounds of industrious activity filled the camp once more. Chapter 16. The mysterious Lu Degay. As the sun gradually ascended to its zenith, 3 perfectly round pottery jars were piled beside Wenrushu. She wiped the fine sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, revealing a joyful smile. Today, I managed the heat perfectly and produced 3 excellent jars. Fang Jie crouched down, his fingertips gliding over the smooth surface of the pottery, genuinely impressed. Your craftsmanship is becoming increasingly refined. A few more days of practice, and you could be a master. Wenrushu chuckled softly, her lips pressed together in amusement, her eyes crescent-shaped. It's nothing special. It's just a matter of skill. The secret to controlling the fire can be grasped after several attempts. She raised her gaze to the sky and thought, it's nearly time to prepare lunch. Fang Jie immediately stood and instructed, Ruoxue, you start the fire at the stove. He turned to Su Daqiang with a raised eyebrow. Do you still want to try fishing? Of course. Su Daqiang exclaimed as he rushed towards the pond, confident that he would return with several large fish today. When Ruoxue bounced with excitement, clapping her hands and cheerfully swinging her ponytail, declaring, I want to eat fish. I want to eat fish. Go, Daqiang. Wenrushu carefully moved the freshly made ceramic jars to a shaded area to dry, then resumed kneading a lump of clay, saying, You all keep busy. I'll make a few more. Fang Jie nodded, his gaze sweeping across the corner of the campsite where the Kong was located. The clay between the stone slabs was half dry, and the flue was unobstructed. Still, he felt uneasy, bending down to examine it closely, gently tapping the surface with a twig and listening for hollow sounds, occasionally adding small bits of grass to fill any gaps. Before long, Su Daqiang returned, proudly presenting several fish to Wenrushu. Xiaoxue, how about we make fish soup? Though it may be a bit more trouble, we can't feast on grilled fish all the time. Fish soup is much more nutritious. Sound great. I also want some soup to warm up. As the fragrant smoke spiraled into the air, Wenrushu simmered the fish soup, the tender fish rolling in the bubbling broth. Fang Jie straightened up and called out to the distant woods, Lu Degay, come over for a meal. We have fish soup today. However, Lu Degay did not look back, striking the tree trunk with his axe, and bellowed, Don't mind us. Just eat your fill. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return. The 2 companions beside him continued their labor without pause. Wang Tian, who typically complained often, was now so engrossed that he didn't even bother to wipe the sweat from his brow, beads of perspiration splattering onto the ground. How peculiar, Fang Jie mused, his gaze fixed on the trio's unusual behavior. Today, they resembled a whip top, their speed in chopping would exceeding their usual pace by more than double. What exactly were they scheming? Wenrushu approached with a freshly made ceramic jar and, noticing Fang Jie lost in thought, softly inquired, What is the matter? Fang Jie pressed his lips together, lowering his voice. They seem off. I can't tell what they're up to. Their fervent labor indicates they wish to finish quickly and return to their own affairs. He rubbed his chin, a flicker of vigilance in his eyes. Once they're done, I need to investigate. With that, He urged Wen Rushu to go eat, yet his gaze remained fixed on the three busy figures in the woods. In the afternoon, Wang Tian and his companions huffed and puffed as they transported the felled and stripped logs to the campsite. Their teamwork was seamless. The logs were balanced on their shoulders as they moved steadily and swiftly down the slope. The wood was meticulously processed, the bark stripped clean, and the surfaces smooth and polished, glistening softly in the sunlight. Fang Jie observed the pile of timber beside the campsite, nodding with satisfaction before his gaze shifted to the newly constructed Kong. It needs to be seasoned. He reached out to touch the surface of the clay, noting that the top layer still held some moisture. If the dampness wasn't dried out, it would be prone to cracking during future use. With this in mind, he called Su Daqiang to assist, carefully arranging small dry twigs in the stove before igniting them. The flames leapt up with a crackling sound, and soon, wisps of smoke began to rise from the flue. Fang Jie squatted nearby, meticulously observing the direction of the smoke, ensuring there was no backflow. As the temperature increased, fine steam gradually rose from the Kong, and the earthy scent of damp clay slowly dissipated. He started with a gentle fire, allowing the moisture to evaporate before intensifying the heat. Fang Jie busily added firewood to the stove while explaining things to Su Daqiang. When Ruoxue, intrigued, leaned in closer but was quickly met with a cloud of smoke that set her coughing. "Brother Fang, how long will the fire burn?" she inquired. "At least until dusk," Fang Jie replied, gesturing towards the heated Kong. "Once it's dry and warm by tomorrow, we shall enjoy a cozy night on it." His gaze remained fixed on the flames as he adjusted the wood to ensure even heat distribution throughout the Kong. Watching the joyful flames dance upon the wood, he straightened up, dusted his hands, and turned to Su Daqiang and Wen Ruoxu, stating, "This Kong needs a chimney, otherwise the smoke won't escape. You two should gather some twigs, clay, and find some large shells. We'll make a simple chimney." Su Daqiang nodded. "Got it. I'll go chop some twigs right away." Wen Ruoxu, equally eager, chimed in, "I'm skilled at collecting shells. I can gather a handful from the beach." With that, they split up to carry out their tasks. Before long, Su Daqiang returned with a bundle of evenly sized twigs, while Wen Ruoxu cradled a pile of neatly shaped shells. Fang Jie combined the clay with water to form a pliable mixture, instructing, "First, bind the twigs into a cylindrical frame. Make sure it's tight and secure." Following his directions, Su Daqiang used vines to firmly tie the twigs together, swiftly forming a rudimentary framework. Next, they applied the clay, ensuring a thickness of about 2 fingers. Fang Jie evenly coated the surface of the frame with the clay. Wen Ruoxu assisted by carefully embedding the shells into the clay, with the openings facing downward and arranged tightly. These shells would reinforce the structure and provide waterproofing. Once the chimney took shape, Fang Jie moved it into the sunlight to dry. After some time, when the surface was adequately dried, he placed it beside the Kong for further gradual drying. After approximately 2 hours, he secured the base of the chimney to a stone next to the Kong with vines to ensure stability. Once the chimney is completely dry, we will leave an opening for it in the wooden house and ensure it is waterproof. Once the house is constructed, we can comfortably sleep on the warm Kong. Wen Ruoxu crouched nearby, gazing expectantly at the chimney. "Brother Fang, is this Kong comfortable?" Fang Jie chuckled, ruffling her hair, "Of course. Outside, the north wind howls and the blizzard rages. You'll be nestled inside the wooden house, lying on the warm Kong. Just imagine how that would feel." When Ruoxu tilted her head in contemplation, "Wouldn't that be like lying on a grilled squid? The fire beneath and me on top." Fang Jie laughed, "Silly. Do you think the Kong is actually grilled over flames?" Although it's called a Kong, it relies on the heat from the stove for warmth. Cooking and heating simultaneously is why the Kong is so cherished. "Oh, I see now. I understand." When Ruoxu nodded obediently. Then, with a mischievous glint in her eye, she added, "You called me silly earlier, and you took advantage of me by patting my head. Pay up." Chapter 17. A ground full of wood hay. "Are you trying to swindle me?" Fang Jie chuckled, tilting his chin up towards Wen Ruoxu. "Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of being swindled. I actually have money." With that, he turned around, opened his suitcase, and pulled out a stack of water-damaged bills, shaking them out in front of her. When Ruoxu glanced at the colorful banknotes, wrinkling her nose in disdain. "These are so damp, they can't even be used to start fire, let alone for something as crude as wiping," she declared. "I don't want this." She tiptoed closer to Fang Jie, her bright eyes fixed intently on him. "I want 2 pieces of the fattiest rabbit jerky." With a resigned smile, Fang Jie reached into the innermost part of the box and retrieved 2 glistening pieces of rabbit jerky. When Ruoxua cheered, reaching out eagerly, only for Fang Jie to lift them high out her grasp. We agreed on 2 pieces, so make them last, he instructed. When Ruoxua stuck out her tongue, bouncing on her toes as she snatched the jerky from his hand. As she turned, she couldn't resist making a silly face at Fang Jie. She scampered over to her sister, shoving the shiny rabbit jerky into Rushu's mouth. When Rushu took a bite, her brow furrowing in confusion. How could you bear to give up your jerky? When Ruoxua's eyes curved into crescent moons as she leaned closer to her sister, recounting the whole story. When Rushu was initially taken aback, but soon a light laugh escaped her lips at her sister's antics. She glanced at Fang Jie, who was squatting by the fire pit, his profile softened by the flickering flames, with bits of grass clinging to his hair. He seems quite indulgent towards you, she remarked. What are you talking about, sister? Indulgent? Don't say such nonsense. All right, I won't say anything more. Just let me have another bite. It's quite delicious. Before evening fell, Lu Fugue and his companions returned, their faces flushed and breathing heavily. They unceremoniously tossed the axes and tools at Fang Jie. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Fugue gruffly announced as promised. Here are the 20 logs you asked for, not one less. All chopped. The campsite was densely piled with wood, approximately 50 or 60 logs in total. Fang Jie surveyed the heap, and then turned his gaze to the trio, whose exhaustion was evident yet tinged with impatience. He clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, brothers. Your efficiency is commendable. He paused, fixing Lu Fugue with an intense gaze. But I must ask once more, what is the rush? What matters are you attending to? Lu Fugue's expression darkened as he waved his hand dismissively. Just remember what you said. We VE help you. So mind your own business and stop prying. The other 2 urged him on, ready to leave. Understanding that further inquiries would yield no answers, Fang Jie relented, silently watching as they hurried into the depths of the forest. Once they were out of sight, Fang Jie pondered their unusual behavior, feeling a sense of unease. Unbeknownst to him, when Rushu had approached and gently patted his shoulder, her voice soothing. Don't overthink it. Why concern yourself with them? As long as their actions don't disrupt our lives here, let them do as they please. Fang Jie nodded, his tense expression softening. He took a deep breath and turned to Rushu. You're right. Since they aren't provoking us, there's no need for us to create trouble. Let's leave them to their own devices, as long as it doesn't affect us. He gazed at the freshly cut timber within the camp, the clay pots drying in the sun, the warm hearth exuding steam, and the melodious hum of Ruoxua as she prepared dinner. Gradually, a sense of tranquility settled within him. As long as we can manage this little camp well, that is sufficient. The evening breeze swept away Fang Jie's lingering doubts. The 2 exchanged a smile and turned back towards the camp. Fang Jie pointed to the newly constructed stove and said to the Wen sisters, let us cook here and see how well this new stove works. When Rushu and Ruoxua's eyes sparkled with curiosity, having grown up in a bustling metropolis where they had never encountered a stove, although they had been cooking on a stone hearth for the past few days. The haphazardly stacked stones were no comparison to this exquisite stove. When Ruoxua rolled up her sleeves and placed the pot securely on the stove, while when Rushu began to organize the ingredients, Su Daqiang, nearby, constructed a makeshift stove with some leftover stones. His mother sat beside him, holding a small frying pan, their usual tool for cooking and boiling water. Brother Daqiang, don't cook alone. Come over and eat with us, she called out. Su Daqiang, tending to the fire, replied, don't mind us. We can manage on our own. I must not grow dependent on others. I need to take care of my mother. Fang Jie nodded slightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. All right, just let me know if you need any assistance. Su Daqiang acknowledged him with a nod, focusing intently on adding firewood to the stove. When Rushu rummaged through a plastic box in the corner and unearthed a package of instant noodles, dusted lightly. After brushing off the dust, she approached the stove and poured the leftover fish soup from lunch into the pot to heat it. The soup bubbled and hissed, releasing an enticing aroma that filled the air. She added the noodles to the fish broth and, with a small knife, diced a piece of rabbit meat into neat strips, which she then mixed into the noodles. She also retrieved a piece of ham, slicing it thinly to sprinkle over the dish. Regrettably, the limited ingredients constrained her to such a simple meal. When Ruoxua leaned in eagerly, her nose twitching as she inhaled the fragrant steam rising from the pot. With a gentle smile, Wenrushu took out her handmade ceramic bowls. Though the surfaces were not perfectly smooth, they had been fired at high temperatures, making them suitable for serving food. She carefully ladled the cooked noodles and heated fish soup into the bowls, steam rising and the aroma intensifying. "Let us taste it and see how it is," she suggested. Wenrushu eagerly accepted a bowl and slurped a mouthful of noodles, her eyes narrowing with satisfaction. "Sister, it's absolutely delicious." Wenrushu beckoned Fang Jie over, and he approached quickly. She pointed to the 3 ceramic bowls arranged before them. "Be careful with these bowls. Each one is engraved with a name. You can only use your own." Curiously, Fang Jie picked up one of the bowls and inspected it closely, indeed finding his name etched at the bottom. "Quite exquisite," he remarked. The attention to detail was apparent. Wenrushu then produced several straightened twigs, their surfaces polished to a smooth finish, free of any splinters and exuding a faint aroma of wood. "I polished these this afternoon. They will serve as our chopsticks from now on, 1 pair for each of us. Each set has a unique shape that I made as a mark." Fang Jie took the branch, inspecting it meticulously, and discovered that it was of uniform length, crafted with great care. "These chopsticks are well made. Dining will be much more convenient in the future. No longer shall we hastily break 2 sticks to make do." Wenrushu nodded slightly. In this desolate island, having such usable items is already a blessing. We must devise more practical tools henceforth. Chapter 18. The snare trap after dinner. The Wen sisters tidied up the dishes. Fang Jie squatted by the heated bed, his fingers grazing the dry surface with satisfaction. He turned to Wenrushu and said, "This heated bed is thoroughly dried. If the weather is fine tomorrow, we can air it out for another day and smoke a few meals. Tonight, we'll set up the waterproof cloth, and we can sleep on the bed." "That sounds splendid. The heated bed is quite spacious. The little tent is too cramped, and you always seem to be trying to take advantage of us." "Nonsense. Well, have I ever taken advantage of you?" Don't deny it. This morning, when my sister was squatting to wash her face, you were staring at her backside. You little rascal, why didn't you tell me sooner? When did I ever look at her?" Fang Jie scratched his head awkwardly. "What's the big deal about glancing? You should be happy. If she weren't good looking, I wouldn't even look. Go away." Wenrushu shot him a fierce glare, though her eyes held little anger. "You 2 finish up. I need to gather some dry grass. There's dew at night. We mustn't dampen the heated bed." With that, he stood up and went to collect dry grass to lay down a protective layer. The sisters carried the pot to the pond's edge to clean up. Fang Jie piled the grass onto the bed and placed a few stones on top. "This will suffice, whether it's windy, snowing, or there's dew. There won't be major issues." "Fang Jie, come quickly." Wenrushu rushed over, breathless, her hair tousled by the wind, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Fang Jie approached her, asking what is the matter. "What happened?" "There are goats by the river. 2 mountain goats drinking water," Wenrushu whispered, tugging at Fang Jie's sleeve as they hurried toward the pond. "Let us catch them. We can have goat meat." At this, Fang Jie seized his spear and followed her to the pond. By the water's edge, Wenrushu cautiously pointed ahead. Under the moonlight, 2 goats were bowing their heads to drink from the stream, their white coats glimmering softly in the night. Fang Jie held his breath, crouching low as he crept closer. However, just as he prepared to pounce, the goats perked up their ears in alarm and swiftly darted into the thicket. Fang Jie took off in pursuit, branches scratching at his arms, yet he couldn't even brush against their tails. Panting heavily against a tree trunk, he watched helplessly as the goats vanished into the woods. Wenrushu caught up, sighing as she teased him. "You usually seem so agile in fights and tasks. How could you not catch even a single goat?" "I thought you came from a martial arts family?" Straightening up and wiping the sweat from his brow, Fang Jie replied, "Do you know why they're called mountain goats? They aren't like domesticated sheep. Mountain goats are inherently adept at running in the mountains and can easily scale cliffs. A person can hardly catch up in the forest." He gazed into the dark woods, clicking his tongue, but since there are goats nearby, there will surely be opportunities to catch them in the future. Wenrushu picked up the spear from the ground and handed it to him. "I was just joking with you. Don't take it to heart. Next time, let us set a trap. I don't believe we can't catch them." Upon returning to the camp, Fang Jie called out to Wenrushu, "Bring out the wire you found." Wenrushu dragged the wire from the storage box and handed it to him. Fang Jie crouched down, gripping both ends of the wire tightly, his forearm muscles taut. He repeatedly bent and twisted the wire, producing a piercing screech from the metal's friction. With a crisp snap, the half-meter-long wire broke cleanly. When Rusha leaned in, "Are you making a lasso? This can catch a rabbit, right?" Fang Jie nodded, skillfully coiling the wire into a spiral. "Not just for rabbits. It's sturdy enough that if a goat steps into it, it can ensnare its leg as well." As he spoke, he threaded one end of the wire through the loop he had created, ensuring that the more the prey struggled, the tighter it would become. When Ruashua squatted beside him, her eyes wide with astonishment, "Is it really that powerful? Can this single wire trap a goat?" "Of course," he replied. "These traps may seem simple to us, but they pose a significant threat to animals like goats." He shook the finished product. "If we set up several of these in the forest tonight, neither rabbits nor goats will escape easily." With swift movements, he bent the wire again, producing 4 more lassos in quick succession. He tied a vine to one end of each lasso, securing the other end to a sharp stake. The wire's resilience was formidable. Once it ensnared its prey, it would constrict like a metal band around them. "However, we must hide the traps well. You two, take your axes and follow me." The 3 of them ventured into the dense forest, the damp, decaying leaves crunching beneath their feet. Fang Jie raised his hand to signal a halt. Crouching to point at the ground, "Look at these hoof prints and the chewed grass roots. This is a common path for goats and wild rabbits." He parted the underbrush and used the back of his axe to drive the stake deep into the earth. The lasso lay flat among the pile of dry leaves, forming a bowl-shaped ring. Fang Jie gathered pine needles and small twigs to gently cover it, leaving a barely noticeable gap in the center. When Ruashua stood on tiptoe to peer over, "Will this work? What if they bypass it?" Fang Jie looked at her, somewhat exasperated. "If one clever animal avoids it, we'll just wait for the next foolish one, like you, to get caught." "Sis, look at him. He bullies me. He always calls me foolish." When Rushu gently tapped Fang Jie on the forehead, "Stop teasing my sister. She is already a bit slow-witted, and you're just provoking her." "Haha, all right. I won't tease her anymore. You two are such pests." When Rusha laughed while comforting her sister, who pouted at Fang Jie. "Why are you looking at me? I didn't provoke you. Come on, let us set up the other traps." He led them to a fork in the animal trail, near a stream where they set up additional traps. Each trap was spaced 20 steps apart, with the stakes driven into the ground at an angle. This way, even if the prey broke free, they would still be ensnared and unable to escape. Once all the traps were in place, Fang Jie dusted off his hands and surveyed the web of mechanisms spread throughout the forest. "Now we just wait for them to walk into the traps tonight. If we can catch a lead goat, it will be a great boon. Goat meat is quite nourishing in winter." When Rusha nodded yes, "Let us see how luck favors us. We've done all we can. Hopefully, tomorrow will bring us some rewards." When Ruashua stifled a yawn and suggested, "Let us return home and rest." At the mention of home, Fang Jie felt a warmth in his heart. When Rushu shared this sentiment, and the two exchanged a smile as the 3 returned to their tent. Chapter 19. The enormous moose. The following day, Fang Jie, accompanied by the One Sisters and Su Daqiang, commenced the construction of a wooden cabin. He surveyed the trio before him, methodically assigning tasks. "Daqiang, with your strength, you shall be responsible for digging the foundation pit. Please cut these logs into segments according to the markings, and assemble the wooden structures I have prepared in the correct order." Fang Jie handed him an axe, instructing, "Ensure you adhere strictly to my marked positions. Take your time. Do not rush or be careless." "Understood," Daqiang replied, and Fang Jie turned to the One Sisters. "Dawen, you and Xiaowen will assist Daqiang. Help him with lifting and transporting materials." "Dawen? What an unpleasant name. Please call me Xiao Ru, as it is my childhood name. My family always addresses me that way." "Very well, Xiao Ru. Follow my instructions accordingly." Once the arrangements were made, Fang Jie produced his prize saw. After Daqiang had chopped the wood, the sisters transported it to him. Fang Jie first marked the cutting lines on the logs with a knife, then began to saw. The teeth of the saw grated against the wood, emitting a creaking sound, while wood shavings danced like snowflakes in the air. The initial step involved crafting the house's vertical posts and horizontal beams. Fang Jie began by creating mortises at the top of the posts, deftly carving along the marked lines. The mortises needed to be vertical, uniform, and sufficiently deep, otherwise they would not bear the weight. While demonstrating to Su Daqiang, he reminded him of the importance of precision. Daqiang observed intently, and, once Fang Jie completed his task, mimicked his technique on another post. Meanwhile, when Ruoxue assisted by passing tools and occasionally leaned in curiously to observe Fang Jie as he fashioned the tenons. The creation of the tenons was crucial. Fang Jie opted for a dovetail joint, a remarkably sturdy mortise and tenon structure. He first sketched the dovetail shape at both ends of the beam, then carefully cut out the outline with the saw, refining it meticulously. The brilliance of the dovetail joint lies in its ability to tighten under pressure. As he spoke, Fang Jie compared the tenon to the mortise, ensuring a perfect fit. At the corners of the house, he employed a triangular corner joint. He carved identical, interlocking mortise and tenon structures at the ends of 3 wooden pieces. This triangular joint resembled the corner of a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling, and enhanced the structural integrity of the cabin. Fang Jie patiently explained while his hands moved incessantly. Su Daqiang was tasked with embedding the completed posts into the ground. He dug a half-meter deep hole at the designated spot, placed the post within, and compacted it with stones and earth to secure it. The post needed to be perfectly vertical, otherwise the entire structure would be askew. Fang Jie approached with a weighted wire to adjust and ensure the post was entirely perpendicular to the ground. As time passed, the posts rose from the earth one by one, with the beams being placed in succession, the mortise and tenon joints fitting seamlessly together. Fang Jie occasionally tapped gently with a wooden stick to ensure each connection was secure. The sound was crisp and clear, indicating that the joints were perfectly aligned. Fang Jie nodded in satisfaction. By evening, the framework of the wooden cabin had taken shape, nearly complete. 4 individuals stood beneath the framework, gazing up at the burgeoning structure before them. Their garments soaked with perspiration, yet their faces radiated with prideful smiles. Tomorrow, they would commence the construction of the upper levels, which they anticipated could be completed in a single day. The day after, they planned to lay the roof and flooring. Fang Jie wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes brimming with expectation. Su Daqiang chuckled heartily. I never imagined I would acquire this ancestral skill. When I return home, I'll be able to boast about it for a lifetime. The Wen sisters could not suppress their laughter. The weariness that enveloped them began to dissipate amidst their joyous banter. The wooden house, a testament to the wisdom and toil of the 4, stood quietly in the glow of the setting sun, awaiting further refinement. After enjoying dinner, Fang Jie retrieved some cherished wild fruits from the storage box, which he had found a couple of days ago, but had refrained from consuming. You all have worked hard today. Let us indulge in a fruit feast, he proclaimed. With a knife, he sliced the wild fruits, revealing their amber-hued flesh, and the sweet and tangy aroma wafted through the air. When Ruoxue took a small bite of the fruit, exclaiming, "This is so refreshing, delightfully sweet and sour. Eating fish every day has been unbearable. We cannot live on the same fare daily. When shall we enjoy some vegetables and grains?" When Rushu carefully divided the fruit into smaller pieces and offered them to Su Daqiang's mother, Su Daqiang scratched his head, grinning, "Thank you, sister." Fang Jie took a ceramic bowl and filled it with water. In this season, it is unlikely to find vegetables. We can only rely on luck. It would be wonderful if we could forage for some wild greens. As for grains, that is a distant dream. If we seek variety, we can look for berries or venture to the shore to gather seaweed and seafood. When Ruoxue felt somewhat disheartened upon hearing this, Fang Jie quickly offered her words of comfort. Do not be saddened. This island is vast, and we have yet to dare venture deep into its heart. There may be treasures hidden within. When spring and summer arrive, the forest will rejuvenate, and an abundance of fruits, wild vegetables, and animals will abound. I promise you will experience the joys of island life. Are you serious? Don't deceive me, she replied, her eyes filled with hope. Of course. Why would I lie to you? When Ruoxue gazed at Fang Jie, feeling reassured. Life had been arduous, making it challenging to endure. She confessed, I find myself missing home. As the group gathered around the campfire, a heavy silence enveloped them. Their spirits weighed down. Longing for home is a sentiment deeply ingrained in every Huaxia individual. The longer one is away, the deeper the yearning becomes. The flickering flames illuminated their faces, the sounds of chewing mingling with occasional sighs. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from the distance, followed by a heartbreaking howl of an animal. It's a trap. We've caught something. Fang Jie sprang to his feet, seizing the axe beside him, its blade glinting coldly in the firelight. Su Daqiang gripped his spear tightly, declaring, It must be a goat. That noise is considerable. Let us go and see. The one's sisters closely followed behind, their hands clasped tightly, anxiety evident in their expressions. They raced towards the source of the sound, their hearts pounding as if they might burst from their chests. As they passed through the last thicket, the sight before them rendered them motionless. Entangled in the snare was not a goat, but a colossal moose, its shadow cast in a patchwork of moonlight at the trap site. Its body stretched nearly 3 meters in length, with a shoulder height approaching 2 meters. The heavy antlers spread out like branches, while its pitch-black eyes glimmered with a wary red light in the fire's glow. My heavens! What manner of beast is this? Su Daqiang's hand trembled slightly as he gripped his spear. When Ruoshu let out a shriek, retreating behind her sister. When Rushu's face turned pale as she stumbled back 2 steps. The elk sensed the threat posed by humans, emitting a deep, guttural roar. Its hooves clawing wildly at the ground, the vines ensnaring, its legs creaking ominously. Run! This is beyond your capability to handle. Keep your distance and do not get hurt. Fang Jie forcefully pushed the one's sisters back, raising his axe in a defensive posture. Before his words could settle, the elk surged forward, its neck muscles rippling violently. With a powerful kick of its robust hind legs, the vines connecting the lasso snapped. The broken vines lashed against the tree trunks like long whips, causing the trees to tremble violently. The elk, dragging half the vine, bolted chaotically, snapping the underbrush in its wake. The ground quivered slightly as the colossal beast thundered past, leaving Fang Jie and the others in a state of shock. Once the forest returned to silence, when Ruoshu timidly peeked out, exclaiming, "This is terrifying. How could we ensnare such a large creature? Is this a deer? It appears to have antlers." Su Daqiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing a bitter smile. Thank goodness it broke free. Otherwise, we would all have met our end here. Fang Jie gazed in the direction the elk had vanished, gripping his axe tightly. You all head back. I'll pursue it. Chapter 20. Slaying the elk. The elk's cumbersome form swept through the forest, scattering fallen leaves in its frantic escape. Fang Jie fixed his gaze on the retreating giant, his eyes sharpening with determination. Without allowing Su Daqiang and the others a moment to react, he seized the spear from their midst. Brother, have you lost your mind? That monster towers over us and must weigh several hundred pounds. Even if it is herbivorous, it won't be easy to deal with. Su Daqiang stumbled, his voice rising an octave. When Rushu's exclamation coincided almost perfectly with Fang Jie's advance. Don't chase. Come back. We are not at the point of risking our lives. She reached for Fang Jie's sleeve, but grasped only the biting wind. Fang Jie, without looking back, deftly maneuvered through the underbrush, the spear's tip parting obstructing branches. You all return to the camp. No one follows. I have hunting experience. Rest assured, I will return. The sound of the elk breaking branches grew increasingly closer, and Fang Jie fixed his focus on its fleeing trajectory. When Rushu watched the direction he had vanished into, her nails digging into her palm. When Ruoshu, trembling, clutched her sister's sleeve, Sister, Fango is going back to the camp. When Rushu forced herself to remain calm. Preparing rope and a lighter, we will find him. Perhaps we can still assist him. All right. When Ruoshu's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Do not cry. Have faith in him. All we can do is help him as much as we can. Fang Jie crouched low, meticulously observing the elk's escape route. Under the moonlight, splotches of blood dripped onto the leaves. If one were not attentive, these traces would be nearly imperceptible. It seems that although this behemoth escaped the trap, it is not unscathed. Fang Jie cautiously surveyed the surroundings, his eyes fixed on the direction of the blood trail. He cautiously approached the moose, following the guiding trail step by step. The animal's heavy breaths resonated starkly in the stillness of the forest. Its hind leg was ensnared by wire, deeply embedded in flesh, with dark crimson trails of blood marking the dry leaves beneath. The moose leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, its forehooves frantically scraping the ground, while its neck heaved violently with each breath. Fang Jie squinted, observing its condition under the moonlight. The antlers had been broken in a fierce struggle, exposing stark white bone. The prolonged escape had caused vines to tightly entangle its hind legs, greatly impairing its mobility. Gripping his spear tightly, he cautiously maneuvered downwind, making every effort to avoid the brittle twigs underfoot. Even his breathing was almost imperceptible. Suddenly, the moose's ears twitched sharply, its murky eyes turning toward Fang Jie as hiding spot. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him before the creature could rise. He thrust the spear forward with the swiftness of an arrow. The moose, caught off guard, was struck deeply in the shoulder. It let out a thunderous roar, thrashing violently and crashing into a nearby sapling. Fang Jie narrowly dodged, his lower back colliding heavily with the tree trunk. This creature possessed overwhelming strength. He could not engage it directly. Having landed a hit, he swiftly retreated from its range of attack. The massive body of the moose swayed unsteadily, its leg injury further hampering its movement. Now, with the additional severe wound, it appeared on the brink of losing its ability to resist. Fang Jie displayed remarkable patience, waiting for the moose to finally succumb and sit down. Drawing his axe from his waist, he seized the moment of its weakness and lunged at its neck with a powerful swing. The moose, in a frenzy, tossed its head, prompting Fang Jie to retreat once more. This cycle repeated 4 or 5 times, each attempt aimed at its throat. Finally, warm blood splattered across his face, and the moose's movements grew increasingly sluggish until it collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Fang Jie knelt beside the fallen creature, his fingertips sinking deeply into its thick fur. Warm blood trickled down his palm, glistening a dark crimson under the moonlight. He gazed up at the star-studded night sky, an overwhelming ecstasy bubbling within him, nearly bursting forth. "We are prosperous. We shall survive." His hoarse roar pierced the night, startling the birds that roost in the trees. When Rushu, upon hearing his cry, trembled all over. Her face turned pale, her hands shaking uncontrollably. "It's Fang Jie. Something has happened to him. We must hurry." Before she could finish, she dashed toward the source of the voice. Behind her, when Ruoxua stumbled in pursuit, with Su Daqiang following closely. "Fang Jie, where are you?" When Ruoxua choked on her words, tears welling in her eyes. Thorny brambles scratched her calves, yet she remained oblivious. After navigating through a thicket, they finally spotted Fang Jie. He stood beside the colossal beast, drenched in blood, his chest heaving, yet a look of near exhilaration graced his face. "Look," Fang Jie pointed at the moose. "This magnificent creature weighs at least 500 or 600 kilograms. It will sustain us throughout the winter. No more hunger." When Rushu stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before her. When Ruoxua gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Su Daqiang stared at the beast, larger than any ox, his throat constricting. Is it truly possible for a mere human with a cold weapon to bring this down? When Ruoxua's legs still trembled as she pointed at the moose, her eyes wide with astonishment. "This colossal creature weighs several hundred kilograms. You nearly scared us to death." Fang Jie, bending down to wipe the blood from his axe, chuckled in response. "Do not be deceived by its size." He kicked the broken antler of the moose, asserting that a herbivore, devoid of sharp teeth or claws, is merely a decorative pillow, regardless of its bulk. Su Daqiang crouched to inspect the bloodied wire marks on the moose's legs, exclaiming, "But if this beast goes mad, a single kick could send a person flying, right?" "Indeed," Fang Jie replied, "but why would you give it the chance to kick you away? It is already injured. You must patiently outlast it. Once it sits for the first time, its life will be forfeit." There was a hint of pride in Fang Jie's voice as he recounted. In a past wilderness survival show, a seasoned expert managed to take down a moose with just a short knife, and that was when the moose was uninjured. He struck it once and followed closely, waiting for the moment when the moose began to weaken before attacking. The key is not to engage in a head-on battle, but to wait until its strength is depleted before making your move. "You are remarkable, hero." When Ruoxua listened to Fang Jie's discourse with admiration. When Rushu picked up a lighter that had fallen to the ground, gathering some twigs to ignite, the flames illuminating the moose's massive form and casting light upon Fang Jie's blood-stained face. She sighed, a mixture of exasperation and relief evident in her voice. "Next time, please refrain from such reckless behavior. You nearly frightened us to death. What would we do if something happened to you?" Fang Jie laughed heartily. "What would we do? You two sisters would simply have to remarry." "Haha, you scoundrel. Even in such dire moments, your tongue is as slippery as ever. All right, let us get to business. I will skin and butcher while you three carry the meat back. Daqiang will lead, and you sisters must follow him. No one is allowed to act alone. You must all remain together." "Understood." Chapter 21. A treasure trove. The three of them scattered to collect numerous twigs, with Su Daqiang even chopping down 2 small trees with the axe. The crackling fire danced as they prepared their task. Fang Jie, using the flickering light, deftly sliced open the moose's abdomen with his dagger, the blade gliding along the muscle fibers. When processing an animal, the internal organs must be removed first. Their high heat content can rapidly lead to spoilage if left unattended. The liver and heart were set aside, the kidneys also deemed edible. But the intestines were to be discarded, filled with undigested fodder and bacteria. As he spoke, Fang Jie exerted strength to pry open the moose's heavy ribcage. The dark red organs slipping out, coated in blood. Wen Ruoxue instinctively covered her mouth and nose, while Wen Rishu stepped back slightly, feeling a sense of discomfort. Su Daqiang drew closer, noticing how the firelight glistened on the moose's thick layer of fat. Fang Jie cut the bladder, pouring out its contents before handing it to Su Daqiang. This can serve as a water pouch. Be sure to clean and sanitize it well. It will be quite convenient to carry on our journey. His dagger then moved toward the neck, slicing along the tendons, while the trachea and esophagus were of no use. The flesh in this area was tender and ideal for roasting. When Rushu crouched nearby, neatly arranging the cut pieces of meat, Fang Jie said, pointing to the dark fascia at the joints of the moose's legs. The fascia here is exceptionally strong. If dried, it can be used as rope, or even crafted into bowstrings. If we were to craft bows and arrows, we would fear no ferocious beasts lurking in these woods. When Rushu hastily covered his mouth, hushing him, do not utter such words. It is rather frightening. What if a tiger were to leap out? We would become its midnight snack. Indeed, such careless talk, Fang Jie remarked, as he meticulously peeled away the fascia, folding it into squares to tuck into his waist. Let us not waste the deer blood. It is highly nourishing. I felt a pang of regret when I struck it earlier. Fang Jie tilted the wound on the moose's neck, allowing the warm blood to flow into his water flask. Consumed after boiling and sterilizing, it replenishes strength and wards off infection. He then severed the moose's tongue, another delicacy that, when cured, surpasses even smoked bacon in flavor. As the butchering continued, the moose's massive form was gradually disassembled into various parts. Fang Jie wielded his axe to cleave the ribs, extracting the tender flesh within. This portion is ideal for jerky, which can be preserved by hanging over a fire to smoke. He dug a pit to bury the inedible organs, preventing any wild animals from being lured nearby. Su Daqiang, accompanied by the 2 sisters, commenced the laborious task of transporting the spoils. As the first light of dawn painted the sky crimson, only a complete skeleton remained upon the ground. Fang Jie organized the freshest tenderloin and said to Wen Rishu, "Take this meat back to the camp, weigh it down with stones to deter birds from snatching it. I shall remain here with Daqiang to process the remaining hide and bones." The Wen sisters packed the fascia and bladder into plastic boxes. Before departing, Wen Rishu turned back to admonish, "Be careful, do not overexert yourselves." Fang Jie smiled and waved, accepting the earthen jar from her hands. "Rest assured, you 2 sisters should properly store the meat and build a larger bonfire. I shall return to smoke it. Once you have completed your tasks, you may rest. You have worked hard all night." When Rishu chuckled, "What hardship? We are brimming with excitement, unable to sleep at all. It feels as though we have won a fortune." "Yes, you 2 gentlemen can finish up here while we return to prepare the meat, beginning the smoking process as you taught us. We will also take good care of Daqiang's mother. Do not worry." The sisters embraced their final spoils and departed. Su Daqiang, watching the sisters' retreating figures, could not help but reflect, these 2 young women are truly remarkable. They are efficient and capable at work, and I did not expect them to be so reliable on this deserted island. Following Fang Jie's instructions, he bent to hoist the heavy moose hide, his shoulder slightly sagging under the weight. Fang Jie knelt beside the hide, his dagger slicing through the thick layer of subcutaneous fat. As anticipated, the fat beneath the moose's hide was a substantial 3 fingers thick, glistening with a pale yellow sheen, resembling layers of solidified cream. Herbivores rely on this fat to survive the winter, and now it is ours to utilize. He tossed the scraped fat into the earthen jar, the chunks producing a dull thud as they landed. Rendered into oil, it can serve as lamp fuel, waterproofing agent, and when mixed with ash, can even be transformed into soap. "Wait a moment, brother. Why is this so heavy? I shall fetch some sticks for support." Su Daqiang retrieved several sturdy sticks, straining to prop the corners of the moose hide, securing it to the ground. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he then inquired, "What purpose do these bones serve? Why not dispose of them directly?" Fang Jie picked up a rib and tapped it in the palm of his hand, remarking on the myriad uses of bones. He deftly sliced off a segment the length of a finger joint, envisioning the potential for crafting bone needles essential for stitching animal hides and weaving fishing nets. An empty leg bone could serve as a flute for signaling, and surely he had heard of the bone flute. The robust bones could also be fashioned into containers for holding water. After careful processing and polishing, bones could become formidable weapons. As he spoke, he kicked at a nearby antler, recognizing it as a natural pickaxe, invaluable for digging traps and carving wood. Su Daqiang nodded in agreement. Absorbing this wisdom, a single conversation could surpass a decade of study. He had not realized the moose was a treasure trove in its entirety, and his knowledge had expanded. The edge of the clay pot was already spilling over with golden fat. Fang Jie straightened up and surveyed the brimming container, exclaiming, "We must act quickly. The oil is about to overflow." He thrust the clay pot into Su Daqiang's hands. "Hurry, take it back to the camp and fetch the plastic box. This deer fat cannot fit in the pot." Su Daqiang clasped the container tightly and sprinted away. Fang Jie watched his retreating figure, then seized some vines to bind the remaining fat. In the interim, he collected broken bones and began etching marks on a tree bark. He sorted the deer leg bones by thickness and struck open the hollow femur with a stone, contemplating how he could later fashion it into a storage jar. He sliced the rib into thin slivers, preparing to sharpen them into a bone knife. Once he had finished his tasks, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Su Daqiang arrived, panting heavily while brandishing the plastic box, exclaiming, "I made it just in time. This should suffice." Without delay, Fang Jie grasped his knife, and fresh oil cascaded into the box. The plastic container quickly filled, the surface shimmering with a layer of oil, reflecting fragmented golden rays in the morning light. "Perfect. Just the right amount. This oil will sustain us until spring." Fang Jie sighed contentedly, wiping the greasy residue from his face. Su Daqiang bent down, preparing to lift the box. "Wow, I can hardly lift it." Fang Jie pulled over some vines to tightly secure the box. "No need to rush. We'll carry it back together. We can't lift the plastic box directly. It's brittle in winter, and if it can't bear the weight, we'll lose all this effort." Chapter 22. The utility of stockings. Fang Jie threaded 2 sturdy wooden sticks through the loops of the vines on either side of the box, then carefully laid the deer hide across the lever. He placed the assorted bone tools atop the box, after patting the connection of their makeshift stretcher to ensure its stability. He called out to Su Daqiang, "Let us go. I'll lead, and you follow." Su Daqiang slung the spear over his shoulder, gripping the wooden sticks tightly as his shoulders sagged under the weight. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "This feels like carrying a palanquin. Let us move." The pair stepped forward, the stretcher swaying gently with their rhythm. Fang Jie frequently glanced back to check the binding of the box, with the sunlight elongating their shadows, which fell upon the box laden with bone implements. "Take it slow. We mustn't spill the oil. Keep an eye on the box from behind. And if anything seems amiss, stop immediately," Fang Jie cautioned, tightening the axe at his waist. Su Daqiang wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze sweeping through the depths of the forest. "I wonder if there are any more moose in these woods. Another one would be delightful." No sooner had he spoken than the sudden snap of a twig echoed from afar. Instantly, both men tensed, with Su Daqiang gripping his spear and raising its tip slightly. "Do not panic. It may merely be a wild boar. The sound of the moose is far more pronounced." Fang Jie lowered his voice, casting a sidelong glance at the spoils upon the stretcher. "We are well armed now. Even if we encounter a wild boar, we need not fear." The two held their breath, listening intently until the noise gradually receded, allowing them to exhale in relief and continue on their path. The smoke from the campfire was already curling upwards, where the one sisters busily tended to the flames, the aroma of roasting meat mingling with the tantalizing scent of sizzling fat wafting through the air. At last, "You have returned." One Ruoxue sprinted towards them, her gaze fixed eagerly on the box upon the stretcher. "Oh my, is this entire box filled with oil? So much of it. Can this oil truly be used for lighting?" "Indeed. Not only can it serve as a light source, but once processed, it can also be used for cooking." "Were you not yearning for some greens? If we forage for wild vegetables, we can salt them in this fat. Would you accompany me to gather wild greens? I long to have some vegetables." When Rushu took the spear from Su Daqiang, "Enough, Ruoxue, do not be foolish. Let them rest. These matters can be discussed later. I have begun preparing the smoked meat using your method. It should be nearing completion." Fang Jie nodded with a smile, carefully setting the stretcher down. "Brother, I shall return shortly after checking on my mother." Su Daqiang hurried off towards the haystack. Before leaving last night, he had chosen pliable vines to securely bind his mother to the tree trunk. He had no choice. She was disoriented, and he feared she might wander off. Upon Rushu's return, she immediately untied the vines and settled the elder beside her. At this moment, the mother curled up, soundly asleep on the grass mat, her gray-white hair scattered in disarray. Su Daqiang crouched down, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, ensuring her breathing was steady and her slumber undisturbed, allowing his heart to finally rest. Fang Jie rummaged through a suitcase in the corner of the tent, cluttered with various items. Searching for something he could not seem to find, he called out to Rushu, who was focused on smoking the meat. "Have you seen the stockings I stored in the box? The black ones with lace that you gifted me?" Rushu's cheeks flushed instantly. "What are you shouting about? Must you not lower your voice? That was my property. Since you never used it, I merely reclaimed it." She lowered her head, tucking her hair behind her ear, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against her trousers. "Bring it here." Fang Jie approached, holding a pot smeared with grease, the murky moose fat swaying within. "If I'm asking for it, it must be of use. It just wasn't needed at the moment. The oil must be filtered through this fine mesh to remove impurities from the fat." Rushu bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before turning to enter the tent. When she emerged, she held out the rolled-up stockings, the fabric still warm to the touch. As she handed them over, she mumbled, "Had I known they were useful, I would not have hesitated to wear them." Fang Jie unfolded the stockings and, seeing her flushed cheeks, decided to tease her. He playfully held the stockings against his face, provoking Rushu to squeal as she lunged towards him. "Fang Jie, you pervert." As she reached for them, her hair brushed against his chin, leaving a faint fragrance in its wake. Fang Jie laughed heartily, tossing the stockings back while gesturing towards the pot. "Hurry, go boil some water. Those you wore need a thorough soak. Oil extracted from sweat will result in a most peculiar odor." Rushu stood with her hands on her hips, her almond-shaped eyes wide open. "What does this mean? Do you think I'm dirty?" "It has nothing to do with cleanliness. The items used for filtering must be spotless. Otherwise, the dishes cooked would lead to an upset stomach. You may not have worn them, but if they are stored in a box, I will ensure they are properly sanitized when I need them." He glanced up and noticed Rushu still stamping her feet in place, deliberately adopting a stern expression. "Hurry up. If you don't listen, I'll spank you." Rushu huffed, clutching the stockings, and turned to leave, mumbling under her breath about stinky straight men. Su Daqiang approached Fang Jie. "What is the plan for today? I'm all ears." Fang Jie surveyed the trio, who appeared to be in good spirits. Rushu was boiling water, while Ruoxue was diligently flipping the cured meat beside her. After a moment's thought, he spoke in a serious tone. "While everyone is energized, let us quickly finish the main wooden house. We also need to expedite the construction of the small house for you and your mother. The weather can change in an instant, and we must ensure the elderly have a secure place to stay." Su Daqiang immediately straightened his back and nodded vigorously. "No problem. Just point, and I will follow your lead." He rolled up his sleeves, ready to get to work. Fang Jie turned to Ruoxue. "Xiaoxue, you're in charge of the cured meat. Keep a close eye on the fire to ensure the meat is deliciously fragrant. This is our food supply." Ruoxue gestured confidently. "Leave it to me. I guarantee the meat will be so aromatic that it will entice wild beasts from 10 miles away. Let's get to work." Fang Jie seized an axe and led the way to the construction site. He meticulously adjusted the wood with his tools, skillfully creating the mortise and tenon structure. Su Daqiang watched closely, eager to learn. "Following your instructions yesterday went smoothly. Today is even faster than before." Fang Jie nodded. "Of course. With yesterday's experience, we can finish earlier today. Practice makes perfect, after all." The two worked in harmony, stacking the prepared wood layer by layer. Meanwhile, Rushu hung the washed stockings on a clean stick. Clapping her hands, she approached the two, observing their efficient progress. "You two are quite efficient. I'll lend a hand as well." Fang Jie pointed to the wood nearby. "All right, you can help by passing that piece of wood over here. Su Daqiang and I will focus on assembling it. Let us aim to finish the upper half of the wooden house today and seal the roof tomorrow. As Su Daqiang busied himself with his tasks, he cheerfully remarked, "Once the house is built, you'll be able to sleep comfortably without worrying about the wind and rain. And you as well. Once ours is completed, we'll build yours right away." Chapter 23. The wooden house completed as the sun began to set. The three of them were exhausted, their backs aching. Yet, gazing at the newly formed wooden house, they could not help but smile. Fang Jie used a branch to sketch out the front of the house. "Now we just need the roof. It should be nearly finished by tomorrow morning. We need to add a vent, otherwise, cooking inside will suffocate us." Su Daqiang leaned in for a closer look. "Yes, a vent is necessary for ventilation and sunlight. Otherwise, it will be dark and oppressive inside." He patted the freshly constructed wooden wall, pleased with its sturdy sound. Solid and well-crafted. Wen Ruhu, squatting on the ground to tidy up the tools, looked up and inquired, "What about the chimney?" Fang Jie ascended the rooftop and marked the spot corresponding to the flue of the stove with a knife, declaring, "This is the place. Tomorrow, we shall leave an opening, allowing the smoke to escape effortlessly." Just then, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. One Ruashu shouted at the top of her lungs, "Come and eat. If you don't hurry, I'll finish all the meat." When Rishu, overhearing, scolded with a laugh, "You mischievous girl always sneaking bites." The three of them brushed off the wood shavings from their clothes and stepped into the warm glow of the setting sun as they approached the cooking pot. When Ruashu bit into a piece of smoked camel meat and grimaced slightly, "This meat is indeed fragrant, but lacks flavor. If only there were some salt and chili powder. It would be delightful." She smacked her lips, expressing her mild frustration. Su Daqiang tore off a strip of meat, agreeing, "Indeed, I've been sweating profusely lately. My legs feel weak, and without salt, the food lacks appeal, making it hard to muster any strength for work." When Rushu added a log to the fire, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she turned to Fang Jie, "Living by the sea, how can we be without salt? We could simply boil the seawater." However, Fang Jie waved his hand dismissively. "It's not that simple. Seawater contains not only salt, but also a plethora of other impurities. If we were to boil it directly, the salt would taste bitter and astringent, which would not be good for our health. The proper extraction method involves channeling the seawater into a pool, allowing the sun to evaporate the water and produce coarse salt, which we then purify repeatedly with wood ash and fresh water to remove the impurities." Su Daqiang scratched his head, bewildered. "Goodness, that sounds so complicated." When Ruashu rested her chin on her hand, staring vacantly at the flames. "So when will we be able to savor proper salt?" Fang Jie chuckled. "That method of sun-drying salt is not feasible for us. With the current low temperatures, how can we dry salt? Moreover, that is a large-scale industrial procedure. We need something simpler for a small group." When Ruashu's eyes widened in excitement, "Quickly tell me, how can we obtain salt?" When Rushu also set down her bowl, leaning forward, anxious not to miss a single word. "The simplest and most straightforward method is to find clean seawater, pour it into a pot, and simmer it slowly. Once we have the white salt crystals, we can dissolve them in fresh water and boil them again." He gestured with his hands to illustrate a small pot's shape, akin to brewing herbal medicine, repeating the boiling process for purification. Although it consumes firewood and time, the quantity we require is manageable for us. Su Daqiang murmured, scratching his head, "Isn't that akin to rendering lard? It just requires a bit more effort." When Ruashue was already bouncing with excitement, grabbing a nearby bucket, "I'm going to the seaside to fetch water right now. Whether we can enjoy salted meat tonight depends on this pot." Fang Jie seized the back of her collar. "What's the rush? It's pitch dark outside. After a long day, who has the energy to boil salt now? We shall go in the morning." "All right then," when Rishu replied, handing the ceramic bowl back to her. "The hero is right. What has the hurry? Just smell your own sweat. You can hardly keep your eyes open after such a long day, and yet you want to run to the sea?" She adjusted when Ruashu's disheveled ponytail. They had worked until dawn the previous day and had labored all day again, and another round of exertion would surely exhaust them. Fang Jie signaled for silence. "Xiaoru is correct. There is no need for impatience. Let us proceed at a measured pace. The roof is yet to be completed, and we must keep an eye on the smoked meat. Tomorrow, once we finish these two tasks, we can wholeheartedly devote ourselves to the matter of boiling salt." He kicked Su Daqiang, who was dozing off at his feet, urging him to return to sleep. The group yawned and rose, and the camp gradually fell into silence. The night breeze whistled through the wooden structure, mingling with the distant sound of waves, lulling the weary souls into slumber. The next day, as the sun ascended high in the sky, The camp remained tranquil, with the sound of snoring resonating intermittently. A few individuals, utterly exhausted, slept until midday, with no one stirring. It was not until an old woman's sharp cry shattered the stillness that the tranquility was broken. Something's caught. It's trapped. Su Daqiang sprang up from the pile of grass. Following the sound, he saw his mother dancing with excitement. Her bony fingers pointed toward the pond's edge. Something's caught. The snare has ensnared it. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed barefoot over the gravel, neglecting even to put on his shoes. Indeed, a wild goat was ensnared by a wire around its hind leg, thrashing about and splattering mud everywhere. The goat's strength was evidently insufficient to break free like an elk. It could only struggle anxiously in place. Seizing the opportunity, Su Daqiang pounced, firmly pinning the goat down. After a considerable struggle, he managed to secure the agitated creature tightly. Dragging the mud-covered goat back, he shouted, "Lazybones, time for some meat." Sounds of movement arose from the tent, and Fang Jie, with his disheveled hair, popped his head out. Goodness, what luck! Another surprise. The Wen sisters, rubbing their eyes, rushed out. When Ruochu circled the goat, eagerly reaching out to touch it while wary of its hooves, her hands rubbing together in excitement. My word, this goat is plump enough for several hearty meals. When Ruochu squatted down to examine the goat closely, a frown creasing her brow. But where is the time to slaughter it now? Just skinning and butchering it would take ages, and the meat would spoil if left out. Fang Jie, crouching down, offered some dry grass to the goat. Let us tie it to a tree with a sturdy vine and keep it for now. We still have elk meat to process, which is more than sufficient for our needs. Once we finish sealing the roof of the cabin, we can attend to it. Su Daqiang nodded, tugged at the vine around the goat's body to ensure it was secure, and tied it to a tree beside the camp. This creature is quite strong. We must not let it escape. The goat bleated in protest, while when Ruochu playfully mimicked its bleat, causing everyone to burst into laughter, and the camp instantly became lively. Su Daqiang swung his arms, filled with vigor. After a night of sleep lasting over 10 hours, he felt rejuvenated. Let us get started quickly. I can hardly wait. He shouted. We must seal the roof by noon. My mother's house is waiting. Fang Jie nodded, ready to commence. When Ruochu was in charge of the curing process, while Fang Jie led the two others to the front of the wooden cabin. Fang Jie climbed onto the roof and instructed the others below. You two lend me a hand. Lift the main beam up. Daqiang, you stay down. Your size might damage the roof. All right, understood. We'll hoist the beam up for you, they replied. The three of them busily moved back and forth on the cabin. The sounds of wood clashing and axes chopping never ceased. One Ruochu, leisurely working at the meat-curing rack, occasionally called up, "Be careful. Don't shake ash onto my meat." She continuously stirred the chunks of meat with a branch in her hand, the grease sizzling as it dripped into the fire. Meanwhile, Su Daqiang, his face flushed, hoisted a beam, while Fang Jie pulled from above, and when Ruochu supported from below. Together, the trio swiftly secured the mortise joint. As the sun gradually descended, the rafters of a new roof were neatly arranged. Fang Jie stood atop the ridge, wiped his brow, and exclaimed loudly, "Bring over the thatch. It's time to lay the roof." Su Daqiang immediately responded, his voice raised, coming right up. At this pace, I could be a model worker for the production team. And the moss. It's essential for waterproofing and insulation. Sharu, could you fetch the moss I prepare behind the house? The two gathered all the necessary materials and handed them up. Fang Jie laid the thatch tightly, placing the moss on top. He patted the newly laid roof, meticulously inspecting it. Turning to Su Daqiang, he called out, "Go dig up some clay by the pond and mix it with sand. We need to reinforce the roof and the chimney." Without hesitation, Su Daqiang grabbed a pottery basin and dashed toward the river. Before long, he returned, panting, carrying a large basin of mud. Fang Jie took the basin, scooped up some mud, and applied it to the roof, declaring, "This mud will seal the seams tightly, so we won't have to worry about leaks during the rain." When Ruochu, observing this, tore off several pieces of moss and handed them over, saying, "Wrap the mud with this. It'll be sturdier." Fang Jie applied extra layers around the chimney, also twisting the moss into strips to pack into the gaps, emphasizing, "The chimney must be reinforced, otherwise it will easily leak." Chapter 24. Moving into the new home after finishing on the roof. Fang Jie descended and contemplated what else the wooden house might need as he gazed at the front door. He picked up a knife and drilled a hole in the wooden door, then widened it. The keyhole must be neat, Otherwise, it will be difficult to lock the door, he muttered while meticulously refining the keyholes on the door and the frame. Su Daqiang watched curiously, scratching his head. Where are we supposed to find a lock? Fang Jie pointed to a nearby tree. We can twist tree fibers in a hemp rope, and by twisting several strands together, it can serve as a lock. With that, he gathered some suitable tree fibers, sat down, and began to twist the hemp rope. When Ruoxue approached, her tone playful, "Hero, why lock the door? It's just the three of us inside. We're not up to any mischief." Fang Jie chuckled. "You only think about that. While this hemp rope may not compare to an iron lock, it can at least deter wild animals if tied properly. What if enemies come and we can't even close the door?" "Fair point," she conceded. Before long, a thick hemp rope was ready. Fang Jie threaded the rope through the holes in the door and frame, wrapped it several times, secured it with a knot, creating a simple lock. "Done," he exclaimed, tugging at the door, which did not budge. He gazed at the door with satisfaction. Now, this house truly resembled a home, where they could engage in their activities without disturbance. The final task was to install the vent window. Fang Jie used an axe to outline the shape of the vent window, carefully smoothing the jagged edges. He took the wooden window frame handed to him by Su Daqiang and remarked, "Brother Daqiang, the opening mechanism for the window is between these two wooden wedges." He picked up two sharply tapered wooden wedges and carved a slanted groove on each side of the window frame, utilizing a method known as the concealed tenon and wedge technique, which securely fixed the window frame without hindering its opening and closing. As he spoke, Fang Jie inserted the frame into the air vent and gently tapped the bottom of the wooden wedge with an axe. With a series of dull thuds, the wedges gradually sank into the grooves, firmly locking the window frame in place. "Now you give a try." He gestured to Su Daqiang. Su Daqiang grasped the wooden handle on the window frame and gave it a gentle push. The entire window smoothly glided along the internal grooves, coming to rest at a 45-degree angle in midair. "Do you see? The two raised sliding tracks at the bottom of the frame can support the open window sash," Fang Jie pointed out, drawing attention to the lower part of the frame. He then retrieved a sharpened wooden rod from his waist. Once the window is pushed open to the desired angle, inserting this wooden prop into the designated hole will brace the window sash. He demonstrated how to slant the wooden prop into the small hole in the wall. The window sash was instantly secured, allowing the mountain breeze to rush into the room, swirling the grass debris in the corners. Closing the window was even simpler. Fang Jie gently pulled the handle, and the sash slid back into its original position along the track. He produced a uniquely shaped wooden block from his pocket and wedged it into the gap between the window frame and the wall, known as a locking wooden plug. Once inserted, it fit snugly, preventing even the strongest wind from prying it open. He pushed the window frame with force, and it remained steadfast. Turning to the three onlookers, he chuckled. "Now we have ventilation, rain protection, and theft prevention all sorted." As soon as Fang Jie finished speaking, the three of them widened their eyes, exchanging glances filled with clarity. When Ruoxue burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Brother Jie, what you said sounds like an ancient text. My mind is all tangled up. I don't understand, but it sounds impressive. Regardless, I'll follow your lead. You will be my boss from now on." She gave Fang Jie a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling with admiration. When Rushu nodded in agreement, "Indeed, it sounds quite convoluted, but it looks intricate. You've demonstrated its effectiveness perfectly. With you here, we can simply assist." Su Daqiang scratched the back of his head and chuckled sheepishly. "I'll just focus on the work and make sure I don't hold anyone back." The three gathered around Fang Jie, expressing their loyalty. Fang Jie gazed at their eyes, brimming with unmasked trust, and a warm surge filled his heart. He earnestly said, "Thank you for your trust. Please remember my words today. Although your physical prowess may not match mine, I will never use force to oppress you. Your wilderness survival experience may be less than mine, yet I will not mock you for it. As long as you are willing to believe in me, united we can surely overcome greater challenges. In the future, no matter what difficulties we encounter, we will shoulder them together." The three erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. When Ruoxue excitedly whistled loudly, jumping up and shouting, "Hero, what you said was magnificent. I wholeheartedly agree." Just then, the elderly lady hunched over by the door, her voice resonant, called out, "I'm hungry, hungry, time to eat." The crowd was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Su Daqiang rushed over to assist his mother, saying, "All right then, the lady has spoken. Let us get to the meal." Wen Rushu smiled and nodded, turning to serve the already cooked dishes. The campfire illuminated the smiling faces of the gathering. The aroma of the food, mingling with the sounds of laughter, drifting far into the dusk. After the meal, Fang Jie organized the evening's tasks. Let us discuss the division of labor. Xiaoru, Ruo Shui. You two shall move everything from the tent into the wooden house, and remember to sort them by category. When Rushu nodded in agreement, assuring him, rest assured, I will ensure everything is neatly arranged. Fang Jie then turned to Su Daqiang. We will use waterproof cloth to set up a new tent for you two, right in the old spot by the haystack. Su Daqiang nodded enthusiastically. Great. Finally, a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Next, the smoked meat would be the highlight of the evening. We four will take turns. You sisters will handle the first half of the night, while Daqiang and I take the latter half. The fire must not be extinguished, and the meat needs to be turned frequently. His gaze swept across the weary, yet resolute faces of the group, urging them to lift their spirits. They had to complete the task before dawn. This meat had already been prepared for 2 days. The weather had been favorable lately, and they could not afford to delay any longer, lest it spoil. The three nodded in agreement, and the Wen sisters sprang into action. When Ruo Shui lifted the tent flap, quickly rolled up the bedding, and called out, Sister, catch! When Rushu deftly caught it, neatly folding it and placing it at the entrance of the wooden house. The two then began categorically transporting the scattered pottery, tools, sausages, and little rabbits. When Rushu reminded, place the knives and axes in the corner. Be careful not to let them touch. Meanwhile, Fang Jie and Su Daqiang had already begun to unfold the waterproof cloth at the designated spot. Daqiang, pull the opposite corner tight. Fang Jie instructed while securing it with wooden stakes. Su Daqiang tugged at the fabric, exclaiming, this material is quite sturdy. They firmly anchored the 4 corners into the ground, reinforcing the perimeter with vines. Soon, a spacious tent was erected. Su Daqiang peeked inside, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Now my mother can surely sleep soundly. I feel at ease too. After their tasks were completed, they each prepared to rest. When Rushu looked at her sister and said, you take the first watch. It's easier and won't interfere with your sleep. When Ruo Shui shook her sister's arm playfully, I knew you cared for me. With that, she picked up a stick and went to the grill, humming an off-key tune as she turned the meat. Fang Jie washed his face with stream water and returned to the wooden house, where he found Wen Rushu moving their bedding to the corner near the fire. As she lay down to smooth out the blankets, her rounded, ample figure was accentuated. Fang Jie swallowed hard and approached her sister, when his fingers brushed against hers. Wen Rushu instinctively recoiled, as if burned. You've worked hard in the latter half of the night. You must keep an eye on Su Daqiang. He can sleep through anything. Wen Rushu teased in a lowered voice. I can hear his snoring from this distance. Fang Jie chuckled at her jest, and the flirtatious atmosphere between them dissipated. Outside the tent, when Ruo Shui continued her rhythmic humming, while Fang Jie had already succumbed to sleep. When Rushu lay on her side, the moonlight streaming through the window, casting a gentle glow on Fang Jie's face, softening his usually sharp features. She recalled their moments spent together over the past few days, especially his earnest expression when he asked her to trust him before their meal. Her fingers unconsciously traced the hem of her clothing. This man consistently upholds the hopes of others in their most desperate moments. She gently propped herself up, leaning in to observe his features. Wen Ruhu, almost as if compelled by fate, extended her hand, her fingertips hovering just above his face, hesitant to make contact. It was only when Fang Jie unconsciously turned over that she hurriedly lay back down, her heart racing like a fawn, thudding loudly in the stillness of the night. Tossing and turning, when Rushu counted the interlacing wooden beams above her, losing track of time. Outside, the intermittent sound of when Ruoshu humming a tune mingled with the sizzling from the smoked meat rack, resonating distinctly in the quiet night. Finally, she let out a soft sigh, pulled back the covers, and rose. In the darkness, when Ruoshu was crouched in front of the meat rack, absent-mindedly turning the pieces with a stick. Upon seeing her sister approach, she immediately stood up, exclaiming, Sister, why aren't you asleep? It's still early. When Rushu reached out to smooth her sister's hair, tousled by the wind, and softly replied, Go to sleep. I'll take care of the rest. You've kept watch for so long. Your eyes are red. It's nothing. It's only been a short while, when Ruoshu protested, but was gently urged towards the wooden house by Wen Rushu. Listen, You'll need to help with the cleanup tomorrow morning. Go on. I can't sleep. I'll take your place. All right then. After washing up, when Ruashua yawned and flopped onto the Kong, grumbling, "You're the best, sister," she pulled back the heavy quilt, and the warmth of the heated Kong enveloped her frozen hands and feet, prompting an involuntary hum of comfort. Turning onto her side, she caught sight of Fang Jie's serene, sleeping face. His eyelashes cast small shadows beneath his eyes, and a smile involuntarily crept onto Ruashua's lips. Taking advantage of the night's cover, she quietly inched closer to Fang Jie until their shoulders touched. The warmth of the Kong mixed with his masculine scent filled her nostrils, causing her heart to race like a drum. Summoning her courage, she pretended to roll over and gently nestled against Fang Jie's chest, her cheek pressed against his warm torso. In his slumber, Fang Jie furrowed his brow slightly, vaguely sensing a weight upon him. Struggling to open his eyes, he caught sight of when Ruashua curled up against his chest, her hair spilling across his neck. Believing she was merely restless in her sleep, he remained still, not wanting to disturb her, and gradually closed his eyes again, surrendering to the chaotic rhythm of his heartbeat. The cold night wind whipped against their faces, accompanied by fine sand. When Rushu rubbed her reddened hands together, finally enduring to the early hours of the morning. Adding the final handful of firewood to the meat rack, she stood up with her legs numb, leaning against the doorframe for a moment before stepping into the wooden house. Inside, the embers of the stove flickered dimly. In the hazy light, the silhouettes of Fang Jie and Ruashua were intertwined. Her face nestled against Fang Jie's chest, a faint smile lingering on her lips, as if lost in a beautiful dream. Unconsciously, Fang Jie wrapped his arm around Ruashua's shoulders, his palm resting gently on her back, their postures intimate as if entwined like vines. When Rushu gripped the hem of her clothing tightly, biting down on her lower lip, she parted her lips to speak, but no sound emerged. It felt as though a burning ember lodged in her throat. The night breeze swept into the wooden house, wrapping its chill around her face. Suddenly, when Rushu felt her eyes welling with tears, she cast her gaze downward and sighed, turning to retrieve a coat from the shadows, gently draping it over the two of them. As she stepped out of the wooden cabin, the breeze stirred the loose strands of Ruashua's hair. As dawn broke across the horizon, Su Daqiang stumbled into the camp, his clothes dusted with grass. "I apologize. I truly am sorry," he gasped, repeatedly offering his apologies to Rushu. "I fell into a deep sleep, and you've worked so hard." When Rushu lifted her head at his words, her eyes bore dark circles, dew still clinging to her lashes, yet her lips curved into a bittersweet smile. "It's nothing. The meat is already smoked. Just arrange it properly and hang it over there to dry." With that, she unsteadily rose to her feet. "Are you all right? Is something wrong?" Su Daqiang asked with concern. "I'm fine. No need to worry. Just do as I instructed and make sure to organize the meat," she replied, her voice steady. Su Daqiang nodded vigorously. "Rest assured." The door of the cabin creaked softly, and the rhythmic sound of breathing emanated from the heated Kong. Fang Jie still held Ruashua in his embrace. She curled like a small cat in his arms, her hair cascading onto the shared bedding. When Rushu stared at the shadowy scene for a long while, until her eyes began to sting, she carefully laid down on the other side, pulling the chilly coat around her. As the morning light crept through the wooden window, the first bird song filled the camp. When Rushu curled up, listening to the faint sounds behind her, and finally succumbed to a deep slumber amidst her fatigue and discomfort. Chapter 26. The sister share. When Ruashua's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening her eyes to find Fang Jie's face just inches away. His features were relaxed, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Gazing at this familiar visage, a sweet warmth blossomed in her heart, prompting her to mirror his smile. Stretching her limbs and yawning, she turned over, only to find Rushu bundled in a thin coat, curled at the edge of the bedding, tiny droplets clinging to her lashes. A jolt of alarm shot through Ruashua, and she hastily nudged Fang Jie. "Wake up. Did you forget your night watch?" Fang Jie's eyes flew open. "Oh no, it's already dawn." He sat up abruptly, noticing Rushu's pale complexion and scant clothing. His heart tightened immediately as he quietly moved to her side. Tentatively, he touched her forehead and then her cold fingertips, his voice heavy with guilt. "I'm so sorry for oversleeping. I've caused you distress." When Rushu remained silent, merely shaking her head weakly. "Ruashua, go stoke the fire. Make sure the Kong is warm." As when Ruashua hurried outside, Fang Jie knelt beside her, gently removing her dew-soaked shoes. He carefully lifted the chilly coat from her shoulders, wrapping her shivering form in a thick quilt. When the warmth enveloped her, when Rushu's eyelashes trembled in response, a single, scalding tear silently rolled down her temple as she turned her head, burying her face in her clothes, concealing all her bitterness and grievances within the shadow. Fang Jie did not notice the fleeting glimmer of her tear. He merely remained by the Kong, filled with concern. Don't force yourself. What troubles you? Have you caught a chill during the night, or are you simply exhausted? Your silence weighs heavily on my heart. Don't blame yourself. I merely saw you sleeping soundly and could not bring myself to wake you. The meat is well cured. It hasn't delayed anything. You and Su Daqiang can simply hang it up. When Rushu curled her feet deeper into the quilt, her body shifting slightly. You needn't be so strong-willed. The temperature drops significantly in the latter half of the night, which is why I asked you all to take the first shift. He tucked the quilt around when Rushu, insisting, from now on, it should be whoever's turn to take responsibility. Do not bear the burdens of others. When Rushu nodded in agreement, Fang Jie glanced at her and softly instructed when Ruoxue by the stove, please prepare some meat soup. When it's ready, wake your sister so she can have something warm to eat before returning to sleep. Yes, I'm working on it. It will be ready shortly. The wooden door creaked gently as Fang Jie exited the cabin. Once he had distanced himself, when Ruoxue tiptoed to the bedside, her fingertips gently caressed her sister's frail shoulder. Her voice filled with concern and worry. Sister, is there something troubling you? Don't keep it all to yourself. Talk to me. When Rushu slowly sat up, her eyes reddened. She glanced out the window, ensuring Fang Jie could not overhear their conversation. In a hushed voice, she asked, Ruoxue, tell me the truth. Do you have feelings for Fang Jie? When Ruoxue bit her lip, her voice instinctively softening. Yes, sister. His meticulous nature and attentiveness make it hard not to be moved. As she spoke, she gently shook her sister's hand. When I had a fever, without him, I might not have made it through. When Rushu stared at their intertwined hands, remaining silent, merely letting out a soft sigh. Before she could respond, when Ruoxue leaned closer, whispering in her ear, Sister, are you also like me? Don't speak such foolishness. When Rushu's face flushed slightly. We are sisters. How could I compete for a man with you? When Ruoxue teased playfully, see, you do like him. You simply cannot act on it, because we are sisters, right? Sister, we have shared everything since childhood. Snacks. New clothes. What's so wrong about liking the same man? I don't mind. Stop talking nonsense. When Rushu raised her hand to swat away her sister's grasp, but when Ruoxue held on tightly, observing the playful glint in her sister's eyes, she could no longer maintain her feigned annoyance, a smile breaking through her lips. The burdens that had weighed heavily between them suddenly felt light. When Ruoxue seized the moment, wrapping her arms around her sister's shoulders, nuzzling her head affectionately against her neck. In the end, we can compete fairly. Whoever wins, the loser will act as the other's love advisor. This remark elicited a laugh from when Rushu as she playfully pinched her sister's cheek. Shameless girl, this is the second time. You're always throwing yourself into his arms. When Ruoxue mischievously stuck out her tongue, claiming that last night's antics were intentional, unlike the first time when she had genuinely fallen asleep. Upon waking, she felt thoroughly embarrassed. Are you certain it's embarrassment and not just a sound? When Rushu elongated her tone, gazing at her sister with a playful smile. Oh, how annoying. Is there any sister in the world like you? Who makes fun of her own sister? I want to prepare meat soup for you anymore. Ha! Hurry and bring it here. I'm famished. I'm utterly exhausted, hungry, and drowsy. The sisters bantered, easing their hearts. As Fang Jie stepped out, he found Su Daqiang hanging large pieces of smoked meat on a drying rack. Apologies, my brother, Su Daqiang said, scratching the back of his head awkwardly upon noticing Fang Jie approach. I was utterly exhausted last night and slept until dawn, leaving little one to handle much of the work. Fang Jie, feeling slightly guilty, patted him on the shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the crooked drying rack. No worries. Let us not dwell on that. We should tidy up quickly. There is still much to do today. The two men began their tasks. Fang Jie sorted the smoked meat by fat content, while Su Daqiang secured the meat pieces tightly with vines to ensure they wouldn't be blown away by the wind. The sunlight glinted off the meat skin, giving it an enticing sheen. As the last piece was hung, when Ruoxue's clear voice rang from the wooden house, dinner's ready. Come and taste a freshly made meat soup. Su Daqiang swallowed hard. I could smell it from outside. It's so fragrant it's making my stomach growl. Fang Jie nodded and turned to head back inside. Let us eat, finish our chores afterward, and then take a good rest. Chapter 27. Purifying salt. As Fang Jie stepped into the wooden house, the steam and aroma of meat enveloped him. When Rushu sat by the Kong, lost in thought, her hair cascading over her face, Fang Jie's gaze inadvertently lingered on her. When Rushu lifted her head, her eyes slightly evasive. What are you staring at? Hurry and eat. You look well, and you have the energy to be fierce. That reassures me, Fang Jie replied with a smile as he accepted a ceramic bowl, inhaling the savory scent deeply. When Rushu caught sight of Wenruoxue beside her, munching on smoked meat, her cheeks were puffed like a little squirrel hiding pine cones, and juices dribbled down her chin. Noticing her sister's gaze, she mumbled cutely, her expression utterly endearing. Su Daqiang paused in his eating, sensing the subtle atmosphere and stifling his laughter. Wenruoxue swallowed the smoked meat and looked brightly at Fang Jie. Hero, what shall we do today? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Fang Jie placed his ceramic bowl down, lightly tapping the table as he pondered for a moment before speaking. The wooden house and Kong are finished, and the smoked meat is prepared. Next, we must help Brother Su chop wood for building the house. He turned to Wenrushu. Xiaoru, you should rest well today. You've been working hard and need to regain your strength. Wenruoxue, you can try refining sea salt as I previously mentioned. While fetching water by the sea, keep an eye out for seaweed. Bring some back, as it can be used in soup and to supplement salt. Instantly invigorated, Wenruoxue leaped to her feet. Don't worry, I'll handle it. I can also search the forest for wild fruits and vegetables. Perhaps I'll discover new treasures. Fang Jie nodded. All right, you may explore freely, just be cautious. If you encounter danger, run quickly with my wooden spear. I know, I'm not foolish. As long as one is not foolish, they know to rush home when it rains. Ha ha ha. When Rushu and Su Daqiang burst into laughter, Fang Jie said to Su Daqiang, let us go chop some trees and prepare the timber for your house. Su Daqiang waved his hand dismissively. Chopping trees is something I can handle myself. He pointed to the corner where a pile of clay pots and plastic boxes were stacked, filled to the brim with moose fat. Look at all this fat. If it isn't processed soon, it may spoil. You should focus on these matters. Before Fang Jie could respond, Su Daqiang gestured towards Wenruoxue. Rendering salt requires precision in heat and technique. The little girl hasn't done it before, so you must guide her. With just an axe for chopping, two of us would only hinder each other. I can manage on my own. Seeing Fang Jie still hesitating, Su Daqiang patted his chest confidently. All I need is a small hut for the two of us to shelter from the wind and rain. It cannot compare to your spacious abode. And it won't require much timber. Once I finish chopping, you can help carry it back, smooth it out, and assist with the assembly. Fang Jie, captivated by his resolute gaze, nodded. Very well then. Just make sure to find logs that are uniform in thickness, long, and straight. Understood, Su Daqiang replied. After their meal, the two set about their respective tasks. When Rushu lay down on the Kong, slipping into a deep slumber, Fang Jie placed a clean pot on the stove, pouring in half a jar of moose fat along with some fresh water. Adding water prevents splattering when the fat is heated directly and ensures a more even rendering process. He carefully draped Wenrushu's stockings over a clay pot, creating a makeshift filtering apparatus, which he set aside for later use. As the temperature rose, the fat in the pot began to melt slowly, emitting a gentle, sizzling sound. Fang Jie stirred occasionally with chopsticks, ensuring that each piece of fat was thoroughly heated. Gradually, the pale yellow fat transitioned from solid to liquid, floating atop the surface, while impurities settled at the bottom of the pot. He lifted the rendered fat and slowly poured it into the clay pot lined with stockings. The fine mesh of the stockings effectively trapped the impurities, allowing only the pure fat to flow into the pot below. The filtered fat gleamed with a crystalline clarity, radiating a soft sheen. After mixing it well, he sealed the pot and placed it in a cool, ventilated corner. This processed fat could not only be used for cooking, but also impart a unique aroma to dishes, and it could be preserved for an extended period. Once he finished handling the fat, Fang Jie glanced over at the sleeping Wenrushu. Her breathing was even and peaceful. Her face relaxed. Fang Jie turned to continue processing the remaining fat when Wenruoxue stumbled in, her small bucket sloshing seawater and leaving a winding trail behind. She tightly clutched a clay pot, with damp seaweed draped over her shoulder and several oyster shells peeking from her pocket, producing a faint clattering sound as she moved. Yege, she gasped, setting the bucket down heavily, her hair sticking to her sweaty cheeks. The tide has come back from the sea. Look at all this seaweed and the oysters. As she spoke, she pulled out a few oysters covered in sand from her pocket and shook the pot. It's full of seawater. We can start boiling salt right now. The kelp cascaded down her arm, unfurling deep brown folds upon the ground, still imbued with the briny essence of the sea breeze. Fang Jie steadied the swaying water bucket, catching sight of the abrasion on her knee. Why the rush? What if you get hurt? Be cautious of infection. Apply some medicine yourself. Yet, when Ruoxue merely chuckled, I can't wait. Soon, I shall savor the salted barbecue. Fang Jie pointed towards Su Daqiang's tent. Go fetch that frying pan of Daqiang's. We shall boil salt over the campfire. Once when Ruoxue set the frying pan upon the flames, Fang Jie poured half a bucket of seawater into it. The flames licked the bottom of the pan, producing a faint sizzling sound. Boiling salt requires patience. It must be refined several times before it is ready. He gently stirred the rolling seawater with a stick, waiting for it to evaporate slowly, allowing the salt to crystallize. He crouched down, adjusting the firewood in the campfire to moderate the flames. The fire must not be too fierce, otherwise the salt will scorch. As the water neared dryness, he delicately scraped the surface of the salt crystals with a shell. This process was repeated 4 or 5 times, until the color was pure white and delicate, devoid of any off-putting odor. When Ruoxue squatted nearby, her eyes fixed intently on the thickening brine in the pan. I've got it. Brother Fang. You go ahead and tend to the oil. I've got this covered. Fang Jie rose with a smile, patting her shoulder before retreating to the cabin to continue processing the moose fat. The door of the wooden house stood ajar, with the steamy warmth inside intertwining with the salty aroma wafting from the boiling salt outside. Occasionally, the air was punctuated by one Ruoxue's excited exclamations, adding a splash of color to their wilderness camp. Chapter 28. Crafting a water jar, twilight seeped through the gaps in the wooden window, casting an amber hue within the room. When Rushu lazily stretched, her joints cracking softly as she did so, she sat up, rubbed her eyes, and exhaled contentedly. Where is everyone? When Rushu scanned her surroundings, her gaze drawn to the corner. The previously empty clay pots were now brimming with the rendered moose fat. Even more delightful was the sight of the clay bowl atop the stove. Coarse white salt piled high within, glimmering with tiny sparks of light. When Rushu hurried over, dipping her fingertip into the salt and placing it upon her tongue, the savory taste unfurled on her palate, accompanied by a subtle fragrance of herbs. How refreshing! It has been ages since I last savored this flavor. Awake? When Rushu turned at the sound, Fang Jie entered, cheerfully holding another bowl of sea salt. It seems that this was little Shue's first attempt at boiling salt, and the results surpassed my expectations. How does it taste? He shook the clay bowl in his hand. Soon, we shall saute kelp in fresh oil and sprinkle this salt over meat. It will surely be delectable enough to make you weep with desire. Excellent. After a day's slumber, I am quite famished. What about Ruoxue? Fang Jie gestured outside. Your sister has become quite enamored with boiling salt. She finds it amusing and has run back to the seaside to fetch more water. That girl has also collected quite a few small shells and little seafood while at it. She has almost amassed half a pot. When Rushu rose and approached the door, under the setting sun, the distant figure of Ruoxue swayed as she tottered back with a water bucket. Fang Jie hurried over to take the heavy bucket from her. No more fetching after this one. It's getting late. This salt will suffice for some time. We shall discuss it later. When Ruoxue felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment, yet she obediently nodded, exclaiming, I understand. I also gathered a plethora of oysters and clams. Let us wash them quickly while they're fresh. The 3 of them sat by the pond, utilizing the golden glow of the setting sun to cleanse these delightful treasures from the sea. When Ruoxue gently pried open the shells of the oysters, revealing their succulent flesh. When Rushu meticulously scrubbed the shells, rinsing away the sand lodged within the crevices, Fang Jie kindled a bonfire, setting a pot atop it and pouring in clear water. As the flames danced higher, the water began to boil, causing the small seafood to tumble within. The rich aroma of freshness mingled with the scent of burning wood, prompting when Ruoxue to swallow hard. Do you smell that? How delightful! These are my precious finds. When Ruhu chuckled, using her sleeve to wipe the water from Wenruoshu's face. Well done, our great contributor. You are the best. She turned to Fang Jie and inquired, "Where's Brother Su? Why haven't we seen him?" Fang Jie, busy threading oysters onto a twig, looked towards the depths of the dense forest. He has been tirelessly chopping wood. He didn't even come for lunch. He should be back soon. Just then, Su Daqiang returned to the camp, axe in hand. His clothes were drenched in sweat, his face speckled with wood shavings, and a fresh scratch adorned his neck. "I chopped down 8 trees today. If I work another day, we'll have enough timber for the house." Fang Jie handed him a sizzling oyster, his gaze drifting to the axe marks on Su Daqiang's shoulders. "You'd best chop a few more. We'll need plenty in the future. We can't always be dining on stones. The air is growing colder. We need to craft some furniture." He poked the bonfire with a stick. "While you're at it, keep an eye out for sturdier trees. When the time comes, we can all go chop them down together. If we fell a thick one, we can make small stools and saw planks to create a table with wires and tools." Su Daqiang bit into the oyster, the juices scorching his tongue. "Perfect. Tomorrow, after I finish with the house timber, I'll scout out some larger trees. You need not worry about the wood cutting. I've mastered the technique now, and it's much easier. I can manage it alone. You focus on your tasks. And once you're done, just help me move the wood for the house." "All right, I want to be polite then. Tomorrow, I'll accompany the sisters to gather some flat stones to pave the wooden house's floor. It will help prevent dampness and retain warmth." When Rushu rubbed her hands together, glancing at Fang Jie, "Having slept all day, I'm full of energy. Is there anything you need me to do?" Fang Jie pondered momentarily. "Could you perhaps create a large pottery jar? Something akin to a vat, wide-mouthed and deep-bottomed, capable of holding a substantial amount of water." He drew the outline of the jar in the dirt with a twig. As the weather grows colder, the pond is beginning to freeze, making water retrieval increasingly difficult. If we had a large jar, we could store water in advance, avoiding the hassle of venturing out in the bitter cold to break through the ice, which is particularly perilous after snowfall. Wenruoshu leaned in, nodding vigorously at the sketch in the dirt. "Sister, I'll help you. Shaping clay is my forte." When Rushu contemplated the ground, resting her chin on her hand, "I've never crafted something this large, but the principles of pottery are universal. It should be similar." She raised her head, surveying the group. "However, it will require some effort, so I will need your assistance." "I require your help." "No problem." Su Daqiang patted his chest and assured, "After we finish our meal, I shall heed your instructions." "Very well. Once we are well fed, we shall commence our labor. I cannot guarantee success, but I shall certainly give it a try." "Oh dear sister, there is no need for formality. Am I not aware of your capabilities? You have even received accolades for your pottery. From now on, we shall follow Sister Wen's lead. Tonight, she is the commander." Fang Jie nodded with a smile. 3 days without food and 9 meals missed. Su Daqiang blurted out, When Rushu shot him a sharp glance. Fang Jie quickly corrected himself. "Following Sister Wen means 3 days of sustenance for 9 meals. Now, that is more acceptable." When Rushu drew the steps for pottery making in the sand with a twig and began to methodically assign tasks. The first step is to find clay, and it must possess sufficient stickiness. Ruoshue and I will excavate mud by the pond, while the hero will gather slender branches to be fashioned into strips. Brotersu, please collect some appropriately sized pebbles. The 4 dispersed to fulfill their assignments. When Rushu, accompanied by Wenruoshu, unearthed deep brown clay and kneaded it repeatedly, as one would with dough, ensuring the removal of impurities. She demonstrated as she spoke, meticulously picking out stones and roots. Meanwhile, Fang Jie wove flexible branches into a lattice-like framework. Su Daqiang returned with pebbles, stacking them into a small mound on the ground. "Now let us begin shaping." When Rushu declared, she pounded the clay into long strips, spiraling them around the branch framework. When Ruoshu mimicked her sister, carefully layering the clay strips, her fingertips coated with a moist substance. With each layer added, when Rushu gently tapped the outer wall with the pebbles, ensuring the clay adhered tightly and preventing cracks. Fang Jie and the others nodded in approval. When the vessel reached half a person's height, when Rushu instructed Fang Jie to use a heated stick to scorch 3 support legs at the base, while Su Daqiang adjusted the curvature of the branch framework, ensuring an open top for easy water filling. When Rushu smoothed the top with a sharp shell and repeatedly wiped the inner walls with a damp cloth. The moisture content in the pottery is critical, Too dry will lead to cracks, and too wet will prevent proper firing. Mastery over the water content and firing temperature is essential for successful pottery. In truth, shaping is straightforward for many. The challenge lies in timing the firing process. When Rushu had the group set up a fire around the vessel to gradually dry its moisture. Once the surface began to whiten, they collectively excavated an inverted conical kiln pit in the open ground. The bottom was lined with kindling, and the pottery was suspended in the center, surrounded by a mound of broken wood and dry grass. All right, let us ignite it. When Rushu tossed a torch into the pit, and flames erupted instantly. Fang Jie periodically added firewood, maintaining an even flame. The firing must persist for several hours to achieve the necessary temperature for pottery. The firelight cast a warm glow on their faces, and wisps of blue smoke wafted from the kiln. Who will keep watch tonight? When Rushu inquired, glancing at her companions. I will. Su Daqiang immediately raised his hand. Sister One, grant me this opportunity. I feel quite guilty about last night. I've been reflecting on it during our work. Tonight, I shall take the night shift alone. You need not worry. Very well. See how manly Brother Su is. He can acknowledge his mistakes and amend them, unlike certain individuals, when Rushu teased, glancing at Fang Jie. Ahem, I had intended to atone as well. But he snatched the chance away. I shall merely give him the opportunity to shine. Chapter 29. When Rushu's first kiss, Su Daqiang intently observed when Rushu as she demonstrated how to add firewood, the flickering flames casting playful shadows on her profile. Keep an eye on your watch. Add pine branches every hour. The fire must neither blaze too fiercely nor flicker weakly. When Rushu stirred the kiln with a stick, sparks erupting momentarily before extinguishing. A sudden drop in temperature could cause the vessel to crack. It was imperative to maintain a consistent warmth without significant temperature fluctuations. Crouching down, Su Daqiang repeatedly chanted, every hour, add a pine branch. Control the temperature and avoid large variations. Remember that. Are you tired, Brother Su? Oh, not at all. I have a knot in my heart, but I feel quite content. You should go to bed. After ensuring his mother was settled, Su Daqiang wrapped himself in the moose hide given by Fang Jie and kept vigil by the kiln, occasionally adding a piece of wood to the fire. The moose hide was largely intact, having been cleaned and dried by Fang Jie, now devoid of any odor. Unfurled, it measured an impressive 3 to 4 meters in length, offering exceptional warmth. Having completed his evening routine, Fang Jie lay comfortably on the heated bed and stretched leisurely. When Ruoxue, her cheeks flushed, fidgeted for a moment before when Rushu spoke up. Hero, turn around and close your eyes. No peeking. What are you two up to? Are you going to surprise me? Fang Jie inquired, puzzled by the sister's antics. When Rushu shot him a glance and shook the ceramic pot filled with hot water. We've been working hard and are all sweaty and smelly. We can't go to bed smelling like this, can we? Fang Jie licked his lips, swallowing hard. All right, I promise not to look. How lewd of you. Are you certain you won't sneak a peek? If you doubt me, blindfold me. Whoever peeks is a little dog. When Ruoxue laughed, you say that. So I'll trust you this once. It's cold outside, so I won't rush you out. Nodding, Fang Jie turned away from the sisters. Behind him, the sound of fabric rustling mixed with the gentle splashes of warm water echoed softly. Fang Jie fixated on the smooth grain of the wooden walls, his mind drifting through various mathematical problems. Each passing moment felt like an eternity for the youthful Fang Jie. Are you two testing the endurance of the cadre with this? What cadre could withstand such trials? Time slipped by unnoticed until when Ruoxue's clear laughter broke through. All right, you can turn around now. Fang Jie turned, gazing at the sisters after their bath. They wore half-dry hair, droplets of water glistening amid their strands. The firelight danced upon when Rushu's slightly flushed cheeks and when Ruoxue's radiant skin, reminiscent of blooming lotus flowers. Momentarily entranced, Fang Jie was brought back to reality when Rushu approached with light steps, playfully tapping his forehead, who was so adamant that whoever looks is a little dog. Yet your eyes are practically glued to us. I didn't look. I swear I didn't look. Time is sleep. You scoundrel. The embers of the stove cast the sisters' shadows against the wooden wall. Leaning against the fire, they tilted their heads, drying their damp hair with towels. All right, we're all cleaned up. Time for bed, when Ruoxue declared, lifting the covers and moving closer to Fang Jie. Seeing this, when Rushu quickly approached and gently pushed her aside. No, I'm sleeping in the middle tonight. Fang Jie gazed at her with excitement. Indeed. Xiao Ru, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Ruoxue sleeps like a little crab, always pressing against others. I'm not a quiet sleeper either. When Rushu lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering in the firelight, a faint smile dancing on her lips, "Be cautious, my hero." Her words elicited a stifled laugh from when Ruoxue, who chimed in, "I can attest, my sister stirs even more than I do in her sleep. She might end up anywhere." "Oh, it's all right. I don't mind where she lies," replied Fang Jie. When Rushu chuckled lightly as the two sisters nestled into their blankets. Soon, the rhythmic sound of when Ruoxue's gentle snores filled the corner of the wooden cabin. Beside Fang Jie, when Rushu's breathing was soft and prolonged, her warm breath brushing against his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. The moonlight streamed through the gaps in the wooden window, casting a delicate glow upon her serene face, outlining her full, moist lips and delicate eyelashes. Fang Jie swallowed hard, slowly extending his hand, his fingertip hovering half an inch from her cheek. After a moment of hesitation, he finally dared to touch her exquisite skin. Instantly, a wave of goosebumps enveloped Rushu, her lashes fluttering, yet she kept her eyes closed. Fang Jie's breath grew increasingly fervent, the sound of his heartbeat echoing in the tranquil wooden cabin. He leaned closer, his warm breath gradually enveloping Rushu's face. Sensing his proximity, her lashes trembled violently, yet her body remained still. As Fang Jie's lips descended slowly, Rushu initially shivered, instinctively attempting to turn away. However, Fang Jie's hand gently cradled the back of her head, coaxing her lips apart with a tentative touch. The resistance in her hands faded, and before she realized it, she had grasped Fang Jie's hand, their fingers entwined, breaths becoming erratic and hurried. Just as their kiss deepened, the steady rhythm of when Ruoxue's snores abruptly ceased. Fang Jie tensed immediately, catching a glimpse of the figure beside him. When Ruoxue remained motionless, still in slumber, an air of delicate silence hung between them. When Rushu's cheeks flushed crimson as she buried her head deep within Fang Jie's embrace. Perhaps to dispel the tension, when Ruoxue's snores resumed, though this time, they seemed somewhat exaggerated. "Shall we continue?" Fang Jie whispered, kissing the delicate lobe of Rushu's ear. "Stop." When Rushu lightly thumped his chest, "You rascal, taking advantage of me. This is my first kiss." "I'm not at a loss either, my dear," he teased. "Really?" When Rushu lifted her head, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Of course. If you don't believe me, try again." "No, you're already making a mess of my face with your antics. I'm tired. Let us sleep." With that, she nestled into Fang Jie's arms. Tightly clutching his arm, Fang Jie tenderly embraced her, gently patting her back. Shadows danced around the three of them, sealing their secret thrill within the dense embrace of night. As dawn painted the horizon in hues of red, when Rushu prodded the cooling ashes with a long stick, the ancient brown-red pottery, refined through hours of crafting, gleamed with a fine glaze. "It's a success. Brother Su, you're amazing. You didn't waste any time." When Ruoxue cheered as she dashed forward. When Rushu gently extended her hand to stop him, saying, "Do not rush. It is still quite hot and should not be touched. The weather appears to be quite pleasant today. Let it remain here to cool for another day." Chapter 30. Laying the ground, Fang Jie opened the wooden door and immediately spotted Su Daqiang leaning against a tree, yawning. "Brother Daqiang, you have worked hard. Why not take a short nap? We can put off today's tasks for a while." Su Daqiang rubbed his reddened eyes and smiled broadly. "It's nothing." He gazed up at the sky, his brow furrowed. The temperature had evidently dropped significantly over the past few days. The weather can change abruptly, and if we delay any further, it will become difficult to build once the snow falls. We should hasten our progress while the weather remains stable. As he spoke, he rubbed his frostbitten hands together and exhaled warm breath into his palms. "You should at least rest for an hour or two. I will call you when the meal is ready. After we eat, we can go chop some wood." Su Daqiang acknowledged with a grunt and trudged toward the tent. The meat stew in the pot bubbled softly as when Ruoxue stirred it, picking up a piece of fatty smoked meat that made her swallow in anticipation. "Sister, is it meat stew again today?" When Rushu tossed a few pieces of kelp into the pot, sighing in resignation, "We have finished the instant noodles, and there is little ham left. All that remains are these dried meats." Fang Jie squatted down and remarked, "We cannot continue this way. Eating only meat is hard on the digestive system and may lead to constipation. It is not good for our health." The day grew colder, and the fish had retreated to deeper waters. Not a single fish could be seen by the pond's edge. When Rushu stared vacantly at the bubbling meat chunks in the pot. Lately, we have been so occupied with building the house, keeping warm, making pottery, and boiling salt that we have had no time to search for food deeper in the forest. Thankfully, you hunted that moose a few days ago. Otherwise, we would be starving now. There is a hint of anxiety in her voice. Currently, we only have an abundance of meat, but we lack grains, fruits, vegetables, and seasonings. Fishing has also become difficult. Fang Jie pondered for a moment. Let us manage for one more day. Today, we will lay down the ground. Tomorrow, I will take you into the forest to see if we can find any wild fruits. Shuer, please go call Daqiang for dinner. He is reluctant to rest and wants to continue chopping wood. When Ruoxue nodded and headed towards Su Daqiang's tent. After the meal, Su Daqiang hoisted his axe and stepped outside, saying, while the sun is out, I'll chop a few more trees. You need not call me for lunch. Before he finished speaking, he had already vanished into the withered forest beyond the camp. Fang Jie secured the bone knife into his belt and turned to the Wind Sisters. Let us go find some stones. Look for those that are flat, so they fit tightly when we lay the ground. When Ruoxue grabbed a woven basket, the three of them searched along a dry creek bed. The cold wind swept across the parched stream bed as Fang Jie kicked aside the surface ice and bent down with his bone knife to pry at the rock layers. Here is the shale layer. When Ruoxue crouched down, her fingertips exploring the stone crevices, gently prying loose a stone, this piece is well-shaped and perfect for laying down. When Rushu sorted the shale according to the sizes of the stones they had pried loose, Fang Jie laid out 3 baskets side by side, filling them and carefully binding them with vines. You continue to gather. I will carry them back. The weight of the baskets caused him to slightly hunch over. Yet he steadily made his way back to the camp. On his return journey, he deliberately took a detour to collect smooth pebbles along the creek, as these small stones could fill the gaps between the slates. As the sun reached its zenith, Fang Jie set down the final basket of stones. He straightened his back, easing the strain, and surveyed the neatly stacked shale slabs in the camp, as well as the multitude of pebbles beneath his feet, finally letting out a sigh of relief. When Ruoxue crouched beside the stone pile, counting, surely, this would suffice to cover the entire wooden cabin floor? Yes, more than enough. After we finish our meal, we shall commence. In the afternoon, the trio began laying the floor. Fang Jie first arranged the larger stones in a flat layer at the bottom, firmly pressing them down with his foot. Only a stable foundation would prevent the upper layers from wobbling. As he spoke, he meticulously fitted the shale slabs together like building blocks, slowly piecing them into place. Whenever a gap appeared, he filled it with smooth pebbles. When Ruoxue, crouching nearby, imitated Fang Jie's movements, aligning the shale slabs one by one and occasionally looking up to ask, is this piece all right here? When Rushu followed behind, filling in the seams with a mixture of clay and sand. The trio worked in harmony, swiftly achieving a seamless floor. When Ruoxue bounced around, her shoes making crisp sounds on the shale slabs. It's quite sturdy, not damp at all, far better than the previously soggy ground. Fang Jie accepted the clay sand mixture handed to him by Wen Rushu, carefully filling the gaps between the slabs with a bone knife. Once the work was complete, he pushed open the small window of the cabin. The cold wind rushed in, swiftly dispersing the damp, earthy odor. The sisters gazed contentedly at the wooden cabin, a solid and warm refuge, an abundance of meat, and a pond just outside. One could say their basic survival was assured. The next step was to enhance their quality of life. Fang Jie turned to the two of them, inquiring about their thoughts on how to elevate their living standards. When Ruoxue tilted her head in contemplation, at the very least, we need to procure some different food and then a set of tables and chairs for easier dining. Ideally, we would also have a few new outfits. Quite an ambitious thought. The first 2 tasks are feasible, but the last is unattainable. Come, since we have some free time, I shall take you to the seaside for treasure hunting. There is nothing left to do at the camp. The door swings open. Let us air out the floor. In the evening, we'll move the urn inside and fill it with water. When Rushu glanced at the goat tethered to the large tree beside the cabin. How about we take it for a stroll? Let it graze and drink some water, and also to enjoy some fresh air. Sounds good. While many keep cats and dogs, it's rare to see anyone with a goat as a pet. Let us set a trend, just the 2 of us sisters. When Ruoxue untied the goat and let it over. After a few days of confinement, its wildness had diminished considerably. Fang Jie casually pulled some dry grass, watching as it lowered its head to munch. He led it to the pond, where thin ice formed, and the goat obediently drank, its tail occasionally brushing against his pant leg. Ah, splendid, it can be tamed. If it can be trained, we shall keep it indefinitely, unless we find ourselves short of meat and consider it otherwise. Do not entertain such thoughts. This is our new member, my pet along with my sisters. Let us name her Xiao Fang. Wen Ruoxue grinned mischievously, snatching the vine from Fang Jie's hand. How audacious! How dare you use my surname to name a goat? When Rushu chuckled, covering her mouth, you're overthinking it. The Xiao Fang we speak of is not your surname. It refers to the one with thick, long braids. This goat is female. Fang Jie and his companions traversed the winding path towards the seaside. When Ruoxu tugged at the vines while chasing after the frolicking lambs. When Rushu followed closely behind, constantly admonishing, slow down. Be careful not to fall. Fang Jie paused by a trap. The animal trail, once marked by the paw prints of wild creatures, was now frozen solid, with only a few withered leaves swirling in the biting wind. He crouched down, using a bone knife to pry open the frosted noose, finding it eerily still. Is it the cold that keeps the animals away? He muttered to himself, not even a scrap of fur or hide. They must not be coming here for water anymore. When Ruoxu approached, leading the lamb, could it be that the cold has driven the animals into their burrows? Indeed, it is possible. Animals tend to be less active in winter, he replied. However, some smaller creatures like squirrels and rabbits often make appearances. If you encounter a squirrel, do not frighten it away. We might seize the opportunity. Chapter 31. A confident life of a century brother Jie. You truly believe we can rob a squirrel? Absolutely. These little creatures are quite clever. They start hoarding nuts throughout the forest as autumn sets in. They possess the habit of having multiple hiding places, tree hollows, rock crevices, and grass nests, and they even dig holes in the frozen earth to store their food. You, who have a penchant for delicacies, must remember not to startle them. Follow from a distance to observe where they stash their provisions, and only act once they have departed. Sometimes, a single tree hollow can yield a basketful of pine nuts, and if fortune smiles upon us, we might even discover some dry berries. When Ruoxu nodded excitedly, what a splendid idea. Being a squirrel bandit is certainly far easier than searching aimlessly across the mountains. So, in that case, we become capitalists and there are livestock. Ah, your perspective is refreshingly unique. Such livestock is not easy to find. They are astute and will not hide everything in one place. Robbing them requires a stroke of luck. When Ruoxu nodded, I have yet to encounter a squirrel. I shall try your method when I do. As they conversed, they arrived at the shoreline. They walked along the damp sands. When Ruoxu bent down to sift through the sand, her nose turning a rosy hue from the cold. How strange. I could collect shells just yesterday, yet now I see none. When Rushu squatted nearby, using a stick to pry open the top layer of sand, uncovering only a few strands of dried seaweed. Fang Jie shook the sand from his boots and pointed towards the jagged rocks in the distance. Stop wasting your efforts. With the cold, clams and small crabs have retreated into the crevices of the rocks, and the clams buried in the sand have dug even deeper. They are becoming increasingly difficult to find. The intertidal zone among the rocks serves as their refuge. It is easiest to find them during low tide. The One sisters perked up immediately, grabbing their baskets and jogging to keep pace. After navigating around several clusters of spiny corals, they were greeted by a vast expanse of dark gray rocks. Fang Jie gestured for silence. Deep within the crevices, a few dark red crabs waved their pincers, their shells still adorned with bits of seaweed. The little crabs huddled together, their slate-gray limbs fidgeting anxiously. Quickly grab the basket, he urged, before he finished speaking. When Ruoxu had already crouched beside him, opening the basket wide. Fang Jie, quick of hand, seized them. When Rushu raised her wooden spear, gently prodding at another rock. Suddenly, a shell glimmering with a purple sheen peeked out from the crevice, its antennae quivering sensitively. She held her breath, cautiously positioning the spear to trap the shell's opening. She reached out to grab it, but unexpectedly, her fingertip was pinched by a claw, causing her to gasp in pain. Ouch! This creature is fiercer than a crab. It hurts so much. Fang Jie quickly approached and placed the shellfish into the woven basket. He gently took Wen Rushu's finger into his mouth, sucking on it softly. What are you doing? Are we that familiar? Coming over to take advantage of me, Wen Rushu said with a smile in her eyes as she looked at Fang Jie. Aren't we familiar enough? Be careful. This thing is mildly venomous. It's necessary to handle it properly. As evening approached, the sea breeze grew stronger. Let's go, it's getting chilly. We need to head back, Fang Jie said, glancing at the basket with satisfaction. It was filled to the brim with clawing crabs, glossy sea snails, and a few mud skippers. When Rushu poked the unruly crabs in the basket, "Look at you being so brazen, daring to pinch me. I'll cook you when we get home." Fang Jie looked at her with a puzzled expression. "If I remember correctly, the crabs haven't offended you, have they?" "Hee, I dare not touch that snail. I can only take my frustration out on these crabs." Fang Jie sighed, commenting on the complexity of women's hearts. "What about those two women?" When Ruoxue squeezed between them. "What do you mean by the hearts of two women?" Fang Jie continued. "That is a good question, much like the three of us right now. If handled well, it is a joy in life. If not, it could end in disaster. Don't you agree?" When Rushu linked her arm with his. "Do you think you have the confidence to handle it well?" When Ruoxue looked at him with a half-smile. "Xiaoru, you know me well. I am inherently confident." As Fang Jie spoke, he turned to face the sea. He took a deep breath, slowly spreading his arms to embrace the cold wind and waves. "A confident life lasts 100 years. I shall soar across the vast skies." When Rushu stood beside him, echoing loudly, "May I be like the stars, and you like the moon, shining brightly every night." When Ruoxue awkwardly approached Fang Jie. "With the right environment and mood, I should recite a poem too. But alas, I find myself incapable of such. I'm merely a cultural company." "Ha ha ha, silly. You call me silly again. I will beat you," Xiao Feng playfully bid him. The three of them walked back along the foaming waves. When Ruoxue balanced the basket atop her head, with crab claws occasionally poking out, making her giggle uncontrollably. Upon returning to the campsite, the sisters began to prepare dinner. Fang Jie assessed the condition of the wooden cabin floor. It had dried well, showing no cracks or dampness. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. The smoke from the cooking curled upwards, twisted by the wind. The campfire crackled, and the crabs in the iron pot bubbled while the mud skipper sizzled. When Rushu added a pine branch to the fire, saying, "I wonder when Brother Su will return. He worked so hard." Just then, Su Daqiang stumbled back, a swollen bump on his head resembling a small hat. "Damn it, I saw a ghost." He tossed aside the axe and gulped water from his canteen. "This afternoon, while chopping trees, things kept falling from above like it was raining, but when I looked up, there was nothing to be seen." Su Daqiang slumped beside the fire, grimacing as he rubbed the swollen bump. "What hit you?" Fang Jie stood up and walked toward him. "I scarcely noticed. Perhaps it was merely some wooden blocks. For below, I could hardly discern what was striking me from the tree. The branches swayed violently, as if something were flapping about above." Fang Jie crouched down, scrutinizing the wound in the flickering firelight. Several reddish bruises bore the marks of fine scratches, resembling shapes inflicted by the hard shells of pine cones. He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then chuckled softly. "I fear we have encountered a territorial squirrel. The tree you felled is likely its storied lair, and thus it seeks to drive you away." When Ruoxue edged closer to the fire, "Shall we seize the pine cones then?" She seemed to envision a bounty of nuts beckoning from the tree hollows. Fang Jie placed a hand on her shoulder, shaking his head. "It is far too dark at night, and the squirrel's nest is high in the treetops. A fall would not be trifling." He contemplated, suggesting that they joined a chong in the morning, aiding in tree felling while also collecting any tolls along the way. When Rushu handed over a golden-brown grilled mud skipper, "Let us dine first. Only when we are satiated shall we possess the strength for vengeance." Laughter erupted among the group. Su Daqiang took a hearty bite of fish, mumbling indistinctly, "Tomorrow, we must uproot that little fiend's nest. Today, it has left me with a bruised visage." Chapter 32. The heist of the squirrel. Fang Jie and Su Daqiang transported the newly crafted ceramic urn into the wooden cabin, placing it in a level corner. Fang Jie made several trips with a bucket, and at last, the surface of the water in the urn began to ripple gently. After everyone had washed up, they settled down to rest. However, Fang Jie found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The sky was still light, not yet 8 o'clock, and having not engaged in strenuous labor over the past few days, he felt no weariness. In a moment of reverie, he recalled the few books nestled within his suitcase. He felt for the suitcase and withdrew several volumes. This one is useful. The Wilderness Survival Guide. It contained a wealth of survival knowledge, along with illustrations of animals and plants. particularly the plant illustrations. This was Fang Jie's weakness. He struggled to identify many medicinal herbs and edible wild fruits. The cover of the book was already worn, and as he opened it, a few dried fern specimens fell out. This plant is called serrated amaranth, which can be ground into flour. Fang Jie leaned closer to the oil lamp, his fingertips gliding over the hand-drawn illustrations within book. Beside a plant resembling a dandelion, a red mark indicated its toxicity, accompanied by a skull sketch at the root. This one is known as purple flowering vine, and it is poisonous. Fang Jie became engrossed, continually flipping back and forth through the pages. The commotion stirred when Rushu, who sleepily opened her eyes. "Why are you still awake?" Fang Jie closed the book and set it beside the Kong. "I was just about to sleep. I was studying a bit." He resolved to bring the book along tomorrow, to familiarize himself with the various plants they might encounter, in hopes of discovering something beneficial. When Rushu's cheeks flushed slightly as she pressed Fang Jie down onto the Kong. "Now you wish to play the scholar. Why not study earlier or later? When everyone else is asleep, you suddenly immerse yourself in books." As Fang Jie lay down, when Rushu nestled into his embrace, he chuckled softly, gazing down at her. "Is it that you cannot sleep without me by your side?" She gently nodded, her face resting against his chest. "Yes. I have grown accustomed to your presence. Otherwise, my heart feels empty." After listening, Fang Jie felt a warmth in his heart as he embraced Rushu tightly, gently kissing her forehead and saying, "From now on, I shall always be by your side, ensuring your heart never feels empty." A smile graced Rushu's lips as she nestled into a more comfortable position within his arms. Before long, the rhythmic sound of even breathing filled the tranquil wooden cabin. Fang Jie gazed at Rushu's peaceful slumber and then glanced at the nearby survival guide for island life. He shut his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, several individuals accompanied Su Daqiang into the woods, stepping into the heart of the dense foliage, where the fallen leaves rustled beneath their feet. Su Daqiang secured his mother's hand to a nearby tree and led the group to the site for chopping wood. When Ruoxua tiptoed to count the tree trunks, exclaiming 22, "Brother Su, you are incredible. You felled more than a dozen trees in a single day." "Oh, it was nothing," he replied. "I started slowly, but once I mastered the technique and force, I became increasingly swift." Su Daqiang pointed with his rough fingers toward an ancient pine tree, its canopy resembling an umbrella. "It's this tree. I only struck it twice yesterday, and the pine cones fell like rain." The group looked up, and amidst the layers of branches, a dark silhouette darted swiftly. Fang Jie examined the fresh bite marks on the tree trunk, where the bark had peeled away to reveal tiny remnants of pine cones. The bark bore signs of gnawing, indicating a hidden cavity above that sheltered the pine cones. He turned to scan the others, asking, "Who among you can climb trees?" Everyone shook their heads. "Then I shall go up." Fang Jie tied a vine around his waist, securing the other end to a sturdy tree root. "You all stay below to support me. If anything happens, I'll tug the rope. Keep your distance. I'll toss down the spoils." Using both hands and feet, he ascended the trunk. With each step upward, he could hear the rustling above, a pair of vigilant eyes watching his every move. Just as his palm brushed against a protruding knot on the tree, a furry figure, propelled by a gust of wind, lunged at him. He swiftly grasped the bushy tail of a squirrel with one hand while the other secured its neck. The little creature squeaked frantically, its tiny legs kicking in a frenzy, its two front teeth nearly grazing his wrist. "Hold steady. I'll let it down. Don't let it escape." Suspended among the branches, he carefully lowered the squirming squirrel. When Ruoxua tiptoed to catch it, only to be met with a faceful of saliva, Su Daqiang quickly grabbed the tree root and, within moments, tied the squirrel's kicking hind legs. The gray-furred creature was tossed into a nearby heap of dry grass, sulking with its tail covering its head, leaving only its twitching nose exposed. Fang Jie continued his ascent, finally reaching a rough opening deep in the canopy, clearing away the moss that covered it. A warm breeze infused with the aroma of pine resin and nuts enveloped him. Hazelnuts, pine nuts, and chestnuts were piled high. At the very bottom lay a few wild hawthorn berries, encased in ice shards, glistening enticingly in the dim light of the tree hollow. Fang Jie tugged on the vine, signaling to those below. He began tossing down the nuts, hazelnuts, and pine nuts falling like raindrops. When Ruoxua, holding a basket, tiptoed to catch them, only to be struck on the head by a falling chestnut, but she paid no mind to the pain, exclaiming, "Wow, this one is huge." The quality of the nuts we found surpasses that of those typically purchased at the nut shop. This little squirrel has exquisite taste. When Rushu crouched on the ground, frantically gathering the scattered nuts while muttering, "Don't run away, don't run away," Su Daqiang tore a piece of his clothing to fashion a makeshift pouch, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Throw them here. Toss them here. Over here." The three of them were bustling about beneath the tree, as nuts fell with a crackling sound onto their clothes, into the basket, and some rolled away into the grass. By the time Fang Jie slid down with wild grapes in his arms, the ground was already heaped with a small mound of nuts. When Ruoshuet tossed a handful of pine nuts into the air, exclaiming, "Now we have provisions for the winter. Roasted pine nuts, boiled chestnuts. All we need now is a phone to binge-watch shows." Fang Jie carefully wiped the wild grapes with the corner of his clothing, selecting the plumpest ones, and gently fed them to Wenrushu and Wenruoshue. "Try this. They taste delightful." As the grapes melted in their mouths, the sisters' eyes instantly sparkled. Wenruoshue, chewing and speaking indistinctly, said, "Delicious, but there are just a few. Only this much. I don't want to eat too many." The bound little squirrel, frantic, rolled on the ground, its tail whipping the dry grass into a frenzy, squeaking until its voice nearly gave out. Fang Jie waved his hand at Su Daqiang, saying, "Let go. Don't torment it any longer. You've avenged yourself. It bit you, and we took its food. A debt repaid." Squatting down, Su Daqiang whispered while untying the squirrel, "Shouldn't we leave it a little? We've taken all its food. Won't it starve through the winter?" "Rest assured," Fang Jie replied, tossing a pine nut playfully. "The squirrel is clever. It wouldn't store all its provisions in one place. It must have hidden plenty elsewhere, so it won't go hungry." Su Daqiang's eyes twinkled mischievously as he rubbed his hands together, saying, "Then why not raid its other food caches as well?" Fang Jie chuckled. "What are you thinking? After this commotion today, it will see us and bolt. If you follow it, it will lead you on a wild chase without ever returning to its nest." Chapter 33. A bountiful harvest. As soon as the squirrel was freed, it darted into the underbrush, its tail still dusted with grass. It hid behind a tree, peering out with its beady black eyes glaring fiercely at everyone, its whiskers trembling with indignation, as if holding a grudge. Fang Jie waved at it, and the squirrel turned and leapt up the tree, escaping. Su Daqiang hefted his axe, ready to continue chopping down the tree, but Fang Jie quickly stopped him, saying, "Don't fell this tree. Look at the bark. It's cracked in several places, and there are many hollows. The wood is already hollowed out. It wouldn't even burn well as firewood." He patted the tree trunk and suggested finding a solid one to take back. Su Daqiang placed the axe on his shoulder and replied, "All right, this forest is vast. I'm not worried about finding another tree." He pointed to a nearby thicket and said, "When I came to chop wood, I noticed some red berries over there. I tasted a couple, and they were quite sweet and tangy. I didn't return for lunch because I was foraging with my mother, but I'm not knowledgeable about them, so I didn't dare to pick more. Why don't you take a look if it's on your way?" Fang Jie's eyes lit up as he pulled out a survival guide from his pocket, exclaiming, "Perfect. Let us go fruit foraging with the book." Su Daqiang shouldered his axe and guided his mother deeper into the dense forest, the dry branches crackling beneath their feet. "Let us go. We'll test our luck in the low-lying area that Su Daqiang mentioned." As the trio traversed the dense thicket, a vast, open lowland unfolded before them. The cold wind swept through the withered yellow grass, revealing a myriad of plants hidden among the branches. When Ruoshue exclaimed, parting the dry grass, "Look, over here. It's full of them. So many, in vibrant colors." To their astonishment, the winter landscape harbored such a wealth of resilient flora. Fang Jie opened the Wild Survival Guide, his gaze scanning the dense text. He meticulously compared the shapes and hues in the book with the various plants surrounding them. "This is taro. I recognize it without needing the book. It's my favorite." When Rushu crouched on the ground, cheerfully beckoning to Fang Jie, he nodded in affirmation. It was indeed taro. When Rushu set down her backpack, exclaiming, "There are plenty here. Schwer, hand me the wooden spear, and I'll dig them out." Fang Jie looked up and plucked a cluster of bright red berries. "Isn't this the hawthorn fruit mentioned in the book?" After comparing it with the illustrations, his eyes brightened. "Indeed, although it has many seeds and little flesh, it is rich in vitamins. Dried and ground into powder, it can enhance the sweetness of pancakes." And this, Fang Jie used a bone knife to pry open the thorns, revealing clusters of curved, brownish fruits. Jujube. It may not look appealing, but it is incredibly sweet and juicy. Perfect for making wine when dried. Jiega, come look at this. I found something good. When Ruoxue uncovered a few oval tubers, partially covered in frost. Fang Jie quickly flipped through the pages. Indeed, this is cassava. It has a high starch content and can be ground into flour for baking. He skillfully peeled the skin to reveal the pure white flesh, noting that it contained cyanogenic compounds, requiring soaking in fresh water for several days and thorough cooking before consumption. That's fine. We've dug them all out. We have plenty of time to soak them. She looked up at the sky, standing to pluck a bunch of red fruits. Isn't this hawthorn? Fang Jie nodded. Exactly. It's the hawthorn we often eat, rich in vitamins, great for stimulating the appetite. If we find honey, it will be a perfect match. As he spoke, he continued forward, flipping through the pages of the book. Parting the thorny bushes, he discovered clusters of dark purple berries hanging from the branches. Crushing them between his fingers, a spicy aroma wafted into the air. Mountain pepper. A sprinkle enhances the flavor of grilled meat. He then noticed a green leaf plant with silver edges in the crevices of the rocks. We can also harvest some perilla leaves. Adding a few to fish soup would drive away the chill and enhance the aroma. When Rushu excitedly gathered her harvest in a vine basket. Goodness, we're truly blessed. Just as we mentioned our needs, they appeared. We've hit the jackpot. Grains, fruits, and spices, all here. If we can find some wild vegetables, it would be perfect. When Ruoxue wiped the sweat from her brow, laughing, this land is truly a treasure trove hidden by the heavens. Fortunately, Jiegu, you have this book. Otherwise, we might have been clueless, holding a golden bowl yet begging for food, not knowing what it was or its uses. Fang Jie closed the guide, gazing at the bountiful ingredients spread across the mountains, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. With knowledge at their disposal, even the harsh winter of this deserted island could yield a sumptuous feast. Be cautious while foraging, you two sisters. Don't hurt yourselves. I will handle the transportation. I will first take the nuts and the harvest we gathered back. Thank you for your hard work. When Rushu waved her hand at them and then eagerly resumed her digging, the three figures darted among the low shrubs. Fang Jie carried a bulging basket, filled to the brim with taro, cassava, and nuts. The heavy weight pressed painfully on his shoulders as he shuttled back and forth between the two locations, unloading the bounty in the wooden cabin before swiftly returning to the low-lying area. The Wen sisters squatted amidst the wild grass, their fingertips turning crimson from the cold. Yet they paid it no mind. When Rushu wielded a wooden spear with great effort, breaking through the frozen soil to unearth round taros. When Ruoxue tiptoed to pluck clusters of hawthorn berries, occasionally popping a few in her mouth, the sweet and sour juice making her squint with delight. Sister, these hawthorn fruits look just like tiny crutches. No wonder they're called hawthorn. She shook the fruit in her hand, recalling what Jiegu had said about drying them for winemaking. Once we gather enough, we can enjoy our own brew during the new year. How wonderful. When Rusha nodded, the hero hasn't deceived us. We're practically on a tropical island vacation now. On Fang Jie's third return, he spotted Su Daqiang passing by the wooden cabin with an axe slung over his shoulder. My goodness, Su Daqiang exclaimed upon seeing the mountains of gathered food, his eyes wide with astonishment. Are you three planning to empty this forest? How can it be so much? Are you certain all of this is safe? Fang Jie patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, it's safe, don't worry. I've carefully verified everything before bringing it back. Impressive. Su Daqiang gave a thumbs up. Today, I felled 3 thick trees. I believe this should suffice for making some tables and benches. How about we stop here? It's quite a task for you to transport everything alone. I'll help you carry it. Fang Jie nodded. All right, 3 trees will be enough. Now, let us focus on something important. During noon, no one felt inclined to return for lunch. Everyone was highly motivated, striving to stockpile more resources for their future lives. Su Daqiang merely picked some hawthorn berries for his mother to eat. As dusk deepened, the group finally concluded their day of foraging. Fang Jie hoisted a basket filled with perilla and wild hawthorn, glancing back at the low-lying area. The withered wild grass swayed gently, as if narrating the tale of this unexpected, bountiful harvest. Chapter 34. Building a house for Su Daqiang, the wooden cabin was brimming with their harvest. Cassava and taro were piled into small hills, while hazelnuts, pine nuts, and chestnuts were stored in wicker baskets. Strings of hawthorn berries hung in the corner. Aside from a cramped space for the bed and stove, every gap was completely filled, Even the wooden door had to be opened sideways. When Ruoxu tiptoed to hang a bundle of perilla from the beam and turned to smile, if we gather more, we'll need to add a second floor to the cabin. The remaining wild fruits and spices were moved into the tent that Su Daqiang had set up. All right, let us just make do for now. Tomorrow you two sisters can continue organizing. I'll join Daqiang in transporting wood to build a house for them. Once the house is complete, if there is leftover timber, we can construct a small storage room. That way it won't be so cramped. Fine, let us manage for tonight. Before sleeping, the Wen sisters lay side by side on the bed. Before them, in a porcelain bowl, the cleaned hawthorn berries glimmered with a dark red sheen. The hawthorn fruits were plump and glistened under the firelight, translucent and inviting. When Ruoxu languidly crossed her snow-white legs, savoring a tart and sweet hawthorn fruit, she turned her head and called out to Fang Jie, who was busy organizing books. Hero, with so many books to guard, you can't let me grow bored enough to count the rafters, can you? Quickly, pick one and tell me a story. Fang Jie approached and tapped her forehead lightly. You seem to be getting a bit carried away. Do you consider yourself the lady of the manor? Here I am, stoking the fire and adding fuel, while you comfortably recline and munch on fruits as you listen to my tales. Oh, come on, Jiegu, when Ruoxu exclaimed as she rolled over, her disheveled hair cascading onto the Kong. We've worked hard to gather such a feast. We must enjoy it tonight. Just tell one story. Saying this, she tugged at the hem of Fang Jie's garment playfully. Fang Jie, somewhat disgruntled, replied, there are many ways to enjoy oneself. Why don't you suggest how I should amuse myself? When Ruoxu cast him a flirtatious glance, what would you like to indulge in? Is my sister's company not enough for you? Every night, you embrace a stunning beauty and even steal kisses now and then. When Rishu pinched Fang Jie, how did you know that? Did you tell her? Who would I tell? I have no need to share such things with her. It must have been that night when you were humming and your sister overheard. He chuckled. You, no more talking. Quickly tell her a story. When Rishu commanded sternly, Fang Jie smiled helplessly and withdrew a hefty volume of the 24 histories. He traced the spine of the book and remarked, the owner of this chest truly embodies Confucius, versatile in both literary and martial pursuits. He understands survival in the wild, yet carries historical texts. Such a pity. As he flipped open the yellowed pages, he found himself in a quandary. Most of the content revolved around dynastic changes and the intrigues of warfare, hardly suitable tales for a young lady. What would you like to hear? Love stories. When Ruoxu instantly perked up, resting her chin on her hands and gazing at him eagerly. Tell me about those handsome men and beautiful women who endure countless hardships just to be together. History is not rife with such romantic tales, Fang Jie replied, bemused, as he continued to flip through the pages. However, he stumbled upon a story within the idioms, a tale about Wei Sheng, who clung to a pillar. It spoke of a man named Wei Sheng in ancient times, who promised to meet his beloved beneath a bridge. When she failed to arrive and the river swelled, he resolutely embraced the bridge pillar, refusing to leave, ultimately drowning. Is that really a love story? How tragic! When Ruoxu exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. What happened next? There's no next. This tale serves more as a fable. It teaches us to honor our commitments, but also to be adaptable. Fang Jie concluded as he closed the book. Now that the story is finished, it's time for bed. We need to continue our search for food tomorrow. When Ruoxu pouted, murmuring her disappointment, yet complied and lay down obediently. The warmth enveloped the room, accompanied by the crackling of the firewood, as the three of them gradually drifted into slumber. At dawn, just as the first light of day began to break, Fang Jie and Su Daqiang set off with axes towards the forest. The hefty trunks lay amidst the fallen leaves, and the two men chopped the wood into suitable lengths. Once they had finished cutting the wood, they exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in silent agreement. Fang Jie secured the middle of a log with both arms, while Su Daqiang lifted the other end. Together, they heaved the log upward, their steps steady as they made their way back to the camp. Although the wood was heavy, their hands had grown accustomed to labor, allowing them to bear the weight with relative ease. They made numerous trips back and forth between the forest and the campsite. Although each journey was arduous, no one complained of fatigue. Once they transported more than 20 logs to the camp, the Wen sisters hurried over. Quick, have some water to quench your thirst. You two are incredible bringing all this back in just one morning. Fang Jie and Su Daqiang accepted the water, gulping it down eagerly. This afternoon, We need to tackle those 3 thick ones. I must bring the saw to cut them down first. They cannot be moved otherwise. The 2 men could not manage the weight alone. When Rushu promptly went inside to fetch the saw and handed it to Fang Jie. He filled a water pouch and tucked several jujube fruits into his pocket. We want to eat lunch. You all can manage that. We aim to transport all the timber today. When Ruoxue quickly grasped his arm, asking, why the rush? Take your time. Fang Jie shook his head and pointed to the sky. Since morning, it had been overcast, and the wind had begun to pick up. We must seize every moment. The weather is about to change. We must finish building the house before the snow arrives, or the elderly will suffer. Su Daqiang looked at Fang Jie with gratitude, saying, what can I say? Thank you. We don't need to mention such things between us. Haven't you always been there to help? Let's get to work. The 2 men hoisted their axes and stepped out of the camp. When Rushu shook her head helplessly, realizing he had a point. Let him go. Su Daqiang is helping us build the house, and we must not be careless when it comes to his matters. He is a good person. He has always been the nice guy at work. One Ruoxue pouted, I never said I wouldn't help him. I just worry for Fang Jie. Never mind. I'll focus on my own tasks and ensure we don't lag behind. The sisters busied themselves organizing supplies. When Rushu sorted the cassava by size, deftly slicing through the rough skin with a bone knife, the white flesh tumbling into a nearby wicker basket. When Ruoxue tiptoed to pluck the firethorn fruits from the beams of the house, carefully rolling the dark red berries into a ceramic jar, occasionally sneaking a taste. Wincing at the sourness. Let us dig a pit by the pond for soaking the cassava. They need at least 3 days, and we lack a container that large. Let us just dig a hole. The sisters used wooden spears and bone knives to excavate a square pit half a meter deep by the pond, reinforcing the edges with stones. Clear water was poured into the pit, creating delicate ripples. When Rushu submerged the peeled cassava completely, then tied them with vines to prevent them from floating away. After preparing the staple food, the sisters began to tidy up the seasonings. Perilla leaves were spread out on the ground to dry. One Ruoxue followed Fang Jie's method, placing the mountain pepper fruits into a coarse ceramic jar, gently grinding them with a smooth stone. Finally, they addressed the supplies from Su Daqiang's tent. The sisters methodically moved the jars and baskets outside. When Rushu carefully inspected each ingredient, discarding any damp hazelnuts for further drying. When Ruoxue reached up to hang the jujube strings from the beams of the wooden house, humming an off-key tune. Once all the supplies were organized, the previously chaotic tent felt empty, whereas the wooden house was neatly arranged with ingredients. Nuts piled in the corner for drying, and even the spice jars by the stove were meticulously lined up. When Ruoxue clapped her hands, gazing at the newly refreshed campsite. Sister, we've tidied up more neatly than the wealthiest families. When Brother Jie and Brother Su return, they will surely be delighted. When Rushu chuckled as she affectionately ruffled her sister's hair. Chapter 35. The onset of the blizzard as the sun gradually sank in the west. Fang Jie and Su Daqiang, panting with exhaustion, finally managed to transport the last piece of timber into the camp with great difficulty. Their arms ached, and their shoulders were chafed and sore. Yet they persevered with their tasks. The 2 squatted beside the pile of wood, diligently using axes and bone knives to smooth out the protruding surfaces of the timber. The one sisters emerged from the wooden cabin. Brother Jie, come see how well we've organized everything. When Ruoxue exclaimed, pulling Fang Jie along to showcase their efforts. He followed her into the cabin for a closer look. Inside, it was impeccably arranged. Wild fruits were neatly categorized, and the drying firethorn fruit strings and perilla leaves emitted a gentle fragrance. When Rushu added some water to the stone pit where they soaked cassava, watching as the clean tubers floated to the surface. You've made this place so presentable. Truly, you are 2 excellent housekeepers, Fang Jie remarked with admiration, straightening his back as he gazed at them. The cassava is soaked perfectly. It occupies minimal space and is easy to change the water. I commend you both. When Ruoxue, with a satisfied toss of her head, replied, at least you have good taste. My sister and I are quite capable. We've even organized everything in Brother Su's tent. After a quick meal, they resumed their tasks. Fang Jie directed Su Daqiang to move the tent aside, and he led the sisters in clearing the foundation for the house. Under the moonlight, the trio diligently cleared away stones and weeds, compacting the ground for the foundation. After relocating the tent, Su Daqiang returned to smooth the remaining timber. They worked tirelessly until deep into the night. Fang Jie assessed the foundation and the timber, concluding that everything was in order. With a full day tomorrow, as long as the weather remains stable, we shall successfully erect the house. When Ruoxue approached, carrying a bundle of thatch, "Brother Jie, can we really finish building the wooden house in just one day?" Fang Jie nodded confidently. "Rest assured, we can. This wooden house is not large, and we won't need to build a platform. Just a stove for cooking and warmth will suffice. With our division of labor, we will surely succeed. Brother Daqiang will handle the timber, while you and Xiaoru will assist with passing the materials, and I will handle the joints." Su Daqiang grinned amiably. "All right, I'll follow your lead. We'll start at dawn to try and move in as soon as possible." Fang Jie stood up, dusting off his clothes. "Very well. We shall commence at first light. As long as we work together, this wooden house will undoubtedly be completed before sunset." The group nodded in agreement and hurried off to rest. As soon as they lay down, the fatigue of the day washed over them like a tide, and they quickly fell into slumber. In the makeshift tent, Su Daqiang pulled a hide over his shoulders, his thunderous snore soon blending with the night breeze. As dawn broke, the early morning light appeared at 5 o'clock. Su Daqiang, drenched in dew, crawled out of the tent. He rubbed his frozen hands together and gently knocked on the wooden house. "Time to rise. The wind is picking up today. A few snowflakes are drifting down. We must get to work quickly." The interior was filled with the sound of rustling as when Ruoxue rubbed her eyes and peeked out, exclaiming, "Brother Su, you are even more punctual than a rooster." As dawn broke with a faint light, the four of them were already diligently attending to their tasks beside the foundation. Fang Jie, armed with a chisel, expertly carved a mortise into the end of a wooden beam. Su Daqiang swung his axe, driving the wooden stakes firmly into the ground. The Wen sisters busily transported timber back and forth, assisting on both sides. Lifted up another half-inch on the left. Fang Jie assessed the tilt of the upright post, swiftly marking it with charcoal. "Brother Daqiang, we need to insert a wedge here." When Ruoxue promptly handed Su Daqiang the sharpened wooden wedge. When Ruoxue tiptoed to fill the gaps in the beams with moss, pointing towards the horizon. "Look, the clouds over there are ominously dark. They're moving in fast. Everyone, let us work harder and finish ahead of schedule by noon." Upon hearing this, everyone quickened their pace. By around 10 o'clock, the walls of the wooden house began to take shape. Fang Jie stood atop the roof, adjusting the crossbeams, the tools at his waist jingling with each movement. Su Daqiang wiped the mud off his face, gazing at the emerging structure with a wide smile. "At this rate, we'll have the stove built by afternoon. We'll finally have a place to settle down." In response, Fang Jie's steady voice assured him, "Don't rush. I promise you, everything will proceed as planned. When the wind and snow arrive, I will ensure that you and your mother remain warm and well-fed." Amidst the sounds of timber, striking and breaths of labor, the new wooden house was rising from the barren land. By noon, the last crossbeam clicked securely into place. Fang Jie straightened up, the roof structure now solidly formed. A chilling wind swept through, carrying scattered snowflakes, and the snow had begun to fall. Fang Jie called down, "Go find some hay and moss to finish the roof." Su Daqiang looked up, responding, "Understood. I'll fetch the hay." Hardly had he finished speaking when he dashed toward the corner where the fodder was stacked. The snowflakes grew denser, stinging his cheeks. Su Daqiang embraced 2 large bundles of hay, with additional clumps of moss draped over his shoulders, trudging back through the uneven ground. The wind scattered hay fragments, mixing them with snowflakes that stuck to his eyelashes, yet he paid no mind to wiping them away. He thought to himself, "I must prevent the wind and snow from seeping into the house. We must ensure the wooden shelter is well protected against the elements." Fang Jie crouched at the edge of the roof, reaching out to receive the thrown bundles of hay. The moss carried the earthy scent of damp soil, while the hay crackled between his fingers. He laid the moss in the gaps of the beams, carefully layering the hay on top, followed by another layer of moss. He pressed it down firmly, ensuring that no wind could enter and no water could seep through. When Ruoxue called out, "Diego, we're still missing a piece in the northwest corner." At that moment, Su Daqiang returned, braving the wind and snow with more fodder to further reinforce the roof. The snowflakes blurred his vision, and Fang Jie's fingertips turned a bright red from the cold. Yet he continued to sift through the piles of hay for the thickest moss. When the final gap was filled, the entire roof was covered in a soft, light brown layer, blending seamlessly with the swirling white snow. Su Daqiang gazed at the shelter they had painstakingly erected, finally breaking into a smile, his breath forming a mist in the snowy air. Now my dear mother will no longer have to huddle in a leaky tent. In the blink of an eye, snowflakes had blanketed the ground in a pristine white carpet. Fang Jie knelt upon the rooftop, glancing down at the three individuals gazing upward. He bellowed to Chong, "Do not linger down there. Quickly assist the elderly lady into the house and move all the items from the tent inside. I require the waterproof tarp." Su Chong wiped the snow melt from his face, about to respond when Fang Jie's voice cut through the air once more. "Place the removed tarp over the remaining timber, ensuring it is securely covered. Weigh down the edges with stones. Not a single piece must become damp. I have significant plans for them." The two sisters exchanged a glance and immediately scurried toward the tent. The howling wind propelled snowflakes into their collars as Su Chong hastened into the tent, stuffing furs and ceramic jars into a wicker basket. The elderly lady trembled as she rose unsteadily. Su Chong lifted her and rushed into the wooden cabin. "Mother, please rest in the new house and do not come out. There's a blizzard outside. It's warm inside." He hurriedly set his mother down and dashed back into the storm. At that moment, when Ruoxue was straining to pull the waterproof tarp, which flapped violently in the wind. "Dakiam, uhi, my nose is freezing, and I can't hold this tarp." The three of them hunched over, pressing down on the tarp with all their might. They maneuvered the immense tarp over to the pile of timber, securing it firmly. Su Chong brought over several large stones to weigh down the edges, further reinforcing it with vines. Amidst the howling wind and snow, Fang Jie completed the construction of the wooden cabin. Chapter 36. Reminiscing about the glorious past, Fang Jie leapt from the rooftop, the snow crunching beneath his boots. The fierce wind hurled snowflakes at him, and he squinted his eyes, making his way toward the trio struggling with the tarp. "We need 2 more stones." The snowstorm was relentless. He pressed his hands firmly against the tarp's edges, the coarse vines leaving red marks on his palms. Through the white veil, Su Chong's face turned a deep purple from cold, yet he shouted, "Understood. I'll get more." Fang Jie turned to see fine snow seeping through the gaps in the newly built cabin and promptly shoved Su Chong, urging, "Hurry back. Keep an eye on the elderly lady in the house. Seal any drafty spots with moss immediately. Make sure to pack it tightly with a bone knife. We cannot afford any negligence. I will assist you with the stove shortly. You two should return as well. This place is already quite secure. I can manage a couple of stones myself." As he spoke, he guided the staggering sisters back toward the cabin. The tips of Ruoxue's hair were encased in ice, her lips pale from the cold, yet she maintained a smile. "Jiego, do we not resemble snowmen?" Before she could finish her sentence, the howling wind drowned her words. The three of them stumbled into the cabin, a wave of warmth enveloping them as the goats bleated, seeking refuge at Ruoxue's feet. "Ah, it is indeed warm inside. I thought I might freeze. This snow comes suddenly." Fang Jie brushed the snow from his clothes. "Now you see why I was so eager to build a house for the Chong? If we had delayed any longer, it would have been impossible. This weather can turn in an instant. If we had not constructed the cabin properly, the two of you would have surely succumbed to the cold, or you would have had to share space with us. However, I suspect you would find that rather inconvenient." When Ruoxue nodded, "Indeed, it is quite inconvenient. Only with you can we tolerate such arrangements. I feel uncomfortable when others become too close. Oh no, it's a disaster. I forgot something, cassava." Fang Jie abruptly turned around, only to find the world outside blanketed in white. The dark clouds loomed ominously low, and despite it being only a little past 1 in the afternoon, the sky was as dark as midnight. The howling wind battered against the wooden cabin, emitting a feral roar, while the snowflakes pelted the wooden walls like countless tiny needles. He seized a bucket and was about to rush outside when Ruoxue grabbed the corner of his clothing. "It's too dangerous. Don't go out. We have plenty to eat inside." "No, the cassava will freeze and rot if left in the water. That is our sustenance, a lifeline in critical times. No one knows how long this blizzard will last. We cannot afford to waste even a morsel." Fang Jie forcefully pried her hand away and vanished into the tempest. The biting cold instantly seeped through his cotton clothing, making it nearly impossible to open his eyes. Relying on memory, he groped his way to the stone pit. A thin layer of ice had formed over the water. He struck it with a bucket, shattering the surface, and icy water splashed onto his face, mingling with the snow. By the time the bucket was filled with cassava, his fingers had become numb with cold. Gritting his teeth, he trudged back with a heavy bucket. Behind him, the blizzard surged forward with a ferocious force, as if it sought to swallow the entire world. Fang Jie stumbled through the door, dumping the bucket of cassava onto the dry floor, the icy chunks rolling about. When Ruoxue gasped, eager to assist, but he waved her off. Stay inside. With that, he plunged back into the howling storm. The wind, like an invisible giant's hand, tugged at his clothes, and snowflakes infiltrated his collar, chilling him to the bone. Fang Jie made 4 treks through the blizzard until he finally retrieved the last piece of cassava. When he collapsed, drenched and exhausted at the doorway, the cabin was already piled high with cassava. When Rushu hurriedly handed him a dry towel, while when Ruoxue quietly added firewood to the stove, the flames leaped up, casting a warm glow on Fang Jie's lips, which had turned purple from the cold. When Rushu knelt down and gently wiped the frost from his face. When Ruoxue, holding a steaming ceramic bowl, choked back tears. Jiege, could you please not scare us like that? If you keep pushing yourself like this, what will we do? We can't survive without you. But Fang Jie merely waved his hand, smiling at the untouched cassava. Haha, it's fine, don't worry. A man must be strong. It was a little wind and snow. He stood up, shedding his wet clothes to reveal his robust physique. The 2 girls blushed slightly. Though they had shared a bed for a week, they had never exposed themselves to one another. It was partly due to modesty and partly because it was more convenient to wear clothes, as vigilance was necessary on a deserted island. One might need to rush out at any moment. Fang Jie glanced at the sisters, deliberately raising an eyebrow. So, what do you think? Is this physique acceptable? When Ruoxue giggled and nodded slightly, while when Rushu turned her face away, her ears reddening. You! What a rascal! Fang Jie reached out and grasped when Rushu's wrist, the coolness of his palm startling her. What's wrong? Don't believe me? My 8-pack abs are available for you to inspect for free. You rogue. When Ruhu retorted, swiftly pulling her hand back and hurling the towel at his face. She hurried towards the stove to add more firewood. Ruoxue, make him some hot water. He was unabashedly bare, and we chose not to dwell on such trivialities. Let him indulge in a warm bath while I take care of his clothes. When Ruoxue made a playful grimace at Fang Jie and trotted away, Fang Jie settled against the stove, allowing the warmth to dispel the chill that clung to him. The flickering flames danced upon his face, and in a moment of reverie, memories surged forth. When he had first washed ashore on the deserted island, he too had been drenched. To stave off hypothermia, he had been stark naked, awkwardly attempting to kindle a fire on the beach. Now outside, a fierce blizzard raged. Yet within, the atmosphere was suffused with warmth, complemented by the diligent efforts of 2 enchanting twin sisters. Observing the industrious duo and the abundance of supplies within the cabin, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Fate is indeed marvelous. From the depths of despair, unexpected blossoms have emerged. The smile lingered at the corners of Fang Jie's mouth, prompting when Rushu to inquire, what are you secretly amused about? She added a piece of dry wood to the fire, causing the flames to leap and illuminate their faces. Flushed from the heat, I was reflecting on the moment I first arrived on this island, Fang Jie replied, extending his hand toward the warmth, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the red marks left by the wooden bucket. Back then, while hiding naked on the beach, his mind was consumed by a singular thought, to not succumb to the cold in this desolate wilderness. Fang Jie gazed at the dancing flames, his thoughts drifting back to that night. The briny sea breeze, cracked lips, and a heart weighed down by despair. Who would have imagined that he would now have a wooden cabin to shield him from the snow? He turned to the sisters, adding, and now, I have the 2 of you to contend with. He paused to look at them earnestly. I must express my gratitude. Thank you for your companionship. Had it not been for this unforeseen circumstance, I doubt celestial beings like you would deign to speak to someone like me. When Rushu poked at the fire with a stick, her voice soft yet compelling. In truth, we should be the ones expressing gratitude. If not for your guidance in foraging for food and establishing our camp, we would have perished long ago. Frankly, you could ask anything of us, and we would have no grounds to refuse. Yet you have never imposed any demands upon us, always respecting our wishes. This kindness shall forever be etched in our hearts. Enough, enough. Let us cease this topic here. Fang Jie chuckled, waving his hand. If this continues, I might just shed a tear. I still aspire to wait for spring, when we can build a larger house, raise chickens and sheep, transforming this deserted island into a paradise. The sisters exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with mirth. Outside, the blizzard continued to howl, Yet within, the glow of the fire enveloped them in warmth. The hardships of the past had transmuted into the tenderness of their present conversation. May all friends reading this find the strength to bloom amidst confusion and despair. Keep going. Chapter 37. An ominous premonition. Fang Jie wiped the water from his skin. Steam swirling within the confines of the wooden cabin. The One sisters turned their backs, allowing him the privacy to dry himself. I'm done, he announced. You may turn back now. When Rushu shook her head, insisting, once you're clean, come join us in the blankets and remove your clothes. Fang Jie reclined on the warm Kong, stretching his limbs in contentment. Hand me my clothes. I shall wash for you, when Rushu said, extending her hand towards Fang Jie in the warmth of the quilt, seizing the moment of anger to wash the clothes and hang them by the stove, ensuring they would dry by evening. Fang Jie pointed to the clothes on the floor, asking, did I not already take them off? They lay there, he remarked. Wen Ruhu, slightly impatient, furrowed her brow. Do you truly not understand, or are you merely feigning ignorance? I'm not referring to those. Oh, I see, I understand now, he replied. If you do not mention it, I would not dare trouble you. Thank you, thank you. Fang Jie smiled as he removed his undergarments beneath the covers. Ehem, Wen Ruhu, feeling a bit awkward, accepted the garments and tossed them together with the pile. Jie, go. Do you find the water temperature suitable? Drink some hot water. When Ruoxue brought over a ceramic bowl, steam curling up from the hot water within. Just right, he responded with a smile after taking a sip. When Rushu squatted by the bucket, vigorously scrubbing Fang Jie's clothes in the warm water, she lathered them with soap, the fine bubbles enveloping the snow-stained grime that fell away. Meanwhile, when Ruoxue busied herself by the stove, where a pot of taro porridge bubbled, mingling with the fragrant aroma of roasted rabbit meat that wafted through the room. Here, continue. You can eat on the Kong. When Ruoxue placed the ceramic bowl heavily beside Fang Jie, the bowl was piled with steaming sweet potatoes and rabbit meat. Eat quickly. Don't let yourself go hungry. Fang Jie gazed at the bountiful meal before him and chuckled. How can I let you serve me? I feel quite embarrassed. What nonsense. When Rushu wiped her hands on the hem of her clothes and draped the partially dried garments over a wooden rod, all we can do is wash a couple of pieces of clothing and prepare a meal. There is no need for formality. When Ruoxue vigorously nodded in agreement. Exactly. Do not feel shy, just eat. She picked up the largest piece of rabbit meat and placed it in Fang Jie's bowl. Eat quickly. It will taste bad if it gets cold. He bent his head to dig into the meal. Then I shall not hold back. As the three enjoyed their meal, a loud knocking at the door mingled with the howling winds and snow. The moment when Ruoxue opened the door, a piercing cold wind swept in, carrying snowflakes with it. Su Daqiang entered, hunched over, his heavy coat laden with ice shards. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the Kong, and he froze in place. Fang Jie's well-defined chest was barely concealed by the blanket. The firelight accentuated his muscular form. Su Daqiang hastily averted his gaze, rubbing his rough hands on his coat. I'm sorry, brother. I seem to have interrupted your good moment. Oh, no, you misunderstood. My clothes are completely soaked, and I have nothing to change into, hence my current state. Upon noticing the awkwardness, when Rushu lifted the ceramic bowl to break the tension. Brother Su, please have some hot porridge to warm yourself. Su Daqiang waved his hands in a hurry, stammering, no, it's unnecessary. I still have wild fruits in my room. He steeled himself to glance at Fang Jie. I came to inquire about the chimney. A few days ago, we discussed the stove. Did you not mention constructing a flue for me? The room is indeed wind and waterproof, without any issues. I believe setting up the stove would make it warmer. Before he could finish, Fang Jie pointed to the corner of the wall. It's already done, over there. You can see the chimney I left on the roof for you. When the wind and snow are light, it will vent out smoothly. In the corner stood a chimney, crafted from branches and vines, leaning at an angle. Su Daqiang's eyes brightened as he swiftly approached to touch the chimney's connection, his rough palm gliding over the tightly woven rattan texture. Goodness, it fits perfectly. With this contraption, not even the fiercest snowstorm can cause smoke to backdraft. Fang Jie, having turned in her bedding, sat up and took a sip of warm porridge from a ceramic bowl. The stones for the stove must be sturdy. Remember to leave a vent when building the cooking platform. Su Daqiang cradled the chimney, nodding in assurance. Rest assured, after helping you construct this house for so long, I've grasped the essentials. Once I set up the stove in my place, everything will be complete. You need not worry about my daughter and me. Right outside my door is a pond. I've fashioned a stone hammer for myself. If water runs low, I can simply break the ice to fetch it. Food is plentiful over there as well. You two can just stay inside and enjoy your sweet moments. With snowflakes clinging to his hair, he stepped outside, but turned back to poke his head in one last time. You both take it easy. Oh, and I've left my watch with you, so you have a way to keep track of time. It's dark outside. Day and night are blending together. With that, he vanished into the swirling snow, leaving behind a trail of footprints that were quickly obscured by fresh flakes. When Ruoxue bent down to pick up the watch Su Daqiang had placed on the ground, the cold metal face sent a shiver through her. The hands pointed firmly at 3 o'clock. She held it close to her ear, the sound of its mechanical gears meshing with the howling wind outside, creating a striking clarity in the chaos. It was indeed 3 in the afternoon. Shaking the watch, her voice involuntarily rose. In this dreadful weather, the snow is falling even heavier than at noon. If this continues for a day, we'll be trapped inside. The three of them opened the window to look outside, only to find the snow had already risen past their ankles. The landscape had long been engulfed by the white curtain of snow, rendering the world a chaotic blur. When Rishu furrowed her brow, contemplating, I fear we may be the only survivors. In this weather, without shelter and sustenance, no one could last a day outdoors. When Ruoxue sighed heavily while clutching Su Daqiang's watch. In such harsh conditions, the rescue team likely won't arrive anytime soon. Who knows how long we'll have to endure in this forsaken place. Fang Jie offered reassurance to the sisters. Don't lose heart. We have a wooden cabin and stored food. Even if help doesn't arrive, so what? Can living beings really perish from holding their urine? Suddenly, when Rishu recalled something. Speaking of which, ever since Lu Deguay and the others finished their work and left, it's as if they vanished into thin air. It's been nearly a week without a sign of anyone at the water or fishing spots. Indeed, Fang Jie mused, stroking her chin, her eyes filled with curiosity. I've always found it strange. They must also be searching for water and food. I had reached an agreement with them, allowing them to draw water. Yet, they haven't returned even once. When Ruhu gasped, could it be? No way. That scoundrel Lu Deguay. Her words trailed off, and an eerie silence enveloped the wooden cabin. Chapter 38. Embraced by the left, and right upon hearing her sister's words, when Ruoxue slapped her thigh in disbelief. Are you suggesting that Lu Deguay and his crew, waiting for rescue, simply slipped away, leaving us here to fend for ourselves? When Rushu's complexion turned ashen, it is quite possible. Otherwise, how can we explain their absence? Everyone needs food and drink, after all. Since their departure, the island has been devoid of even their spectral presence. Consider their behavior from just a few days prior. They appeared enigmatic, as if in haste to attend to some urgent matter. Fang Jie restrained when Ruoxue's flailing arm with a firm hand and said in a low voice, Do not rush to conclusions. How can I not be anxious? When Ruoxue exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurled a string of curses into the void, directing her ire towards Lu Deguay. Fang Jie gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. Perhaps they have discovered a more suitable refuge, but they might be trapped elsewhere. Both scenarios are plausible. We're not far from the beach, and I chose this location partly because if a rescue vessel arrives, we will hear it. Rescue ships have specific signaling horns designed to alert survivors to come forth for assistance. Have you heard any sounds during this time? The sisters nodded in agreement, confirming the eerie silence that enveloped the island, as if only the 5 of them existed. Thus, there is no need for panic. Once the storm subsides, I will venture to ascertain their situation. His gaze turned icy in an instant. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the crackling of the burning firewood. The sisters silently tidied up the dishes, with when Ruoxue scraping the ceramic bowl vigorously, as if venting her frustrations. When Rishu, on the other hand, kept her gaze lowered, her lashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes. Once everything was in order, the two crouched side by the door, their cheeks nearly pressed against the wooden panel. The howling northern wind whipped the snowflakes against the door, causing it to rattle and vibrate painfully against their eardrums. When Ruoxue reached out to catch the drifting snowflakes, watching them swiftly melt into droplets upon her palm. When Rishu clutched the hem of her clothing tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palm, lost in thought. Noticing the sisters' dejected expressions, Fang Jie beckoned to when Ruoxue with a gentle smile. Do not let your spirits droop. Allow me to share a story to lighten the mood. Be cheerful. Aren't you a joyous little sprite? Where has that lively spirit gone? When Ruashua lifted her head, traces of lingering sorrow in her eyes. Yet the corners of her lips involuntarily curled upwards. Very well, I shall not dwell on it. I shan't add to my own troubles. Let them be. Come, sister. And when Rushu climbed onto the Kong, snuggling closely against Fang Jie, he picked up a somewhat tattered book nearby, its pages frayed from frequent handling. Clearing his throat, he began to speak slowly. Once upon a time, there existed a mysterious island, shrouded in secrets and treasures untold. A brave young lad embarked on a solitary quest for riches. The sisters widened their eyes, fully engrossed in the tale, the earlier gloom gradually dissipating from their faces. Occasionally, when Ruashua would curiously point to illustrations in the book, whispering questions to which Fang Jie patiently replied. The room filled with a warm ambience as the three became absorbed in the story, the atmosphere gradually softening. Before long, when Ruashua was laughing uncontrollably, while when Rishu's eyes sparkled with joy, gradually drowsiness crept upon them. Fang Jie stifled a yawn and nestled deeper into the blankets. When Rushu lifted the covers, instinctively leaning closer to Fang Jie, only to realize her proximity, causing her face to flush a deep red. In a state of panic, she hurriedly pushed her younger sister, one Ruashua, towards Fang Jie, stammering, "You should sleep next to Brother Jie. It will be warm at night." When Ruashua rubbed her eyes and mumbled, "Sister, why are you being so generous today?" When Rushu bit her lip, turned her head away, her heart racing, "I can sleep by myself. You don't need to worry about me." Fang Jie watched the sisters' little antics, chuckling helplessly. "Enough of this fuss. Let us get some sleep. We need to see if the snow has stopped by morning." He shifted aside, providing ample space for the sisters. One Ruashuk murmured as she nestled into the blankets, only to accidentally roll over and make contact with Fang Jie's body. Her face instantly flushed, and she averted her gaze, stammering, "You should at least cover up." When Rushu also blushed, shooting an admonishing glare at Fang Jie before quickly turning her sister away, muttering, "How shameless." Fang Jie smiled awkwardly. "I would cover up if I could. Do you think I wish to take advantage of you?" "Indeed, it seems rather deliberate," the sisters whispered beneath the covers, their voices muffled. "All right, I admit it was intentional. Here I come," Fang Jie exclaimed, playfully lunging towards the two. "Hey, that is annoying." Before when Ruashua could react, Fang Jie enveloped her in a tight embrace. When Rushu promptly grabbed Fang Jie's arm, exclaiming, "You rogue, let her go. Come at me if you dare." Sister, that is quite a dangerous thought. Against a rogue, your sister shall protect you. I willingly offer myself to the tiger. Just ignore me." When Ruashua's face turned crimson, her heart pounding, as she lay in Fang Jie's warm embrace, she quickly drifted off to sleep, emitting soft snores. When Rushu tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and sneakily glanced at Fang Jie before hastily averting her gaze, Fang Jie looked at Wen Rushu with a hint of expectation. "Why not come over to my side? You two can stay warm this way." When Rushu bit her lower lip, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, she quietly rose and crawled over to Fang Jie, her fair fingers gently tugging at the blanket beside her before slowly settling into his arms. One Ruashua stirred awake, pouting and snuggling closer to Fang Jie. "I knew you favored sister more. I'm freezing. The blanket has been pulled away." Fang Jie chuckled, ruffling Wen Ruashua's hair. "There's no favoritism. You're both right next to me. Don't catch a chill." When Rushu leaned against Fang Jie, listening to the steady beat of his heart, her cheeks aflame, Fang Jie gently patted her shoulder, whispering, "Sleep now. When the snow stops tomorrow, we'll go build a snowman." When Ruashua nodded enthusiastically, curling up in the blankets, her breathing soon becoming steady. When Rushu closed her eyes, yet her heart raced as if it held a little rabbit. Feeling the warmth of the man beside her, she fidgeted restlessly. Fang Jie softly patted her back to soothe her, and her movements gradually ceased. "Sleep, sleep," he murmured, and when Rushu exhaled, tightening her embrace around his waist. Chapter 39. Building a toilet. Fang Jie groggily opened his eyes, raising his hand to check the time. The clock's hands pointed precisely to 8 o'clock. Outside, the cacophony of last night's howling winds had subsided, replaced by the gentle patter of sporadic snowflakes falling to the ground. The sky remained overcast, shrouded in a veil of gray mist. A warm, soft sensation emanated from his embrace when Rushu nestled in the crook of his left arm, her hair cascading over his chest, her eyelashes fluttering delicately with each breath. When Ruoshu rested her head against his right shoulder, a faint smile gracing her lips as she unconsciously nuzzled closer to him. Fang Jie wore a satisfied smile as he exhaled contentedly. He reached out to gently brush aside the stray strands of hair from Wenrushu's forehead and playfully tousled Wenruoshu's tousled locks that had risen in sleep. Morning had arrived. He called softly, patting the backs of both girls gently. If we don't get up now, the blizzard will bury us. Wenruoshu mumbled, rolling over with the wine just a little longer. However, Wenrushu was the first to open her eyes, meeting his smiling gaze. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly extricated herself from his embrace and playfully tugged at her still sleeping sister. Wake up. Jiegu is calling us to work. Let us see what the situation outside is like now. Fang Jie lifted the covers, preparing to rise. Just as he was halfway up, sharp shrieks pierced the air from beside him. The sisters, startled, turned away in a flurry, when Rushu's hair brushed against his hand, sending a delightful shiver through him. What are you doing? It's not like you haven't seen this before. Why be shy now? Fang Jie chuckled as he reached for the garments draped over the wooden rod, the fabric already dried and carrying a faint scent of char from the fire. Wenruhu, blushing, exclaimed, "You rogue. Hurry and put on your clothes. Don't speak as if something untoward has occurred." From the depths of the blankets came Wenruoshu's muffled voice. Why does it feel so cold this morning? I refuse to go outside. I'd rather perish with the blankets. Bending down, Fang Jie tossed some dry grass into the cold stove and ignited it with a lighter. The fire had certainly extinguished during the night, leaving a chill in the air. A couple of days ago, it didn't snow, and the temperature dropped. Our wooden cabin is well insulated, so we didn't feel it, but today is different. When Ruoshu peeked out, her face flushed. Jiegu, how is the snow outside? It sounds like the wind has eased a lot. It's not as frightening as last night. Fang Jie nodded, slowly pushing open the door. As the wooden door creaked open, a gust of cold air mixed with snowflakes rushed in. He squinted against the chill. The snow outside had piled up to his knees, and distant trees bowed under the weight, revealing only the tips of their dark green canopies. Stepping into the snow, it crunched beneath his feet, producing a crisp sound. He turned back to the sisters still nestled in bed, calling out, "It's time to get to work. If we don't hurry, our cabin will be buried in snow." Fang Jie surveyed his surroundings, finding no suitable tools at hand. He resorted to lifting a water bucket, laboriously shoveling a narrow path through the deep snow. Each step compressed the snow, creating a satisfying sound. Carrying the bucket, the breath he exhaled formed white clouds that quickly crystallized in the frigid air. The Wind sisters followed behind him. Before long, they had cleared a path to the woodpile. When Ruoshu tugged at a corner of the waterproof cover, her little face rosy from the cold. While Wenrushu assisted Fang Jie in straightening the fabric that had become slightly disheveled under the weight of the snow. At that moment, the sound of crunching snow echoed nearby, revealing Su Daqiang's figure emerging from the white, swirling snow. Clad in a thick leather coat and panting heavily, he declared, "I have come to assist. This snow is quite deep. It nearly buried my house. It took me quite some effort to venture out." As he spoke, he trudged over to the trio with great difficulty, taking the bucket from Fang Jie's hands to clear the snow piled near the wood stack. The others diligently lifted the waterproof tarp, unveiling the stacked timber beneath. "Thanks to your foresight in preparing this wood in advance. We would have faced considerable trouble when the time came to use it. Not only is making furniture a challenge, but even gathering firewood is enough to give us headaches. With the ground soaked from the snowfall, it's nearly impossible to ignite a fire." Wenrushu remarked, carefully transporting the logs one by one. "Once we organize this wood, we should reinforce the cabin. We cannot predict how long this snow will continue," Su Daqiang added, glancing up at the overcast sky. A hint of concern reflected in his gaze. "Let us set up the waterproof tarp as a tent. The wind has ceased today. While there is still a bit of light snow, it does not hinder our work." Fang Jie observed the timber and instructed the others. "I will take charge of crafting tables and benches, as well as some practical tools. Daqiang will handle the firewood. Please chop the discarded wood into smaller pieces to facilitate our fire making. You two sisters can assist me. I also wish to construct a simple wooden toilet, as the current situation regarding sanitation poses a challenge. What do you think of this arrangement?" "That sounds excellent. Your thoughtfulness is commendable. It truly is inconvenient now. There are times I hold it in, only resorting to it when absolutely necessary," when Ruoshu admitted, her cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment as she glanced at Fang Jie. Fang Jie chuckled. We could also dig a pit, akin to a rural dry toilet, to collect the waste. When spring arrives next year, we can use it as fertilizer for our crops. All right, we shall follow your lead. Let us commence, when Ruoxue agreed. Fang Jie picked up the chisel and accurately outlined the contours of the tables and chairs on the rough timber. First, carve out the legs. Ensuring to leave space for the mortise and tenon joints, he instructed, simultaneously using an axe to cut the wood into suitable lengths. As with shavings flew around, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. When Ruoxue assisted by handing him tools and adjusting the angles of the timber. When Ruoxue held a knife, meticulously shaving off the protrusions from the wood's surface, her face reddening from the exertion. Jiego, is this acceptable? Fang Jie glanced over and nodded. Very good. Just like that. Ensure there are no splinters. Otherwise, we risk injury during use. Following his instructions, when Ruoxue tightly bound several sawn wooden boards together with wire. Meanwhile, the rhythmic sound of the axe echoed from Su Daqiang's side. He sorted the discarded wood by length, and then chopped it into evenly sized small pieces with the axe. Goodness, this wood is as hard as stone. Quite tough, yet the quality is remarkable. No signs of insect damage whatsoever. He panted heavily, showing no signs of slowing down. Before long, a neatly stacked pile of firewood was formed at his feet. In crafting the wooden toilet, Fang Jie first chiseled an oval-shaped recess into the thick plank, then smoothed the edges with a knife. We must create a removable wooden lid, otherwise the odor will be quite overwhelming. As he murmured to himself, he secured the framework with iron wire. When Ruoxue squatted nearby, her eyes wide with amazement. Wow, I can't believe it's actually coming together. No more braving the snow to go outside. When Ruoxue gathered some scraps, skillfully whittling them into small wooden sticks with a knife, carefully inserting them around the toilet for reinforcement. This should make it sturdier, she said, clapping her hands with a satisfied smile. Seeing this, Su Daqiang approached to lend a hand, using an axe to trim away the excess. With the rhythmic sound of tools striking the table bench, and wooden toilet gradually took shape. Beneath the makeshift tent crafted from waterproof cloth, neatly stacked wood and prepared tools filled the space. Despite their hands being reddened from the cold, each person's face radiated a sense of fulfillment. Chapter 40. Luda Gui's plea for help. Fang Jie gripped the saw, resting the robust tree trunk against the wooden stump as the teeth of the saw grated against the wood, producing a sharp, grating sound. When Ruoxue stood beside him, holding an axe, ready to strike when the wood was halfway through. With a decisive chop, the trunk snapped in two. The two worked in perfect harmony, swiftly carving out the rudimentary shape of a wooden shovel. When Ruoxue meticulously refined the curvature of a rice spoon and a spatula with her small knife, with shavings cascading on her knees. The handle of this shovel needs reinforcement, otherwise it will wobble during use. Fang Jie remarked as he used a chisel to drill a hole, tightly binding the wooden handle to the shovel head with iron wire. Su Daqiang, unable to contain his excitement, seized the newly crafted wooden shovel and plunged it into the snow with a triumphant shout, lifting a mound of snow. Fang Jie called out to him, Brother Daqiang, clear a path to the pond and fill the urn with water. The cassava needs to soak for another day. All right, got it. The snow was pushed aside to create a winding path leading directly to the pond, which was thickly coated in ice. Watch this. Su Daqiang swung a stone hammer, cracking the ice surface into a web of fissures. He struck a few more times, and with a loud splash, the broken ice tumbled into the water. Fang Jie handed him a bucket, watching as he bent down to collect water, droplets splashing up and crystallizing on the ice surface. Soak all the cassava in the urn, Fang Jie directed as the sisters poured their stored cassava into the urn. The clear pond water gradually turned murky as the toxins from the cassava began to leach out. Let's soak today, and we'll fish it out tomorrow morning. We must move the urn outside and rinse it thoroughly to ensure it is clean. Once the cassava is processed, it can be ground into flour or consumed directly. When Ruoxue nodded and inquired about the wooden toilet, where should we place this? Would it be inappropriate to keep it inside? The space is already cramped, and the odor would be overwhelming. Fang Jie circled the small room, realizing there was indeed no suitable spot for the wooden toilet. He ventured to the back of the house, using the shovel to clear away the snow, revealing dark soil beneath. He crouched down, drawing a circle in the dirt with his finger, and called out, Brother Daqiang here, dig a hole. Su Daqiang came over at the sound, rolling up his sleeves and eagerly taking up the shovel to dig. Bit by bit, the earth was unearthed, and the hole grew deeper. Fang Jie watched from the side, occasionally using the shovel to smooth the walls of the pit. Once the hole was completed, he and Su Daqiang constructed a square frame from wood, then draped the cut waterproof cloth over the framework. Thus, a toilet the size of a telephone booth was established. They placed the toilet over the pit and reinforced it from all sides. The two sisters also came over to assist, using stones to secure the edges of the waterproof cloth, preventing it from being lifted by the wind. All right, this should suffice. Fang Jie clapped his hands, surveying the completed dry toilet. When Ruoxue furrowed her brow and remarked, "I hope this contraption proves effective. It seems rather flimsy." When Rushu nodded in agreement, saying, "It's certainly better than having it indoors. Let us be grateful." The group tidied up their tools and returned inside. The warmth indoors was a stark contrast to the chill outside as they gathered around the stove, basking in the comforting glow of the fire. Fang Jie picked up a roasted sweet potato and took a bite. "All right, everyone, let us have something to eat. We prepared everything we could. The remaining would I'll chop into firewood with the chong this afternoon and stack it beside the cabin. I'll also use the waterproof cloth against the wood pile to create a cozy nook for the little lamb, ensuring it has some hay to snuggle with, so it can stay outside as long as it doesn't snow." When Ruoshu gently caressed the little lamb, feeling a twinge of reluctance. When Rushu comforted her, saying, "Let us place it outside. We'll make it windproof with the waterproof cloth. It's indeed troublesome to have it inside for its waste." "All right, then that is settled. Let us eat, and after the meal, I'll take it out," when Ruoxue replied. After their meal, Fang Jie and Su Daqiang armed themselves with axes, heading toward the woodpile. "Brother Daqiang, let us chop all this leftover wood to suitable lengths for later use," Fang Jie suggested, swinging his axe and sending wood chips flying. Su Daqiang, not to be outdone, took the axe from Fang Jie. "Let me handle this heavy labor. You should take a break. You can do something else, like making a nest for the lamb." When Rushu assisted by organizing the chopped firewood. When Ruoxue lifted a bundle of wood and headed towards the cabin. "The lamb's nest needs to be sturdy. We can't let it freeze." As she spoke, she carefully wrapped one side of the woodpile with a waterproof cloth. "Rest assured, I'm here to help," Fang Jie said, taking a corner of the cloth and securing it alongside when Ruoxue. At that moment, the little lamb bleated a few times, seemingly expressing its discontent. When Ruoxue crouched down and stroked the lamb's head, "Don't worry, we'll have it ready soon." Once they finished, the lamb was nestled in its warm bed, the hay exuding a faint, pleasant aroma. When Ruoxue gazed at the lamb, a smile brightening her face. "Now it can rest comfortably. Yes, we can take a break too." Fang Jie leaned against the cabin wall, gazing out at the snowy landscape, pondering when the snow would fall again. The group sat in front of the cabin, relishing a moment of tranquility, surrounded only by the sound of the wind brushing over the snow. Suddenly, when Ruoxue pointed into the distance, "Look, those black dots. Are they people? They seem to be coming towards us." Fang Jie's heart tightened, his pulse quickening as he fixed his gaze on the approaching figures. When Ruoxue anxiously gripped Rushue's hand, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Su Daqiang stood nearby, slightly leaning forward, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. "Who could they be? I hope it's not Lu Degui and his crew," when Ruoxue murmured, a hint of worry lacing her voice. "Do not frighten yourself. What if it is the rescue team?" When Rushu consoled, although her eyes betrayed a hint of unease. When Ruoxue's gaze suddenly brightened. "Yes, the rescue team. It is possible. Have they truly come? I hope they are here to save us. May heaven bless us." As the dark figures drew nearer, it became apparent that three silhouettes were approaching. One among them was tall and portly, walking with a somewhat familiar gait. Fang Jie squinted, striving to discern their identities. "I fear you may be disappointed. Judging by their appearance, it should be Lu Degui and his companions." Before long, the trio reached the wooden cabin. Indeed, it was Lu Degui and his two associates. Lu Degui's face was bruised and battered, his eyes reflecting fear and helplessness. They knelt in the snow before Fang Jie without uttering a word. "Brother, please save us. I beg you." Chapter 41. The plan to retrieve the container. Lu Degui's actions astonished the others. Fang Jie swiftly stepped aside. "Do not present me with this display. At your age, I cannot bear it. Rise." Lu Degui, weeping profusely, pleaded, "Please help us. Otherwise, we shall perish." "We will not rise unless you agree." "Very well. Then remain kneeling." Fang Jie retorted, pulling the sisters away toward the cabin. The three men exchanged glances. Brother, should we continue kneeling? Kneeling for what? He is not swayed by such antics. Kneel for whom? Hurry inside and seek him. The three hastily got to their feet and followed him into the cabin. Upon entering, Lu Degui surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Fang, you truly possess remarkable skills. Just look at this. Within a few days, you have constructed a house and even set up a kong. And there's so much food and drink. Incredible." The other two quickly caught on, chiming in with flattery. Indeed. Impressive. Xiaowen, you and your sister are quite fortunate to encounter such a formidable man. A perfect match. Truly, a hero deserves a beauty. Yes, a hero and a beauty. Brother Fang is indeed lucky to be flanked by such stunning sisters, provoking envy in others. Fang Jie observed them impassively. Have you no shame? Who permitted you to enter? Get out. Lu Degui hastily begged. No, please. Brother, let us converse. I admit I have my flaws, greedy and lecherous. I fear the strong and bully the weak. But honestly, have I ever wronged you? It has always been you seeking trouble with me. I have done nothing to offend you, have I? Seeing Fang Jie's expression soften, Lu Degui seized the moment. Consider on the first day on the island, when Daqiang brought you to me. You took what was mine and beat us. While I may have been selfish in hoarding resources, it had nothing to do with you, right? You were merely acting as the enforcer of justice. Furthermore, regarding the house you built, you sought us three to help you fell trees. Without hesitation, we complied, and we even led you to the pond. Wang Tian swiftly added, "Yes, brother, we truly owe you nothing. We cannot claim you are indebted to us. But at the very least, now that we are in trouble, could you not listen to our plight? Whether you choose to assist us can be considered afterward." Fang Jie fixed his gaze on Lu Degui's blood-soaked arm. "First, clarify what you were up to during your disappearance these past few days." Lu Degui cowered against the wall, his voice tinged with guilt as he spoke. "That day when you called us to chop down trees, we happened to stumble upon a shipping container by the seaside, wedged among the rocks. We spent half the day prying it open, and when we finally did, we found several corpses inside, clad in numbered work uniforms, surrounded by boxes filled with down jackets, canned goods, bottled water, and various medical supplies. We intended to sort it out after dinner, but then I went to find you, didn't I?" Fang Jie's expression hardened. "No wonder you all were so eager to leave after finishing your work that day, claiming that everyone should mind their own business. You were already plotting to hoard the supplies, were you? Afraid I would cause you trouble?" When Ruoxue seized a wooden spoon from the table and hurled it at him. "You scoundrel! How can you call yourself human? Do you really think you can utilize all those supplies in that container? You couldn't even spare a word to us?" The spoon grazed Lu Degui's ear before shattering against the wall. "We didn't claim it as ours," Lu Degui muttered under his breath. "What did you say? Repeat that." Fang Jie glared at him, irritation evident in his eyes. "In nothing. I mean, who would willingly share supplies they've acquired? We don't even know what kind of hellhole this is, or how long we must endure it. It's only sensible to keep the resources in our own hands." When Ruoxue was about to retort, when Fang Jie raised his hand to silence her. "Enough. Lu Degui may not be a good person, but he is certainly a true villain. Speak your mind. What is it that you seek from me? I am willing to listen." Wang Tian cast his gaze down at his bleeding, severed arm. "We were living quite comfortably in that container until Zhou Lijuan and her group discovered it. They brazenly approached us for supplies, and we ended up beating their leader." Fang Jie let out a cold laugh. "They deserved it. Why didn't you kill a couple of them? Neither of your groups has any redeeming qualities." "Indeed, we are merely dogs biting dogs," Lu Degui quickly interjected. "Umph. You seem displeased with that characterization, don't you?" When Rushu rolled her eyes at him. "Didn't you manage to scare them off? Why do you look so disheveled now?" "Well, they did run off for a couple of days, but when the blizzard hit yesterday, that vile Zhou Lijuan returned with over 30 people. They were ferocious, and we nearly got killed." "Another group?" When Rushu frowned. "Aren't we the only survivors from the cruise ship on this island?" Lu Degui shook his head. "No, there are others. Just like us, they capsized during that storm. A sudden tempest wreaked havoc on many nearby passenger and cargo ships. Otherwise, how could we have found that container? These people escaped to the other side of the deserted island. Zhou Lijuan scavenged for food and discovered them, bringing them over to oppose us. They drove us away, Zhou Lijuan. That wretched woman." He suddenly knelt, grasping Fang Jie's pant leg. "Please, help us retrieve it. There are still many useful supplies in that container." Fang Jie kicked his hand away. What does it have to do with me? Why should I help you? With Lu De Gui's determination and the resources contained within the shipping container, you can retain a substantial portion. Just leave behind enough to sustain us until the spring of next year. I understand that you may not lack for food, but it is not solely provisions that lie within. There are also clothing, weapons, and medical supplies. Are these not necessities for you? In the event of a wild beast on the island, what use is your feeble axe? What weaponry do you possess? Speak, as Fang Jie seems intrigued, listening intently as he continues. I did not discern the specifics clearly, as we were preoccupied with feasting. However, I can assure you that there are indeed controlled knives and various tools. Fang Jie furrowed his brow, stating, you yourself have mentioned the presence of over 30 adversaries, in addition to the 10 or so under Zhou Lijuan's command. That amounts to over 50 individuals, all armed. Do you genuinely believe I am a scion? My abilities may suffice against a few ordinary individuals, but you want me to lead you 3 misfits in a certain doom against an organized group of dozens? Upon hearing Fang Jie's words, Lu De Gui sensed a slight shift in his stance and continued, I have devised a plan. We cannot confront them head-on. I possess a strategy. Fang Jie, somewhat surprised, remarked, oh, I did not expect you to bring not only your voice, but also your intellect this time. Pray, share your insights. Well, Zhou Lijuan is quite the opportunist. She aligns herself with whoever holds the advantage. In the past, I had a significant rapport with her. Lu De Gui said, a hint of color rising to his cheeks, a look that Fang Jie found quite distasteful. Enough of your sordid affairs with her. I can decipher that much. What next? Though she has come to trouble me, I understand her intentions revolve around survival and the acquisition of resources. I can approach her, offer her incentives, and sway her to our side. Let her bring her followers, and we can execute a coordinated effort to eliminate those ruffians. Chapter 42. Meticulous arrangements. How can you be certain she will assist you? When Rushu incisively highlighted the crux of the issue, Lu De Gui patted his chest, exclaiming, this woman only values resources. I shall propose cooperation, offering her a greater share. To her, it matters not with whom she aligns. If I provide her with more benefits, why would she not aid me? Moreover, we have shared many years. Surely there exists some sentiment. Fang Jie pondered briefly before shaking his head. You are aware that she is a capricious individual. Collaborating with such a person introduces too many variables. Furthermore, she has previously bested you and your group. Do you truly wish to rekindle old flames? His gaze pierced Lu De Gui, challenging the notion of sentiment. If there were genuine feelings, would she have severed your arm? Lu De Gui swallowed hard, his cracked lips moving slightly, ultimately lowering his gaze to the blood-soaked bandage. He recalled the night of snow when Zhou Lijuan had kicked open the iron doors of the container, and over 20 individuals had surged in. The moment she had personally struck his shoulder with an oar, clenching the blood-stained hem of his garment. He looked at Fang Jie with longing. Then what should we do? We cannot simply stand by and watch our resources be seized. Fang Jie grabbed a handful of withered jujubes from the earthen jar, stuffing several cassava roots into his pocket, his rough fingers striking the bags, opening decisively. When dealing with someone like Zhou Lijuan, mere promises of shared spoils from the container will not suffice. She requires tangible benefits. He pulled out the cassava and waved it before Lu De Gui, informing her that he had discovered 2 containers hidden in the dark crevices of Coral Cliff. No one knew their location except for her. However, before Lu De Gui could finish speaking, Fang Jie interrupted him. Do you really possess the ability to speak on such matters? Aren't you quite the charmer? Just claim that these items were retrieved from the containers. Both containers are filled with valuable goods. If she is willing to cooperate and assist you in ousting the current occupants of the containers, she may choose one of the 2 boxes. Lu De Gui's eyes instantly sparkled, only to dim again as another thought crept in. What if she insists on seeing the goods? Fang Jie nodded, acknowledging the concern. Indeed, you have a point. You must inform her that she cannot be taken to the location until the deal is secured. Explain yourself in your usual manner. You cannot trust her. Only if she helps you accomplish this task will you reveal the location to her. The gamble lies in her insatiable greed. He leaned in closer, his breath forming a white mist that touched Lu De Gui's frostbitten nose. Remember to feign desperation, as if you were reluctantly parting with the spoils. Your performance must convince her that you truly possess the resources. Should even the slightest crack appear in your facade, Fang Jie patted him on the shoulder. You are doomed. If she does not kill you, starvation and the cold certainly will. Do not presume that I will shelter you. Lu Degui fixated on the glinting axe in Fang Jie's hand, his throat constricting as he managed a strained smile. Your plan is clever. That Zhou Lijuan sees nothing but resources. I believe she will be tempted. Fang Jie smiled back, but added, one more thing. Do not attempt to outsmart me. If I discover any deceit, you will surely perish before my eyes. Lu Degui shivered at Fang Jie's smile. He shook his bloodied, severed arm. The tattered cloth bound around it stained with dark red scabs. Look at my arm, it's broken. How could I dare to play tricks? I cannot afford to provoke any of you. Frankly, I am here out of sheer desperation. Fang Jie scrutinized the panic in his eyes and, after a moment of silence, continued, enough of this idle chatter. We all understand your intentions. When night falls, find an opportunity to meet Zhou Lijuan privately. Remember, do not mention anything about me. He tossed a piece of rag from the corner to Lu Degui. Wipe the blood off. Do not appear as if you were on the brink of death. Approach the negotiation with enthusiasm and express the thrill of discovering resources. Cheer up. Do not lose face. Lu Degui murmured in agreement, and the three men approached the pond, crouching to drink and wash their faces. After a brief moment of regrouping, they waved goodbye to Fang Jie and departed, stepping cautiously into the distance. Once Lu Degui had left, when Ruoxue furrowed her brow and looked at Fang Jie. Do you truly believe this is reliable? That fellow Lu Degui is quite cunning. What if he has ulterior motives? Su Daqiang also shook his head, rubbing the stone hammer in his hand. Yes, I fear he might conspire with Zhou Lijuan against us. Fang Jie gazed at the gradually fading footprints in the snow, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. I have been observing him for quite some time. Given his demeanor and the state of his wounds, he does not appear to be lying. He paused momentarily before continuing. Although Lu Degui is not trustworthy, he likely has no reason to deceive us this time. Wen Rushu remained unconvinced. But what if he has colluded with Zhou Lijuan to set a trap, merely to ensnare us? If they intended to harm us, they need not go through such convolutions, Fang Jie interjected. Lu Degui is well aware of our camp's location. If he and Zhou Lijuan were to mount a nighttime assault with a dozen men, our chances would be exceedingly slim. Why would they bother with such intricacies? Do you believe they possess the patience for that? He tightened his grip on the axe at his waist. Thus, what he said holds merit. In weighing the two dangers, he can only choose to cooperate with us. After all, those individuals are even more ruthless than I, having stripped away their rights to survival. When he returns tomorrow, Su Daqiang and I will assess the situation. You two should keep the old lady indoors and refrain from wandering about. Silence enveloped the wooden cabin. The sisters exchanged glances. Though lingering doubts remained, Fang Jie's reasoning was indeed sound. Su Daqiang sighed. I hope we can successfully procure supplies this time. While we have food and shelter, our clothing and medicine are woefully insufficient. Each of us is clad in tattered garments, resembling wildlings. Additionally, we truly need to secure some weapons. Fang Jie surveyed the group, noting their worried expressions, yet observing no further dissent, decisively nodded. Since there are no objections, it shall be as such. Let us complete the remaining tasks today. Stack all the firewood in the shed and store the tools indoors. His gaze passed over the sisters and Su Daqiang, his tone growing serious. Tomorrow, neither of you is to set foot outside the cabin. Should you hear any commotion, do not reveal yourselves. Simply await our return. When Ruoxue bit her lip, wishing to voice something further, but when Rushu gently pressed her shoulder, Su Daqiang replied in a low voice, Rest assured, I will set traps around the cabin. I will be the first to know if there is any disturbance outside. The group promptly sprang into action. Chapter 43. The cunning Zhou Lijuan, Lu Degui, crawled along the crevice of the rocky outcrop, his knees bloodied by the sharp coral. As he peered over the rocky wall, he gasped in shock. The area around the once empty shipping containers was now teeming with shadows. Canvas tents and makeshift wooden shacks sprawled in abundance, housing at least 100 more people. Weeping children, women gathering around a bonfire to share food, and burly men patrolling with iron picks were clearly new arrivals among the survivors. What on earth? How could so many people have appeared overnight? He clenched his bloodied arm, his nails digging deep into his palm. Lu Degui's gaze swept over the crowd before settling on a tent shrouded in shadow. The moonlight pierced the darkness, revealing distorted silhouettes intertwined. Zhou Lijuan lay languidly in the embrace of a stranger, his hands roaming down her waist and abdomen, kneading incessantly. Zhou Lijuan, with sultry, seductive eyes, teased the man's senses. Wretched woman. Lu Degay seethed through gritted teeth, a suppressed growl emanating from his throat. This woman had just broken the arm of her former lover. Yet here, she writhed like a lustful creature in the arms of another man. He reached for the cassava concealed at his waist, but recalled Fang Jie's warning, forcing the rage back down into his gut. They lay in the biting cold of the snow, patiently awaiting the moment Zhou Lijuan would be alone. The trio waited until the late hours of the night, as the revelry on the beach gradually faded. A cold wind swept across the shore, carrying snowflakes, while Lu Degay crouched behind the frozen rocks, his teeth chattering from the chill. "Where the hell is that wretched woman?" he muttered, just as the words escaped his lips. Zhou Lijuan lifted the tent flap and stumbled towards the edge of the campsite, her clothing askew. She glanced around cautiously before stopping in front of a thicket, approximately 20 paces from the tent. As she lowered her pants to relieve herself, a pair of bloodied hands reached out from behind her. Ugh! Zhou Lijuan's throat emitted a muffled gasp as Lu Degay pressed her firmly into the frozen earth. The dry leaves and shards of ice pricked her cheek, while a man's hot breath fanned her neck. "Don't move. If you make a sound, I'll snap your neck." The moonlight illuminated their contorted faces, and upon recognizing her assailant, Zhou Lijuan's pupils constricted in terror. Her struggles ceased, her voice quivering with a hint of tears. "Degay, don't blame me. I was forced into this. Wanga, the deputy, said he wouldn't sleep with me and threw me to his gang." She reached for Lu Degay's bandaged arm. "I didn't mean to hurt you. It was them who compelled me. Truly, look at the life I'm living now. I can't even afford a warm meal, and I have to cling to others just to get a sip of water. Please don't kill me." Lu Degay scoffed, loosening his grip slightly. "What are you wailing about? I'm not here to kill you. I want to discuss a business proposition." Zhou Lijuan's tense body relaxed marginally as she warily scanned his two companions behind him. "A business proposition? What do you mean?" Lu Degay helped her to her feet and led her to a secluded area away from the campsite. "Let us join forces and reclaim the supplies." Zhou Lijuan burst into laughter, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. "Just the three of you? Don't make me laugh. You've seen how there are now over 100 people here, young and old combined, nearly 160. Our original group of a dozen can't even scavenge leftovers. How do you expect to reclaim the supplies?" Upon hearing this, a cold smile curled Lu Degay's lips. "It seems you're not faring well after selling yourself. Since you're here, constantly at the mercy of others, why not team up with me? We can overthrow the group occupying the containers, and the supplies and territory will be ours." He lowered his voice, leaning closer to Zhou Lijuan's ear. "Moreover, I've discovered a secret. There are 2 containers hidden in the dark cave of Coral Cliff. Inside, there are various supplies that could sustain us for several years, even without rescue." Zhou Lijuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Degay, oh no, darling, don't tease me like that. My heart can't handle such excitement." Lu Degay's expression hardened. "Believe it or not, I don't care. I initially didn't want to divulge this, but I genuinely lack manpower. As long as these people remain, they will always be a threat. If I manage to secure the containers, they might be snatched away again. That's why I came to you. If we coordinate our efforts to reclaim the containers and eliminate these people, I'll share half of the spoils with you." Zhou Lijuan eagerly rubbed her ample bosom against Lu Degay's arm. "Darling, I haven't eaten much today. Can you take me to see the treasure you've discovered? I'm willing to follow you. You truly have a knack for attracting fortune wherever you go." Lu Degay scoffed, recalling Fang Jie's words. He struck Zhou Lijuan across the face with a backhanded slap and cursed fiercely, "Stop provoking me. Did you not consider the consequences when you tricked me yesterday? You think you could deceive me a second time? Dream on. If I take you along, will you just go off and rob someone again? Let me tell you, unless I have absolutely no other choice, I will not collaborate with you, you worthless scoundrel." He grasped her chin. "This is a partnership where I will share half of the resources with you. Do we have a deal? Give me a straight answer." Zhou Lijuan's eyes darted around. "I am genuinely hungry. I'm not deceiving you. It's not that I don't trust you. I just wish for you to take me to get some food. Only when I am well fed will I have the strength to work. Wouldn't you agree?" Lu Degay understood that Zhou Lijuan would not act without certainty. He pulled out a handful of hawthorn berries from his pocket and offered them to her. "Here, eat these. They are our little snacks. There's plenty more." Zhou Lijuan's eyes lit up as she eagerly took the berries and devoured them. "They are truly sweet, Degay. It seems you do have something worthwhile. I'm in. I have 12 brothers under my command, but they have all been sent to move stones. Her eyes glimmered. I will discuss this with them when I return. There will be no problem. You can rest assured. They're all dissatisfied, watching good provisions being hoarded by others while they barely scrape by. I can definitely lead them to rise up. Good. Then after dinner tomorrow night, bring your people to the coral reef gap. Ludigue said as he took out some cassava and shared it with his brothers, assuring them there was no cause for suspicion. As long as they remain united with me, I promise they will be well fed. All right, I will follow your lead. So how do we proceed? Do not inquire further now. We will discuss everything when we meet tomorrow. Zhou Lijuan tightened her grip on the cassava, nodding repeatedly. Digue, did her hand still hurt? I truly apologize for yesterday. I had no choice. Otherwise, they would have killed me. As she spoke, she gently caressed Lu Digue's shoulder. Lu Digue unconsciously licked his lips, clearing his throat. You two brothers should return to the cave and wait for me. I have a few matters to discuss with Sister Zhou. Chapter 44. The action begins. Zhou Lijuan laughed, pulling at Lu Digue's tattered clothing, and the two stumbled behind the rocks. In the shadows, Wang Tian spat disdainfully and nudged the thin monkey. Let us go back and ignore him. This fool will inevitably fall for a woman. It's not entirely his fault, the thin monkey replied, rubbing his frostbitten hands, gazing lecherously in the direction of the rocks. Zhou Lijuan's figure is indeed enticing on this deserted island. I am tempted to sample the flavor. Get lost. You're not afraid of catching something? The two exchanged curses as they made their way back, their footprints quickly covered by the freshly fallen snow. When they returned to the cave, icicles hanging at the entrance were dripping water. They yawned and soon fell into a deep sleep. The following day, close to noon, Lu Digue stumbled into the camp, his hair disheveled and his clothes speckled with grass. Wang Tian hurried to greet him. Where have you been? We were worried sick waiting for you. Don't even mention it. I was exhausted last night and couldn't make it back to the cave. I had to find a place to rest halfway and ended up twisting my ankle. Lu Digue grimaced, pointing at his swollen ankle. I just recovered this morning and hurried back. The thin monkey muttered that this was indeed a waste of time, but said no more. Lu Digue beckoned to the two and quickly set off to find Fang Jie. Upon encountering Fang Jie, he was meticulously sharpening a wooden stick with a pointed stone. Lu Digue wasted no time and stated directly, everything is settled. Zhou Lijuan and her subordinates will meet at the designated rocky outcrop after dinner tonight. We must now strategize our approach to swiftly apprehend the individuals by the shipping container. Fang Jie tapped the stone axe against his palm and said, Listen, tonight, Zhou Lijuan will set fire near the container. When they rush out to extinguish the flames, we shall seize the opportunity to rob them. He looked at Lu Digue. Are you certain she won't falter? Lu Digue shrank back, trembling slightly. She assured me last night, stating that her 12 subordinates will follow her commands. As long as we instruct her, she will comply. Fang Jie nodded. Let us avoid direct confrontation. Capture the leader first. Let Zhou Lijuan guide us in. We will blend into the crowd, and she will point out who the leader is. Once you identify him, we charge in as soon as the fire ignites, and the rest will scatter like loose sand. When Ruoshua touched the bone knife at her waist, what if their organization is tightly knit and does not panic? Fang Jie smirked coldly. That is why the fire must be substantial. Have Zhou Lijuan pour oil on the supplies, forcing them into disarray and compelling them to respond. Fang Jie gazed at the tumultuous clouds where the sea met the sky, gripping Lu Digue's collar. Remember, we strike at midnight. If she delays, you will see how I deal with you. Rest assured, I guarantee it will go smoothly. Fang Jie released him, watching as he scrambled away. After their departure, Fang Jie knelt on the frost-covered ground, swiftly whittling a sharp bamboo stake. Su Daqiang wielded a wooden shovel, laboriously digging a deep pit, each scoop of frozen earth resonating with a dull thud. The two worked in harmony, densely inserting the sharpened stakes at the pit's bottom and carefully covering them with dry leaves and grass. Once the trap was nearly ready, Fang Jie straightened and turned to gaze at the nearby wooden cabin. When Rushu and when Ruoshua sat by the calm, while Su Daqiang's mother lay peacefully atop it. Keep an eye on the elder. No matter what commotion occurs outside, do not open the door, Fang Jie instructed the sisters. When Rushu bit her lip, her eyes instantly reddening. When Ruoshua could no longer hold back her sobs, tears carving crystalline trails down her cheeks, Fang Jie felt a pang of tenderness in his heart. Stepping forward to gently pat the sisters' heads with his rough hand, striving to muster a smile. Do not cry. Rest assured, I will return safely. Feeling the warmth from above, the sisters nodded earnestly. Fang Jie cast a lingering glance at them before striding decisively toward the door, stepping into the realm of unknown peril. The biting wind, carrying salty grains of sand, lashed against his face as Fang Jie and Su Daqiang hunched over, hastening through the dusk toward Lu Degui's concealed cave. The pile of dry branches at the entrance remained undisturbed. Fang Jie pushed aside the obstruction, and within the dim cave, Lu Degui's raspy cough echoed. You finally arrived. Lu Degui emerged from the heap of grass. Fang Jie silently crouched down, forcefully thrusting the sharpened wooden spear into the ground. He kicked 3 sharply pointed wooden spears toward Lu Degui and his 2 subordinates, his gaze sweeping over the group. Steady your hand and concentrate your strength at a single point. This device is as lethal as a stab to the abdomen. Su Daqiang tightened his grip on the stone hammer, while his other hand clutched a wooden spear. I've tested it. Its lethality is considerable. Understood, the 3 nodded, carefully examining the weapons in their grasp. All right, it's getting late. We must depart. The 5 moved cautiously along the damp rock face, oblivious to the jagged edges that tore at their pant legs. In the distance, containers gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. In the torchlight of the night, watchmen cast elongated shadows on the beach, resembling monstrous, clawing creatures. Fang Jie raised his hand to signal the group to halt. We shall wait here for Zhou Lijuan to emerge. He squinted, scrutinizing the throng near the containers in the flickering firelight. The beach was densely packed with people. Smoke from cooking fires rose into the air, mingling with the cries of children carried by the wind. He suddenly elbowed Lu Degui, lowering his voice to question. Why are there so many people? Wasn't it said there would only be 20 or 30? Lu Degui's Adam's apple bobbed nervously as he hurriedly explained, these men, women, and children pose no threat. They are merely families, likely survivors from other vessels, gathered together to endure. Fang Jie scanned the crowd and indeed found that women cradled wailing infants, while elderly individuals leaned on makeshift wooden canes, with few robust young men in sight. At that moment, the aroma of food wafted over, drawing the crowd closer as they gathered to dine together. Fang Jie seized Lu Degui by the collar, pulling him close. Keep a close watch on Zhou Lijuan. If she exhibits any suspicious behavior, inform me immediately. Remember, tonight must end in success, not failure. Understood. I will keep my eyes on her, Lu Degui replied, and Fang Jie released him, resuming his vigil on the activity not far away. Another hour passed. Fang Jie glanced down at his watch, the hand firmly fixed at 8 o'clock. The night enveloped the beach like cotton soaked in ink, shrouding it entirely, save for the flickering light near the containers. Suddenly, a swaying figure entered his line of sight. Zhou Lijuan stumbled forward, followed by 5 men clad in coarse outer garments, their silhouettes hinting at concealed weapons at their waists. Fang Jie swiftly grasped Lu Degui by the back of his collar, and the 5 men pressed low against the recesses of the rocks. Zhou Lijuan's voice, mingling with the sea breeze, trailed off with a lingering, ambiguous tone as she brushed aside strands of hair, casting a fleeting glance towards their hiding place. Chapter 45. The hidden master Fang Jie crouched low, peering through the crevices of the rocks to observe Zhou Lijuan and her entourage from behind. The moonlight rendered the beach devoid of any shadows. He tapped his axe against the rocks, and Lu Degui understood, lowering his voice to whistle softly. Amidst the sound of shifting gravel, Zhou Lijuan turned, navigating the algae-covered rocks, with her 5 companions in tow. As they drew closer and discerned Fang Jie's sharply defined silhouette, their expressions shifted dramatically. The leading burly man instinctively took a half-step back, his throat tightening with apprehension. What brings you here? Zhou Lijuan's pupils constricted as she gripped the short dagger at her waist. Fang Jie drove the axe heavily into the sandy ground, causing a cascade of grit to fall upon Zhou Lijuan's shoe tips. Less chatter. Without me, do you think you can handle that group of burly men by the containers? He deliberately stepped closer, his muscular arm brushing against Zhou Lijuan's shoulder, the masculine scent enveloping her. Zhou Lijuan fixed her gaze on Fang Jie, recalling how he had once single-handedly faced off against their dozen or so adversaries without faltering. She chuckled, tossing her long hair. Well, you could be quite bothersome as an opponent, but as a teammate, it's a different story. With you, the harbinger of doom, anchoring us, I feel considerably more at ease. No wonder Lu Dage dared to step forward. It turns out he has a strong backing. Now, tell me your plan. How do you need us to proceed? Fang Jie leaned closer, lowering his voice to her ear. You will guide our 5 men into the camp. Move quietly and do not alert anyone. Once inside, you must provide a detailed account of the situation, particularly identifying their leader and his whereabouts. Zhou Lijuan raised an eyebrow, her eyes gleaming with mischief. You trust me that much? This isn't about trust. It's a calculated partnership based on mutual benefit. I believe you're not so naive as to overlook that. Fang Jie replied, his gaze piercing as he continued. Once we have assessed the situation, you will send people to disperse around the camp while simultaneously setting fires. Amidst the ensuing chaos, we will seize our opportunity. Zhou Lijuan stroked her chin, pondering for a moment before nodding gently. The plan is indeed sound. However, as for who the leader is, you won't be able to recognize him just yet. I will point him out once we are inside the camp. She paused, casting a glance behind her. Follow me, but remember to conceal your weapons. With that, she rose first, stepping over the rocky terrain towards the direction of the camp, her figure gradually blending into the thick night. The group crouched low, trailing behind Zhou Lijuan, using the flickering firelight and the clamor as cover, swiftly merging into a bonfire at the northwest corner of the camp. There, half-decayed fishing nets were piled up, and the sea breeze carried a fishy scent, shrouding the group in heavy shadows. Zhou Lijuan signaled to her 5 subordinates, who immediately transformed into shadows, dispersing throughout the camp. Rubbing her frostbitten hands, she added more dry twigs to the bonfire. Keep an eye on those people. Her trembling fingers pointed toward the center of the camp, where a bonfire soared 2 men high, its flames licking the iron boxes piled nearby, casting flickering light upon numerous faces. See that lad in the white shirt? Zhou Lijuan exhaled a cloud of mist, her voice laced with animosity. That scoundrel is Lin Feng, just turned 19. His father is the captain. My father sank a ship to feed the sharks, and he survived. With his privileged status, he parades around here with a gang of lackeys, asserting his dominance. Everyone here fears him. Those who dare resist are beaten or even killed. This place is controlled by them. Fang Jie nodded. What are his proclivities? She smirked, her hair brushing against Fang Jie's shoulder. Let me tell you, I've spent several nights with him, indulging his whims. That's how I came to understand this little beast's preferences. He specifically targets older women. He has defiled more than 5 wives of others. Fang Jie observed the youth lounging beside the fire, legs crossed nonchalantly. Lin Feng was embracing a woman with disheveled hair, pouring alcohol down her throat while his other hand roamed freely over her body, surrounded by laughter and jeers from onlookers. No one dared to meet the ferocity and brutality swirling in his eyes. Among his entourage, the leader was Wang Dali, once a notorious thug at the docks. And then there was him, the one to be particularly wary of. She whispered, indicating the man beside Lin Feng. Emerging from the shadows, a tall figure slowly stood up, clad in a faded work uniform, his face betraying no emotion. This man, known as Yao Zixing, neither drank nor jested. He merely stood behind Lin Feng with arms crossed, resembling a silent statue. Zhou Lijuan's voice trembled slightly. No one had ever witnessed him in action, but his skills were undoubtedly formidable. The sycophants around Lin Feng typically exuded arrogance, yet they became submissive in his presence. You must pay special attention, Zhou Lijuan cautioned, lowering her voice and scanning the surroundings. She leaned closer to Fang Jie and whispered, if you intend to execute the assassination plan, you must be vigilant of Yao Zixing. He is Lin Feng's most capable subordinate and could pose your greatest threat. Fang Jie nodded, glancing over the crowd once more before quietly inquiring, are the additional 100 people all here today? Zhou Lijuan confirmed, yes, over 50 of us were near the containers, making quite a racket. They gathered here upon hearing the commotion. She rubbed her frostbitten hands together, urgency in her voice. With so many voices, we must act swiftly to avoid complications later. Fang Jie tightened his grip on the axe, signaling Zhou Lijuan with a glance. Taking a deep breath, she scanned the shadows where a dozen subordinates lay in wait. The group exchanged knowing looks and dispersed quietly, heading toward flammable materials scattered throughout the camp. The haystack ignited first, followed closely by discarded fishing nets and piled firewood. Fire! A shrill scream pierced the night sky. Flames, propelled by the sea breeze, surged forth, their orange tongues greedily consuming everything in their path. While thick smoke quickly enveloped the camp, the crowd erupted in chaos, screams, cries, and the clattering of heavy objects blending into a cacophony. Panic-stricken individuals fled in all directions amid the inferno. Lin Feng kicked aside a wooden crate, springing to his feet in a furious rage, the dagger at his waist glinting ominously with his movements. "Stop running, you fools. Anyone who dares to move will be killed. Someone's behind us," he bellowed, veins bulging in his neck as he raged, saliva flying onto the faces nearby. Beside him, Yao Zixing remained silent, arms crossed protectively in front of Lin Feng, his gaze keen and watchful, akin to a hawk surveying its surroundings. 2 or 3 others brandished clubs, nervously encircling Lin Feng, while the remaining individuals hurriedly grabbed buckets of water, rushing toward the flames, their footsteps and cries intertwining into a chaotic symphony. The firelight illuminated Fang Jie's taut jaw as he seized a piece of shipboard for cover, blending into the panicked throng. The heat surged, enveloping him in ash-laden waves that scorched his skin, while the air was filled with cries and the rumble of collapsing debris, as they pretended to flee toward the fire. Passing by Lin Feng, an icy chill suddenly enveloped Fang Jie. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of those wolf-like eyes. Yao Zixing stood a half-step in front of Lin Feng, his formerly drooping gaze suddenly locking onto him like an arrow, every muscle in his body taut as a drawn bowstring. Fang Jie's heart jolted violently, instinctively urging him to withdraw. His intuition warned him that this endeavor was likely doomed to fail. Yet, with the arrow on the string, there was no choice but to release it. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed his unease and pressed on without faltering. Seizing the momentum from the crowd shoving, he charged towards Lin Feng's back. Chapter 46. Total annihilation. As Fang Jie spotted Lin Feng momentarily turn away, he halted, swinging his axe with the force of the wind towards the back of Lin Feng's neck. In a split second, Yao Zixing, like a specter, intervened, his steel bar deftly intercepting the axe blade, sparks flying. The sound of metal clashing reverberated through Fang Jie's hands, leaving them numb. Yao Zixing's stoic visage regarded Fang Jie in silence. Without granting him a moment's respite, the steel bar swept through the air like a venomous serpent, the gust stinging Fang Jie's cheeks. He stumbled backward, his lower back crashing against a wooden crate, retreating unsteadily 3 steps. "Damn it, this is bad. We're under attack." Lu Degui's exclamation pierced through the chaos as Lin Feng's minions surged forward, brandishing clubs towards them. Sudakyang Gruntith, smashing a stone hammer into one assailant, only for another to sever his wooden spear with a dagger. Amidst the melee, Lin Feng had already seized the confusion to turn and flee into the distance, his voice shrill with command. "Get back here. Deal with these rabble." The fire brigade, hearing his call, abandoned their wooden buckets and rushed back, a dozen shadows swiftly engulfing Lu Degui and his companions. Blows rained down like a torrential storm. Lu Degui curled protectively on the ground, his groans diminishing to a whisper. Yao Zixing observed coldly from the sidelines, casually leaning on his steel bar. The crisis had been averted. He did not pursue Fang Jie relentlessly, but merely kept his gaze fixed upon him. Lu Degui and his companions were pinned onto the sandy ground, gravel digging into their palms, the metallic scent of blood spreading in their mouths. Lin Feng approached, his polished leather boots clicking on the ground, lifting Lu Degui's chin with the toe of his boot. The boy's eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty delight. "Lu Degui, you wretched dog. I spared your life, yet you dared to plot against me?" Lu Degui trembled, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, sprawled on the ground like a pile of mush. Lin Feng then turned to Fang Jie, asking, "Brother, which faction do you belong to? Have I wronged you in any way? Why oppose me?" "You have not wronged me. I merely sought to partake in the spoils," Fang Jie replied, his gaze sweeping over the nearby mountain of canned goods. "With over 100 people stranded on this deserted island, why should you monopolize it all?" Lin Feng erupted into a sharp laugh. "Partake in the spoils? You ought to take a good look in the mirror and reflect upon your worthiness. You dare to claim a share?" He whirled around, delivering a vicious kick to Lu Degui's abdomen, exclaiming, "You wretched cur, seeking to stir trouble with me over a piece of rotten fish? You truly deserve death." Lu Degui curled up like a shrimp, emitting a deathly whimper that pierced through the crackling of the campfire, cutting sharply through the night. Enough! You'll kill someone. Fang Jie surged forward, shielding Lu Dage's twitching back with his body, glaring at Lin Feng with fury. The boy tilted his head back, laughing heartily. In this godforsaken place, what is the difference between butchering a man and crushing an ant? Do not speak of this lawless place. Even within the city, he leaned close to Fang Jie's ear, his warm breath mingling with the stench of alcohol. With a mere flick of my fingers, I could send your entire family to feed the fish in the river. Yet, you, with your hardened resolve, are far more intriguing than that coward Lu Dage. I noticed you managed to exchange a few blows with Yao Zixing earlier. Your skills are commendable. Join me, and you shall feast and revel in the company of women at your leisure. Ha ha ha! With your pathetic self, do you truly believe you are worthy? Fang Jie retorted in kind, forcefully colliding his forehead against Lin Feng's nose. The sharp crack of bone echoed as the youth cried out, collapsing to the ground, blood splattering across his shirt. Simultaneously, Yao Zixing's steel rod pressed against Fang Jie's throat, only to be thwarted by Lin Feng's bloodied hand. Good, good. Lin Feng wiped his face, a manic grin emerging from the crimson stains. I relish this kind of recklessness. Bind him up. I shall show you something novel. Fang Jie and his companions were securely tied to a tree with coarse hemp ropes, the bindings digging painfully into their wrists, their backs pressed against the rough bark. Not far away, Lin Feng's lackeys were laboriously setting a massive iron pot over the campfire, the clash of cast iron against stone producing a jarring screech. Su Daqiang's swollen eyelids fluttered, his pupils constricting in terror. He writhed desperately, but the ropes bit deeply into his flesh. Lin, spare me the torment. Grant me a swift end. Now you grasp the essence of fear. Is too late. Lin Feng lifted a chunk of raw meat with his dagger, the blade sizzling as it roasted over the flames. I want you to experience what it is to be thrown into the pot alive. He swung his arm, seawater pouring into the iron pot, flames leaping high, the rising steam clouding Fang Jie's vision. Coughing up blood, Lu Dage raised his head, his face a tapestry of bruises. These two brothers were brought by me. They are not to blame. If you were to punish anyone, let it be me. He gasped, his bloodshot eyes glistening with unshed tears. Fang Jie regarded him deeply, bursting into laughter. Well, Lu Dage, usually so cowardly and lacking substance. Who would have thought you possessed such backbone? I expected you to wet your pants and beg for mercy. He straightened his back, casting a glance at Lin Feng's twisted smile. If you wish to kill, then do so. I fear you not. However, Su Daqiang was coerced into this. He bears no responsibility. Release him. Brother you. Su Daqiang glared at Fang Jie, his panda-like eyes wide. Who the hell is your brother? You worthless piece of trash. You're a hindrance. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been captured. Get lost. Your presence annoys me. Lin Feng sneered at the two. You truly underestimate me. Do you think I'm a fool? Still performing for an audience, are we? I tell you, none shall leave today. He stood, gazing into the pot. The iron vessel began to bubble, the briny seawater splattering into the fire, sending up a shower of sparks. Yao Zixing stood silently behind Lin Feng, a slight frown on his brow. Lin Feng, with a sinister grin, ladled a scoop of boiling water from the pot, dousing Lu Dage with the scalding seawater, which erupted upon contact with his festering wounds. Lu Dage arched his back violently, his body crashing against the tree with a resounding thud, his anguish screams mingling with the hissing steam that pierced the night sky. How does it feel? Lin Feng struck the wooden spoon fiercely against the edge of the pot, causing droplets of scalding water to splatter, making the surrounding lackeys recoil in alarm. He leaned in menacingly toward several individuals, his fingers trailing across Fang Jie and Su Daqiang's faces, demanding, who among you wishes to be the first to meet your fate? The iron pot emitted a terrifying hum amidst the roaring flames, while seaweed and shattered shells bobbed on the turbulent surface. Fang Jie suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Come at me. I cannot bear to witness others suffer. Grant me a swift end. Lin Feng paused momentarily, then erupted into a boisterous laugh. How amusing. I've never encountered someone so eager to embrace death. With a wave of his hand, two lackeys approached to untie Fang Jie's bonds. The moment the rope fell to the ground, Fang Jie sprang forth like an enraged beast, delivering 2 precise punches to their faces. Seizing the opportunity of their astonishment, he swiftly retrieved the axe from the ground and dashed to Lu Degui's side. He severed the ropes binding the four, brandishing the sharp axe toward the crowd, commanding, "Those who wish to live, step aside." Yao Zixing, "Stop them!" Lin Feng bellowed furiously, pointing at Fang Jie. Yet, Yao Zixing stood immobile, arms crossed, unyielding. Lin Feng shot him a fierce glare, but had no time to vent his frustration as he directed the others to close in. Chapter 47. What defines a true man? Fang Jie retreated step by step, using the axe blade to keep the approaching thugs at bay. Su Daqiang, "Take them and flee." However, Su Daqiang clutched his clothing tightly, tears mingling with blood streaming down his swollen face. "Brother, I cannot leave you behind. If we must die, let us die together. Get away." Fang Jie forcefully shoved him aside. "Think of your mother. Hurry and go. Tell Wen Rushu and her sister to forget about me. Live well." Seeing Su Daqiang still kneeling in defiance, Fang Jie glared furiously. "If you don't leave now, I swear I will strike you down myself. Do you wish for my sacrifice to be in vain?" Su Daqiang bowed deeply, and amidst Fang Jie's furious shouts, he staggered away with Lu Degui and the others, disappearing into the night. Fang Jie gripped the axe tightly, standing alone against the encroaching thugs, with the raging fire at his back and the thickening darkness closing in. He held the axe with both hands, its blade glinting in the flickering flames, casting elongated shadows of Lin Feng and the others upon the trunks of nearby trees. A dozen figures formed a semicircle, yet all hesitated before the sharpness of the axe, jostling amongst themselves, unwilling to be the first to make a foolish advance. Yao Zixing, "Move! Capture him!" Lin Feng's face reddened with rage as he yanked at Yao Zixing's collar, shouting, "Are you deaf? If you let this scoundrel escape, I will toss you into the pot. Don't forget who saved your sickly parents all those years ago. If you disobey me, to whom will you owe your loyalty? You know I have been eyeing your sister for quite some time. If not for my favor, would she have remained unharmed until now? Go and deal with him." Yao Zixing's previously downcast eyes suddenly flickered, the icy facade of his face betraying the first signs of emotion. Slowly, he drew the steel rod from his waist and approached Fang Jie. Fang Jie tensed every muscle, the axe reflecting a glimmer of cold light in his palm. The steel rod swung through the air, and Fang Jie narrowly evaded the blow by sidestepping. The force of this strike was noticeably lighter than before, sparking suspicion within him. Yet he had no time to ponder further. In the midst of a struggle, Yao Zixing's attacks appeared fierce, yet they always fell just half an inch away from the vital points. Just as Fang Jie seized an opportunity to break through, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his lower back. Yao Zixing frowned, casting a look of disdain toward Fang Jie's rear. A sycophant had struck Fang Jie from behind, while 2 others lunged to firmly restrain his axe-bearing arm. Fang Jie struggled and managed to topple 2 of them, but his axe flew from his grasp amidst the chaos. The crowd surged forward, swiftly binding Fang Jie once more. Lin Feng approached with a sinister grin, driving his knee heavily into Fang Jie's sunken abdomen, causing a mixture of blood and bile to spill from Fang Jie's lips. The youth triumphantly flicked the blood from his hands and turned to the gathering crowd, bellowing, "All of you come here. Open your eyes wide and witness the fate of those who oppose me." The flames distorted the shadows of the onlookers. Women clutched their children and retreated, while several elderly averted their trembling faces. Lin Feng suddenly seized Fang Jie by the hair, turning his face toward the crowd. "Are you afraid? If you beg for mercy now, I might grant you a swift end." Fang Jie threw back his head and laughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His gaze burned brighter than the bonfire. "You little brat, you actually have the gall to give me a glorious death." The heat of his blood surged within him, suppressing any fear of death. A true man should not only eat from the cauldron in life, but also face the fire in death. What else defines a man? Come, send me on my way. If I furrow my brow, I am not a true man. The boiling seawater hissed in the iron pot, its bubbling mingling with his boundless ambition. Lin Feng's eyes blazed with fury, spitting venomously, "Damn it, you cur, even in death you still want to act tough." With a wave of his hand, several henchmen moved forward, roughly dragging Fang Jie toward the boiling pot. Fang Jie straightened his back, slowly closing his eyes as the scalding steam enveloped his face. Just as he believed he was about to plunge into that searing abyss, the grip on his arms suddenly loosened. He opened his eyes with a start, witnessing Yao Zixing overturning two of the henchmen. Yao Zixing then strode forward, drawing a dagger from his waist. The blade glinted coldly as it swiftly severed the ropes binding Fang Jie. "Leave now. Do not return," Yao Zixing urged in a hushed tone, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his gaze. Lin Feng's enraged shout erupted from behind. "Yao Zixing, do you dare betray me?" Yet, Yao Zixing merely positioned the iron rod defensively before Fang Jie. Fang Jie steadied himself, gazing at Yao Zixing's stern profile. The sea breeze carried ashes that struck his face, and he bowed deeply to Yao Zixing. "I will forever remember the grace of saving my life today." Yao Zixing turned his face away, the iron rod spinning in his palm. "Less talk. A man who can stand tall before the boiling oil should not die here. Hurry." Fang Jie took a deep look around at the faces filled with fear and shock. He suddenly rose, and with Lin Feng's curses and Yao Zixing's cover, he swiftly vanished into the thick night, leaving behind a trail of disordered footprints in the sand, slowly consumed by the tide. Once Fang Jie had completely disappeared among the rocks, Lin Feng picked up a wooden stick embedded with iron nails from the ground. His veins bulged as he raised the wooden stick, bringing it down forcefully onto Yao Zixing's shoulder. "How dare you ruin my plans?" The dull thud of impact mingled with the sound of tearing fabric as Yao Zixing stood resolutely, allowing the relentless blows to rain upon his shoulders. Dark red stains quickly saturating his coarse shirt. "Enough!" A clear female voice pierced the night. A girl, her face smeared with ash and soot, emerged from the crowd, her graceful figure shielding Yao Zixing. As she tilted her face up, the firelight illuminated the flickering flames in her eyes. "Young Master Lin, please cease your actions. My brother has wronged you in no way. You should not treat him thus." Lin Feng's stick hung poised in the air, his throat constricting. The girl was Yao Zixing's sister, Yao Yu. Lin Feng had long coveted her, yet hesitated to act due to Yao Zixing's presence. He fixated on the contrast of her half-dark, half-light visage, licking his lips. "Humph. Since you've come forward, I suppose I must show some regard. After all, I do have fondness for you." With that, Lin Feng slammed the stick into the sandy ground, sending shards of stone skimming past Yao Yu's ankles. He glared at Yao Zixing's bleeding shoulder. "Explain to me, why do you refuse to heed my words for the sake of an outsider? Have you forgotten the kindness our Lin family has bestowed upon yours for 2 generations?" Yao Yu clutched her brother's tattered sleeve, tenderly caressing the bruises on his shoulder. Yao Zixing stepped forward, meeting Lin Feng's cruel gaze. "You indulge in womanizing, drinking, and violence. I turn a blind eye. Should you find yourself in peril, I will protect you. But to take a life, I cannot stand by and witness such heinous acts. My life may belong to your Lin family, but my conscience does not." Lin Feng erupted into maniacal laughter. "Conscience? Speaking of conscience on this desolate island, Yao Zixing, I do not believe in conscience even in civilized society. Here, do not forget, your sister's life is in my hands." Chapter 48. The anger of Yao Yu. Yao Yu grasped her brother's arm. "Brother, do not argue with a madman. Let us leave." She tugged at his blood-stained sleeve, her gaze wary of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes lingered on her swaying waist. Do you wish for me to spare your brother? It is simple. Come to my tent immediately, and I shall pretend tonight's event never transpired. Dream on." Yao Yu whirled around, her cheeks flushed beneath the grime. She seized a fishbone from the ground and hurled it at Lin Feng before plunging back into the crowd. As Yao Zixing cast a lingering glance at the scattered remnants of the iron pot, he turned to follow his sister's unsteady silhouette. Lin Feng watched their retreating forms, licking his lips before suddenly bellowing and kicking over a wooden crate by the bonfire, cans rolling across the ground. He sees 2 women cowering in the corner. "Get in here now. I am in a foul mood." As the canvas tent was roughly drawn shut, pained moans emanated from within. The oil lamp swayed in Yao Yu's tent, her fingers stained with herbal juices, carefully tended to the bruises and wounds on her brother's back. Anger surged within her as she slammed the medicine bowl down onto the wooden crate. "Brother, how long will you endure that beast?" Yao Zixing lowered his gaze to the calluses in his palm. "Do you not remember? It was Lin Feng who paid for our parents' medical expenses during their rescue. What am I to do with this life-saving grace?" "Bah!" Yao Yu seized the blood-soaked cloth and flung it into the fire pit, the sparks rising and stinging her eyes. Do you believe he is a good man? He is clearly using this favor to blackmail me. He was in the same class as me in high school, and he had his sights set on me even then. He offered to help with our medical expenses only to exploit our vulnerability. He knows our family is in dire need, deliberately using the life-saving money as bait. She abruptly turned around. I've been classmates with him for 2 years. I know what kind of person he is better than anyone else. Outside the tent, Lin Feng's boisterous laughter mingled with the muffled sobs of a woman. Yao Zixing placed a reassuring hand on his sister's trembling shoulder, saying, "Sigh, let it go. Some things are better left unsaid. As long as he doesn't touch you, I can endure a bit of hardship." "Brother." Yao wanted to say more, but was at a loss for words. Yao Zixing gently ruffled his sister's hair. "Do not dwell on those troubling thoughts." He gazed at the flickering firelight outside the tent, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Did you notice that young man today?" Yao paused as she sprinkled crushed herbs on her wound, her fingers hesitating momentarily. "How can I not notice? A fool willing to trade his life for another survival is indeed rare these days." "Yes, rare indeed. An intriguing individual. He appears only a couple of years older than Lin Feng, yet he possesses none of the childishness." Yao Zixing leaned against a wooden crate, listening to the distant sound of crashing waves. "Isn't it odd? Both are young men in their 20s, yet one treats life as a mere bonfire, while the other—" He shook his head with a chuckle, but what that young man said truly resonates. "I admire his boldness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offended Lin Feng to save him. Life should be cherished, even in death." Such eloquence. Yao gritted her teeth. "Enough, brother. Why concern yourself with him? What boldness? He is nothing but a troublemaker. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be enduring this suffering. I swear, if I see him again, I will not hesitate to strike him." Yao Zixing tidied his sister's disheveled hair. "Tonight, I will set up the tent beside yours. If you need anything, just call." He squeezed her icy fingertips until she nodded in agreement before letting go. The clamor outside the tent gradually subsided, leaving only the crackling of the bonfire and the mournful sound of the waves. Yao extinguished the oil lamp and caught sight of her brother's silhouette against the crate. He clutched the steel rebar he had used to save Fang Jie, and upon meeting her gaze, he relaxed quickly, offering a gentle smile. Fang Jie stumbled over the rocky shore, navigating through the darkness in the snow. A distant, anguished cry pierced the night. He tensed, quickly darting into the thick underbrush. Under the moonlight, 2 frail figures stumbled towards the sea. It was when Rushu and her sister. When Ruoshu's braid had come undone, and her body trembled uncontrollably. When Rushu was in tears, her pale ankles cut and bleeding. "Jigga, slow down. Wait for us," the sisters cried as they ran. "Wait. I'm not dead yet. Don't mourn for me," Fang Jie exclaimed, rushing out to block their path with outstretched arms. The sisters froze in place, the moonlight illuminating their reddened eyes and the remnants of tears on their faces. When Rushu suddenly lunged forward, her trembling hands gripping his blood-stained collar, choking back sobs as she searched him frantically. "You're alive? Thank goodness. Where are you hurt?" As when Ruoshu wept uncontrollably, she collapsed against his back, her tears soaking his tattered clothing. Fang Jie staggered from the impact, but instinctively embraced the 2 women, feeling the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat resonate within his chest. It dawned on him that, indeed, there were those in this world who would grieve for his life with such fervor. When Rushu, her eyelashes glistening with tears, choked on her words as she clutched Fang Jie's shirt. When Su Daqiang and the others returned, they were covered in blood, claiming he had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. In a rare display of tenderness, when Ruoshu gently caressed his face, "We thought we would never see you again." Fang Jie chuckled as he pried apart the sisters' tightly intertwined fingers, deliberately puffing out his chest and shaking his arms. "You underestimate me. I wielded my axe, cleaving left and right, and that bunch of cowards were all brought down." He exaggerated his movements, only to wince as pain tugged at his wounds. When Rushu broke into laughter, her fingertip poking at the blood seeping from his shoulder, "You're still boasting despite your bleeding wounds." Lu Dague mentioned that among those adversaries was a formidable expert. "You and T last long against him." Fang Jie felt a twinge of embarrassment at Lu Dague's words. "That dog, I saved his life, and he speaks ill of me." At the mention of Lu Dague, when Ruoshu laughed, stopped berating him. He was utterly distraught, claiming he was responsible for your plight, nearly beside himself. When Rushu scoffed, We sisters would have dealt with him right then. Fang Jie nodded. Let us not press him. He performed decently tonight. I expected him to kneel, bow his head, and betray me, but to my surprise, he held his ground. Enough about him. When Rushu said, gazing up at Fang Jie, the moonlight illuminating the stars glimmering in her eyes once more. You scare me half to death. Come here, let me give you a kiss. She rose up on her toes, leaning toward Fang Jie. He wrapped his long arms around her, pulling her close. With a soft sigh, when Rushu encircled Fang Jie's neck, and they shared a passionate kiss. Fang Jie's hand slid down, as if guided by an unseen force, accurately finding its target. All right, I can't take it anymore. When Rushu blushed, pushing Fang Jie away. When Ruoxua pouted, casting a disapproving glance at the couple. How unfair. You've kissed my sister several times already, and now you're not even pretending? Right in front of me? Chapter 49. The return of Fang Jie. Fang Jie leaned towards when Ruoxua. Little fool, don't you wish to have a kiss too? When Ruoxua blinked, grinning mischievously, not now. You just kissed my sister. I refuse to be the leftover. Wait until it's just the two of us, then I'll let you. When Rushu approached, playfully tapping Fang Jie's forehead with her finger, laughingly scolding. Look at what you've spoiled her with. This little girl is becoming bolder by the day. When Ruoxua immediately retorted, hands on her hips. It's you who lacks modesty, kissing others right in front of me. With that, she lunged at her sister, playfully tickling her. When Rushu laughed and dodged, the two of them engaging in a light-hearted exchange as they made their way back. Fang Jie wandered around the room, unable to find Su Daqiang and the others. When Rushu tugged at his sleeve, they're in Su Daqiang's room. I suggested they rest here, but they refused. Fang Jie nodded and headed towards Su Daqiang's room. He kicked the door open, and a pungent scent of blood assaulted his nostrils. Lu Degui lay half-slumped in the corner, his severed arm wrapped in tattered cloth, now thoroughly soaked in blood. Su Daqiang's leg was unnaturally twisted, blood still seeping from a wound. The thin monkey barely opened his eyes, his breath faint, his chest weakly rising and falling. Everyone stay still. Just lie down. Fang Jie rushed over to restrain Lu Degui, who was trying to rise. Upon seeing him, Lu Degui widened his murky eyes, his lips trembling as he managed to utter a few words. Brother, you're still alive. Su Daqiang struggled to raise his hand, grasping Fang Jie's wrist. You're back. That is wonderful. Fang Jie frowned, surveying the injured. You all need to rest. I'm going to fetch medicine. Don't move. Su Daqiang tugged at Fang Jie's clothing, his breath faint. Where will you find medicine? Don't go. I have a plan. Fang Jie pried his hand away, turning to leave. Whatever you do, don't go to Linfeng. Su Daqiang coughed urgently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. They're searching for you with red eyes. Going there is tantamount to seeking death. Fang Jie glanced back with a smile. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Lu Degui, trembling, propped himself up. Brother, what are your next steps? Revenge. Fang Jie clenched his fists. Once you all have healed, we shall return and avenge ourselves. Lu Degui's face turned pale, his throat bobbing. But Lin Feng is a madman. If we fall into his hands again, we'll truly have no way out. Fang Jie placed a reassuring hand on his trembling shoulder, speaking firmly. Do not fear. This time, we were caught off guard by the formidable presence of Yao Zixing beside Lin Feng. Otherwise, we would have succeeded already. He stroked his chin deep in thought. Yao Zixing is indeed skilled, but he possesses a sense of justice. Had he not let me go, I would have been finished this time. What? He let you go? Lu Degui suddenly propped himself up, wincing in pain. What kind of logic is that? He captured you and then released you? What does he gain from that? Su Daqiang chuckled wryly. I thought you had, like in martial arts novels, suddenly unlocked your potential and fought your way out by yourself. Fang Jie waved his hand, pushing him back down onto the hay. Let us not dwell on these convoluted matters. The priority is to heal your wounds. Sister Wen will bring you food and change your dressings. Just let us know if you need anything. Lu Degui's face flushed red. This is too much. I feel quite embarrassed. He turned to Rushu at the door, stammering, about the past, I was rude and overstepped. Please forgive me. When Rushu tilted her head and smiled, a teasing glint in her eyes. Oh, Manager Lu can also humble himself? You certainly made things difficult for my sister and me in the past. I remember it all. Lu Degui scratched his head. Well, isn't this my retribution? I've been beaten to a pulp. Can we put our past grievances behind us? When Ruoxua shot him a glance. Let me see how you perform. A trial of jade requires 3 days of burning, and discerning materials takes 7 years. I will not alter my opinion of you based on your fleeting words. Taking care of you is Jiegu's intention. I will look after you, so you need not worry about that. Ludigue trembled as he extended his thumb, admiration evident on his face. Indeed, one is judged by the company they keep. Once, I listened to the conversations of the Xiaowen sisters and marveled at their eloquence. Following the Fang brothers has truly enhanced my own abilities. Look, sister, I knew it all along. One cannot change their fundamental nature. He has begun again, showering compliments. Fang Jie was amused, playfully swatting his hand away. Enough, enough. You both focus on recuperating. I shall take my leave. With that, he cast a glance at Wenrishu. And Wenruoshue exchanged a knowing look, prompting the three to exit the room. Upon returning to their quarters, Wenrishu furrowed her brow and inquired, "What are your intentions? Do you still plan to venture to the container for medicine?" Before Fang Jie could respond, Wenruoshue slammed the door shut and locked it. She stood defiantly with her hands on her hips, glaring. "You are not going. You nearly lost your life, and yet you still wish to take such risks? This time, I will not allow it." Fang Jie, exasperated, raised his hands in surrender. If we do not take the risk of obtaining medicine, how will they tend to their injuries? He reached for Wenruoshue, but she nimbly evaded his grasp. "Listen to me. That gang led by Lin Feng is inconsequential. It is only that Yao Zixing who is truly formidable. Yet, since he has spared me once, he is unlikely to turn against me again. If I stealthily enter and quietly procure the medicine, I shall be fine. We shall go together, the three of us, or not at all." Wenruoshue clutched the doorknob, prepared to fight for her stance. Wenrishu quickly approached, adding, "It is too perilous for you to go alone. We cannot help but worry. It is always better to have more than one person for support." Fang Jie swiftly waved his hands in refusal. "With 4 severely injured individuals incapacitated, if we all leave, who will manage? Who will cook? Who will change the bandages?" The sisters exchanged glances and in unison declared, "One shall stay to care for them, while the other accompanies you." They began to bicker, each vying to join him. "Enough of this nonsense," Fang Jie interrupted, his expression darkening. "You cannot even wield a kitchen knife with steadiness. What if something were to go awry? You would only distract me and be of no assistance. My solitary venture poses less risk. Your presence could potentially jeopardize my safety." Wenruoshue was about to retort, but when Rushu gently pressed her sister's shoulder and sighed softly, "Let it be. We cannot dissuade him. Allow him to go, but be exceedingly careful." Fang Jie smiled as he ruffled their hair, his gaze tender. "Rest assured, you need not worry about my endeavors. I promise to return unscathed." Wenruoshue's eyes glistened with emotion. She stood on her tiptoes and placed a gentle kiss on Fang Jie's cheek. "You must return safely and soon. I am waiting for you." Her fingers clutched the hem of his shirt tightly before reluctantly releasing it. "Haha, all right. I promise you." Chapter 50. A beauty under the moonlight. Fang Jie crept through the night, moving stealthily. The timing for retrieving medicine from Lin Feng was perfect for his clandestine plans. Who would have thought that someone who had just escaped death would dare to return? Halfway there, Fang Jie spotted shadows congregating beneath the mountainside. He held his breath and approached, illuminated by the flickering moonlight. He discerned Zhou Lijuan huddled in a crevice of the rock, surrounded by 7 or 8 disheveled subordinates. "Who goes there?" Zhou Lijuan spun around, and upon recognizing Fang Jie, she relaxed her stance. "What brings you here?" The group surged forward, their heavy breaths mingling with the scent of blood. "What are you all hiding from?" Fang Jie surveyed them, questioning their presence. Zhou Lijuan spat out a mouthful of blood and ran her fingers through her disheveled hair. "What else is there to hide from? You failed your ambush, and we were caught in the act. Did Lin Feng spare us? If we don't run, we will surely perish." She tugged at Fang Jie's sleeve, her eyes glistening with desperation. "Brother, take us with you." Fang Jie shook off her hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I can barely save myself. What can I offer to protect you?" He urged her to find her own path. Seeing Zhou Lijuan frozen in place, he turned and strode away. Behind him, he heard the stifled sobs and shuffling footsteps of those dragging their injured legs, stumbling deeper into the dense forest. Fang Jie pressed against the rock wall as he entered the camp, where the sounds of snoring mingled with the crackling of the bonfire in the moonlight. Following Zhou Lijuan's directions, he circled around to the back of a container and caught sight of a medical box peeking out from the corner of a tent. its metal edges gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Just as he lifted the edge of the tent, a dry twig snapped beneath his foot. Shadows stirred within the tent, and he lunged forward to cover the mouth of the figure inside, his palm meeting soft lips, the scent of menthol wafting into his nostrils. Inside the tent was a woman. The person in his arms struggled fiercely, their knee pressing against his abdomen, and Fang Jie sidestepped to avoid it. He lowered his voice. "Don't scream. I won't harm you." The woman beneath him gasped for breath, her eyes wide as she regarded Fang Jie. He scanned the tent, the medical box resting beside her pillow. With his left hand holding her shoulder, he reached toward the box's latch with his right. Suddenly, the woman opened her mouth and bit down hard on the hand covering her mouth. He winced in pain and instinctively retracted his hand. In the darkness, the woman curled into the corner of the tent like a frightened wildcat, her breath rapid and wary. They remained locked in a standoff for a moment until Fang Jie lowered his voice once more. "Please don't shout. I have injured brothers who need saving. If you remain silent, I promise you will be unharmed." In the rustling silence, the woman nodded gently. She crawled toward the medical box, her slender fingers pulling apart the tent fabric, allowing moonlight to slip in like silver threads. Utilizing the faint light, she adeptly rummaged through the supplies, gathering bandages, antiseptics, and painkillers, stuffing the entire package into Fang Jie's arms. "Thank you," he murmured, quickly inspecting the contents of the medical bag. Suddenly, a voice as delicate as a whisper broke through from above. "You're the one who just fled? Quite bold, aren't you? You dare return." Fang Jie looked up abruptly, the moonlight illuminating Yao Yu's profile, her eyes fixed intently on him. He nodded silently, then earnestly gazed at Yao Yu. "Could you possibly procure more medicine? My brothers are gravely injured, and I fear this will not suffice for long." Yao Yu traced the edge of the medical box with her fingertips, pondering for a moment before replying. "Do you understand pharmacology? I can only manage basic bandaging." Fang Jie admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. Yao Yu nodded knowingly and quickly explained the fundamental methods of changing dressings and stopping bleeding. "Take these for now. Tomorrow morning, wait for me by the rocky shore." Lowering her voice, she added, "I will find a way to acquire more." Fang Jie was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Your kindness is beyond words. May I ask your name?" Yao Yu mischievously blinked, placing a finger to her lips. "Let us keep it a secret for now. We shall discuss it tomorrow." She guided Fang Jie toward the tent's exit. "Thank you. Until tomorrow," Fang Jie said, bowing slightly as he clutched the medical bag and stepped back. In the shadow of the tent, Yao Zixing released the steel rebar from his grasp, watching as Fang Jie's figure disappeared at the edge of the camp. This lad certainly possesses considerable audacity. He sighed deeply and reclined once more. Fang Jie sprinted back to the camp, his clothing flapping in the night breeze. When Rushu and when Ruoxue stood guard at the entrance, their anxious hearts finally at ease upon seeing the bulging medicine pouch in his arms. "Quick, lend a hand." Fang Jie tore open his garment, revealing the bandages and anti-inflammatory medicine concealed within. The sisters immediately sprang into action, boiling water, cleaning wounds, and passing gauze, following the method taught by Yao Yu. He meticulously applied the anti-inflammatory ointment to the grotesque wounds of his comrades. He then wrapped them with strips of cloth soaked in herbal juice. Lu Degue winced, breaking into a cold sweat. "Damn, that hurts. More than getting hit." Fang Jie glanced at him. "Count yourself fortunate. The fact that you feel pain means there is hope. If you were to feel nothing, that would truly be a dire situation." "What?" Lu Degue's expression shifted to one of panic as he glanced downward. "Could it be? My brother feels nothing at all. Oh no, please don't. Serves you right for spending your days amusing yourself with frivolities." When Ruoxue shot him a sidelong glance. "All right, enough of scaring him." Fang Jie chuckled, patting Lu Degue on the shoulder. "Cheer up. If you were truly incapacitated, it might not be such a calamity. At least you'd be rid of many troubles. It could be considered a blessing. In fact, you have quite the way with words." Lu Degue sulked. "Would you like this blessing to be bestowed upon you?" Once everyone had disinfected their wounds and secured the bandages, the bleeding finally ceased. A faint flush returned to Su Daqiang's pale face as he murmured his thanks before tilting his head and drifting into slumber. The sounds of snoring filled the room. Fang Jie gazed out at the gradually brightening sky, finally exhaling in relief. When Rushu yawned, rubbing her weary eyes, "At last, We completed our tasks. When Ruoxue, fighting against her drowsiness, added more firewood to the flames. Fang Jie waved his hand. You two should rest. I'll take another look around. Treading on the crunching snow, he first inspected the traps set at the camp entrance with vines and sharp wood. Confirming that the snares remained intact, he crouched to scrutinize the surrounding snow. Under the moonlight, the pristine white surface lay smooth as a blanket, with only their footprints intertwined and extending, devoid of any unfamiliar marks. Rubbing his numbed hands together, he then turned back to the cabin, embracing the two sisters as they sank into slumber. The following morning, Fang Jie rubbed his bleary eyes and sat up. Turning his head, he found Ruoxue and Ruoxue curled up in the blankets, sleeping soundly. He quietly donned his outer garment and made his way to the stove to prepare breakfast. The fire crackled as he simmered some meat porridge and steamed sweet potatoes. Once he finished cooking, he carried the steaming food and gently opened Su Daqiang's door. The pungent odor of blood had significantly dissipated, replaced by the bitter yet refreshing fragrance of medicinal herbs. The four of them lay in disarray, their faces having regained some color, dispelling the pallor of the previous day. Su Daqiang's furrowed brow had relaxed considerably. Fang Jie set down the bowls and softly called out, "Wake up, it's time to eat and replenish your strength." Lu Deguay smacked his lips and turned over, mumbling indistinctly, "What is this? It smells delightful." Chapter 51. The visit from Yao Yu. Su Daqiang struggled to prop himself up, gazing at the steaming bowl of porridge. "Brother, I never realized you possess such culinary skills. It's invigorating just to smell it." With great effort, Lu Deguay managed to lift his arm, scooping a spoonful of porridge in his mouth, and mumbled, "Delicious. You truly are a talent, equally adept on the battlefield and in the kitchen." The group began to devour their meal ravenously, broth dripping down the corners of their mouths. Fang Jie crouched beside the hay, his gaze sweeping over their bandaged wounds. "How do you feel?" The thin monkey wiped his mouth. "I'm feeling quite dizzy, and my legs are as weak as noodles. But at least I don't feel like I'm on the verge of collapse like yesterday. I saw my great-grandmother several times." Laughter erupted among the men, easing the atmosphere considerably. Fang Jie nodded. "That's good to hear. Aside from using the bathroom, no unnecessary movements. When I return, I'll arrange for a basin to be placed in the room. We'll handle everything, eating, drinking, and other necessities, inside for the next 2 weeks." Su Daqiang held his bowl appreciatively. "Thanks to you, I'm grateful." Others nodded in agreement. Fang Jie waved his hand. "Enough with the pleasantries. After all, we've shared this hardship together." He returned to his wooden cabin, gently waking the still sleeping Ruoxue and Ruoxue. "Get up and eat something. Keep an eye on them in the other room while I fetch more medicine." When Ruoxue rubbed her eyes and sat up, "Why must you go again? Didn't T.U. just return last night?" Fang Jie reheated the now-cold porridge. "We're short on medicine. They need at least 2 weeks of rest. Don't worry. I've made arrangements for more." When Ruoxue leaned closer, her gaze fixed intently on him. "Who did you make arrangements with?" Fang Jie scratched his head. "I'm not sure. Just a woman from the camp." Before he could finish, the sisters straightened their backs. When Ruoxue took a few steps toward him, her eyes wide with curiosity. "A woman? What does she look like? How old is she?" Fang Jie shook his head. "I didn't get a good look. It was dark. Who knows what she looked like? I only know she smelled quite nice and had a pleasant voice." When Ruoxue suddenly turned on her heel. "Humph. Typical of men. They can't help but think of women. And you even noticed she smelled nice? You really are like a dog." When Ruoxue crossed her arms and scoffed. "You're just as bad as that old pervert Lu Deguay. You deserve to end up like him. Incapable of anything. Then you'd finally be obedient." Watching the two women's indignant silhouettes, he grasped Ruoxue's wrist, pulling her close. "Are you jealous?" His breath brushed against her ear. "If I'm incapacitated, wouldn't you be left alone?" When Ruoxue quickly pulled her sister behind her. "Who wants to be alone? You can find whoever you like. I'll find man too. I'm going to find Lu Deguay." With that, she turned to head out the door. Fang Jie laughed heartily, ruffling her hair. "Take care of the camp. Don't go out unless necessary. Wait for my return." Reluctantly, they nodded in agreement. He stepped into the morning light, striding toward the distant rocky shore. Fang Jie crouched in the shadows of the trees, scanning the jagged crevices of the rocky shore. After confirming there were no lurking figures, he stealthily approached the largest rock. He rubbed his numbed fingertips, hearing the faint sound of footsteps approaching from a distance. A girl's silhouette moved toward the rocks. Glancing around, her arms laden with a bulging bundle. Her face was smudged with cold dust, revealing only a pair of glistening, watery eyes beneath her lashes. Her wrist peeked out from her sleeves, pale as freshly cut lotus root. She walked hesitantly, scanning her surroundings. Fang Jie waved at her. She stumbled over quickly. Yao Yu gestured towards Fang Jie, and without waiting for his words, she turned and darted into the woods. Under the ancient banyan tree deep within the forest, the girl lifted her clothing, and various paper packets tumbled out. This is the hemostatic powder to be taken with warm water. The wound ointment should be changed twice daily, and the wound must be rinsed with saline first. Her fingers, delicate as scallions, pointed to the packets, and at the bottom was a packet of painkillers, to be used only when the pain became unbearable. All right, I've remembered. Thank you. Fang Jie nodded quickly, glancing at her face marred by soot. May I ask a bold question? He inquired. Yao Yu smiled slightly. It's merely to avoid trouble. Fang Jie, somewhat perplexed, responded. I'm Fang Jie. May I have your name? Yao Yu nodded gently. No need for further introductions. After the commotion you caused last night, your reputation has certainly spread. Here, you are indeed a well-known figure. Her fingers unconsciously traced the edges of the medicine packets, and then she abruptly asked, Tell me, do you hate Yao Zixing? Fang Jie paused in his organizing of the packets. He shook his head. Why would I hate him? Yao Yu looked at him. If he hadn't ambushed you, perhaps your plan yesterday would have succeeded. Now you are the leader here. She fixed her gaze into Fang Jie's eyes. Do you truly not hate him? Fang Jie nodded earnestly, listening to his conversation with Lin Feng last night. I sense Yao Zixing has his reasons. Otherwise, why would someone of Lin Feng's caliber have such a skilled protector? Moreover, he didn't put me in harm's way. He merely blocked me, not leaving me to die. His skills are the finest I have ever seen. I am no match for him. In the end, he saved my life. How could I harbor hatred? Yao Yu turned her face away. He is my brother. My name is Yao Yu. Fang Jie looked at her in astonishment. Your brother spared my life, and you saved my brother. I will remember this kindness. Should you ever need me, do not hesitate to seek me out at the camp. I will do my utmost. Yao Yu twirled a strand of her braid. Suddenly lifting her gaze, I'll accompany you to your camp to take a look. Noticing Fang Jie's momentary distraction, she kicked a stone at her feet. You're not a doctor. What if there's a complication with the medicine and bandaging? Who will be responsible for their lives? She tilted her head with a smile, revealing a faint dimple. Consider this an early introduction to your place. Otherwise, how would I find you in case of need? Fang Jie pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Very well. I didn't intend to trouble you. But since you insist, let us proceed. We shouldn't waste any more time. Yao Yu pointed ahead, signaling him to lead the way. Shouldn't you inform your brother? Fang Jie asked as he led. What if he cannot find you and becomes worried? He has no need to concern himself. He is very busy with many matters every day. Two individuals walked closely along the edge of the forest, with Fang Jie deliberately leading her through 3 convoluted paths. At each corner, he would pause behind a tree for an extended moment, ensuring that they were not being followed. Chapter 52. A play with 3 women as Fang Jie stepped into the camp. When Rushu swiftly opened the door, still clutching half a piece of cassava, one Ruashua peeked out from behind her, and the gazes of the 2 women converged on Yao Yu. With her head tilted, Yao Yu observed them with her autumn-like eyes, sparkling with curiosity. Wow, Fang Jie, you're quite impressive. Yao Yu exclaimed, giving his shoulder a playful pat. You've hidden away 2 stunning sisters and didn't mention it sooner. Which of them is your girlfriend? Her tone lingered teasingly, her gaze flitting between the twin sisters. Fang Jie chuckled. Please don't jest. They're all dear friends of mine. So, you must be the benefactor who brought the medicine. When Ruashua approached briskly. We were quite worried last night. Thank goodness you came to our aid. As she spoke, she cautiously touched Yao Yu's medicine bag. It must have taken a lot of effort to procure these medicines. Thank you. Yao Yu felt a bit bashful from her enthusiasm and scratched her smudged face. It's nothing. Saving lives is what matters. When Rushu stepped forward, pulling out some jerky from her pocket and offering it to Yao Yu. We don't have much to offer, but please accept this as a token of our gratitude. If it weren't for you, they would have suffered greatly. Her voice was gentle and sincere. Yao Yu accepted the jerky and took a small bite. Your living conditions are quite good. Fresh jerky is a rarity. This is far superior to what I usually eat. With a beaming smile, Yao Yu rummaged through her pocket and produced a few pieces of candy. their wrappers slightly crumpled, yet still glimmering enticingly. "One good turn deserves another," she said, placing the candies into the sisters' hands. "Try these. They are my hard-earned treasures." When Rushu and when Ruashua exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with delight. They unwrapped the candy and popped it into their mouths, the sweet flavor instantly blooming on their tongues. The three girls engaged in lively conversation, shifting from topics of herbs to food, their laughter flowing like a string of candied fruits. Fang Jie, observing their animated exchange, could not resist clearing his throat. "Ladies, might we allow Yao Yu to attend to the injured first? Once they are settled, we can properly entertain our guests and let you continue your delightful chat." Yao Yu smacked her forehead. "How could I forget, right? I'm here to play the role of Hua Ta." She deftly slung her medicine bag over her shoulder and followed Fang Jie to Su Daqiang's room. Upon entering, the injured individuals turned their eyes toward them in unison. Su Daqiang, attempting to sit up, winced in pain. "Who is this young lady? Don't move." Fang Jie would get, pressing down on his shoulder. "She is an expert in medicine, here to help you change your bandages." Yao Yu squatted beside the hay, reaching for the bandage. But Su Daqiang, feeling a bit shy, turned his face away. "Big man, what are you embarrassed about?" she chided, pulling off the blood-soaked gauze. "You shouldn't wrap it so tightly, otherwise the wound will fester." She shook the cloth in her fingers. "Your binding technique is incorrect. It's wrapped like a zongzi. How is blood supposed to circulate? Isn't it safer to wrap it tightly?" Su Daqiang asked, puzzled. "That's absolute nonsense." Yao Yu retrieved a clean piece of gauze, explaining that abrasions must be left exposed for ventilation, while fractures should be loosely bandaged with 2 fingers width to secure the bone's position and prevent misalignment. As she spoke, she demonstrated the proper care for wounds, emphasizing that they should be rinsed daily with saline, despite the pain, for a swifter recovery. She cautioned against picking at scabs and advised against remaining bedridden, suggesting some sunlight to expedite healing. Producing an oil paper package, she broke off several pieces of dark ointment, stating it was a muscle-regenerating salve that must not come into contact with water. Lu Dage, lying nearby, fixated his gaze on Yao Yu's curvaceous figure, swallowed hard, and boldly inquired, "Miss, are you from the seaside camp? How old are you this year? Do you have a partner?" Fang Jie, growing impatient, clicked his tongue in annoyance, only to succumb to his ailment once more. Yao Yu's expression soured as she shot a piercing glance at Lu Degui, retorting coldly, "Tend to your own injuries. Speak out of turn again, and I shall provide you with a taste of a more potent remedy." Lu Degui, taken aback, promptly silenced himself. After changing the bandages for the injured, Yao Yu stood and brushed off her hands, remarking, "The recovery is quite promising. These are merely surface wounds and have not affected any internal organs. With proper care, you shall be fine." When Rushu and when Ruashua immediately grasped her arms, urging, "Come, let's sit with us. We have much to discuss." The trio entered the wooden cabin, and Yao Yu's eyes widened in astonishment upon stepping inside. The warm, inviting Kong was still radiating heat, with half a bag of sweet potatoes stacked beside the stove, cured meats hanging in the corner, and an array of fruits adorning the beams. "Goodness," she exclaimed, reaching out to touch the edge of the Kong and lifting the pot lid for a peek. "I thought you all were hiding beneath rocks, gnawing on tree bark, yet you have such a bounty here. How is this Kong heated? Won't it be too hot to sleep on at night?" When Ruashua laughed heartily, "Not at all. It's quite comfortable. The flue runs beneath the Kong, providing warmth without the smoke." As she spoke, she offered Yao Yu a handful of pine cones, urging her to taste. "They are delicious." Yao Yu's eyes sparkled with envy. "Had I known I would be so fortunate to associate with you. I assumed we could merely survive for a few days on the supplies from the containers. But it seems you have embraced a mode of leisure." Fang Jie leaned against the doorframe, a hint of pride in his tone. To thrive in this desolate place is no mere stroke of luck. He tapped the sturdy wooden beams, declaring, "Every piece of timber in this house was carried back by us from the forest, and all this food and drink are the fruits of our labor." Yao Yu paused, her fingers lingering on the pine cones as she surveyed the cozy, vibrant cabin. She gave Fang Jie a thumbs up, her eyes reflecting a rare seriousness. "Impressive. You all have truly outdone yourselves." Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the direction of the traps. Fang Jie seized a wooden stick and rushed over, discovering a gray rabbit ensnared in a noose, its hind legs still thrashing. "What catch?" he exclaimed, lifting the rabbit by its ears. It's been nearly a week since we caught anything. This is a splendid start. He waved the rabbit triumphantly, saying, Yao Yu, your luck is remarkable. The traps have been empty for days, and just as you arrive, a rabbit presents itself at your doorstep. It seems the heavens are providing for you, allowing you to enjoy a feast. The One sisters chimed in cheerfully, and Yao Yu laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. So it appears I bring you all good fortune. Since that is the case, the rabbit must spare me a leg. Fang Jie was preparing the rabbit, while Wen Rushu squatted by the stove, adding firewood. Wen Ruoxue tossed the clean meat into the pot. In no time, the aroma of meat blended with the scent of herbs wafted throughout the campsite. The bubbling iron pot contained rabbit meat stewed to a golden sheen, tempting everyone with its savory fragrance. Chapter 53. A crisis approaches. The iron pot gurgled over the fire as the four of them sat around the wooden table. When Rushu filled a bowl with meat soup and handed it to Yao Yu, casually inquiring, How old are you this year? 23. Yao Yu replied, accepting the bowl. In the rising steam, her eyes curved into crescent moons. I didn't expect to become the elder sister here. You are all younger than me. When Ruoxue rested her chin on her hand, observing Yao Yu's face, now smeared with soot. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Why do you keep smearing your face with that stuff? Yao Yu leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear. When Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, casting a glance at Fang Jie, who was engrossed in gnawing on a rabbit leg. Fang Jie, confused by their exchange, wiped his mouth and asked, Why are you looking at me? Does this have anything to do with me? I just met her. When Ruoxue winked at Fang Jie, teasing, It definitely relates to you men. You all are such wolves, one must be cautious. Fang Jie scoffed, PFF, acting all mysterious. Is she truly a breathtaking beauty, capable of enchanting anyone who meets her? Is it really that serious? Yao Yu huffed, placing her bowl firmly on the table. You truly lack appreciation. She deliberately turned her head away from Fang Jie, her cheeks slightly flushed beneath the grime. Fang Jie prolonged his tone, hiding and covering up. I see no need for it. If you're capable, wash your face clean and let us see. When Rushu and when Ruoxue stifled their laughter, sneaking glances at Yao Yu, she crossed her arms and shot him a sidelong glance. Are you trying to provoke me? I'm not a 3-year-old. I want to fall for your tricks. Laughter erupted in the wooden cabin. The four of them chatted and dined until dusk crept up the window panes. Fang Jie picked up an axe and nodded towards Yao Yu. Let us go. It's dark and the path is slippery. I'll escort you. Yao Yu did not refuse and followed him into the night, while when Ruoxue's voice floated behind them, Don't get lost. If you run off with Sister Yao Yu, it will be troublesome. Come back early and don't speak nonsense. Got it. Fang Jie replied as he escorted Yao Yu to the edge of the seaside campsite. She waved goodbye to him, and once his figure disappeared behind the rocks, she hummed a little tune as she made her way to the tent. Just as she lifted the curtain, a low voice suddenly inquired from behind, Where have you been? Yao Yu turned around to see Yao Zixing leaning against the tent support, the moonlight outlining his slightly furrowed brow. I just went for a stroll to get some fresh air. Yao Yu shook the wildflower she had picked. I've been cooped up in the campsite all day. I could have grown mushrooms. Yao Zixing stepped forward slightly with him. Yao Yu blinked and pulled her brother into the tent, lowering her voice with excitement. Brother, I made some super interesting friends. Her eyes sparkled as she continued. Their campsite is so lively and wonderful. We even stewed rabbit meat together. Yao Zixing watched his sister's animated expression, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Is it Fang Jie and his friends? Yao Yu was momentarily taken aback, then grinned and nodded enthusiastically. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. In the vicinity of Fang Jie's camp, there resides a pair of sisters with the surname Wen. Their dexterous hands and amiable conversation resonate well with me. Although Fang Jie has caused us some trouble, he is, in essence, a good-natured and intriguing individual. Before she could finish her thought, Yao Zixing lightly tapped her on the head, yet Yao Yu merely laughed more heartily in response. Fang Jie is a commendable person, valuing loyalty while maintaining propriety. I feel at ease befriending him. He lowered his voice, casting a vigilant glance towards the entrance of the tent. However, you must be wary of Lin Feng. Do not let him catch wind of this. As you are aware, he harbors jealousy. If he discovers our intentions, it could spell trouble not only for us, but also for Fang Jie and his companions. Yao Yu wrinkled her nose and huffed. Rest assured, brother, I'm not a child. I'm well aware. She patted her chest, declaring that if Lin Feng dared to trouble Fang Jie, she would be the first to object. Noticing her brother's lingering concern, she playfully tugged at his clothing, assuring him, "Really, I promise to be cautious." Yao Zixing gently ruffled Yao Yu's hair. "All right. Off to sleep now." As he watched his sister burrow into her bedding, he turned and lifted the curtain to exit. Unbeknownst to them, in the shadows of the camp, a pair of bloodshot eyes fixated intently upon them, glimmering with malevolent intent in the darkness. As dawn's light ascended upon the tents, Yao Yu hurriedly nibbled on a few bites of the cold, hard flatbread before slinging her medicine basket over her shoulder and stepping outside. Just as she exited the camp, Lin Feng suddenly emerged from behind a tree, blocking her path. "Where are you sneaking off to so early? What I do is none of your concern." Yao Yu replied impatiently, rolling her eyes and attempting to sidestep him. Lin Feng reached out to grasp her arm, but missed his target. As she turned, her braided hair jingled like silver bells, and she continued walking away without looking back. Lin Feng clenched his fists, glaring at her retreating figure, a sinister growl escaping his throat. "Come here. Stick close to her. I must see what she's up to." Yao Yu stepped through the melting snow into the camp, and before she could set down her medicine chest, she spotted Fang Jie squatting beneath the tent, skillfully sharpening a pointed wooden stake with a knife. Wood shavings fluttered down at his feet, the blade's glimmer accentuating his focused expression. "What are you crafting?" Yao Yu inquired, as a fresh aroma wafted into Fang Jie's nostrils. He gestured towards the freshly thawed muddy ground in the distance. "See those paw prints? They belong to wolverines and deer." He lifted the sharpened stake, its tip reflecting a chilling glint. "I plan to dig some pitfalls and insert these. We'll be sure to catch whatever comes our way." Not far off, the sound of wire clinking caught their attention. Wen Rushu and Wen Ruoxue were crouched by the pond, straightening iron wire with stones. "Yao Yu, come here." Wen Ruoxue waved her hand, shaking the iron wire as she broke through the ice. "Let us go fishing." Yao Yu's eyes brightened, and she set her medicine basket on a stone table before jogging over. The three girls quickly huddled together, their heads close as they deliberated the curvature of the wire. When Rushu demonstrated the hook-tying technique with a piece of twine, while Yao Yu picked up a twig and drew circles in the muddy ground. "The ice is thin here. There must be schools of fish below." Fang Jie honed the wooden stake to a sharp point, casually brushing off the shavings onto his clothing. He hoisted the wooden shovel and, taking advantage of the recently thawed earth, maneuvered through the underbrush at the camp's periphery. Before long, the ground was dotted with numerous half-man-deep square pits, the bottoms meticulously filled with sharpened wooden stakes, while withered yellow leaves and broken twigs cleverly concealed the outlines of the traps. Here, and over there between the 3 pine trees," he muttered as he snapped small branches to mark the spots, tearing a strip of fabric from his waist to tie it in a conspicuous place. "We must ensure our people do not fall in. Injuries could be fatal." Straightening his back, he smiled with satisfaction. With the animals hiding away during the snow, they would surely emerge now that the snow was melting. Once they came here, there would be no escape. Chapter 54. New grudges and old hatreds. Having inspected the last trap, Fang Jie brushed the dirt off his trousers and headed towards the pond. In the distance, he spotted the 2 sisters and Yao Yu squatting by the icy surface, their fishing rods motionless for quite some time. When Ruoxue pouted and murmured, "Are the fish hiding?" There's not a single movement. Fish dared not venture into the thin ice. Fang Jie shook the axe at his waist and strode confidently to the thicker ice at the shore. With a resounding thud, he struck the ice, sending shards flying, and quickly carved out a hole the size of a bowl. He pulled a piece of smoked meat from his pocket, tore off a strand to bait the hook, testing its strong fishy scent and oily sheen. "Ah, how could I have forgotten?" Yao Yu's eyes lit up just as she was about to take the fishing rod. Fang Jie interjected, "Why not check on the injured first?" She waved her hand dismissively. "I've already been. They learned the dressing methods we taught yesterday and can take care of themselves. I just reminded them not to eat too oily or too much meat, and to get some fresh air." When Rushu had already baited the hook and cast it into the hole, the tip of the rod gently swaying with the ripples, Fang Jie settled against the wooden cabin, observing the 3 girls chattering around the ice hole, occasionally peering in. "Oh, I got a bite." Yao Yu shrieked, yanking the rod back sharply. The water erupted in a splash, and a shimmering silver crucian carp leaped from the hole, flopping joyfully in the snow. When Rushu cheered as she lunged forward, while when Ruoshu clumsily tried to restrain the fish, getting splashed with icy water. Yao Yu turned to Fang Jie, waving vigorously, her braid jingling in the wind like a cascade of bells. Fang Jie, your method is truly effective. Fang Jie gave her a thumbs up, replying, it's your skill that shines. When Rushu ran back to the pond with a bucket, returning with it full of fresh water, which she placed beside the ice hole with a splash. As the hook was cast into the water again, Yao Yu expertly wrapped the smoked meat around the hook. After a morning of effort, the wooden bucket was filled with flapping crucian carp, at least 5 or 6 in number. By midday, the camp was filled with the fragrant aroma of fish soup. The broth in the iron pot bubbled to a milky white, while Yao Yu squatted by the stove, stirring the soup and occasionally sneaking a sip. When Ruoshu laughed, swatting her hand away, why are you so greedy? Do you know how long it's been since I had fish? It's my favorite. Yao Yu replied, taking another sip. After the meal, when Ruoshu had dragged Yao Yu outside, exclaiming, let us go berry picking in the forest, the three of them laughed and chased each other around the camp, stepping on the melting snow. As dusk fell, Fang Jie prepared to escort Yao Yu home when a piercing scream suddenly shattered the night sky. Fang Jie grabbed the axe by the door and stealthily moved to the entrance. The moonlight seeped through the crack of the door, illuminating several shadowy figures in the distance as they stumbled chaotically, accompanied by intermittent cries of anguish from the trap zone. One unfortunate soul had fallen into a pit lined with sharp wooden stakes, struggling painfully to climb out, when Rushu pressed her hand tightly against her mouth, while when Ruoshu's fingers dug deeply into Yao Yu's arm. Gazing at those writhing in agony, Yao Yu recalled Fang Jie's razor-sharp wooden stakes from earlier that day. Her throat tightened, rendering her speechless. Fang Jie turned back, signaling for silence, the axe blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Don't make a sound. Secure the door. I will investigate. He slowly pushed open the wooden door, a gust of cold wind carrying the stench of blood toward him. Fang Jie edged along the perimeter of the camp, gradually approaching them. Lin Feng was viciously kicking one of his moaning subordinates in the pit, cursing, damn it. This kid had set the trap long ago. The ambush is ruined tonight. No more delays. Retreat quickly. The dozen or so followers scrambled in panic, some injured ones writhing in pain on the ground. Fang Jie gripped his axe tightly, waiting for the opportune moment as they circumvented the trap. Suddenly springing forth from behind a tree, the cold glint of his axe flashed as it struck the trunk, startling everyone into a chaotic flight, like mice fleeing a disturbed nest. Lin Feng caught sight of the shadowy figure, his pupils dilating in shock. It's Fang Jie. Get him. Before he could finish, he was pulled away by his subordinates. Run, Lin Xiao. Who knows how many more traps he has? We're at a disadvantage. We can't defeat him. Lin Feng and his men fled in disarray, leaving behind the injured outside the camp. Fang Jie swiftly incapacitated a few struggling individuals, using their outer garments to muffle their cries. Upon returning to the camp, he found 3 individuals standing pale-faced at the doorway. Lock the door tight. Don't open for anyone. He grabbed Yao Yu's wrist. I will take you back to settle the score with that scoundrel Lin Feng. I had yet to seek him out, and he delivered himself to my doorstep. As they reached the edge of the seaside camp, Yao Yu's complexion turned ashen. There stood her brother, Yao Zixing, surrounded. Lin Feng, his face flushed with rage, pressed a knife against Zixing's chest. Your sister has been taken away by that fawn. And you, not even a sound of protest. You knew I liked her for so long. Otherwise, why would I have cared about your parents' well-being back then? I want you to help me kill him. And you don't even lend a hand. What do you really want? With his back against the tent frame, Yao Zixing's voice remained steady as iron. I don't concern myself with whom you wear or befriends. As long as she is happy, that is enough for me. If you insist on causing trouble, I will not join your folly. I can only ensure your safety. If anyone threatens you, I will protect you. Beyond that, I will not intervene. Before he could finish, Lin Feng suddenly grinned menacingly, his wrist twisting violently. The blade glinted as it plunged into Yao Zixing's abdomen, instantly staining his clothes with blood. Brother, Yao Yu's heart-wrenching scream pierced the night. She tore away from Fang Jie's grasp, rushing madly toward the camp. Fang Jie's pupils constricted as he grabbed his axe, following closely behind. Yao Zixing looked at the blade embedded in his abdomen and suddenly laughed, blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. Is this enough to repay your favor for saving my parents back then? Lin Feng's laughter grew increasingly deranged. 2 lives. 1 blade is hardly sufficient. He then swung his dagger again, the second strike brutally embedding itself in his Zixing's side. Yao Yue's scream nearly shattered eardrums. Lin Feng, you beast! Stop this at once! Fang Jie leapt up like an enraged beast, cleaving through the obstructing pine branches with his axe. Lin Feng withdrew the bloody blade from Yao Zixing's abdomen, the crimson droplets spattering onto the snow as Yao Yu watched in horror as her brother collapsed like a marionette with severed strings. Upon seeing Fang Jie charging towards them, Lin Feng frantically shouted for him to be stopped. For lackeys, brandishing wooden clubs, rushed forward but were momentarily stunned by Fang Jie's furious roar. Are you willing to serve a madman like Lin Feng? He can stab the very person who saved him. Who among you will be next? Think carefully. Why should you protect such a person? The lackeys swallowed hard, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Memories of Lin Feng's past oppression surged within them. They had toiled for Lin Feng, only for him to violate their wives. The sound of clubs hitting the ground echoed as they lowered their heads and parted ways. Fang Jie approached, stepping over the snow, while Lin Feng retreated to the campfire, the flames casting an eerie red glow upon his distorted face. You dare touch me? Before he could finish, Fang Jie kicked in the chest, sending Lin Feng's dagger flying from his grasp. Lin Feng's head struck a rock, and as pain surged through him, he glanced up to see the axe blade poised dangerously over his throat. Chapter 55. The Killer Fang Jie 2. Fang Jie pressed his boot firmly against Lin Feng's chest, the sharp axe blade already cutting into his neck, drawing forth fine beads of blood. I wanted to flay you alive just 2 days ago. He seethed, glaring down at the young master beneath him. You dare to provoke me after I had refrained from seeking you out. Yao Zixing saved your life, and this is how you repay him? Today, we settle old scores and new. Fang Jie raised the gleaming blade, its cold light flashing ominously, ready to descend. Help! Yao Ye! Save me! Lin Feng flailed desperately, his frantic cries tearing through the night. I know I was wrong, brother. I truly realize my mistake. Please persuade him. I will never dare again. Yao Zixing, trembling in a pool of blood, managed to support himself against the tent pole, swaying as he stood. He pressed his hand against the gushing wound, each step leaving dark red footprints in the snow. Fang Jie's voice was hoarse as he grasped the axe suspended above Lin Feng's head. Enough! Fang Jie's muscles tensed as he turned to look at the pale Yao Zixing. Beneath the moonlight, blood continuously oozed from Yao Zixing's lips. Yet he stubbornly shook his head. He did indeed save my parents. He staggered, nearly falling, but steadied himself, declaring, this debt is settled today. There's a righteous path in this world. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. Such a person will meet his due fate. You should not bear the burden of his life. We will return to a civilized society, and this will bring you disaster. Lin Feng wept profusely, nodding repeatedly yes. Yes, Yao Zixing is right. You cannot kill me. My family is wealthy and powerful. If you dare to harm me, you will regret it. Fang Jie supported him towards Yao Yu, instructing, take care of your brother. Yao Yu hurriedly caught her brother's bloodied waist, the warm blood seeping through her fingers into her sleeves. Yao Zixing struggled to intervene, but Fang Jie silenced him with a cold, piercing glare. As Fang Jie turned, Lin Feng was attempting to crawl away in desperation. Fang Jie strode forward, seized the back of Lin Feng's collar, and threw him heavily into the snow. The raised axe blade glinted in the moonlight, revealing the contorted, terrified visage of Lin Feng. No, I shall give you everything here, woman. I trust only the blade in my hand, not the ways of this world. Fang Jie bellowed, the axe slicing through the air with a rush. A dark crimson geyser erupted skyward, as Lin Feng's head, eyes wide open, rolled far away. Oh no, a murder! The onlookers let out shrieks akin to the wails of slaughtered pigs. Some lost control of their bladders, while others stumbled and jostled one another, scattering like birds and beasts in an instant. Yao Yu bit her lip fiercely, motionless as she gazed at Fang Jie. He hoisted the still bleeding head and leapt atop a crate of supplies. The bonfire cast his shadow large, enveloping the entire camp. The murderer, Fang Jie. He surveyed the fleeing crowd, his voice mingling with the sea breeze, reaching every ear. Whoever seeks trouble, come forth. The panicked footsteps abruptly ceased, and the crowd froze in place, eyes wide with terror as they regarded Fang Jie towering above them. He brandished the dripping head, his gaze sweeping over the throng like that of a hawk. Listen closely. You know better than anyone how Lin Feng oppressed you. Today, I have rid you of this scourge. What do you intend to do about it? In the eerie silence, a tear-streaked woman cried out in rage. What Lin Feng? There is no such person. I have never seen him. The crowd was taken aback, then erupted in a chorus of agreement. Yes, there is no such person. We saw nothing. Whoever dares to claim they have seen that beast Lin Feng, I shall be the first to protest. The shouts reverberated through the night, infused with long-suppressed exhilaration. Fang Jie nodded in satisfaction, violently tossing Lin Feng's head towards several trembling lackeys. Pick up the knife. His voice was as cold as ice. One man plunged a blade into the corpse. Remember, this act of murder is one we committed together. You are as guilty as I am. Whoever dares to utter a single word will meet the same fate. The lackeys trembled like leaves, quaking as they retrieved their daggers. The blades repeatedly carved chaotic wounds into Lin Feng's lifeless body. Fang Jie stood with his arms crossed under the moonlight, observing as the crowd hastily dragged the corpse into a hastily dug pit. Yao Yu stood nearby, gazing at her brother's pale face amidst the chaos. Fang Jie turned to the remaining lackeys, barking, "What are you still dawdling for? Quickly, carry him into the tent." A few men hurriedly laid Yao Zixing on the bedding. As Fang Jie prepared to tear open his shirt to examine the wounds, Yao Yu grasped his wrist, her voice quivering with tears. The best healing ointment was hidden away by Lin Feng. Fang Jie scanned the crowd, seizing a shivering man in gray. Do you know where the medicine is hidden? The man nodded frantically. Big brother, I know. Follow me. Fang Jie shoved him forward. Lead us there at once. The group rushed into Lin Feng's tent, torches in hand. The gray-clad man pulled aside a grass mat in the corner, revealing a sandalwood medicine chest within a hidden compartment. Fang Jie snatched a porcelain vial adorned with golden threads and handed it to Yao Yu. She poured the dark red powder over Yao Zixing's wounds and swiftly bandaged them with strips of cloth. Yao Zixing groaned in pain. Yao Yu knelt beside him, her trembling fingers gently wiping the cold sweat from her brother's forehead, the candlelight reflecting glimmers of tears in her eyes. The oil lamp flickered within the tent, casting Fang Jie's shadow upon the mottled fabric of the curtain. Yao Yu just finished bandaging Yao Zixing, the blood-soaked strips of cloth piling up on the ground like a dark red mound. The damp strands of hair on Yao Zixing's forehead clung to his pale face due to the cold sweat. Once the others departed, only the heavy sound of their breathing lingered in the air. Yao Zixing turned his head with great difficulty, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Thank you. Fang Jie nodded in response. You saved me once. I will save you once. We are even now. Yao Zixing gazed blankly at the seams of the tent, and after a long moment, he sighed. I truly did not expect. His words were abruptly interrupted by a fit of coughing, blood flecking between his fingers. No need to dwell on that bastard. Yao Yu clenched her brother's hand tightly. That brute, Lin Feng, should have faced this day long ago. You should never have interfered when Fang Jie ambushed him. Let him perish once and for all. If it weren't for him, she bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't. Fang Jie gently patted Yao Yu's shoulder. All right, some matters you may not comprehend. The bond of brotherhood among men sometimes outweighs life itself. As Fang Jie crouched down to adjust Yao Zixing's cushion, he continued, I can understand that you hold Lin Feng's past kindness towards your parents in high regard. Yao Yu, squatting beside her brother to offer him water, replied, That is nothing but foolishness. He has long revealed his true nature. He is not a good person. Her words were cut short by Yao Zixing. After today, he turned to Fang Jie. The grudges between us are settled. My heart feels considerably lighter now. Chapter 56. A bounty returns. All right, you should rest. I will step outside for a moment. Listening to the raucous sounds of quarrels outside, Fang Jie rose and exited. Lifting the tent flap, he found a crowd of over 100 people jostling and scrambling around a container, crumbs of biscuits mingling with spilled liquor on the snow. Stop it at once, he bellowed, causing the throng to freeze instantly. Canned goods clattered to the ground, and the crowd hastily retreated, leaving disordered footprints in the snow. The container's door stood wide open, revealing a scene of chaos within. Fang Jie kicked aside an empty bottle that had rolled to his feet and surveyed the disarray inside the container. The once orderly supplies lay scattered, with food bags deflated to mere shells and water barrels nearly empty. Is this all the food we have left? he exclaimed, giving a kick to a box of compressed biscuits, which revealed several bundles wrapped in oilcloth at its base. As he tore away the oilcloth, a glint of cold light flashed. Fang Jie's pupils contracted. Several long rifles and curved sabers were concealed within, though the blades were unsharpened. The tips of the guns were honed to a keen edge. The golden lettering of the Yunheim martial arts group gleamed a dark red under the moonlight. He casually picked up a long rifle, the weight of the iron barrel pressed down on his shoulder, whistling through the air as he swung it, weighing nearly 18 or 19 pounds. What fine equipment! Much more effective than an axe. He slung the rifle across his back and turned to the crowd, commanding, "You all need to move these weapons outside." Several young men rushed forward, the sounds of their labor echoing. Fang Jie lifted the innermost waterproof cover, and several sacks of brown seeds tumbled out, the burlap imprinted with words like high-yield wheat and cold-resistant cabbage. Shovels, hoes, and spades were stacked in a corner, their wooden handles still bearing fresh grain patterns. He crouched down, his fingertips pinching a seed, rubbing it back and forth in his palm. Fang Jie chuckled, "This is splendid. Even if I remain here for a lifetime, I need not worry about my sustenance." He glanced at the nearby parcel. After slicing it open with a knife, he discovered it brimming with garments. Upon further inspection, he found vibrant costumes akin to those worn in theatrical performances, along with flowing Hanfu robes, and a few substantial down jackets mixed in. He surmised that these clothes and weapons had been shipped together, likely the belongings of a martial arts troupe. He selected a dozen suitable down jackets and everyday clothing, also unearthing several thick cloaks and capes. Among the theatrical costumes, he spotted a few well-made women's Hanfu and added them to his chosen pile. He casually waved his hand at the remaining thin costumes and faded practice attire. "Take what you desire." Immediately, the surrounding individuals rushed in, tugging and pulling as they scrambled for the items, embracing the carefully chosen garments. Fang Jie contemplated how he could provide Wen Rushu and the others with new clothes, which would surely delight them. He bundled the selected weapons, seeds, and clothing into several large packages, calling over 5 sturdy young men. "Guard these for me. No one is to touch them," he instructed. "Set aside 5 boxes of biscuits and canned goods for me. The rest you may divide, but do so without quarreling. Distribute according to the number of people. Anyone who dares to misbehave shall not find me merciful. Rest assured, we will keep watch, no problem." They replied. Fang Jie nodded and turned towards Yao Yu's tent. Upon lifting the curtain, he found Yao Zixing already in a drowsy slumber, while Yao Yu stared at her brother with red-rimmed eyes. "I must leave," Fang Jie whispered. Yao Yu suddenly looked up. "Now? You're leaving now?" Biting her lip, her voice trembled slightly. "I'm a bit scared here alone at night." "Do not fear." Fang Jie stepped further into the tent. "Wait for me to return the items to the camp and see to their comfort, and I shall come back immediately. With me around, no one will dare to cause trouble." Yao Yu quickly felt reassured, nodding vigorously. He noticed the frayed cuffs of Yao Yu's sleeves, stained with blood, and recalled the warm clothing he had selected from the parcel. "By the way, I picked out some new clothes. Would you like to choose a couple for yourself?" Yao Yu's eyes lit up, her silver hairpin swaying. "Really? I can choose?" Fang Jie beamed. "Of course. We are friends. No need for formality." He led Yao Yu to the pile of garments, still imbued with a faint scent of camphor. Her eyes sparkled as she rummaged through the assortment. Before long, she emerged with a thick, bright red Hanfu, its golden embroidery glimmering under the moonlight. She also selected a red hooded cloak edged with white fur, draping it over herself, transforming into a dancing flame. Fang Jie was somewhat perplexed. The down jackets are quite warm. Why not choose one? Yao Yu tightened the cloak around her. "I simply adore wearing these ancient outfits. In the past, during playtime, I often dressed as historical characters, and everyone said I looked magnificent." "Really?" Fang Jie exclaimed, his eyes widening as he took in her appearance, genuinely surprised. "I never would have guessed you had such a passion." He reached out to adjust the hem of her cloak, thinking how the red attire enhanced her complexion significantly. "All right, this set it is." Yao Yu clutched her crimson garments and cloak, her eyes sparkling with joy. Fang Jie waved at her, urging, "Hurry back and keep an eye on your brother. After you change, let me have a look." Yao Yu nodded slightly, indicating she would assess the situation. After watching her dash back to the tent, he immediately called over several sturdy young men to begin inventorying the supplies. Various boxes lay scattered on the ground, Leave 5 boxes of biscuits, 5 boxes of canned goods. Take 2 boxes of medicine. And as for the alcohol, there are only 4 boxes left. Give me 2 boxes, and you can divide the rest among yourselves. Someone approached with a bundle of smoked meat, but Fang Jie waved his hand in refusal. Save the meat for yourselves. I only need biscuits, canned goods, and alcohol, plus 2 bags of flour. He selected 8 or 9 capable young men to carry the large and small bundles, and the group made their way toward the camp. As they neared the camp, Fang Jie raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop, and lowered his voice to remind them, "Keep your eyes on my footprints. There are traps at the entrance." The group crouched low, holding their breath, closely following his movements. Upon reaching the trap area, Fang Jie's heart sank. The several burly men he had knocked out were missing, leaving only a chaotic trail of footprints in the snow. Gripping his long gun, he scanned the surroundings warily, when suddenly he heard a muffled sound coming from the direction of the camp. The group quickened their pace, only to discover the 2 sisters standing at the camp entrance. Hands on their hips, with 5 or 6 burly men bound tightly with vines, their mouths stuffed with rags. "At last, you're back," when Ruoshua exclaimed, brandishing her bone knife. "These fellows tried to crawl away just after regaining consciousness, but we sisters dealt with them." Fang Jie exhaled in relief and turned to signal the others to move the supplies inside. When Rushu opened the bundle containing the clothes, and her eyes lit up at the sight of down jackets and thick pants along with cloaks. "Are these all for us?" she exclaimed excitedly, holding up a dark blue jacket against her body. "This fabric feels so warm." When Ruoshua had already unearthed the coat with a fur collar, eagerly pulling it over her head, laughter erupted from the sisters at the camp entrance. "Wonderful. We finally have new clothes to wear. These rags have gone bad. Time for a change." Chapter 57. The campfire heroic journey. With a creak, the door to Su Daqiang's house swung open. Su Daqiang supported the limping Lu Degue, peering out curiously upon hearing the commotion. Fang Jie waved at them, and the 2 hobbled over slowly. "What is going on?" Su Daqiang asked, his eyes filled with confusion as he surveyed the scattered supplies. Fang Jie refrained from mentioning the killing of Lin Feng, merely grinning. "We drove that scoundrel Lin Feng away and reclaimed the container." "Really?" Lu Degue exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement, his face glowing with joy. "We finally avenged ourselves." Fang Jie bent down and pulled out 2 gleaming knives from the pile of weapons, tossing them over with a swift motion. Su Daqiang reacted quickly, catching them securely. "For self-defense," Fang Jie said, patting both men on the shoulders. "You should head back and rest. Heal quickly. I have many plans that require your assistance." Su Daqiang and Lu Degue nodded, clutching the knives. "We'll follow your orders. We're off to sleep now." Once their figures faded from view, Fang Jie turned to the others still organizing the supplies and called out loudly, "Let us move swiftly. Once we finish packing, we'll return at once." When Rushu lifted her head and inquired, "Where do you intend to go?" Fang Jie was securing the iron spear at his waist and replied, "Yao Yu's brother is gravely injured. She feels uneasy being alone while the ruffians who just looted might cause trouble. I must keep an eye on her." When Rushu rose to her feet, asserting, "We shall accompany you," Fang Jie was momentarily taken aback and turned to her, questioning, "What about Su Daqiang and the others? Can they manage without assistance?" "They are perfectly capable," interjected when Ruoshua. "They survived the worst of it, and now they can change their own dressings and even navigate the latrine with ease. I can return tomorrow and prepare meals for them." Fang Jie stroked his chin, contemplating her words. Indeed, he had observed Su Daqiang yesterday, leaning on a wooden stick as he practiced walking. Before he could voice his thoughts, the sisters had already hurried into the house, and the wooden door was promptly secured with a decisive click. After nearly an hour of waiting, the door finally creaked open again. The sisters emerged clad in freshly chosen pale blue cotton jackets, adorned with delicate light green embroidery at the collar and cuffs. Their faces radiated vitality, accompanied by a subtle fragrance, indicating they had just bathed. When Rishu, feeling shy under Fang Jie's gaze, playfully smacked his arm. "What are you staring at? Let us go. You never fail to be vain." Fang Jie chuckled, taking her hand. As Fang Jie led the sisters and the others back to the camp, they found it already ablaze with vibrant flames. Amidst the crackling of burning wood, a crowd of about 100 people encircled the bonfire, laughing and celebrating. Some were voraciously devouring open cans of food, while others stuffed biscuits into their mouths. A few were tilting their heads back to drink, wine spilling down their chins and soaking their collars without a care. Fang Jie is back, someone shouted, prompting the crowd to pause their feasting and greet him with lively chatter. Fang Jie waved casually, sweeping his gaze across the gathering before striding directly towards Yao Yu's tent. As he lifted the tent flap, a strong medicinal odor assailed him. Yao Zixing was still in a deep slumber, his complexion pale, yet significantly more stable than before. Fang Jie leaned in to examine the blood-soaked bandages, noting the steady rhythm of his breathing and the absence of fever on his forehead. Satisfied, he gently lowered the flap and stepped back outside. How could Yao Jie's injuries be so severe? When Ruoxue could not contain her curiosity. Fang Jie, staring into the flickering bonfire, replied, "It was Lin Feng's doing, but he has since fled. Let's not speak of him again." The sisters exchanged a glance, and when Rushu silently nodded, refraining from further inquiries. At that moment, a few sniffling children stumbled over, their rosy hands grasping Fang Jie's pant leg and tugging at the sister's clothing. "Big brother, big sister, come play." The leading girl, her hair styled in playful horns, looked up with bright eyes. "If it weren't for you retrieving the container, we wouldn't have had anything to eat. Everyone is grateful. Come on." Before Fang Jie could react, the children were pulling him toward the bonfire. The crowd parted to create a path, some playfully nudging, "Jie, take the prime seat." As the three settled onto a log closest to the flames, someone handed them a piece of fragrant smoked jerky, while another offered a gourd brimming with wine. A voice rose above the din, initiating a haunting melody that echoed into the night. "We all have a home." The raspy tones mingled with the night breeze, stirring the hearts of every wandering soul yearning for their distant homeland. An increasing chorus of voices joined in, some wiping their tear-filled eyes vigorously with their sleeves. The sisters, when Rushu and when Ruoxue, nestled close together, their skirts illuminated by the flickering flames, their lashes fluttering softly as they hummed along. The shimmering light, dancing on their cheeks, sparkled like two clusters of stars. As the song concluded, laughter erupted among the crowd. At that moment, someone shouted, "Jie, show us your skills, 1 against 10, give us a spectacle." The uproar spread swiftly, and the assembled audience clapped enthusiastically. Even the children nibbling on biscuits stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse. Fang Jie raised an eyebrow and smiled, his fingertips tracing the raised patterns on the gun barrel. He stood, shook off his cloak, and declared, "Everyone step back. Don't hurt yourselves. There's no insurance here." Laughter rang out as the crowd hurriedly created a circular space of about 2 meters in diameter. Amidst the crackling of the campfire, the long gun's iron tips sliced through the night, creating a gleaming arc Zhao Ku, with a scarf of crimson, Wu Go, shining like frost and snow. Fang Jie Belomed, and the gun's shadow suddenly blossomed like pear flowers. The gun barrel spun rapidly in his palm, the gusts of wind sending sparks flying from the bonfire. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, he spun and thrust, the gun's tip pointing skyward, the silver saddle atop the white horse, as swift as a shooting star. Each word resounded like gold striking stone. As the long gun danced with fervor, it emitted a piercing sound, creating an illusion as if countless heroes were stepping forth under the moonlight. At the moment the long gun was retracted, Fang Jie knelt on one knee, the iron gun striking the frozen earth with a clang. A moment of silence enveloped the camp, followed by a thunderous eruption of applause. When Rushu shouted, "Well done, handsome," a few children, exhilarated, climbed onto wooden boxes, waving their clothes as makeshift banners. When Ruoxue, her mouth agape in astonishment, finally exclaimed, "Jie, you're impressive. I never noticed it before. Your skills are remarkable. I thought you only practiced a bit of combat or something. I didn't expect your mastery of blades and firearms to be so exquisite, just like in a martial arts film." When Rushu nodded proudly, "Indeed, there's quite a presence. No wonder he claims he wants to be a hero. It seems he is not merely boasting." Once more, once more. The calls rose and fell like waves. Fang Jie chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, wiping the sweat from his brow as he sat down between the two sisters. The atmosphere inspired several young women to rise and dance in the center. The sisters exchanged glances and took out a nearby barrel, rhythmically tapping it to create a lively beat. The bonfire cast the shadows of the crowd onto the snow, some leaping, some twirling, weaving a tapestry of vibrant light amidst the fragrance of wine and the sound of song, creating a fervent sea of illumination in the cold night. "Wow, who is that?" With a gasp of wonder, the crowd turned in unison. This is simply stunning. Chapter 58, A Beauty to Dazzle the City. Yao Yu approached gracefully in a red gown, the hem embroidered with golden threads depicting lotus flowers, sweeping across the snow like blooming clouds. Her white fur cloak slipped halfway down her shoulder, revealing a delicately crafted collar of her short jacket beneath, with pearl tassels swaying gently with each step, shimmering like fragments of the Milky Way in the firelight. The once boisterous camp fell eerily silent, save for the crackling of burning wood. Yao Yu lifted her hand to tuck away a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, unveiling a face as radiant as white jade after washing away the grime. A dot of vermilion rested between her brows, and droplets of water clung to her lashes, reminiscent of peonies kissed by morning dew. Is this a celestial being descended to earth? Someone murmured in awe, when Rushu tightened her grip on the wooden bucket, exclaiming, in over 20 years of life, I have never encountered such a stunning maiden. Who is she? Fang Jie was transfixed by the silver bells dancing in her hair, his heart racing. Although her visage was unfamiliar, the crimson attire she wore, just dispatched moments ago, was unforgettable. The girl, once a dusty figure beside his brother, now radiated an enchanting beauty that rendered one unable to look away. It was Yao Yu, with a smile that arched her brows and formed delightful dimples. Yao Yu tossed her cloak towards Fang Jie, her fiery garments swirling gracefully around her as she exclaimed, Catch! Before Fang Jie could respond, she was already whisked away by several young ladies into the circle of dance. As she twirled upon the snowy ground, her wide sleeves unfurled like butterfly wings, her skirt blossoming into cascading waves of red. The bonfire cast her shadow upon the faces of the onlookers, intertwining with the silhouettes of other dancers to create a resplendent tableau. Fang Jie, clutching the still-warm cloak, watched the pearlescent glow at her neck as she tilted her head back and laughed. He felt a tightness in his throat, his very breath turning fervent. As the melody concluded, Yao Yu curtsied, slightly breathless. Thunderous applause erupted instantaneously. She approached Fang Jie and his companions with a lightness in her step. Hello, lovely ladies. Shall we reintroduce ourselves? Yao Yu beamed sweetly at the two sisters, when Rushu eagerly grasped her hand, surveying her from head to toe. Good heavens! This is not a sight one would expect in this world. Truly beautiful. When Ruoshua gazed intently at her profile, do you accept this girl? Ha, I do not. Yao Yu chuckled softly, her skirt brushing against Fang Jie's knee as she settled beside him. A faint fragrance of soapwort mingled with the charred scent of the bonfire. Tell me, she leaned in, casting a shadow with her lashes upon her cheeks. Does my appearance warrant the description of a beauty that could topple nations? A little pretense wouldn't be excessive, would it? Fang Jie, captivated by Yao Yu's luminescent visage illuminated by the firelight, finally replied, Ahem, it is no wonder someone is enamored. Anyone would be entranced. Upon receiving Fang Jie's compliment, Yao Yu's smile broadened, and she seized 2 bottles of wine, offering one to him. Their bottles clinked together before they tilted their heads back to indulge in a few swigs. The young men surrounding them gazed hungrily at Yao Yu, their glances laced with envy as they shot furtive, prickly looks at Fang Jie. How lucky is this fellow to drink shoulder to shoulder with a great beauty. Noticing their jealous stares, Fang Jie intentionally edged closer to Yao Yu, thrusting his spear into the ground, its tip glinting as it caught the light. The young men immediately averted their eyes, feigning interest in the jerky they were gnawing on. Yao Yu chuckled at their behavior. Look at them, as if they are ready to snatch your provisions. Fang Jie swallowed hard, replying, They may take my provisions, but they shall not take a person. This statement nearly caused Yao Yu to choke. She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. What do you mean by saying they cannot take a person? Fang Jie swallowed again, diverting his gaze and mumbling, Nothing. Oh, Yao Yu poked his shoulder playfully. You were so imposing while seizing containers, and just now, dancing with such vigor. Yet now before me, a mere girl, you appear as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, devoid of bravado. She leaned closer, the silver bells in her hair jingling softly. Fang Jie took a hearty swig from the bottle, choosing silence. The two sisters observed the closeness of the 2 figures beside them, their shoulders nearly touching. A fleeting glance exchanged between them prompted an instinctual turn of their faces, stirring a sensation akin to a kitten's playful scratch, both sweet and bittersweet. When Ruoshua squeezed beside Yao Yu and whispered, Are you trying to steal Fang Jie from us? The question startled Yao Yu so much that she nearly spilled her drink. With her innocent, wide eyes blinking in confusion, she replied, "What do you mean by steal? I don't understand. Don't play coy." When Ruoxue crossed her arms and pouted, "You're so stunning. If you were truly vying for him, we wouldn't stand a chance." She cast a glance at Fang Jie in the distance, then shot a disapproving glare back at Yao Yu. "He was practically drooling over you just now. He has never acted like this around us. The man is quite the lecher. He loses his wits in the presence of beautiful women." Yao Yu chuckled, playfully shaking when Ruoxue's hand. "What nonsense are you saying? How can you use such an ugly word like steal? We're all good friends here, including Fang Jie. Isn't it better if we all get along?" Her eyes curved into crescent moons, momentarily rendering when Ruoxue speechless. When Rushu sighed, "What a little enchantress you are." The bonfire gradually turned into dark red embers, the cacophony of voices dwindling into sporadic snores. Many had drunkenly collapsed beside the fire, wrapped in their coats as they drifted off to sleep. Others either retreated into containers or trudged back to their tents. Yao Yu stifled a yawn, her lashes dusted with tiny flecks, pondering the evening's arrangements. "We can't just sit here, can we?" The sisters exchanged glances, and when Rushu spoke first, "We'll stay here to sleep. We're not going back." When Ruoxue nodded in agreement, "Right? We can't leave the hero alone here. Otherwise, he'll become completely lost in his thoughts." Yao Yu smiled and pointed toward the nearby tent. "I only have one tent here, but my brother has an extra. He needs to share with me since he's injured. The other one can fit the three of you just fine." She rubbed her cold, reddened hands and added, "There are blankets inside. It'll be fine for one night." Fang Jie gazed at Yao Yu's graceful silhouette, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Are you truly okay alone? What if something happens at night? Aren't you scared?" Before he could finish, Yao Yu leaned closer, tilting her head. "What? Are you suggesting you want to stay with me to protect me?" She elongated her last syllable, teasing them all. Just as Fang Jie was about to respond, the sisters rushed in from either side. When Rushu tugged at his arm, while when Ruoxue directly draped herself over his shoulder. "No way. You've had a long day. You need a rest. You're not going anywhere." Without waiting for Fang Jie to protest, they pulled him toward the tent. Stumbling slightly, Fang Jie turned back, calling out to Yao Yu, "If anything comes up, just call for me. Don't hesitate." Watching the lively trio retreat, Yao Yu couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head gently. The night breeze fluttered her skirt as she tightened her cloak, stepping through the starlit ground towards the tent. The last spark of the bonfire extinguished, and the campsite fell into a tranquil silence, save for the rhythmic sound of snores echoing softly in the cold night. Chapter 59. Each going their own way upon entering the tent, when Rushu swiftly dropped the curtain and exchanged a knowing glance with her sister. When Ruoxue understood instantly, suddenly pouncing on Fang Jie and pinning him down onto the straw-covered ground. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his lower back. When Rushu pinched the soft flesh at his waist and gritted her teeth. "So, Fang Jie, you can hardly move when it comes to Yao Yu? Have you grown tired of the old and yearn for the new?" "Ouch, let go!" Fang Jie grimaced in pain, struggling vigorously but was firmly restrained by when Ruoxue's grip on his shoulder. With an indignant poke to his forehead, when Ruoxue asserted, "We see you are blinded by lust. You deserve a proper lesson." Fang Jie stubbornly retorted, "Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. Who wouldn't want to gaze longer at someone attractive? This is called respect. And it's not a flaw. Just like when I admired your sister," he smirked when I glanced at your sister's figure. "That too was an expression of admiration." "Bah! Who asked for your admiration?" When Rushu spat, though her grip loosened. When Ruoxue chuckled softly, playfully kicking him, "Smooth talker. But honestly, Yao Yu is indeed stunning enough to captivate anyone's gaze. It's no wonder you can't help but look. Even I find myself stealing glances." The sisters exchanged smiles, the earlier jealousy transforming into playful banter, and the atmosphere in the tent grew warm once more. Fang Jie wrapped his arms around their shoulders, teasingly provoking them. "What do you mean by growing tired of the old? It's as if I truly have both of you. The most I can manage now is holding hands, a hug, or a kiss. We haven't even gotten to the main event. How could there be anything old? You're both brand new." When Rushu raised her hand to swat his arm, arching an eyebrow as she retorted, "What do you mean? Wanted to get to the main event? Do you really think so highly of yourself? What do you intend to do?" Her fingertip poked his chest, her eyes sparkling with mischief. When Ruoxue joined in the teasing, tossing a handful of straw at his face, You wish. With your behavior, we can't trust you. We can't let you succeed. Once you have us, your interest will surely wane. Fang Jie quickly shook his head. By heaven's virtue, I am a serious man, utterly responsible towards both of you. When Rushu scoffed, spare me. Smooth talker, who would believe you? When Roashua added with a pout, indeed, aside from being lecherous, you have no other flaws, and it's precisely this flaw that causes the most concern. Fang Jie sighed in resignation. All right, enough talk. Let us get some sleep. Who knows what tomorrow may bring? He lay back into the pile of straw, pulling a blanket over half of his body. Outside, the wind howled, and the sisters murmured about the rogue, yet they nestled beside him, soon falling into a gentle slumber. In the early morning, the sky loomed heavy like a leaden plate, with fierce winds whipping sand and gravel against the tent. Those with tents hurried to reinforce their structures, while those without crowded into containers. Fang Jie looked up at the sky. If it snowed, Yao Zixing, injured and lying in the tent, would not withstand it. He lifted the flap of Yao Yu's tent, and a wave of medicinal scent mixed with warmth enveloped him. Yao Yu lay curled up in a thin blanket, sleeping soundly, her lashes casting delicate shadows. Her nose slightly reddened from the cold. Yao Zixing remained with his eyes closed, his complexion even paler than the night before. Fang Jie crouched beside Yao Yu, his gaze fixated on her gently pursed lips. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he reached out to brush aside the hair from her face to admire her beauty. But as soon as his fingertips grazed her hair, he abruptly withdrew. A tremendous sound echoed from outside the tent, as if a wooden board had been knocked over. Yao Yu's eyelashes fluttered twice before she groggily opened her eyes. Oh, you're here? Fang Jie hastily rose and lifted the tent flap, exclaiming, the sky outside is ominously dark. A storm is surely on the way. Yao Yu immediately sat upright, her gaze troubled as she looked at her unconscious brother. It's cold and damp inside the tent. The injured simply cannot endure it. You two should come with me to the camp over there, Fang Jie asserted decisively. The conditions inside are far better. No matter how fierce the wind and snow, we will be safe. Yao Zixing weakly opened his eyes and waved his hand feebly. Don't trouble yourselves. I don't want to be a burden. What nonsense? Fang Jie interrupted him firmly. I have ample space. I assure you, I will make proper arrangements for you. He called a few individuals to fetch wooden boards, and they carefully lifted Yao Zixing, wrapping him snugly in a blanket as they proceeded towards the camp. A group of people gathered around, chattering anxiously. Fang Jie, what should we do? Fang Jie surveyed the remaining supplies in the container. We must ration this food. Merely clinging to these scant provisions will lead to starvation. He pointed towards the mist-shrouded mountains in the distance. This island is vast. We have merely been lingering along the beach. I climbed to the summit and saw that the forest beyond is dense and expansive, surely teeming with wild fruits and water sources. He glanced around at the crowd. Let a few individuals remain by the shore to await rescue each day, while the others venture into the forest in search of sustenance. We cannot merely rely on what is readily available. If we wish to survive, we must take action. The crowd stirred, some hesitating while others nodded in agreement. Fang Jie spoke with gravity. I cannot attend to everyone at this moment. I have 5 or 6 injured individuals under my care. I must monitor their bandages, feed them, and search for medicinal herbs. I simply cannot spare the time. He kicked a metal box at his feet, which rattled with the sound of canned goods. We will distribute these supplies, ensuring that everyone receives some food and drink. As for survival, that will depend on each person's resourcefulness. Brother Fang, you cannot abandon us. Someone pleaded. Without your leadership, we will be doomed in the forest. Fang Jie raised his hand to quell the unrest. It's not that I am abandoning you. There are just too many to care for. This island has wild fruits and streams. Form your own teams and send people into the forest each day to seek food and water. It is far better than waiting idly by the shore. Seeing some still hesitate, he abruptly thrust his iron spear into the sand. If you do not wish to starve, move quickly. If we delay, once the weather deteriorates completely, none of us will survive. With that, he turned and walked towards the camp, leaving the crowd with the sight of his cloaked figure. Fang Jie's footsteps gradually faded into the howling wind. The group remained frozen in place, exchanging glances, none daring to speak first. After an indeterminate time, a scruffy man kicked aside some gravel at his feet and hoarsely remarked, if he cannot even tend to the injured, we cannot rely on him. If we wish to avoid starvation, we must seek our own path. May fortune favor us all. His words pierced the tension like a needle, and the crowd erupted into a flurry of activity. Some squatted to sift through scattered supplies, while others leaned in to whisper among themselves, quickly forming small groups. A woman, her faded headscarf tightly clutched, gazed anxiously at the half-bag of biscuits she had received, her brow furrowed as she looked down at her child. Several young men gripped their machetes tightly, calling out to rally teams together. Those who act swiftly have already shouldered their simple packs and ventured toward the woods, their footsteps mingling with scattered murmurs of conversation. Yet, many remain hesitant, with the elderly leaning on branches and women cradling infants, trembling as they retreat back to the containers. Huddling together in a corner, the wind sweeps through the dry leaves across the beach, while the distant mountains and forests loom under the shadow of ominous clouds, concealing untold dangers. Chapter 60. IMG Boda Fang Jie, accompanied by several young men, trudged through the mud, finally managing to carry Yao Zixing into the wooden cabin. As they pushed open the door, a wave of warmth enveloped them, mingling with the scent of pine. They carefully laid him on the straw-covered earthen bed and added a few thick logs to the fire, which crackled and flared high. After a considerable time, Yao Zixing slowly opened his eyes. He gazed at the cured meats hanging on the wall and the ceramic jars stacked in the corner, and could not help but hoarsely exclaim, "No wonder my sister loves coming here. Your conditions are far superior to our leaky shed." Fang Jie tucked the blanket around Yao Zixing, saying it's not too bad. Just don't overthink it. Focus on resting and healing. Yao Zixing nodded and closed his eyes to rest. With slightly reddened eyes, Yao Yu deeply bowed to Fang Jie, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "I cannot thank you enough." Fang Jie reached out to support her, grasping her delicate wrist without letting go. "Why the formality? Aren't we good friends?" Yao Yu's cheeks flushed as she gently shook her hand. "You still haven't let go." Only then did Fang Jie reluctantly release his grip. Su Daqiang and Lu Fugue entered the cabin. Upon seeing Yao Zixing on the bed, Lu Fugue blurted out, "What on earth? How did this person end up here?" Fang Jie raised his hand to signal them to be quiet. "Let us not speak foolishly. We are all in this together. We will be living as one from now on, so let us keep our comments to a minimum." Su Daqiang scratched the back of his head, somewhat incredulous. Lu Fugue shrugged. "All right, I want to say more." The two exchanged glances and mumbled as they turned to leave. When Rushu quietly tugged at Fang Jie's sleeve, her gaze scanning the cramped earthen bed. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "How will you arrange for the two siblings now that they are here?" In Su Daqiang's room, the four men and his mother are already cramped. This bed can barely accommodate four. Any more would be quite impossible. Fang Jie stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. "Here's what we'll do. You sisters and the Yao siblings can share the bed, while I'll take the floor." Yao Zixing struggled to rise and protest, but Fang Jie pressed it back down. "Stay still. You are injured. Your recovery is paramount. The warmth from the bed will be beneficial for your injuries. As for polite words, we can save those for when you're better." When Rushu bit her lip, smiling as she teased, "Ah, Fang the Benevolent, are you truly giving up your comfortable spot? This is your sanctuary of softness." Fang Jie chuckled. "We can't let the injured and the ladies suffer, can we? I'm tough enough. Sleeping on the floor for a couple of days is nothing. It's all right. I'm planning to build a larger house soon, one that can accommodate everyone." Upon hearing of Fang Jie's plan to construct a house, the five young men who had accompanied him exchanged glances. The leader rubbed his hands together and said, "Brother, can we join you? With so many injured needing your care, you will certainly need assistance. Our abilities may be limited, but when it comes to hard work, we are more than capable, as long as we are provided with food." The others nodded eagerly, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Fang Jie glanced at their tattered clothing and worn shoes. Indeed, this was the right time to employ some hands. "Very well, stay on," he said, patting the shoulder of the leading young man. "Join me in felling trees, constructing shelters, and hunting. If you work diligently, I assure you that everyone will have enough to eat and a warm place to stay." The group immediately burst into smiles, chattering excitedly, with Brother Fang. "We surely wouldn't go hungry. We wouldn't even know how to dig traps. We'd starve in the woods by ourselves." Fang Jie waved his hand, producing some jerky to share among them. "Here, have a bite to fill your stomach. We will need to muster all our strength for the work ahead." The young men nodded in agreement as they chewed on the jerky. Fang Jie turned to Yao Yu and inquired, "Can you cook?" Yao Yu nodded, "Yes. I prepare meals for my brother and me." Fang Jie gazed out the window at the overcast sky, the low-hanging gray clouds heavy with the threat of snow, though none had yet fallen. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Then it is settled. You will handle logistics, cooking, and tending to the wounded." He then looked at the Wun's sisters. "You two know the location of the grain fields. Take a young man with you to dig, and let him carry back whatever you can find. We have more mouths to feed now, and our consumption has increased." Finally, his gaze swept over the remaining 4 young men. "You will accompany me to fell trees in preparation for expanding the camp." After a brief pause, he added, "Is there any issue with this arrangement? Speak up if there is." "No problem. It seems quite reasonable." Fang Jie nodded and pointed at the leading young man. "What is your name?" The young man straightened his back. "Ji Boda." "What?" Fang Jie suspected he had misheard and leaned in closer. "What did you say? Please repeat that." The young man flushed, enunciating clearly, "Ji, as in the 4 seasons. Bo, as in extensive knowledge. Da, as in accessibility. Ki Boda." Several girls nearby immediately blushed. When Rushu shot him a glare, "Are you doing this on purpose? What does that even mean?" Fang Jie laughed heartily, unable to contain himself, exclaiming, "What a splendid name. It's quite impressive." Ji Boda scratched his head, chuckling shyly, his toes digging into the grass sandals. Fang Jie clapped Ji Boda on the shoulder. "From now on, I shall call you Xiao Ji." When Ruoxue pinched him from behind, "You are quite ridiculous." Fang Jie sensed something was amiss and quickly corrected himself. "Oh, I mean, Xiao Ji." Ji Boda nodded in agreement. "All right, I've been teased about my name since I was little." Fang Jie composed himself and said earnestly, "A name is merely a mark. Having a clear heart matters more than anything." He raised the axe in his hand for all to see. "Look, we've unearthed plenty of tools from the container. We have axes and saws. Previously, we managed to build 2 wooden houses with just 1 axe in a few days. Now, with tools and helpers, our speed will multiply." The group felt invigorated. "Do not be discouraged by the current conditions. Things will improve soon." With that, he distributed 3 axes to Xiao Ji and the others, shouldering a saw as he led the way into the forest. "Let us go. We need to gather enough timber for the houses." The Wun sisters, accompanied by another man carrying a wrought tin basket, were also ready to set out. Fang Jie turned to Rushu and called out, drawing a knife and handing it over. "Take this. Always be vigilant, if this scoundrel decides to act against us." He cast a sidelong glance at the young man behind Rushu. "When the time comes, don't hesitate to strike." Rushu grasped the hilt tightly and nodded, the blade gleaming coldly, causing the young man to take a half step back in trepidation. The group split at the fork in the path. The lumberjacks trod over the brittle branches, delving into the thicket, while Rushu led her team toward the cassava field. Fang Jie brought 4 individuals to a cluster of trees, rapping his knuckles against the trunk. "This will do. These trees are just the right size." Chapter 61. Expanding the camp. Fang Jie waved his hand at Xiao Ji and the others, spread out and start chopping. "Don't cluster together." He stepped under a pine tree with a trunk as wide as a bowl, firmly gripping an axe to demonstrate. "Watch closely. When felling a tree, first identify the pressure face and strike the trunk at a downward angle towards the roots to create a triangular notch. As the axe descends, bark flies off, revealing the lighter wood beneath. When you've made significant progress, switch to the opposite side, and the tree will fall towards the notch, making it easier and safer." Xiao Ji observed Fang Jie's technique intently and chose a robust tree to emulate his actions. After only 3 or 4 strikes, his wrist began to ache. "Brother Fang, how you make it look so effortless." Fang Jie chuckled. "Practice makes perfect. You're not accustomed yet, but once you master the technique, you could fell 20 trees in a day." He approached Xiao Ji to adjust his grip on the axe, advising him to avoid using brute force, but rather to follow the momentum of the axe, turning his waist and abdomen in sync. Yes, just like that. The forest echoed with the rhythmic sound of axes striking wood. Following Fang Jie's guidance, Ji Boda finally felt the trunk tremble after his 7th strike, erupting in excitement. From a distance, someone shouted that the tree was about to fall, and they hurriedly stepped back, as the first tree crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Xiao Ji leaped in delight, the axe handle vibrating slightly in his grip. The other young men, invigorated, circled the fallen trunk, eagerly vying to touch the clean axe cut. Fang Jie leaned against a tree stump, observing them as they eagerly sought their next target, unable to resist calling out, "Don't rely solely on brute strength. Consider the tree's nature. Work with the grain. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Shao Ji focused on a white birch in front of him. Remembering Fang Jie's advice regarding the pressure face, he gritted his teeth and angled his axe downward towards the roots. The bark split along the lines he had anticipated. "I did it," he exclaimed quietly, stepping back. The trunk swayed and then thunderously fell. When Rushu crouched at the edge of the cassava field, parting the dry, yellowing leaves to point at the purple-brown roots peeking from the soil. These with cracked skins can be harvested, but avoid those with yellow-spotted leaves. They're toxic. She turned to the timid young man behind her, offering a shovel. "Learn from this. Dig along the roots, but don't break the tubers." The three of them crouched low, searching through the soil, and the young man unearthed a fist-sized cassava, excitedly holding it up for her to see. When Rushu clapped her hands, "Be gentle. If the skin is broken, it will rot easily." She produced a piece of burlap from her pocket. Wrapping the cassava carefully before placing it in a wicker basket, separating roots, stems, and leaves. The dried leaves could be used to feed sheep, and the stems would serve as firewood. Before long, they had filled 3 baskets to the brim. The young man, burdened by the weight of the laden basket, staggered under its pressure. When Rushu extended her hand to support the bottom of the basket and gently cautioned, "Once you enter the camp, place it to the east of the wooden cabin. Do not mix it up." The young man responded in a husky voice, swaying as he made his way back. When Ruashue observed the lad, whose basket wobbled like a sieve, and furrowed her brow, "He appears tall and robust, yet he seems rather feeble. Brother Jie carries things with far more steadiness." When Rushu bent down to adjust the misaligned basket strap, chuckling softly, "Fang Jie has practiced martial arts since childhood. Thus he possesses a solid foundation. This young man, with his delicate skin, is quite commendable for managing to carry it at all." When Ruashue bit her lip and smiled, her eyes sparkling with mischief, "Good health is indeed a blessing. There will be ample opportunities to utilize it." When Rushu, startled, lifted her gaze to her sister and, perceiving her sly grin, immediately understood. She playfully poked her sister's forehead. "What nonsense are you thinking, you little imp? How shameless." The two began a chase and playfully tussle in the forest. After a long day of labor, Fang Jie checked his watch, noting that the hands had just passed 1 o'clock. As he wiped the sweat from his brow and contemplated calling it a day, a tinkling sound reached his ears. A sudden thought struck him. It was the delicate bells adorning Yao Yu's head. He looked up to see Yao Yu walking into the woods with a basket, the rim revealing the edge of a coarse ceramic bowl, undoubtedly bringing food. "Ah, the meal has arrived, just when we were feeling famished." Fang Jie whistled to the other young men. Yao Yu's eyes sparkled as she beheld the haphazardly stacked logs forming small hills. "You all are truly impressive. You felled so many trees in just one morning." As her words fell, the young men perked up. Shao Ji struck the axe against a stump, sending wood chips flying. Some rolled up their sleeves to showcase their sweat-slicked muscles, eliciting laughter from Fang Jie. "All right, enough showing off in front of the young lady. Come eat." Yao Yu knelt on the ground, setting out bowls and chopsticks, the bells jingling softly with her movements. Shao Ji, attempting to stand tall, inadvertently let the ceramic bowl slip from his hands, which clattered into the fallen leaves. Fang Jie playfully kicked him, while Yao Yu quickly picked it up, wiped it clean, and offered a spoonful of soup. "Be careful, don't burn yourself." The young men hungrily drank from their bowls, their throats working faster than when they were chopping wood. Fang Jie took the ceramic bowl, blowing away the steam. "Have you delivered food to Xiaoru and the others?" Yao Yu shook her head. That young man took it back when he came. "He made 3 trips this morning, and the house is now piled high with various items." Fang Jie nodded. "If there isn't room in the house, then place it outside, covering it securely with that waterproof cloth. It's cold, so it should be fine outside as long as it's covered properly." Yao Yu nodded in agreement and pulled a clean handkerchief from her pocket, offering it to him. "Wipe your sweat. Don't catch a chill." Fang Jie accepted it gratefully, wiping his brow. Yao Yu gazed at Fang Jie and asked softly, "Are you exhausted?" Fang Jie grinned. "I was indeed weary to the point of not being able to lift my arms, but upon seeing you..." He elongated his words, feeling rejuvenated. Yao Yu's cheeks flushed slightly at his remark. Shao Ji chimed in teasingly. "Brother Fang speaks wisely. Whenever we see a beautiful girl, chopping trees feels as easy as plucking cotton." The other young men laughed heartily, with one imitating a high-pitched voice. "Once Sister Yao Yu arrives, the axes feel 3 pounds lighter." Fang Jie picked up a piece of yam and tossed it at him. Enough with the banter. Hurry and eat. Xiao Yi left in distinstod. Brother Fang is embarrassed. Only the officials are allowed to set fires, while the common folk are forbidden from lighting their lamps. A burst of laughter erupted from the forest. After several individuals voraciously devoured their meal, Fang Jie bent down to help Yao Yu stack her empty bowl into the wicker basket. Watch your step on the way back. Don't trip, he whispered, adjusting the basket on her shoulder to prevent the rot tan from chafing her skin. Yao Yu looked up at him, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes, and a small dimple appeared at the corner of her lips. I know, don't tire yourself out either. She turned and walked toward the edge of the forest, the sound of her silver bells fading with each step. Fang Jie watched her silhouette disappear behind the trees, only regaining his senses once the jingling ceased. Xiao Ji nudged him playfully. Fang Ge, are you chasing after the bells? Fang Jie grabbed an axe and slung it over his shoulder, kicking a log by his feet. What are you laughing at? Get back to work. Whoever chops down 10 trees gets a piece of roasted meat tonight. The young men cheered in delight. Chapter 62. The new cabin as darkness enveloped the land. Fang Jie waved his hand to signal the end of work. The group, guided by the moonlight, made their way back to camp. With a savory aroma of meat soup wafted through the air, the Wind sisters were crouched by the pot, stirring the porridge, their shadows dancing on the wooden cabin walls cast by the firelight. Fang Jie glanced at the pile of cassava and various wild fruits stacked under the eaves, giving a thumbs up to Wenrushu. Today's harvest is quite impressive. Wenruashue, wiping her hands, smiled indeed. We also cleared a new patch of land and gathered half a basket of pine nuts. Xiao Ji leaned closer to peek at the stewed meat in the pot. Fang Ge, is there really meat? Of course. As long as you all work diligently, there will be plenty of meat for you. The group settled around the fire. The sound of wooden spoons clinking against ceramic bowls filled the air. After finishing their meal, Fang Jie dragged out the tent belonging to Yao Yu and her brother from the corner of the cabin. You guys will stay in the tent tonight. The young men hurriedly set up the tent, while Yao Yu knelt beside them, assisting by passing wooden stakes. Fang Jie brought over a few bundles of hay to lay inside the tent, and turned to see Xiao Ji demonstrating how to tie knots with his companions. He tied a secure knot under the moonlight, unable to suppress a chuckle. You clumsy hands, watch closely. With a few deft movements, he fashioned a tight knot, earning praise from the others. Once the tent was erected, they eagerly dove inside to rest. When Fang Jie returned to the cabin after finishing his tasks, he immediately noticed Yao Zixing was absent from the calm. A sudden pang of concern struck him, prompting him to ask Yao Yu, "Where's your brother? Why isn't he lying on the calm?" Yao Yu was busy transferring leftover food into a clay pot and looked up to reply. My brother felt embarrassed and thought it inappropriate to share the calm with the Wind sisters. He insisted on being carried to the adjacent room by Su Daqiang and Lu Fuge, saying it was fine for 5 men to squeeze together. Fang Jie nodded in understanding. I see. I didn't expect him to be so particular even in his condition. He peeked into the neighboring room and decided to check on him. Fang Jie hurried to Su Daqiang's room, and upon entering, he found Yao Zixing settled at the far end, with a significant space cleared around him. Lu Fuguwei and 3 other brothers huddled at the opposite end, tightly squeezed together, ensuring Yao Zixing had ample room. Fang Jie is here. Upon seeing him, everyone waved their hands in greeting. Fang Jie shook his head in disbelief at the scene. What a commotion. You would have been much better off sleeping on the other Kong. Yao Zixing leaned against the wall, struggling to rise, his face still somewhat pale. This simply won't do. The Wind sisters are barely in their 20s. How can I, a grown man, share a bed with them? What would people say if they found out? Fang Jie, after a few attempts to persuade him, recognized Yao's resolute stance and relented. Before leaving, he tucked the covers around him gently and whispered, if you need anything, to speak up. You know these brothers. We are no longer strangers. No need for formality. Yao Zixing nodded. You are all very kind. Fang Jie bid farewell to the others, washed up, and returned to the wooden cabin, retrieving a book from his luggage to peruse by the oil lamp. The sisters, exhausted from the day's labor, climbed onto the bed after washing up, wrapping themselves in the quilt and yawning. At that moment, Yao Yu pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon seeing Fang Jie and the sisters on the bed, her face flushed crimson, and she stammered, How are we going to sleep tonight? Without lifting his head, Fang Jie replied, The bed can accommodate 4 people perfectly. We can manage a little squeeze. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yao Yu's face grew even warmer, her ears turning beet red. When Rushu chuckled softly, "You really have no sense of decorum. Brother Yao is considerate enough to avoid us sisters, yet here you are, oblivious to Yao Yu's presence." Fang Jie found himself in a predicament. What can I do? Su Daqiang's room is as cramped as a sardine can, and the tent is already full of 5 young men. This is the only spacious spot. When Ruoxue pointed to the hay mat laid out on the floor, "Then you can sleep on the ground." Fang Jie glanced at the bashful Yao Yu, sighed in resignation. "All right, I suppose I shall sleep here tonight." Yao Yu clutched the hem of her clothing. "I truly feel sorry for causing you trouble." Fang Jie got off the bed and shifted the bedding aside. "What are you talking about? I'm tough-skinned. It makes no difference where I sleep." Yao Yu nodded gently. Her cheeks flushed as she nestled into the quilt. Fang Jie lay on the hay mat with his book. As he became engrossed in his reading, when Ruoxue suddenly jumped down from the bed, barefoot, and approached him, Fang Jie quickly closed his book. "Why are you up at this hour, causing a ruckus?" When Ruoxue sat next to him, "You work during the day and read at night. You truly can't put the book down. Tell me a story." Amused, Fang Jie lifted the book in his hand. "What a coincidence. You just mentioned not being able to part with a book. So let me share this tale with you about its origin." During the Three Kingdoms period, Sun Quan encouraged Lu Meng to read more. When Ruoxue clapped her hands, "I know Lu Meng. I saw a video online that called him a villain for ambushing his allies." Fang Jie asked curiously, "Why do they say that?" She recounted the snippets from the short video using her fingers. Fang Jie chuckled. "Personal evaluations today are quite complex and varied. However, Lu Meng is portrayed positively in historical texts. Phrases like Wu Xia and Meng imply he was diligent and capable of achieving great things." When Ruoxue tilted her head, blinking, "Then why do they say he is bad online?" Fang Jie pondered briefly. It may depend on the perspective one takes. In warfare, each side serves its own master. With differing stances, right and wrong can become ambiguous. At that moment, Yao Yu interjected. "From Sun Quan's perspective, Lu Meng is a loyal minister who has accomplished much. Yet from the viewpoints of Guan Yu and Liu Bei, he appears treacherous. There are no absolute rights or wrongs, only different positions." When Ruoxue nodded, somewhat understanding, Fang Jie gently ruffled when Ruoxue's hair and remarked, "In truth, people are much the same. From different perspectives, one individual can embody countless forms. Some may perceive him as chivalrous, while others may see him as obstinate. Such is the complexity of human nature." When Ruoxue rested her chin on her hand and nodded, "So, it seems that reading extensively is indeed beneficial, as it enables one to grasp these truths." Fang Jie flipped through the pages of an old book he held. "Indeed, I now read a few pages each night, and the more I read, the more intriguing it becomes. I can find traces of the events around me within the pages." Yao Yu softly turned over on the Kong. When Rushu caught sight of her younger sister lounging beside Fang Jie's bedding and called out Ruoxue, "Stop fooling around and come back to sleep." When Ruoxue, hugging her knees, refused to budge and mumbled, "I'll sleep right here," Wen Ruhu frowned. "That's no way to behave. Yao Yu is still here. Don't be silly." Fang Jie waved his hand dismissively. "Listen to your sister. Don't cause any trouble. After a long day's work, you should rest." Reluctantly, when Ruoxue arose, still muttering under her breath, Fang Jie extinguished the oil lamp, plunging the wooden cabin into a thick darkness, with only the sound of the wind and occasional chirping of insects heard from outside. Yao Yu huddled deeper into her blanket, tossing and turning. "Can't sleep?" When Rushu whispered, Yao Yu hesitated briefly. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned closer. "I've never spent the night in the same room as a man. I always feel a bit anxious." When Rushu gently embraced her, patting her back in reassurance. "Do not fear. Fang Jie is not a bad person. You need not be embarrassed. The two of us have shared a room with him for nearly half a month, and he has never mistreated us. Besides, if he dared to lay a hand on you, we would stand by you." Yao Yu let out a light laugh, gradually relaxing. Listening to the steady rhythm of breaths beside her, she slowly drifted into slumber. The next morning, Fang Jie was preparing to venture out to chop wood when Su Daqiang ambled over, thumping his chest as he declared, "Brother, after a few days of rest, my injury has mostly healed. I feel pent-up energy. Let me do some work." Fang Jie scrutinized him from head to toe, pressing his hand against the bandages at his waist. His wound had indeed healed, making him one of the fastest to recover among them. "Are you truly ready for this?" Fang Jie expressed his concern. Su Daqiang immediately bounced on the spot a couple of times and swung his arms to demonstrate his readiness. Fang Jie led him to an open area, drawing a boundary with a stick. Do you see? This time, we're going to build a few larger houses. You'll be in charge of clearing this patch of weeds and small stones. Avoid the heavier items, understood? Just as Su Daqiang reached for a shovel, Fang Jie stopped him, handing him a spade instead, and turned to fetch a stool. Sit here and take it easy. Rest when you're tired. Su Daqiang chuckled as he sat down, and just as the spade pierced the soil, Fang Jie added, just work for 2 hours each day. All right, got it. Upon arriving at the lumberyard, Fang Jie surveyed the ground littered with tree trunks and waved to the others. Today, we will divide the tasks. The 2 strongest will carry the wood back, while the remaining 3 will continue felling trees. He chose Shao Ji and another sturdy young man, pointing towards a narrow path in the woods. Follow this route back. Don't stack the wood too densely to avoid blocking the way. Shao Ji hoisted a pine tree as thick as a bowl, shaking his shoulders. Don't worry, Fang Ge. We will ensure the task is completed. Fang Jie observed as they walked away and turned to remind a few individuals chopping wood, do not overindulge. Take a break after felling 10 trees. And be mindful of leaving space to walk. The group nodded and busied themselves with their tasks. By evening, when they returned to the camp, a pile of 80 to 90 logs had accumulated. Shao Ji, exhausted, rubbed his shoulders and remarked, Brother Fang, our progress is quite impressive. In just 2 days, we have gathered so much timber. Fang Jie nodded and glanced over at Su Daqiang's area. The designated plot had been thoroughly cleared of weeds and stones, leaving only a few uneven mounds of earth. Su Daqiang clutched a shovel, eager to continue working, but was halted by Yao Yu, who insisted. I told you to take it easy. What will happen if your wound reopens? You only need to work 3 to 4 hours a day. Fang Jie approached and patted his shoulder. Listen to Yao Yu. There is no rush. Tomorrow, flatten the mounds and fill the depressions with grass clippings. 3 hours of work each day is ample. Su Daqiang scratched his head. All right, I just want to finish quickly so as not to delay your plans. In the distance, when Ruoxua waved and called out that dinner was ready, he gave Su Daqiang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Let us go eat. You'll have plenty to do tomorrow. 3 days later, the lumber for building was nearly gathered. Su Daqiang's wound had fully healed, and he proudly declared his readiness to assist with the construction. Fang Jie led the 6 of them, tools in hand, directly to the cleared space. He squatted on the freshly level ground and used a stick to draw neat squares in the soil. For this house, we will leave a small living room at the entrance with 4 bedrooms inside. He tapped the ground with some stones, explaining that the living room would connect to the 4 rooms, making it convenient to access items at night. How do we construct the partitions? Su Daqiang inquired, bending closer. Fang Jie pulled out a small knife and whittled a slender branch, drawing in the dirt. Each bedroom will be separated by double-layered wooden boards and thatched walls, ensuring soundproofing and warmth. Each room will have a small window for light. He gestured to the corner of the living room. We'll install a larger door here for better lighting, and in winter, we can use a fire pit for warmth. Shao Ji scratched his head as he studied the blueprint. Brother Fang, how do we calculate the dimensions of the wooden boards? Patience. Fang Jie stood up and dusted off his trousers. First, we will categorize the wood by length. Let us saw the load-bearing beams for the living room. We will measure the partition boards once the beams are in place, ensuring accuracy. He gazed at the stacked timber in the distance, envisioning a spacious house where everyone could sleep comfortably, no longer crammed into a large dormitory. The 4 bedrooms would be arranged as follows. The Wen sisters and Yao Yu would occupy the first room on the east side, spacious and bright. He would take the room at the far west, conveniently close to the entrance for night watch duties. He drew 2 more lines, stating that Su Daqiang and his mother would reside in the second room, basking in the morning sun. Yao Zixing would have the 3rd room to himself. At this point, he indicated Su Daqiang's wooden house. The 5th room will accommodate Shao Ji and the other 4 young men, while Lu Degui and the 3 injured will stay in my former wooden house. When Ruoxua examined the blueprint closely, Brother Jie, will the partition walls truly provide soundproofing? Fang Jie nodded reassuringly. Absolutely. The double-layered wooden boards with half a foot of thatch will pose no issues. Does anyone have objections to this arrangement? Everyone shook their heads in agreement, finding it quite reasonable. Very well, let us commence the work. First, we shall lay the foundation. Fang Jie outlined the structure with a wooden stick, while others brought stones to build the perimeter. He rolled up his sleeves and took the lead in demonstrating. First, we must establish a solid foundation, as it is the very essence of the house. We will excavate a trench half a foot deep in the designated area, compact the base, and lay down gravel before stacking the large stones. The gaps between the stones will be filled with a mixture of clay and straw, ensuring moisture resistance and stability. Following his instructions, the crowd busily shaped the trench. Next, Fang Jie selected the most robust and straight timber for the pillars, carving grooves at the base to fit precisely into the pre-made mortises on the foundation stones. This technique is known as the top stone mortise and tenon joint, ensuring that the pillars are securely anchored to withstand the elements. As he spoke, he guided everyone in placing the beams atop the pillars, interlocking them with dovetail joints, and reinforcing them with wooden wedges to ensure a tight connection. When it came to creating partitions, Fang Jie took up his tools to craft the wooden tenons. We will employ a tongue and groove joint, carving recesses along the edges of each board so that they fit seamlessly together, secured with bamboo pegs. He filled the spaces between the double-layered boards with thick thatch, providing both sound insulation and warmth for a comfortable living environment. The construction of the doors and windows was equally meticulous, as Fang Jie carefully crafted the mortise and tenon structures for the frames. The door frame utilized a miter joint, with 3 directions of timber precisely joined. The window frame employed a rabbet joint, with the corners cut at 45 degrees, combined with mortise and tenon, finally covered in oiled paper for light permeability and wind resistance. Under Fang Jie's guidance, the group worked methodically, and, as each timber was ingeniously connected through the mortise and tenon joints, a brand new wooden house gradually took form. In these joints, not a single nail was visible, yet they stood firm and robust, showcasing the wisdom and charm of traditional craftsmanship. Chapter 63. Silence, please. For 2 days, the rhythmic sound of axes and chisels echoed throughout the camp. Fang Jie stood atop the new house's beams, a coarse hemp rope tied around his waist, directing everyone to fit the last rafter into its mortise. It was complete, with the final thud of the wooden wedge being driven in. The framework of the wooden house was fully established. Fang Jie slid down from the eaves and gazed up at the newly constructed abode. The pillars stood straight like pines, the beams intertwined like bones, and the mortise and tenon joints fit so tightly that not a sliver of light could penetrate the seams. Yao Yu and her sisters had long been waiting nearby, their basket brimming with freshly foraged wild mushrooms. When Ruoxue tiptoed to peek inside the house, Brother Jie, "This house looks 10 times more magnificent than the old one." When Ruoxue gently pressed her shoulder, handing her a towel, "Quick, wipe your sweat. You'll catch a chill soon." Fang Jie took the towel to wipe his face, his gaze sweeping over the heaps of wild fruits and grains piled not far away. Those were the girls' harvest from recent days, nearly overflowing the door of the little house. "Everyone has worked hard today. It's time to rest." Fang Jie waved to the crowd, stating that the topping could wait until tomorrow. He kicked the wooden barrel at his feet, saying, "Come on. Today we'll stew mushroom soup, and there will be plenty." As night fell, Fang Jie retrieved several treasured bottles of wine from a corner of the wooden house. The sound of glass clinking drew the crowd closer. Xiao Ji rubbed his hands together with a grin. "Brother Fang, this is a good thing." The group sat on the ground, and as Fang Jie twisted off the bottle cap, the rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air. He poured drinks for everyone in turn, and finally tilted his head back to gulp down a hearty sip, the liquid trickling down the corner of his mouth. "To our new home, and to the good days ahead, cheers." The clinking of glasses resounded, and when Ruoxue took a small sip, wrinkling her nose in response. "So spicy." This elicited peals of laughter from the crowd. Su Daqiang, emboldened by the drink, began to sing a folk tune from his hometown. The firelight danced upon their flushed faces as night deepened, the aroma of wine and laughter wafting into the distant mountains with the night breeze. Fang Jie stood up, swaying slightly as he made his way to wash his face. Having indulged a bit too much tonight, he stumbled towards the wooden house, glancing at the silhouette on the bed. Bathed in moonlight, the woman's alluring curves stirred his blood. Unable to resist, Fang Jie approached and gently wrapped his arms around her. The figure in his embrace shuddered suddenly, then trembled incessantly. "What's wrong, Xiaoru? Why such a strong reaction?" Fang Jie chuckled softly, tightening his hold around her waist. The person in his arms remained silent, merely lowering her head. Inhaling her fragrant hair, Fang Jie felt his breath quicken. He leaned closer to her ear. placing a gentle kiss on her earlobe. You stop it. Yao Yu's voice suddenly pierced through the moment, jolting Fang Jie back to sobriety. He hastily released her, rubbing his eyes vigorously, and looked down at Yao Yu's flushed face. I am sorry. I thought you were someone else, he stammered in a rush. Yao Yu wiped away the saliva from her ear, exclaiming, You little rascal, that was absolutely intentional. No. Fang Jie waved his hands frantically. How could I do that on purpose? I just had a bit too much to drink. Yao Yu scoffed. Being drunk doesn't make you stupid. Are you saying you can't recognize people? Who are you holding? Can't you feel the difference? Fang Jie stood frozen. His throat constricted as if a wooden wedge had lodged itself within, unable to utter a word for a long while. I don't believe it. You can't even tell people apart. You just wanted to take advantage of me while drunk. Yao Yu shot up, fixing her gaze on him. Fang Jie opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and laced with the scent of alcohol. I really didn't recognize you. I'm sorry. The air fell into a suffocating silence, broken only by their mingled breaths. After a lengthy pause, Yao Yu turned her face away, her tone cold and hard. If you dare tell anyone about this, Rest assured, I won't tell a soul. I promise, Fang Jie replied hurriedly, retreating in haste. Yao Yu glared at his retreating figure, gritting her teeth in frustration. You little brat, embracing me while calling out another woman's name. How infuriating. Fang Jie stumbled out of the house, colliding with Wenrushu, who was carrying a bundle of straw. Why do you look so pale? Is something wrong? She reached out to steady him, but he instinctively dodged away. Me fine. Just feeling a bit unwell from the alcohol, he said, avoiding her questioning gaze as he staggered back into the crowd. Wenrushu watched him retreat before turning her attention to the partially closed door of the house. Upon entering, she caught sight of Yao Yu sitting alone on the bed, her fingers nervously tracing the creases of her clothing. Sister Yao Yu? Wenrushu tiptoed into the room. What happened to Fang Jie? Yao Yu, still flushed from the earlier incident, replied nonchalantly, Oh, it's nothing. He probably just drank too much and bumped into the table. Maybe he hurt himself. She lay back down, urging, just go to sleep. We have a big day ahead tomorrow. Wenrushu stood at the threshold, her gaze flickering between Yao Yu's blushing earlobes and Fang Jie. An instinctive sense told her that something was amiss. She swiftly grasped Fang Jie's arm, pulling him to a secluded spot, her brow furrowed as she inquired, You rushed out of the house in such a flurry. What on earth happened? Do not conceal anything from me. Fang Jie hurriedly shook his head, forcing a smile. It's nothing, truly. Do not overthink it. Wenrushu remained unconvinced, rising on her toes to fixate intently on his eyes. Seeing her earnest demeanor softened Fang Jie's heart. He gently cradled her face in his hands and reassured her. Rest assured, it is indeed nothing. I can handle it. After saying this, he opened his arms and enveloped Wenrushu in an embrace, resting his chin lightly atop her head, soothingly patting her back. Wenrushu struggled momentarily, but eventually sighed, leaning against him, listening to the rhythmic thump of his heartbeat, temporarily ceasing her inquiries. The following day, after a bustling morning, the new house was completed. The group gathered beneath the eaves, applauding in delight. Fang Jie descended and waved to Wenrushu and her sister. Come, let's take a look inside. The main room, with its freshly plastered mud walls, was filled with sunlight streaming through the wooden windows, casting patches of light onto the tamped earth floor. The 5 young men, unable to contain their excitement, exclaimed that they would no longer have to sleep in tents. They hurriedly folded the tents and stuffed them into Fang Jie's arms. Ludigui lent Yao Zixing a hand and moved the bedding to his room. Fang Jie assigned tasks. Wenrushu and Wenruoshue carried the bedding towards the east room, with Yao Yu joyfully trailing behind, holding a copper basin. As they passed by Fang Jie, Yao Yu unconsciously glanced at him. Fang Jie quickly turned his head to look at Ludigui and the others. Feeling guilty, Yao Yu muttered as she entered her room. Ludigui, while working, remarked, This house is sturdy and much more spacious than the one we lived in. Su Daqiang squinted at his previous room. Shao Ji, you all can stay in my old room. Sleeping on a big bed is fine, though it may be a bit cramped for you all. We can manage. The young men agreed, rushing in with their bedding rolls. Chapter 64. Wenrushu, you must take responsibility once everyone's settled in. They beamed at their respective rooms. During lunch, gathered around the camp, Fang Jie addressed the group. Currently, only Lu Digui's room has a stove, and with so many of us, it is rather inconvenient. I was thinking this afternoon we could build 2 small rooms next to the new house. One for a kitchen with a stove, and the other to be converted into a shower room. Additionally, we should construct a toilet behind the new house to save everyone from trekking too far. He surveyed the crowd and continued with his arrangements. Lu Dague, take Shao Ji and the others. The 8 of you will cook in Lu Dague's room from now on. When you find the time, look for a place to set up a shower room. As for me, Su Daqiang and his mother, the Wun's sisters, and Yao Zixing and his sister will set up the stove by the new house. Once these are completed, we shall build a storage room to neatly hang our cassava, sweet potatoes, wild fruits, dry goods, and jerky, protecting them from moisture and pests. Shao Ji, having finished his meal, excitedly interjected, "Great. With a new kitchen and shower room, life is becoming increasingly organized." The others nodded in agreement. After lunch, Fang Jie and Su Daqiang began to excavate the foundation, catching a glimpse of the 3 girls chattering near the shower room as frame. Wen Ruoxue tiptoed to measure the wooden plank, while Yao Yu squatted beside the pile of mud, evenly mixing straw into the clay, her hair tips dusted with grass fragments. Wen Ruoxue held a charcoal pencil, sketching plans onto the tree bark. "Yige, how large should this drainage outlet be?" she called out to Fang Jie. Approaching, Fang Jie noticed the peculiar drawings of wooden barrels and winding water channels on the paper, as the 3 girls gazed up at him in unison. "2 fingers wide will suffice," he replied, drawing lines in the dirt with a twig. "Remember to place crushed stones at the bottom for better water flow." No sooner had he spoken than Yao Yu seized a shovel and began to dig the trench. Wen Ruoxue followed closely behind with the board, muttering, "Will the bathwater smell when it flows away from here?" "Rest assured, if the water flows swiftly enough, that won't be an issue," he reassured her. The setting sun elongated the silhouettes of the 3 busy figures, casting vibrant colors against the newly constructed house. When Ruoxue smiled at the completed structure, exclaiming, "It's done. I shall be the first to bathe tonight." As dusk crept up the eaves, the newly built storage room was finally ready for use. Fang Jie stood at the entrance, directing Shao Ji and the others to carry in the ceramic jars and burlap sacks. Fragile items to the left, hang the cassava bags up. Lu Dague passed by, cradling a bundle of hay, remarking, "This house is tight. Nothing will go missing when stored inside." At the new stove, Wen Ruoxue added dry twigs to the hearth, causing flames to leap up with a roar. Yao Yu tossed the cleaned wild vegetables into the pot and turned to ask, "Where do we put the spice jar?" Wen Ruoxue, on tiptoe, retrieved the ceramic jar from the wooden rack and pointed outside with a grin. "Look, Lu Dague and the others are arguing." Indeed, there was quite a commotion next door. Ji Boda shouted, holding a cast-iron pot, "Let me stir. My soup is the best. With your cooking skills? Get out of here." Wang Tianyi snatched the spatula, eager to showcase his own talents. Lu Dague squatted in the corner, shaking his head. "For heaven's sake, stop the noise. Take turns, and whoever cooks poorly does the dishes." When Ruoxue poured oil into the pot, the sizzling sound mingling with the laughter and banter from next door. Su Daqiang squatted at the threshold, peering in. These folks make cooking more lively than building houses. As when Ruoxue lifted the pot lid, the aroma of the vegetable soup wafted out, blending with the fragrant rice from next door, creating a warm, festive atmosphere in the evening breeze. In the stillness of the night, Fang Jie lay on the wooden bed in the new house, the straw mattress beneath him still infused with the warmth of the sun's drying rays. He turned over, gazing out at the swaying shadows of the trees. Since teaming up with the 2 sisters, it was his first time alone in a room, leaving him with an indescribable sense of emptiness. Just as he was about to close his eyes, the door creaked open unexpectedly. Fang Jie held his breath, staring at the moonlight seeping through the crack in the door. A shadow wrapped in a gray cloth crept inside, the night wind brushing against the person's flushed cheeks. "Xiaoru," he whispered softly. When Ruoxue fidgeted with the hem of her garment, after a moment managing to murmur, "The window in my room has a draft, so I came to check on you." Fang Jie was taken aback, then lifted a corner of the blanket. When Ruoxue shifted closer to the edge of the bed, her warm breath brushing against the back of his hand. "No, don't overthink it. I'm just borrowing your warmth." Fang Jie chuckled, eagerly savoring the warmth of Wen Ruoxue's presence in his embrace. The tips of Wen Ruoxue's hair brushed against his chin, carrying the lingering fragrance of soapwort from her evening wash. Xiao, with a voice husky from emotion, raised a hand to smooth the stray strands from her forehead. However, the moment his fingertips grazed her flushed cheek, She grasped his wrist in a swift motion, gazing up at him. When Rushu's eyes sparkled in the darkness with an astonishing brightness, her hurried breaths brushed against his throat, igniting a fervent unease within him. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he leaned down and gently pressed his lips against hers. The sensation was as soft as the melted snow of spring, mingled with the delicate sweetness lingering between her lips, causing his mind to erupt in a blank haze. Gradually, when Rushu's hand loosened its grip on his clothing, clutching instead the coarse fabric of his back, her knuckles whitening from the intensity of her hold, Fang Jie tightened his embrace around her waist, his hands beginning to wander restlessly. A soft murmur escaped when Rushu's lips as her body began to twist. This kiss, both prolonged and fleeting, continued until the distant sound of Su Daqiang's snores broke the moment, prompting them to part. When Rushu nestled into the crook of his neck, refusing to lift her head, her ears flushed as if they might bleed. "My heart, I feel so overwhelmed," she murmured. Fang Jie, his eyes reddened, gazed at her in fervent excitement as he unfastened her garments. "Be gentle, I'm frightened," she protested. He tenderly kissed away her tears. The threads of longing intertwined between their hearts, where gentle smiles and frowns seamlessly blend into poetry. Together, they admired the blossoms beneath the moonlight, hand in hand, lost in their own reveries. Their hearts melded as one, dreams entwined in an endless embrace. May we be companions throughout this life, yearning for each other from dawn till dusk. The night breeze stirred the strings of their hearts, weaving love into delicate strands of intimacy. When Rushu tilted her head to gaze at Fang Jie, her fingertips gliding softly across his face. "Will you truly cherish me for a lifetime?" Her voice was as light as a dandelion floating in the moonlight, her lashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes. Fang Jie looked down at her, drawing her gently into his arms. "Silly girl, why should it be you who cherishes me for a lifetime? After all, I am but a simple young man. Are you not responsible for me?" When Rushu chuckled softly, poking his side playfully. "Be serious." He grasped her hand, pressing her fingers to his lips in a gentle kiss. "In the future, when we go into the mountains to gather bamboo shoots, I shall carry your basket. When we fish in the river, I will protect you from the water snakes." He turned her shoulders, urging her to look into his eyes, where genuine affection danced. "When you fall ill, I will fetch you medicine. When you cook, I will fan the flames. Once the weather improves, I will build you a house adorned with carved windows, filled with wild chrysanthemums, your favorites." And then, a wave of emotion surged within Rushu, her nose tingling as tears brimmed in her eyes, though her lips could not help but curl upwards. Fang Jie lowered his head, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. "When we grow old, we shall sit on the threshold basking in the sun. I will pluck the stars from the sky and mix them into your favorite meat porridge." Suddenly, the crickets outside chirped joyfully, and when Rushu burst into tears of laughter, nestled in his embrace. She tightened her grip on his hand, feeling the rough calluses in his palm. In that moment, she realized that the most enchanting words of love paled in comparison to the warmth enveloping her in his arms. Chapter 65. Foraging in the mountains on a bright morning, when Ruashu had tapped a lively rhythm on the door with the spoon in her hand. "Yi, it's time to rise." Startled awake, when Rushu accidentally elbowed Fang Jie's chest, eliciting a muffled grunt from him. "I understand. I'll be right there," he replied. "Should you not open the door, I shall make my entrance." When Ruashu had deliberately raised her voice, her fingertips already resting on the latch. Wait a moment." Fang Jie attempted to continue, but the wooden door creaked open. The young girl blinked her bright eyes, her gaze sweeping over Fang Jie's bulging quilt twice before she suddenly laughed mischievously. "Oh, Brother Fang, what treasures lie hidden beneath your quilt? It appears quite plump." Fang Jie cleared his throat. What could possibly be there? "I simply couldn't sleep well," and wrinkled the blanket a bit. When Ruashua leaned closer to the bedside, lowering her voice, "Did you know a beast entered the house last night?" "A beast?" Fang Jie instinctively tightened his grip around Rushu's hand, sensing the gentle tremor of her palm. "Indeed," when Ruashua exclaimed, slapping her thigh, "I saw it with my own eyes. A furry creature with a large tail dashed into my room, and I don't know where it carried my sister off to." When Rushu emerged from the quilt, her face flushed, grabbing a pillow to hurl it, only to be playfully intercepted by Fang Jie. The girl ducked behind the doorframe, unable to stand straight from laughter. "Oh, So it was you. I wondered why my sister didn't call for help. It turns out she willingly let herself be taken away. All right, I shall prepare breakfast. I won't disturb you any longer. The wooden door clicked shut behind her, and when Rushu sighed deeply, nestled in Fang Jie's embrace. Fang Jie chuckled softly, gently stroking her warm earlobe with his fingertip. Your sister is still as whimsical as ever. Don't mind her. When Ruhu interrupted, her expression suddenly pained as she attempted to rise. She pinched the soft flesh at Fang Jie's waist. It's all your fault. Fang Jie allowed her to pinch him. Very well, it's all my fault. I shall be gentler next time. When Rushu tapped his forehead, you dream. There won't be a next time. I acted on impulse last night, and now I regret it. Are you serious? How could you say such a thing? It wounds my heart. When Ruhu chuckled. Only you can make me feel heartache? Am I not allowed to tease you? Fang Jie, perplexed, queried. When have I ever made you feel sad? Don't think I don't know. Are you not secretly pining for Yaoyu? Fang Jie quickly shook his head. No, absolutely not. To be honest, she is indeed beautiful. I merely admired her for a moment. When Rushu's eyes sparkled, that's what you said. You must keep your word. I shall observe your future conduct. Fang Jie paused. You scoundrel. I knew you were insincere. Just wait until I get my hands on you. The two began to frolic in the room. After breakfast, Fang Jie stood outside the camp, gazing at the 3 wooden cabins arranged in a triangular formation. His main cabin was at the forefront, adjacent to the pond. The kitchen was to the right, with a chimney emitting wisps of pale blue smoke, while to the left, the shower room featured a wooden wall adorned with a crooked flower sketched in charcoal by an unknown hand. The storeroom's wooden door was ajar, revealing neatly stacked supplies within. The salt jar was nearly empty, and the moose meat had already been consumed. It was time to hunt. He kicked at the gravel at his feet, directing his gaze towards the distant mountains and forests. The group gathered around the camp, awaiting Fang Jie's instructions. He clapped his hands, scanning the faces before him. Shao Ji, take 2 others into the mountains to search for wild rabbits and pheasants. Remember, do not venture too deep into the woods. There may be dangers lurking within. Understood. Shao Ji puffed out his chest, confident that he would return with a bounty of fish to enhance their meal. Fang Jie turned to the remaining 2. You 2 will head to the beach. One is to collect sea snails and shellfish in the rocky area, while the other will fetch seawater for when Ruashue's salt boiling. No slacking off. Rest assured, Brother Fang, my legs are swift. The supply of water will not falter. The 2 responded eagerly. Just as Lu de Gue was about to speak, Fang Jie interjected. You 3 have not fully recovered from your injuries. So you shall stay at the camp to prepare meals and oversee the grain storage, while also looking after Yao Zixing and assisting when Rushu with the camp's miscellaneous tasks. Having arranged this, Fang Jie turned to the taciturn Yaoyu. Yaoyu, what are your thoughts? I wish to wander in the forest and see if I can gather some medicinal herbs. Yaoyu replied, clutching her basket, though her voice quivered slightly, revealing her uncertainty about venturing alone. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Jie responded, I shall accompany you into the depths. It will be prudent to check for any large animals. When Rushu approached, fastening a sharp dagger to Fang Jie's waist, be cautious. Do not push yourself in unfamiliar territory. If necessary, return. Understood. My life is paramount. I shall not be reckless. Shao Ji, with a knife slung over his shoulder, called to his companions to set off first. The 2 heading to the beach hoisted a wooden barrel and wobbled their way toward the shore. When Ruashua shouted from the kitchen doorway, Sister, come help me monitor the salt boiling. I can never gauge it right. When Rushu replied affirmatively, turning back to remind Fang Jie, return early and be careful. Fang Jie nodded and, alongside Yaoyu, took the narrow path into the mountains. Yaoyu kicked at the gravel beneath her feet, murmuring, Last time I bravely ventured into the forest alone, a wild boar suddenly charged out, and I dropped my basket in fright. With me here, you shall not face such a predicament again. If we encounter a wild boar, we shall feast, Fang Jie assured, snapping off a branch and fashioning it into a rudimentary defensive stick, handing it to her. Take this. It may bolster your courage. Yaoyu accepted the branch, stating, With the stick, I feel a bit less fearful. The 2 figures gradually melded into the forest, leaving behind only their faint conversations. As they walked deeper into the woods, they ventured far beyond the usual bounds of timber felling and wild fruit gathering. The surrounding silence was unnerving, devoid of bird songs, with the air thick with the scent of damp, decaying leaves. Fang Jie unslung a hefty iron spear its weight substantial in his hand, the red tassel at its tip swaying slightly with his movements. He strained his ears, remaining vigilant to the sound around them. The trees here were far taller and denser than those outside, their canopies layered so thickly that they nearly obscured the sunlight. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of dry leaves that crunched ominously underfoot. Fang Jie carefully prodded aside the obstructive vines with the spear, taking each step with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing any lurking danger. Yao Yu followed closely behind, holding her breath, her eyes darting nervously around the shadows. Suddenly, with a cry of distress from Yao Yu, Fang Jie swiftly turned back. Chapter 66. Yao Yu twisted her ankle. Yao Yu let out a pained exclamation as she stumbled forward. Quick as lightning, Fang Jie caught her around the waist, preventing her from falling onto the ground littered with dry twigs. Looking down, he saw her right foot wedged between the roots of a tree, her ankle swollen to an alarming size. Please let go, I can manage on my own. Yao Yu's face flushed crimson, a mix of pain and embarrassment, as she reached down to pry her trapped foot loose. Fang Jie furrowed his brow and gently swatted her hand away. Do not move. You are studying medicine, and yet you do not understand? The more you pull, the more it will swell. He knelt down, carefully removing her shoe to reveal an ankle bruised in shades of purple and blue. Yao Yu hastily reached for the medicine basket. Hand me the medicine. I will apply it myself. Fang Jie ignored her and rummaged through the basket, pulling out a handful of herbal paste and applying it to her ankle. The coolness of the herbal remedy against her skin made Yao Yu inhale sharply, her lips pouting in protest. I am not a child. I do not need your help. Do you think I want your assistance? Fang Jie held her restless foot in place. If you keep moving, you will not be able to walk back today. I certainly do not wish to spend the night in the forest. As he gently massaged the swollen area, he meticulously spread the herbal paste. Yao Yu bit her lip in silence, her gaze fixed on Fang Jie's serious demeanor, suddenly feeling a bit flustered. The surroundings were quiet, the only sounds being the rustle of leaves in the breeze and Fang Jie's occasional reminders to endure the discomfort. Once he had finished applying the medicine, he gently placed her foot down and said, You should rest against the tree for a while. Do not move around. Yao Yu nodded, watching as Fang Jie carefully put her shoe back on, her cheeks involuntarily warming. Fang Jie stood up and brushed off the remnants of the herbal paste. What does a specific herb look like? Describe it to me, and I will go find it. Yao Yu pointed to the half-dried leaves remaining in the basket. This is the three-leaf lotus, which has heart-shaped leaves with serrated edges and small white flowers. There is also the beauties, which has purple-red stems and feather-like leaves. She paused, a hint of concern crossing her face. Make sure you bring it back for me to check. Do not bring back the wrong ones. Understood. Just rest easy, Fang Jie replied, slinging the iron spear over his shoulder and heading towards the dense woods. He occasionally glanced down at the vegetation underfoot, his eyes scanning the grass and tree roots, ears attuned to the sound around him, wary of missing any calls for help from Yao Yu. Beneath a gnarled old tree, he spotted several plants with heart-shaped leaves and finely serrated edges. At the top, a few small white flowers adorn the plants, precisely matching Yao Yu's description of the three-leaf lotus. A wave of elation washed over him as he carefully pinched off several complete specimens and hurried back. Yao Yu, take a look. Is this it? Fang Jie crouched down, offering the herbs to her. Yao Yu's eyes lit up, her fingers gently caressing the leaves. Yes, this is indeed the three-leaf lotus, and the one with the purple-red stem must be beauties. She plucked a leaf from the beauties, crushed it, and a fragrant aroma of the herb filled the air. Gather more, especially the three-leaf lotus. It is needed for the injured at the camp. Fang Jie nodded, diving back into the woods. This time he dared not venture far, searching within a small radius centered around Yao Yu. Each time he found the desired herb, he called out, I found another one. Yao Yu laughed in response from her spot beneath the tree, occasionally reminding him, choose the sturdy ones. Leave the roots so they can grow back. One was foraging while the other organized the gathered herbs, and soon they had amassed a full basket of remedies. As the sun began to dip in the west, Fang Jie watched Yao Yu attempt to stand. Though her ankle remained swollen, she could manage to bear weight with some difficulty. It's nearly time. Let us return to the camp. Fang Jie hoisted the iron spear over his shoulder, one hand carrying the medicine basket, and walked slowly, assuring her of his presence. He reached out to assist Yao Yu, but was gently rebuffed. Yao Yu grasped a wooden stick leaning against a tree for support, feigning ease as she declared, "No need for fuss. I can walk with this stick." However, it wasn't long before her steps grew heavier, beads of sweat trickled down her cheek, and her brow furrowed tightly, clearly enduring excruciating pain in her ankle. Fang Jie turned back, noting her pale complexion, and felt a pang of concern. "I shall carry you back," he insisted, halting his stride with an air of finality. Yao Yu hastily waved her hand, breathless. "No. If when Rushu sees, that would be quite embarrassing. What are you thinking?" Fang Jie replied, turning to crouch down and pat his shoulder. "She's not the type to hold grudges. If we delay any longer, your ankle will swell even more." After a moment's hesitation, her cheeks flushed, and she gently climbed onto his back. Fang Jie securely supported her and reminded her, "Hold on tight. We are heading back to the camp." As they traversed the forest, Yao Yu's weight was heavier than he had anticipated, and the warmth radiating from her back stirred a flurry of emotions within him. Suddenly, Yao Yu tapped his shoulder, warning, "Don't daydream. Watch your step, it's slippery." "I'm not distracted," Fang Jie retorted, yet stumbled over a protruding tree root. Yao Yu tightened her grip around his neck, exclaiming, "And you claim you're not lost in thought?" "I truly am not. I was contemplating how to prepare herbal medicine for you upon our return." Yao Yu scoffed lightly, poking his flushed earlobe with her fingertip. "You certainly weren't thinking of anything virtuous. You looked rather lecherous a moment ago, yet you stubbornly deny it." Fang Jie fell silent, feeling the soft touch of her hand around his neck only adding to his discomfort. "Enough. Let us hurry," Yao Yu said, resting her chin on his shoulder. Her tone subdued. "If we dawdle any longer, when Ruashua, I might turn the salt into stone." Fang Jie replied with a non-committal hum, quickening his pace. As they passed a small stream, Yao Yu let out a light laugh from behind. "What is so amusing?" Fang Jie inquired. "Oh, nothing," she replied, her voice teasing. "It's just that you look quite adept at carrying someone. Do you often carry when Rishu around in sweet moments?" Fang Jie refrained from confirming or denying. "Why not when Ruashua instead?" Yao Yu rolled her eyes. "Spare me the boasting. Do you wish to court both sisters? I've seen right through you. When Ruashua is as pure as they come. You probably Haven-T even kissed her. You are the one boasting. I suspect when Ruashua confided this to you. How could you possibly grasp such insights? I simply do not believe it. Believe what you will." Yao Yu chuckled, tightening her embrace and falling silent. As they continued their way back, Yao Yu suddenly tugged at Fang Jie's clothing, nodding toward a nearby thicket. Fang Jie gripped the iron spear tightly, stepping lightly as he moved with her. Parting the ferns that reached half his height, they beheld a wild boar, nearly as tall as a person, joyfully rolling in a puddle of mud nearby. The muck, layered with decaying leaves and grass, clung to the boar's thick hide in a delightful mess. While grunting contentedly, the wild boar rubbed against the edge of the muddy pit, its powerful limbs splashing water everywhere. The fresh mud mixed with the already dried earth formed a glossy, armor-like shell that emitted subtle cracking sounds with each of its movements. Oblivious to the gaze just a short distance away, the boar pressed its belly against the ground, shaking its head from side to side, emitting a satisfied grunt as the splattered mud coated the surrounding wild grass. "Ah, could you possibly contend with it?" Chapter 67. Hunting the wild boar, Yao Yu leaned close to Fang Jie's ear, her warm breath teasing his earlobe. "Can we possibly take down this wild boar? I've yet to taste wild boar meat." With that, she delicately licked her lips, the vibrant hue standing out strikingly in the shade of the forest. Fang Jie felt a sudden tightening in his throat as his gaze met her sparkling eyes, momentarily forgetting to respond. Fang Jie, noticing his daze, Yao Yu lightly tapped his shoulder. "I'm asking you." "Ah," Fang Jie snapped back to reality, forcing his gaze back to the wild boar, gripping his spear even tighter. Despite its seemingly modest size, it possessed considerable strength, and its layer of mud armor was as tough as a shield, making it a formidable adversary. Yao Yu blinked, a hint of disappointment in her tone. "So, does that mean we cannot defeat it?" "Who said that?" Fang Jie immediately retorted, his eyes sweeping over the boar's swinging tusks before glancing back at Yao Yu. "It's just that it might be inconvenient for you. Just hide behind a tree." Yao Yu brightened. "I'll watch from a distance. I promise not to hold you back." Fang Jie hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. He retreated to a large oak tree 30 paces away, allowing her to lean against the trunk while he gathered dry branches to create a barrier around her. "No matter what happens, Don't reveal yourself. I don't want to be distracted. Got it. Yao Yu urged, giving him a gentle push. Hurry. I'm waiting for that roasted pig leg. Fang Jie took out his short knife and pressed it into her palm. As he turned around, he twirled his spear, ready for battle. He could not afford to lose face in front of Yao Yu. Gripping the spear tightly, Fang Jie held his breath and cautiously advanced. When he was merely 10 paces away from the wild boar, it suddenly perked up its ears while rolling in the mud. Sensing something amiss, it sprang to its feet, its murky eyes flashing with ferocity. With a fierce roar, the wild boar charged forward. Fang Jie reacted swiftly, sidestepping the oncoming attack while thrusting his spear towards the beast. The boar charged like a thunderbolt, its muddy armor impenetrable. Fang Jie summoned all his strength and thrust twice, leaving only shallow gashes on the boar's hide from which blood seeped, but they were far from fatal. Infuriated by the pain, the wounded boar let out a deafening roar, lowering its head to reveal its sharp tusks as it crazily barreled towards Fang Jie. He nimbly dodged, narrowly escaping at the last moment. With a resounding crash, the boar's tusks embedded themselves into a nearby tree trunk, stuck fast and unable to be pulled free. From her concealed position behind the tree, Yao Yu, both anxious and exhilarated, called out, Fang Jie, now's your chance. Fang Jie fixed his gaze on the struggling wild boar, searching for its vulnerable spot. Its back was shielded by a thick layer of mud and muscle, making it nearly impervious, while its belly remained well guarded. Suddenly, Fang Jie spotted the exposed throat, revealed by the boar's thrashing. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip on the iron spear, exerting all his strength as he thrust it fiercely into the creature's throat. The wild boar emitted a piercing scream. After a few frantic kicks, it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Fang Jie, splendid. Yao Yu cheered, hopping on one foot and waving her arms, her voice ringing out in encouragement. She limped over, leaning on a wooden stick, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she observed their quarry. Goodness, it's as if it's donned armor with all that mud. Fang Jie kicked the boar's robust body. The mud is too thick, we must skin it first. However, he glanced down at Yao Yu's swollen ankle and then towards the setting sun. Realizing that in this desolate wilderness, processing the catch would take at least an hour, and darkness would soon envelop them. I'll take you back to the camp first, he decisively stated. Let us mark this spot to retrieve it later when we return with others. Yao Yu licked her lips, her eyes fixed intently on the boar's hind leg. Can't we slice off just a small piece? Just a tiny morsel. I can almost smell the meat. She shook Fang Jie's arm, reminiscent of a child pleading for a treat. Amused, Fang Jie chuckled and playfully scratched her mud-speckled nose. You little glutton. He drew his short knife from his waist and made a cut in the boar's plump belly, carving out a piece of meat the size of his palm. Take this to Wenruoshue for roasting. You three can share it. Remember to sprinkle plenty of salt. Yao Yu eagerly accepted the still warm meat, spinning in excitement, nearly twisting her ankle again. I want to be the first to taste it. When I return, I'll tell everyone that I teamed up with the great Fang Jie to conquer this beast. This lady has displayed great prowess, and my foot was injured in battle. She carefully tucked the meat into her medicinal basket and pulled out a piece of hemp rope. Here, let us tie it to a tree as a marker. All right, mark it well so we can find it later. He then lifted Yao Yu onto his back. Don't move around too much. If the meat falls, don't blame me. Yao Yu giggled, her warm breath brushing against the nape of his neck. If it drops, you'll find it for me again, one to you. I trust you. Fang Jie sighed. Ah, the trials of a hero in the presence of beauty. What man could resist the challenge posed by such a captivating woman? As dusk deepened, their silhouettes gradually vanished into the thick forest. Only the crooked tree, bound with hemp rope, remained, swaying gently in the evening breeze, as if guarding their unexpected bounty. At the camp, wisps of smoke rose gently into the air. Wenruoshue stood at the entrance, clutching her apron and peering out. Upon spotting Fang Jie carrying Yao Yu, she quickly rushed over. What happened? I twisted my ankle, Fang Jie replied, ducking under the doorframe as he made his way directly to the bed. Gently, he set Yao Yu down, causing the medicinal basket to thud on the table, scattering dried buplurum and 3-leaf lotus. Wenruoshue frowned as she rolled up the hem of Yao Yu's pants, revealing her swollen, glistening ankle. Does it hurt? Much better. Thanks to Fang Jie. Yao Yu leaned against the bedpost. You must hurry and retrieve the meat. What if the wild boar is taken by other beasts? Bring Shao Ji and call a few more people. Fang Jie responded with a nod, but as he turned, Rushu called him back, slipping a paper-wrapped package into his pocket. Have a little something to tide you over on the road. Once Fang Jie and his companions disappeared into the forest, Yao Yu, with a conspiratorial glint in her eyes, tugged at Rushu's sleeve. Come, I have a delightful treat. From the depths of her medicinal basket, she retrieved a piece of wild boar meat wrapped in oilcloth, soaked in blood. At that moment, when Rushu entered with a water jug, her eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing the meat. Wow, where did this come from? Fang Jie hunted the wild boar, Yao Yu said proudly, waving the meat. Tonight, we feast on roasted pig leg. When Rushu, having set down the water jug, snatched the meat and dashed towards the stove. With a crackling fire soon filled the air with the tantalizing aroma of sizzling fat. As when Rushu tended to Yao Yu's wound, she shook her head and smiled. You, with your injuries, still think of meat. You truly are a pair of gluttons, just like my sister. Chapter 68. The unveiling in the woods. Fang Jie, holding a torch, led Shao Ji and the others to the marked spot, only to find the remnants of the wild boar, a tattered hide and mottled bloodstains beside a mud pit. Shao Ji kicked at the broken bones on the ground. Strange, did such a large pig sprout wings and fly away? Fang Jie frowned, following the blood trail forward, when suddenly he caught sight of flickering orange-red light through the thicket. It was a bonfire. The four of them immediately extinguished their torches and stealthily approached the tree trunk. Through the gaps in the foliage, they saw two young men clad in bear fur coats gathered around the fire, roasting meat, fat sizzling and popping in the flames. The man on the left, with long hair, was flipping the wild boar's leg with a bone knife, while the one on the right added pine branches to the fire. At their feet lay half a skinned pig, its subcutaneous fat glistening. That's our pig. Xiaoyi whispered. Fang Jie observed the grass ropes binding the men's ankles, made from wolf tendons and wild hemp, roughly crafted yet radiating resilience. More striking were the sharp axes and animal tooth necklaces hanging from their waists, gleaming in the firelight. Who are you? The long-haired youth suddenly exclaimed, drawing his long knife. Fang Jie boldly approached, stating, that wild boar was hunted by us. You two are being rather ungracious. The other man stood up, tall and sun-kissed, replying, we saw it lying by the mud pit from afar, thinking it was killed by a leopard. So, it was you who did it? What else could it be? Fang Jie glanced at the roasted pig leg, half-eaten. Surely an explanation was due. The tall youth spread his hands, revealing calloused palms. My brother and I have been chasing deer in the mountains for 3 days without sleep. When we found ready meat, how could we resist? He then cut off half a pig leg and offered it. This is your meat. We shall roast it. Let's share it, shall we? Just as Shao Ji was about to speak, Fang Jie raised a hand to stop him. He noticed the red strings wrapped around their wrists and the meticulous care of the fire, surrounded by mugwort for wolf deterrence. They were clearly not ordinary survivors. Very well. Let's share. Fang Jie accepted the pig leg, the firelight warming his gaze. But you must tell us, how many hunters like you dwell on this island? The long-haired youth raised an eyebrow, tossing a wild chestnut into the flames. One no. Come with us to the tribe and see. The roasted chestnuts they're paired with wild boar meat are simply exquisite. The crackling of the campfire mingled with the enticing aroma of wild boar meat and pine smoke. Fang Jie took a bite of the war meat, feeling that this serendipitous encounter was perhaps more intriguing than merely procuring the wild boar. Shao Ji squatted nearby, gnawing on a bone and muttering, you are quite straightforward, eating without hesitation. The two young men erupted in laughter. Little brother, the men of our tribe are not so fastidious. All that exists in the forest is a gift from the heavens, meant for our enjoyment. However, since you were the ones who hunted it, we owe you a favor. Fang Jie nodded with a smile. It's no trouble at all. It is not a significant matter. You two seem to be genuine souls. Let us consider ourselves friends. Yet, I have a question I hope you won't mind answering. By your attire, you do not appear to be from our region. Where do you hail from? The tall young man added a pine branch to the fire, the sparks dancing upon his bronze cheek. Our ancestors have resided in the Eagle's Beak Valley to the north for generations, cultivating corn and vegetables and hunting in our leisure. This winter, before the hunting season, my brother Changsheng and I decided to practice our skills, which is why we have ventured into this territory. Typically, our tribe ventures only as far as the front mountain to gather wild fruits. The young man, called Changsheng, with long hair, poured black grains from a pouch at his waist onto the still-warm boar bones. Fang Jie discerned a faint, smoky aroma and recognized it as roasted wild pepper. If you do not mind, come spring, follow the stream north, and upon reaching the cliff adorned with the engraving of an eagle, you will find our tribe. We are a very hospitable and welcome friend from afar, Wei Changshang said, shaking an empty wine gourd at him. Shao Ji took a bite of meat and wiped his mouth. Are you truly inviting us? You wouldn't consider us as mere food, would you? The tall young man, Wei Wuji, laughed heartily. I am well aware that you likely come from the sea. Over the years, similar visitors have graced us with their presence. Thus, we are not surprised by your origins. We have heard whispers of your civilization, and to suggest such a notion as you mentioned is rather disrespectful. Though we may be somewhat primitive, we are not uncivilized. Suddenly, Wei Changsheng reached out, his fingertips brushing over the red tassels of an iron spear. This embellishment uses pheasant feathers? It is ostentatious and lacks substance. The hunters in our village adorn themselves with wolf tails. That is how a man should present himself. Fang Jie instinctively nodded, well said. When the opportunity arises, I shall certainly visit your homeland, as you suggested. As the campfire began to dwindle, the two men wrapped the remaining boar meat in animal hides and rose to brush off the grass clippings from their trousers. Wei Wuji removed an eagle claw ring from his finger and handed it to Fang Jie. Take this. When you arrive at our tribe, no one shall dare obstruct you. Wei Changsheng offered the boar meat to Shao Ji. Thank you for your hospitality. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. They watched as the two figures disappeared into the depths of the forest. Shao Ji muttered, there are still natives on this island. It's rather daunting. Fang Jie tightened his grip around the ring, still warm from his touch. Once Yao Yu's foot has healed, we can journey to Eagle's Beak Valley. Perhaps we can exchange for some medicinal herbs and provisions. Did you not hear them say? Their ancestors have thrived here, skilled in farming and hunting, undoubtedly possessing a wealth of agricultural knowledge and diverse seeds. The group returned to the camp, burdened with wild boar meat. When Ruo Xue had long been waiting eagerly at the door, with remnants of meat clinging to the corners of her mouth. Clearly having not had her fill of the previous piece, she bounced over, stretching out her hand to receive the meat, only to be taken aback. Why was so much of it already roasted? Jiege, you all are too greedy. Instead of hurrying back after hunting the wild boar, you roasted it on the way? Fang Jie, caught between laughter and tears, pulled out the eagle claw ring and placed it on the table, recounting the encounter with the two hunters and the meat-sharing experience. When Ruo Xue's eyes widened, nearly dropping the spatula in her hand. There are other people in the deep mountains? Wearing animal skins? They can't possibly be from a savage tribe, can they? They won't capture and roast us, will they? As she spoke, she instinctively took a couple of steps back. What are you thinking? Fang Jie lightly tapped her on the head. They said they have seen modern people like us. They are quite civilized. They even spoke to us in similar terms and offered this as a token, inviting us to visit them when we have the opportunity. Shao Ji chimed in from the side, nodding in agreement. Yes, they sprinkle a kind of wild pepper on their roasted meat. It is incredibly fragrant. Only then did when Ruo Xue let out a sigh of relief and leaned closer to the pile of meat to rummage through it. Let's hurry and divide the meat. I'll start a fire so we can roast some more to eat tonight. Chapter 69. The taste of essence when Ruo Xue entered the room, animatedly gesturing and recounting Fang Jie's extraordinary adventure. When Rushu, who was changing Yao Yu's bandages, paused. There are actually other living people in the deep mountains? Yao Yu propped herself up. Quick, tell me what they look like. Are they disheveled and grotesque savages? Fang Jie sat on a wooden stool. What savages? They looked more refined than Ji Boda. Oh, and Shao Ji still has his spirit. I recall they were somewhat tanned, with handsome features. Probably around 23 or 24 years old, with long hair, likely a custom of their tribe. Can they speak our language? When Rushu wrung out a towel and gently applied it to Yao Yu's ankle, Fang Jie nodded. They conversed fluently and even invited us to visit. They said they lived to the north, but I would have to follow the stream to find them, as there are carvings of eagles on the cliff. Yao Yu clicked her tongue. It sounds like a mysterious paradise. When Ruo Xue leaned in, still clutching a piece of unfinished meat. Why don't we go tomorrow? I can roast some delicious food to bring along. It would be perfect to trade for their rice and flour. Let us settle the immediate matters first, Fang Jie said, ruffling her tousled hair. The camp's fence was not yet built, and the traps in front needed repairs. We'll discuss it when spring arrives. He noticed the look of disappointment on Yao Yu's face and added, at that time, let us bring more salt to trade for their medicinal supplies. All right, we can only talk about it later then. That night, as Fang Jie lay on the bed in the wooden house, he suddenly heard a gentle knocking at the door. He got up to open it, and there stood Wenrushu, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes filled with a mix of shyness and anticipation. Before Fang Jie could speak, Wenrushu slipped inside and shut the door behind her. Fang Jie gently kissed her, asking why she had come again at night. Wenrushu awkwardly responded, her words a bit unclear. There's a term called the taste of essence. Don't you know what it means? Fang Jie smirked, seizing her soft demeanor. Oh, are you addicted now? In that case, it appears that I have performed quite well, doesn't it? Wenrushu gasped for breath and exclaimed, enough of this. Let's go to sleep. Just as the two drew near, a sudden, frantic knocking echoed through the door. Jie, Jie. When Wenrushu's boisterous voice came through the door. You two better not be indulging in a secret feast. I can hear commotion from inside. Fang Jie and Wenrushu immediately separated, with Wenrushu hurriedly adjusting her attire and retreating to a corner. Fang Jie, with a resigned sigh, opened the door to find Wenrushu peering through the doorframe with a mischievous grin, her eyes darting around the room. Oh my, so late at night. A lone man and a woman. And what are you two up to in there? Studying how to hunt wild boar? She continued, dramatically sniffing the air. Why do I detect a rather peculiar scent? Fang Jie raised his hand as if to tap her on the head. You little rascal. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll have you digging traps tomorrow. Wenrushu nimbly jumped back, laughing. All right, I shall take my leave. But mark my words. You two better keep the noise down. I still desire a good night's sleep. I hardly slept well last night. With that, she winked at Wenrushu inside and hummed a tune as she skipped away. Fang Jie closed the door, shaking his head in exasperation. Wenrushu emerged from her corner, both flustered and vexed. It's all that girl's fault. She startled my heart into a frenzy. Fang Jie chuckled and wrapped his arms around her. All right. Next time we shall be more cautious. Shall I check if you are lying? Is your heart truly racing so fast? You rascal. How annoying. The room fell silent once more, save for the occasional muffled laughter intertwined with the chirping of insects outside, gently flowing through the night. As the morning sun filtered through the wooden window, Wenrushu entered with a bowl of porridge, only to find Fang Jie rubbing his eyes as he sat up. His hair tousled like a bird's nest. Didn't he sleep well last night? You look exhausted. She stifled a laugh as she set the bowl down. Fang Jie let out a long yawn, his gaze landing on her flushed cheeks. After a night of revelry, she appeared remarkably vibrant, adorned with a fresh flower tucked behind her ear. Brother Jie, you look like a frostbitten eggplant, utterly devoid of spirit. Wenrushu interjected, peering in with half her head through the door. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Yao Yu, leaning on a cane, followed behind. Glancing at Fang Jie's drooping shoulders and deliberately elongated her voice. Young man, one must understand moderation. Go away, go eat. Wenrushu tossed her pillow at her, but Wenrushu had deftly dodged it. The young girl, biting into a pastry, mumbled, I've heard that the goji berries on the back mountain are good for the kidneys. Should I make a trip after breakfast? Her words were cut short by Wenrushu's glare, causing her to stick out her tongue and retreat behind Yao Yu. Are you truly all right? Wenrushu reached out to touch his forehead. Yes, I'm fine, just a bit sleepy. Yao Yu chuckled, pointing at him. Look at that pale face. You've truly become a little white face now. I was wondering why Wenrushu made so much meat porridge this morning. It seems it was meant to nourish someone. Wenrushu quickly chimed in. Sister, remember to add wild jujubes next time you make porridge. I've seen them by the creek. They are beneficial too, if you keep talking nonsense. I'll grab that eagle claw ring from the table and send you both to be wives of the wild men, Fang Jie warned. Yao Yu laughed heartily, her cane thudding against the ground. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Once my foot heals, I shall venture into the woods to gather some invigorating herbs, which undoubtedly will prove more effective than your wild jujubes, ensuring that Shao Ru finds greater happiness. Wenrushu's face flushed crimson, and as she turned, she inadvertently knocked over a jar of medicine on the windowsill. Fang Jie, listening to the laughter of the two young women, felt a momentary sense of contentment. Even if he couldn't return, establishing his own kingdom on this island and spending his days in the company of such enchanting beauties seemed a far more delightful prospect. After all, back in civilized society, he was merely an exceedingly ordinary laborer, but here he basked in the spotlight, revered like a star. Fang Jie allowed a few to step outside, then rose to dress and exit. The others were enjoying their meal when Shao Ji and Su Daqiang lifted the curtain and entered. Su Daqiang inquired, What are the plans for today? Fang Jie glanced at the two, asking about their catch from the previous day. Shao Ji settled onto the bench, saying, "We only caught 2 rabbits yesterday. All the traps in the woods are empty." Fang Jie wrapped the edge of his bowl, instructing, "Be sure to bring extra wire and a shovel. Dig a few more holes in areas where animal tracks are frequently observed. One must learn to read the signs. If you encounter large wild beasts, do not engage. Return swiftly for your safety is paramount." "Understood. I will be cautious today and strive to capture more prey," replied Shao Ji. Su Daqiang scratched his head, suggesting, "Since I have no pressing matters today, shall I gather some seafood?" "Do not rush," Fang Jie interjected, turning to Lu Dage. "You have been recuperating for over 10 days. Are you able to move about?" Lu Dage stood up, thumping his chest. "I can. It's a bit inconvenient for heavy labor, but I can break ice for fishing and help with cleaning." Fang Jie nodded. "Then take the 2 of them to the pond to fish. Yao Yu loves fish. She can accompany you. Consider it a leisure outing. The quantity caught is of little consequence." Yao Yu cast a sidelong glance at Lu Degui, pouting. "I want to get too close to him. He seems eager to pop out his own eyes. Accompanying him is far more perilous than following Tiger." Lu Degui appeared somewhat embarrassed and remorseful, muttering, "I shall be more mindful in the future." Chapter 70. Establishing the sheepfold. Just as Shao Ji and the others prepared to set off, Fang Jie swiftly stepped forward to halt them. "Wait. It is unnecessary for all 5 of you to go. With too many people, there will be too much noise, and by the time you spot your quarry, it will have long vanished." He promptly assigned tasks. 3 would continue to dig traps and set snares along paths abundant with animal tracks. The remaining 2 would head to the seaside, as they had gathered ample salt yesterday and could dig for small seafood with shovels. His gaze swept across the group, and he specifically advised, select someone skilled at climbing trees. If you come across a coconut tree, bring back some coconuts. Gather as many small crabs, seaweed, and kelp from the crevices of the rocks as possible. Shao Ji nodded, efficiently organizing the team. Su Daqiang, rubbing his hands together, eagerly asked, "And what about me?" "Even Lu Degui has a task. I cannot remain idle. Rest assured, I have not forgotten you. How could I allow you to be idle?" Fang Jie pointed to the sole pathway leading out of the camp. "You shall assist me in constructing the sheepfold and repairing the fence. Although the camp is secured by a cliff at the back and the entrance is trapped, it is always prudent to have additional defenses. Let us enclose the surroundings and create a courtyard for a sense of safety." "Very well. I shall adhere to your plans," he replied. In the morning light, Shao Ji divided the group into 2, while the 3 heading out to hunt shouldered their tools and delved into the dense forest. 2 individuals made their way to the seaside, armed with shovels, advancing towards the shimmering coastline. Fang Jie and Su Daqiang hoisted wooden stakes, commencing the measurement for the fence. After clearing the dishes, Yao Yu entered her brother's room, carrying a tray for changing his bandages. Yao Zixing was lost in thought, gazing out the window. His complexion remained somewhat pale, yet it had improved significantly since the time of his injury. However, he bore the most severe wounds and was still unable to rise from his bed, relying entirely on his sister's care. Upon seeing her enter, he managed to prop himself up slightly, saying, "Sorry to trouble you again, brother. Don't move." Yao Yu hurriedly approached to steady him, reminding him that his wound had yet to heal. She took a cotton swab dipped in medicinal alcohol to gently clean the scabbed skin. Hearing her brother emit a soft sigh, "What troubles you, brother? Is there something on your mind?" "I feel like I am a burden to Fang Jie," Yao Zixing confessed, staring at his wound. "I consume his resources, use his supplies, and even occupy a room he had specially built for me. It weighs heavily on my conscience. Once I am able to walk again, I must go hunt to repay him." Yao Yu lowered her gaze, smiling lightly. "What are you saying? We're all looking out for one another. Don't overthink it." "I mean it," Yao Zixing insisted, turning to her. "Shao Yu, what do you think of Fang Jie?" At his question, Yao Yu felt her ears flush, hastily bowing her head to arrange the medicine pack. "Brother, what are you talking about?" "He has one Rishu. The 2 are quite fond of each other, inseparable as if bound by glue. Ah, on this lawless island, there are not so many pretenses." Yao Zixing's tone softened. "I see Fang Jie as a genuine person, loyal and responsible. We owe him so much. If you, brother..." Yao Yu abruptly raised her head, but upon meeting the concern in her brother's eyes, her voice trailed off. "Don't speak recklessly. When Rushu treats him very well." She gazed out the window at the swaying shadows of the trees, falling silent suddenly. Yao Zixing sighed, leaning back against his pillow. Never mind, I only asked casually. I just thought, if there could be someone with a deep understanding of each other to support you, I would feel more at ease. I understand, brother. You need not worry. Focus on your recovery, and let my matters with him unfold as they will. Yao Zixing nodded, refraining from further comment. In the distance, the sounds of Wenruoshue's laughter mingled with the rhythmic thud of an axe chopping wood. Yao Yu rose to open the window, a cold breeze rushing into the room. She watched Fang Jie's busy silhouette in the center of the camp, her fingers lightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Outside, Fang Jie crouched down, using charcoal ash to draw a straight line in the ground. First, we established the foundation. Dig a 2-foot deep pit every 2 arms lengths. He wielded the shovel, turning his wrist to carve out large clumps of earth, ensuring the bottom of the pit was compacted, laying down gravel so the stakes would remain stable. Su Daqiang followed suit, but at the 3rd pit, his shovel struck a rock. It's quite hard down here. I've hit a stone. Fang Jie brought over a sharpened wooden stake. Aim for the stone and use the hammer to pry it out. Together, they worked to extract the stone, positioning the stake into the pit. Fang Jie steadied the stake while Su Daqiang swung the hammer down with force. Once the framework of the fence was assembled, Fang Jie dragged bundles of wire from the storage room, stretching 3 horizontal wires and tying them securely to the stakes. He demonstrated how to wrap the iron wire 3 times, twisting the end into a spiral, ensuring to leave an opening for a door, and crafted a door panel from thick vines. Once the fence was constructed, the two began to leisurely select a location for the sheep pen, which needed to be situated in a sheltered spot. Fang Jie used a branch to trace a semicircle on the ground. Sheep are averse to dampness, so the ground must be elevated by half a foot and covered with dry straw. He instructed Su Daqiang to reduce the spacing between the wooden stakes and to reinforce the interior with diagonal braces to prevent the sheep from breaking through. They toiled until the sun dipped low in the sky, finally completing the fence and sheep pen. When Wenruoshua led a little lamb into the enclosure, the lamb frolicked joyfully, its hooves rustling the straw beneath. It circled the wooden posts, its tail wagging like a fluffy pom-pom. When Wenruoshua squatted down, offering grass to the lamb, watching it shake its head while eating, unable to suppress her laughter. Slow down. This place is all yours now. By following your sister, you found your home. The fence was made from freshly cut wooden stakes, still fragrant with resin, intertwined with thorny wild vines. The lamb approached to nibble at the vine leaves, and when Wenruoshua quickly patted its back, "Don't chew on those, you'll hurt your mouth. You're even greedier than I am." Fang Jie burst into laughter, remarking on the correlation between a pet and its owner. "You can't help it, can you? How annoying." Wenruoshua stood up, linking her arm with Fang Jie's. "When shall we find a companion for Xiaofang? One sheep seems rather lonely, and it can't produce lambs. How can we ensure sustainable development?" Fang Jie nodded in agreement. "Indeed. You finally made a sensible point. Next time we find a sheep, we must catch a live one." The setting sun cast a golden hue over the sheep's back as it bleated, seemingly greeting Fang Jie. At that moment, Lu Degue was crouched by an ice hole, fishing, though his eyes often darted towards Yao Yu's wooden house. Suddenly, the fishing hook sank sharply. He hastily pulled the rod, and a plump carp leaped from the water, splashing him with droplets. "This fish is perfect for a hearty stew." Su Daqiang chuckled as he wiped his face, only to see Lu Degue already racing towards the wooden house with a fish basket in hand. "Yao Yu, beautiful lady!" Lu Degue exclaimed as he pushed open the door, his face crinkled with a broad smile, the carp still flopping in the basket. "I specifically caught this live fish for you. It's the best for nourishing the body." He lifted the fish, saying, "Look how shiny these scales are, just like your eyes." Yao Yu stepped aside. "Thank you, just place it here." Lu Degue stubbornly held on. "How about I help you prepare the fish? You're so delicate, don't get blood on yourself." Before he could finish, Fang Jie entered with a bundle of firewood, the axe thudding heavily against the threshold. Lu Degue quickly withdrew his hand, causing the fish to plop into the wooden basin. Chapter 71. Night, and Fang Jie noticed Lu Degue leaning too close to Yao Yu, and his expression darkened instantly. He slammed the firewood down by the stove and turned to glare at Lu Degue. 3 days without a beating, and you think you can get away with it? Just as things settled, you revert to your old ways. If you dare approach her again, I'll break your legs. Lu Degue hurriedly waved his hands. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Didn't you say Yao Yu loves fish? I specially caught one to bring to her. Fang Jie shot him a furious look before putting down the fish, get lost. Lu Degui tossed the fish into the basin and quickly fled. Yao Yu glanced at the fish in the basin. You seemed a bit displeased just now, didn't you? Fang Jie nodded, choosing to ignore him. This fellow becomes utterly immobile in the presence of beautiful women, so one must tread carefully. You are rather similar. Yao Yu remarked with a light laugh. Fang Jie suspended his hand in midair, his throat bobbing. How can I possibly be like him? Yao Yu emphatically placed the medicine bowl on the windowsill. Then why do you constantly revolve around me? When Rushu is so stunning, instead of accompanying her, you fixate on me, a mere cripple. Aren't we good friends? Now that you're injured, I naturally must take care of you, Yao Yu replied, gazing at his tense back. All right, your reasoning is indeed unassailable. As good friends, would you be so kind as to help me prepare fish soup? Certainly. Allow me to showcase my culinary skills, Fang Jie declared, beginning to handle the fish. Before they could exchange further words, a commotion erupted from outside the camp. Fang Jie paused, his hand gripping the fish, and looked up to see Shao Ji and the others hastily returning. Shao Ji's basket held a few limp wild rabbits. Brother Jie, this forest is quite peculiar. We only managed to catch these few rabbits. However, we discovered a cave on the west slope. Its entrance is wide enough for two to walk side by side. At this, Fang Jie raised his head. A dark cave? Surely, you did not venture inside? Who would dare? Shao Ji rubbed his arms. It was pitch black inside. The wind whistled through the entrance like a haunting call. No one would risk entering. Good then. It is wise to avoid such places. Caves in deep mountains often harbor wild creatures, perhaps even fierce beasts, Fang Jie remarked, stirring the embers. Tomorrow, I shall take you to explore. Excellent. With you leading, we feel reassured. Tomorrow, we shall embark on an adventure. The two who had gone to the seaside returned, burdened with heavy baskets. The baskets brimmed with sea snails, still bubbling with water, while several crabs climbed over the edges. When Ruoshua lifted the kelp covering the bounty, revealing a half basket of shimmering fish. Wow. You all performed splendidly today. Your catch is truly remarkable. The two, slightly bashful, scratched their heads. Hee, we were lucky today. Perhaps the cold weather encouraged a bountiful haul from the crevices of the rocks. Fang Jie approached, smiling as he accepted the ocean treasures from their backs. Well done. Be sure to indulge tonight. The two promptly replied. It was no trouble at all. Really, it was our pleasure. When Ruoshua grabbed a few crabs and said, all right, let us not be formal. Come on, everyone, let us get cooking. The campfire crackled, illuminating the bustling figures in the center of the campsite. Fang Jie added dry twigs to the stove, and the iron pot instantly steamed as the freshly caught fish rolled in the boiling water. The aroma of spices mingled with the fresh scent of fish soup, wafting enticingly into the air. Meanwhile, when Ruoshua tore down a golden brown rabbit from branch, its fat dripping onto the fire, creating tiny sparks, Shao Ji squatted by the stove, continuously turning the seafood on the stone slab. The crabs transformed into an enticing shade of red, while the clams opened wide under the high heat, revealing their snowy flesh. These sea snails need a touch of sea salt. The taste is absolutely exquisite, he called out excitedly to the others. The group gathered around the wooden table, bowls filled with steaming fish soup, the wild rabbit meat still exuding an appetizing aroma. Lu Degui, eyeing the fish in Yao Yu's bowl, was about to speak when Fang Jie's piercing gaze made him retract his neck, leaving him to silently gnaw at his portion. After a delightful meal, when Ruoshua gently patted her slightly protruding belly and took her sister's hand, exclaiming, Sister, the moonlight is so enchanting tonight. Let us take a stroll by the seaside to aid our digestion. Turning her gaze towards Fang Jie, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Brother, you should join us. Who knows what treasures we might uncover? Fang Jie stood up, taking Wenrushu's hand. All right, let us go. The biting sea breeze swept in, and the trio wrapped themselves tightly in their thick cloaks, stepping carefully over the frost-kissed sands. The sea was peculiarly tranquil, with moonlight cascading over the gently undulating, ice-blue waves, where fragments of ice collided softly, producing a delicate, crystalline sound. Wenrushu, her nose reddened by the chill, excitedly tiptoed in awe. The night sea is like a mirror of ice. How beautiful! The breath she exhaled formed tiny clouds in the moonlight, only to be whisked away by the wind. When Ruoshua's hair was tousled by the gusts, and she pressed her hand against the hem of her cloak, her gaze drawn to the distant rocks glimmering with a cold light. Those boulders, once teeming with marine treasures during the day, were now coated with a thin layer of ice, resembling glass sprinkled with salt. Look, when Rushu pointed towards the shore, where the receding tide had left behind winding icy ridges glimmering with a mother-of-pearl luster. She crouched down, her fingertips barely brushing the icy formations, a chill instantly coursing through her veins. Fang Jie discovered a massive rock that naturally shielded them from the howling wind on 3 sides. He spread his cloak on the sand, gesturing for the 2 sisters to sit down. When Rushu nestled against her sister, her frostbitten fingers poking at the crystalline ice on the ground, I always thought the night sea was merely cold, but it is surprisingly romantic. Before she could finish her thought, a wave crashed against the rocks, spraying droplets that landed on their shoulders, instantly forming tiny shards of ice. When Ruashue tightened her cloak, gazing at the silver-blue sea illuminated by the moonlight, it resembles a sapphire. The mist of her breath hung in the air, though this wind is rather cold. Before she could complete her sentence, Fang Jie had shifted closer, enveloping her in his embrace. Hero, do you think we can ever return? When Rushu suddenly turned to him, the moonlight catching the droplets on her eyelashes, making them glisten. The spring festival is approaching. The city must be adorned with red lanterns by now. Amidst the sound of the waves, Fang Jie remained silent for a long moment, finally responding, "As long as we are alive, there is always hope. Even if we cannot return, I will always be by your side." His voice mingled with the sea breeze, bringing inexplicable comfort to the 2 sisters. The sea quivered gently under the moonlight, the fragmented waves reflecting a cold glow, elongating their shadows as they merged into the serene winter seascape. Chapter 72. Farewell to Wei Changsheng. The following day, Fang Jie arrived at the cave's entrance with Shao Ji and the others. The cave mouth was shrouded in darkness, and a massive footprint, much larger than that of a cow, marked the ground. Fang Jie indicated with his hand, "This should be a bear's footprint. Everyone, be cautious." Shao Ji gulped nervously. "What should we do?" Fang Jie bent down to pick up a branch. "Fear not. We shall gather some dry branches and pile them at the cave entrance, ignite a fire to create smoke, and drive the bear out." He pointed towards the entrance of the cave, where they had dug a trap, adorned with vines and stones, waiting for the creature to emerge, only to plummet into their ambush. The group immediately dispersed to execute their plan. Shao Ji and his companions gathered a pile of dry branches, stacking them at the cave's mouth before igniting the heap, sending thick smoke billowing into the cavern. Fang Jie stood guard with his spear, fixated on the cave entrance, not daring to blink. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from within the cave, reminiscent of stones being overturned, followed by a low growl that reverberated through the trees above, causing leaves to tremble and fall. Shao Ji's legs weakened, nearly giving way beneath him, but Fang Jie seized him, urging, "Do not be afraid. Take cover behind the tree." The smoke grew thicker, and the sound from the cave intensified. Fang Jie cautiously inched towards the edge of the trap, keenly observing the interior of the cave. The smoke poured in like a torrent, and the group clutched their weapons, hardly daring to breathe. Yet, after a prolonged wait, silence enveloped the cave. What was happening? Why had it not emerged? Shao Ji cautiously leaned forward to inspect. Suddenly, a deep bear growl echoed from the cave's entrance, startling Shao Ji back. Fang Jie quickly restrained him, whispering, "Be careful, this creature is cunning. It has been lying in wait, anticipating our approach. It intends to ambush us." Terrified, the group dared not draw closer, instead peering from safe distance. The bear, indeed astute, merely extended its nose to the cave's mouth to sniff the air, refusing to step out. It ambled back and forth, its dark eyes fixated on the fire, emitting guttural sounds as it moved. Shao Ji, concealed behind a tree, felt his palms slick with sweat, murmuring, "What shall we do?" It continues to linger there, and the fire is nearly extinguished. Fang Jie scrutinized the bear's every movement, noting its frequent glances towards the trap, a sinking feeling settling in his chest. The creature had likely sensed something amiss. After a prolonged period of pacing, the bear let out another furious roar, slowly retreating deeper into the cave, leaving the group in a state of frustration and helplessness. Fang Jie, watching the bear's retreating form, noticed a withered pine cone at his feet, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. He quietly beckoned to Shao Ji, "Gather the remaining dry grass and bind into torches, then find some pine resin to coat them, though the others were puzzled. They complied. Once the torches were thoroughly coated in the sticky resin, Fang Jie secured them to long wooden poles and hurled them deep into the cave. With a resounding crash, the burning resin splattered against the cave wall, igniting vibrant blue flames. The blazing torches illuminated the cave entrance, as thick smoke continued to pour inside. A deafening roar erupted from within the cave, followed by violent tremors, as if a small mountain was in motion. The massive black bear could no longer contain itself, bursting forth from the cave. Its colossal form resembled a moving hill, each step it took leaving deep imprints in the earth. As it approached the trap, its initially ferocious gaze shifted to one of caution, its pace slowing. Rather than charging forward, it circled the trap's perimeter, occasionally sniffing the ground, emitting low, rumbling sounds. It seemed as though it had made a startling discovery. The immense paw of the bear slammed onto the ground, scattering the vines concealed beneath the withered leaves. As the trap lay exposed, anxiety gripped the hearts of the onlookers. In that very moment, the black bear emitted a furious roar, pushing off with its powerful hind legs. Its massive form soaring over the trap like a cannonball. A gust of wind swept past the spectators before they could even react, and the bear was already upon them. Rising to its full height of over 2 meters, its blood-red eyes locked onto Fang Jie. It opened its cavernous maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs, and unleashed a deafening growl. "Good heavens, what are you waiting for? Climb the trees," Fang Jie shouted, deliberately retreating a few steps in the opposite direction to draw the bear's attention. The bear, indeed, fell for the ruse, roaring as it charged toward him. Shao Ji and the others scrambled up the nearby tree. "Run. Jiegu, it's right behind you." Fang Jie seized the nearest vine and swiftly ascended the tree. Before he could catch his breath, he saw the bear rise again, its front paws smashing against the trunk. With a crack, a branch as thick as a bowl splintered. The bear circled the tree where Fang Jie was perched, each step sending tremors through the ground. It pushed off the earth with its hind legs, its immense body climbing up the trunk, claws embedding deeply into the bark. Fang Jie pressed against the trunk, retreating further, cold sweat trickling down his spine. If he retreated any further, he would be at the thinnest branches. He brandished his iron spear and thrust it downward with all his might. The bear deftly dodged to the opposite side of the trunk, emitting a low, menacing growl, its crimson tongue licking its fangs as if mocking the futility of its adversary. Breathless and leaning against the trunk, Fang Jie cursed inwardly. "If only I had a bow and arrows. Facing such a cunning beast without ranged weapons puts me at a great disadvantage." Suddenly, the sound of arrows slicing through the air pierced the tension. 2 arrows struck the bear's right shoulder with precision. The bear yelped in pain, tumbling to the ground and roaring in fury, turning to face the direction from which the arrows had come. Following its gaze, Fang Jie saw Wei Changsheng and Wei Wuji on the hillside, their bows drawn, vigorously waving at him. "Friend, keep it up," Wei Changsheng shouted, tossing a spare bow and arrows bound with vines toward the tree where Fang Jie was perched. The vines whipped against the trunk, and Fang Jie grasped them, his taut nerves finally loosening. He knocked an arrow and exchanged a knowing smile with Wei Changsheng from afar. As the bear remained momentarily distracted by its pain, Fang Jie aimed for the top of its head. The arrow flew through the air, targeting the bear's left shoulder. The black bear reacted swiftly, its massive body twisting, the arrow grazing its thick fur and embedding itself in the ground with a deep thud. Before it could recover, another arrow from Wei Changsheng on the hillside struck, this time aimed at its hind leg. Although the bear hastily swatted its tail to block the attack, the arrowhead still pierced its flesh, drawing forth crimson blood. In agony, the bear roared in fury, no longer paying heed to Fang Jie in the tree, and charged towards the hillside where Wei Changsheng and his companion stood. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Jie loosed another arrow, this time hitting the bear's back. The black bear trembled in pain, yet pressed on relentlessly. Dust billowed into the air as it ran, its eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance, vowing to shred those who dared harm it. Chapter 73. We Are Married. The bear, dragging its injured leg, charged towards the hillside, crunching dry leaves beneath its massive paw. Wei Changsheng swiftly drew his hunting knife from his waist, the antler-wrapped hilt glistening. Fang Jie, noticing their inaction, shouted anxiously, "Get out of the way. What are you standing there for?" He raised the tip of his knife, declaring, "Brother, watch closely. We men of the forest tribe possess the prowess to slay tigers and extinguish wolves." Before his words could settle, the black bear surged forward, carrying the stench of blood. Wei Changsheng dropped to the ground and rolled, the blade grazing the bear's abdomen and leaving a gaping wound, which quickly soaked the decaying leaves in dark crimson. Wei Wuji seized a spear and lunged from the side, thrusting the tip into the bear's injured hind leg. The bear, in agony, whipped its tail, while Fang Jie leapt from a tree, driving his spear into its shoulder, blood spraying across his face. With a thunderous roar, the bear shook the pine needles loose, thrashing its head and sending Fang Jie crashing against the rocks. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Changsheng climbed onto the bear's back, pressing his knee against its convulsing spine and holding the knife firmly against its throat. "Stab its eyes," he commanded. Fang Jie, gritting his teeth against the pain, rose and plunged his spear fiercely into the bear's eye. Warm blood splattered onto his wrist, and the enormous creature collapsed with a resounding thud. This beast is incredibly strong, even more formidable than the one we encountered in the woods last year, Wei Changsheng remarked as he crouched down and sliced a patch of fur from behind the bear's ear, tucking it into his belt. "We'll take this back to the tribe to boast to our comrades." Fang Jie leaned against a tree, gasping, as he watched the two deftly eviscerate the bear. They skillfully stuffed the bear's entrails into a hide bag, setting the paws aside. Fang Jie gazed at the mound of bear meat on the ground. "There's so much meat. How are you going to carry it all back?" "We can't bring it all," Wei Wuji sighed, wiping blood from his knife. "We brothers must hunt 5 ferocious beasts to return home. So far, we've only slain 1 bear and 2 wolves, leaving us 2 short." Fang Jie nodded. "What are your plans next?" Wei Changsheng looked towards the distant mountains. "We intend to seek more fortune, hoping to encounter a pack of wolves." After a moment of contemplation, Fang Jie suggested, "My camp is just over the ridge to the west, with food and drink. If you transport the meat there, consider it a rest stop at my place, and we can share a warm meal together. What do you say?" Wei Changsheng and Wei Wuji exchanged glances and slapped their thighs in agreement. "All right, it's settled then. We apologize for the interruption, and when we next hunt wild beasts, we shall share half with you." "Ah, there's no need for such formality. If not for your timely intervention, we would have been in peril," Fang Jie replied. The 3 of them hoisted the bear meat and, chatting and laughing, made their way back to the camp. Upon their return, when Rushu approached, her eyes fixated on the meat, excitedly inquiring how they had made their catch. Meanwhile, when Ruoxue regarded Wei Changsheng and Wei Wuji, unable to suppress her scrutiny. "Are these the 2 wild men you spoke of?" Wei Wuji's expression soured instantly. "Wild men? We are people of the forest tribe, raised by our parents to hunt and cultivate. What makes us different from you? Why would you label us so? It is quite impolite." Wei Changsheng hurriedly nudged him and turned to Fang Jie with a smile, saying, "Please don't mind. My brother has a rather straightforward temperament." Fang Jie quickly played the mediator, lifting a bowl of hot soup from beside the fire. "Have some soup to warm yourselves. You must be exhausted from your journey these past few days. Please take your time to rest here." When Rushu felt a bit embarrassed and hurried off to fetch a cup, when Ruoxue, blushing, lowered her head to add firewood, apologizing, "I spoke without considering my words. I hope I didn't offend you." Wei Wuji, upon hearing this, scrutinized when Ruoxue intently, momentarily lost in thought. Wei Changsheng coughed gently to bring him back to reality. Once he regained his composure, Wei Wuji scratched his head and said in a gruff voice, "You are truly beautiful, even more so than the fairest maiden in our tribe." As soon as he said this, he quickly added, "But please don't call us savages again. We can farm and build houses just like you, and our homes and furnishings are far superior to yours. We shouldn't be looked down upon simply because we wear animal skins." When Ruoxue blinked her large eyes, responding, "All right, I understand. Can you forgive me now?" Wei Wuji waved his hands repeatedly. "Oh, lovely maiden, my earlier demeanor was also quite poor. Let us not hold grudges against one another. Can we agree on that?" When Ruoxue was amused by Wei Wuji's antics, giggling softly. In his fluster, Wei Wuji nearly knocked over the roasted meat, but managed to steady himself. He selected the most succulent piece of bear meat and carefully offered it to her. "Do give it a try." Seizing the moment when the two were laughing, Wei Changsheng leaned closer to Fang Jie, lowering his voice to inquire, "What is your relationship with that girl?" Fang Jie added another log to the fire, replying, "She's a good friend." Wei Changsheng, thinking Fang Jie had not understood, elaborated with his fingers, In our tribe, when a grown man encounters a girl he fancies, as long as she is unmarried, he can pursue her. His gaze lingered on Wenruashue's lively features. I can see it. My brother has taken a liking to this girl. I wonder if it is permissible? Fang Jie frowned slightly. That won't do. Wei Changsheng was taken aback. Turning to see Wei Wuji with his hand frozen in mid-air, clutching the roasted meat, as his smile gradually faded. Wenruashu burst into laughter, teasing Wei Wuji. Look, someone is reluctant to lose me to you. Wei Wuji, gripping the charred meat skewer, swallowed hard. Have you two already wed? If not, may I have a chance to compete? His eyes were filled with anticipation, yet tinged with anxiety. Fang Jie nodded towards Wenruashue. Let her speak for herself. Wenruashue appraised the two men, noting Wei Wuji's tall and robust frame, his skin bronzed by the sun, radiating a certain masculinity. She draped her arm around Fang Jie's shoulder. We are already married. I apologize. As soon as the words left her lips, the light in Wei Wuji's face extinguished. He did a half-step back, muttering, Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me look foolish, his voice heavy with grievance and disappointment. Wei Changsheng gave Wei Wuji a stern pat on the back of his head. Behave yourself. There are plenty of good girls in the world. She is already taken, and you're still dithering. Just then, when Rushu approached with a pitcher of water, the firelight casting a soft glow on her features. Wei Wuji looked up at her. She bore a striking resemblance to Wenruashue. Wei Wuji hurriedly inquired, And who might this young lady be to you? Wenruashue chuckled softly, This is my elder sister. Instantly, Wei Wuji straightened his posture, shaking off his previous lethargy. He took 2 steps to approach Wenrushu, whose heart raced under his intense gaze, prompting her to take a half-step back. W, what do you mean by that? She stammered. Young lady, are you married? Chapter 74. Secrets of the Deserted Island. When Rushu was momentarily taken aback by Wei Wuji's question, unsure of how to respond. Wenruashue quickly stepped forward, whispering a few words into her sister's ear. Initially startled, Wenrushu's expression soon brightened into a playful smile. She gracefully walked over to Fang Jie, mimicking her sister's gesture by wrapping her arm around his, and teasingly declared, Not only am I married, but I am also expecting a child. Wei Wuji staggered back in disbelief, staring incredulously at Fang Jie. What on earth is going on? How did you end up with 2 stunning wives? This is impossible. Your hunting skills are no match for mine. How could you attract such lovely ladies? Wei Changsheng, exasperated, kicked Wei Wuji, scolding him. Can't you see they're merely teasing you? With that thick skull of yours, it's no wonder you can't find a wife. Wenruashue laughed so hard she could hardly stand, playfully pointing at Wei Wuji and saying, Look at you, turning red at the slightest provocation. Who would dare approach you? Fang Jie, caught in the middle, gently pushed Wenrushu's hand away, chuckling, All right, that's enough. If this continues, he might just hit me. Finally, Wei Wuji realized he'd been tricked, scratching his head in embarrassment and muttering, I knew it. With my abilities, I couldn't possibly find such beautiful wives. How could anyone else? When Rushu retrieved a piece of yam from a wicker basket and offered it to him with a twinkle in her eye, Don't be upset. Here, have something delicious. Wei Wuji held the yam, mumbling under his breath, You outsiders are far too cunning. We folks from the forest are much more sincere and straightforward. His words sent everyone into peals of laughter. Gathered around the campfire, the meat sizzling on the grill, when Rushu asked, Have you all been on the island all these years? Wei Wuji nodded, Of course, not just us. Our ancestors have lived here for generations. When Wenruashue, anxious, pressed on, I heard there were other outsiders like us who came to your land before. Wei Changsheng tore off a piece of meat, chewing as he spoke. Indeed. About 10 years ago, a few individuals arrived at our tribe seeking help. They, like you, wore peculiar clothing, and the men did not have long hair. When Wenruashue's hand trembled, nearly dropping the meat, and then Wei Changsheng took a swig of his drink. They stayed on the island for several months, but found life too harsh and could not endure it any longer. They borrowed a boat from us and set out to sea, and we never learned of their fate. Fang Jie inquired, What is this place you call home? Wei Changsheng replied, We call this Donglai Island. It is quite vast. You are currently at the entrance to the sea, with plenty of land further ahead. Our Linzhong tribe is a small one, while the tribes to the north are much larger. Fang Jie, so memhat surpriset remarket. So you mean to say there are quite a few of you? Wei Changsheng responded, Absolutely. Our tribe alone has over 1,000 members. Fang Jie waved his hand dismissively. Oh, that's not many. It's about the same number as in my village. I had thought there were thousands of you. Wei Chongqing remarked, shaking his head. Not so many. As I have mentioned before, we are but a small tribe. One Ruoxue clutched the corner of her garment. Is there any way to leave this place? Wei Wuji interjected. A way to leave? I have no idea. This is our home. Where we go? I have never contemplated this matter. Wei Chongsheng gently chided him. You speak too much. What she means is that they wish to depart. They hail from the outside world and must long for their homeland. Wei Chongsheng surveyed the crowd. To be honest, I too wish to see the outside world. I have heard from those outsiders that there exists a great iron bird, capable of carrying hundreds within its belly, flapping its wings to soar into the heavens, traversing thousands of miles in a single day. He gestured animatedly. And there are massive iron vessels, weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds, that float upon the sea to transport goods, far larger than all the wooden boats of our tribe combined. Wei Wuji's eyes sparkled indeed. They also mentioned two brick-like objects that, when held, allow one to converse with people from 1,000 miles away, far quicker than our bird calls for communication. When Ruoxue shook her head, how can such miraculous things exist? How can iron float on water? And how could a bird possibly carry hundreds of people? Fang Jie remained silent. These descriptions were evidently of airplanes, ships, and smartphones. He twirled the skewer of roasted meat in his fingers. They are not deceiving you. Such wonders do exist beyond your realm. These are high-tech marvels far advanced from your understanding. Wei Chongsheng sighed. When the outsiders departed, they promised that upon their return to the outside world, they would find a way to bring us out, to broaden our horizons. But 10 years have passed, and we know not whether they live or have perished. His voice trailed off as he patted Fang Jie's shoulder. Yet, your arrival is fortuitous. At least it reassures us that they did not deceive us. The outside world is indeed magnificent. The campfire flickered in the night breeze, while distant waves could be faintly heard. When Ruoxue gazed at the stars overhead and softly murmured, perhaps one day, we shall truly fly home in a great iron bird. Wei Wuji touched the knife at his waist, responding in a deep voice. If that day ever comes, I shall be the first to tame the iron bird. It would surely be impressive. I want to ride upon its back and let it carry me across the skies. Fang Jie laughed heartily. Then you'd better tie your legs to the iron bird's back, lest you be thrown off. Laughter filled the air, and soon the night deepened. Fang Jie rummaged through the pile of supplies, pulling out a tent, skillfully assembling it. Tonight, you two brothers will sleep here. Though the conditions are somewhat lacking, at least it will shield you from the wind and rain. Wei Chongsheng touched the waterproof fabric and poked the sturdy fiber supports, then turned to Wei Wuji. This is vastly superior to the shelters we constructed from tree bark. Wei Wuji crawled into the tent and rolled around, causing the waterproof fabric to rustle. This is soft and cozy. No fear of leaks in the rain. The wind cannot enter. What a splendid item. He poked his head out, his dark face breaking into a broad smile, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Thank you, Brother Fang. After expressing their gratitude, the 2 brothers slipped into the tent, lying down fully clothed. Fang Jie observed the shifting shadows on the tent ceiling, ensuring they were comfortably settled before returning to the wooden house with the sisters. During mealtime, the physically challenged Yao Yu remained indoors, as when Rushu thoughtfully brought the dishes to her. Listening to the lively exchange of stories recounted by Wei Chongsheng about his experiences on the island, Yao Yu leaned against the window, her gaze drawn to the flickering candlelight, softly murmuring, "It seems we have indeed stumbled upon a paradise." Pausing for a moment, her fingertips absent-mindedly traced the rim of her bowl, pondering whether this paradise was truly as innocent and beautiful as they claimed. The room fell into a brief silence, the only sound being the wind whispering through the cracks, swirling with unspoken answers that danced with the candlelight, casting restless shadows upon the walls. Chapter 75, Garlic Bird. You cannot outweed him. When Ruoxue casually settled onto a wooden stool, resting her chin on her hand, deep in thought. I don't believe the Wei brothers to be ill-natured. Their straightforwardness makes them far easier to deal with than those who speak in riddles. Fang Jie leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, shaking his head. One must remain vigilant. Wei Chongqing mentioned that 10 years ago, an outsider who borrowed a boat to set sail never returned. This island appears tranquil, yet who knows what unspoken truths lie beneath. Yao Yu coughed lightly and straightened her posture with effort. Regardless, we must conserve our strength. My leg, she offered a wry smile. Once I can walk, we shall explore this island. If it truly is a secluded haven, we might find a peaceful existence here. Even without rescue, we could manage to live well. If there are deeper issues at play, we shall confront them as they arise. Fang Jie gently unraveled her bandage to assess the swelling. Yao Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she waved her hand, saying, I just checked. There's no need for concern. It's nearly healed. Just a couple more days, and I should be able to move. I apologize for the trouble my brother and I have caused you, she added. Upon hearing this, when Ruoxue smiled and lightly tapped Fang Jie's shoulder, teasing, it's no trouble at all. My brother enjoys the company of beautiful women. He would be quite displeased if they didn't bring him some trouble. Fang Jie was momentarily taken aback, glaring at Ruoxue, but refraining from retorting, merely stating, Don't be ridiculous. He swiftly tightened the bandage, cautioning her against moving until the wound had fully healed. Yao Yu lowered her gaze, avoiding his eyes. I appreciate your attention to my sisters. Before she could finish her sentence, when Ruoxue playfully threw her arms around Yao Yu's shoulders, the wildflowers in her hair brushing against her cheek. What are you saying? We are good sisters. When Ruoxue winked at Fang Jie, my brother is soft-hearted. Seeing us in distress, he would carry us back to camp, especially with such a beautiful sister. When Rushu joined in the teasing, only now do I realize this fellow only picks beautiful women. Fang Jie loghed. Stop your nonsense. Su Daqiang, Yao Zixing, Lu Degue, none of them are female. They're all men, and I look after them just the same. He bent down to organize the medicine box. Have you forgotten what I told you? I am a... Yes, we know. You are a hero. When Ruoxue and when Rushu chimed in unison, their eyes sparkling with mischief, their smiles mirroring each other's. Yao Yu was amused by their synchronicity, almost choking on her water. All right. You both have excellent memories. Fang Jie affectionately ruffled their hair. In the early morning, Fang Jie was awakened by the clamor of metal clashing. He emerged from the dwelling, rubbing his bleary eyes, and beheld the Wei brothers practicing their martial arts in front of the camp. Wei Changsheng wielded a spear with formidable vigor, its tip slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Wei Wuji swung a broadsword, the spine of the blade scraping against the ground, sending sparks flying. The area before the camp was already teeming with spectators, with the Wen sisters huddled at the front, whispering and gesturing. Even the physically challenged Yao Zixing, supported by his sister Yao Yu, leaned against the entrance, watching intently. The brothers' bronze skin glistened with beads of sweat, their movements fierce and untamed. Each strike radiated a primal sense of power, eliciting bursts of applause from the crowd. Fang Jie noticed Yao Zixing leaning against the door and approached, his gaze fixed on the Wei brothers in action. What do you think of their skills? He inquired. Yao Zixing, with a focused expression, observed the swirling spear and broadsword, nodding slowly. Their martial prowess is unlike yours. Your techniques possess more flair, sufficient for dealing with a few ordinary opponents. He paused, then continued. But these brothers, every move they make is fierce and incisive, clearly honed through life and death experiences. Such skills could prove invaluable in critical moments. To summarize, yours is an art form, while theirs is a lethal technique. It is not that you would necessarily lose in a confrontation, but when faced with dire straits. Their instinct for timing in life and death situations will surely surpass yours. This is not something that can be mastered through mere practice. Fang Jie, intrigued, turned to him. You speak with such expertise. What did you do before? Your recent state has been quite poor, and I hadn't the opportunity to inquire. He added, Your skills are remarkable, perhaps the highest among those I know. Yao Zixing's lips curled into a knowing smile, yet he refrained from responding. Fang Jie then shifted his gaze to Yao Yu, hoping to glean insight from her. However, Yao Yu merely tilted her head and returned a sly smile, maintaining her silence. Realizing further questioning would yield no results, Fang Jie shrugged, redirecting his attention back to the Wei brothers. Seeing the throngs of onlookers, the Wei brothers' enthusiasm surged. Come, brother. Let's exchange a few more blows. Wei Changsheng feigned a thrust toward Wei Wuji's face with his spear. When his brother raised his sword to block, he suddenly pivoted, sweeping his leg and kicking up a cloud of dust. Wei Wuji rolled away from the strike, retaliating with a diagonal slash. Gasps filled the air, while Yao Zixing nodded slightly against the doorframe. When Rushu, clenching her handkerchief, felt perspiration trickle down. Goodness, have these brothers ever sparred so fiercely? It's as if they're fighting for their lives, aiming for vital points. As the two exchanged blows, the morning light danced upon their weapons, creating a mosaic of shimmering silver. This raw, tension-filled duel transformed into the most vivid silhouette of the camp's dawn. Observing the Wei brothers, whose brows glistened with sweat as their spear and sword clashed, Fang Jie raised his hand to call for a halt. Enough, enough. We cannot continue. Let's take a break. Only then did the two cease their sparring, leaning on their weapons, breathing heavily. Wei Changsheng wiped the sweat from his brow and grinned. We brothers get restless after 3 days without sparring. We are usually even fiercer than this. Wei Wuji bent down to pick up the leather strap from the grass and waved it at Wen Ruoxue. Say, miss, how's my skill? Wen Ruoxue chuckled lightly and shook her head. You can't win against him. The others burst into laughter. Fang Jie shot her a glare. All right, Schwerer. Don't add fuel to the fire. Wei Wuji looked at Fang Jie in confusion, wondering what they were laughing about. What does can't win mean? Fang Jie explained, it's nothing. Nothing at all. She's just saying that you all are quite impressive, and she's gained a new perspective today. Let's leave it at that and not fight. Wei Changsheng nodded. Good. Then it's settled. After we finish eating, we'll go hunt the tiger. Chapter 76. The battle against the tiger while preparing the meal. Fang Jie glanced at Wen Ruoxue with a serious expression. Such jokes should not be made lightly in the future. Wen Ruoxue, hearing this, stuck out her tongue. I was just joking around to amuse them. Fang Jie shook his head, speaking earnestly. Those two brothers, especially Wei Wuji, are impulsive and reckless. Such individuals possess a strong sense of pride and love to show off. If you provoke him, what if it leads to some trouble? That would indeed be problematic. His tone was filled with concern as his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Wei Wuji, who was conversing not far away. Noticing the rare seriousness in Fang Jie's eyes, Wen Ruoxue quickly straightened up and nodded. Understood. I promise to refrain from speaking carelessly in the future. Her voice softened. I just thought Wei Gu was quite sincere, so I made a joke. I believe he is merely a bit hot-tempered and Wu Ti actually turned hostile. Fang Jie's tone softened. The rules on this island differ from those in our world. As newcomers, we are unaware of everything, so it's best to exercise caution. Wen Ruoxue grasped his hand, reassuring him, brother, don't worry. I will certainly listen to you and avoid causing any trouble. Fang Jie pinched her delicate cheek. Now that's more like it. Obedience is what makes a good child that big brother likes. Who do you like? When Rushu appeared behind them, Fang Jie smiled. Sister, you're older, so you must have misheard. When Rushu brandished a spatula menacingly. Oh really, you dare call me old? When Ruoxue hid behind Fang Jie, giggling, sister. Brother said he likes obedient good children. Wei Wuji approached with a bowl, coincidentally witnessing this scene. Fang Jie, you truly are the envy of many. Fang Jie took the opportunity to push Wen Rushu's spatula aside. All right, enough teasing. Let us eat. Everyone gathered around, chatting as they dined. In the presence of the One's sisters, Wei Wuji was like a peacock displaying its feathers, regaling them with tales of his hunting prowess and the ferocious beasts he had slain. Fang Jie listened attentively, choosing not to interject. After finishing their meal, Wei Changsheng wiped his mouth and turned to Fang Jie. So what do you say? Are you brave enough to join us in hunting the tiger? Fang Jie's hand trembled, nearly dropping his bowl. Weren't you just joking earlier? Are we truly going to hunt a tiger? Wei Changsheng nodded seriously. Of course. The men of our forest division keep their word. Just a couple of days ago, we spotted tiger paw prints during our patrol deep within the thicket. That is our ultimate objective. Only by slaying it can we showcase our bravery. The faces of the One's sisters turned pale at his words. When Ruoxue clutched Fang Jie's sleeve, trembling, is there really a tiger here? Wei Wuji waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, what are you afraid of? The tiger lurks deep in the forest, seldom venturing near the coast. There are no herds of deer or sheep here. It's unlikely we'll stumble upon anything more than a couple of stray prey. This is hardly its hunting ground. He patted his chest and assured Fang Jie. Fear not, my brother and I will protect you when we encounter a tiger. So what do you say? Will you join us? Upon hearing this, Shao Ji and the others shook their heads vigorously, retreating a step with hunched shoulders. Fang Jie swallowed hard, gripping his bow and arrows tightly. I have indeed hunted before, but only game like deer and hares. Our country forbids the hunting of many animals, including tigers, which are fierce beasts. Thus, my experience in dealing with them is scant. Yesterday, we dared to provoke a bear due to its massive size and clumsiness in the woods, making it easier to handle. But a tiger is a different matter entirely. He gazed intently at Wei Changsheng, emphasizing that the tiger is a top predator. Its speed, claws, agility, and hunting prowess are unparalleled. Without firearms, how can a few of us hope to hunt it? Wei Wuji laughed heartily. Precisely. That is exactly what we seek. If we do not conquer the king of beasts, how will we demonstrate our prowess as brothers? Wei Changsheng touched the hilt of his sword, his gaze fierce. 3 years ago, the two of us barehanded fought a cheetah. This tiger is merely twice its size. Fang Jie scoffed. Are you jesting? A cheetah cannot possibly be compared to a tiger. They are not of the same caliber. You, as strong and skilled hunters, might have a chance against a cheetah without considering the consequences. But have you ever heard of anyone facing a tiger empty-handed? I am no Wusong. Wei Changsheng, puzzled, inquired, who is Wusong? Fang Jie hesitated. He is a character from our novels, reputed to have slain a tiger with his bare hands. Wei Wuji's interest piqued. If he could accomplish that, so can we. Fang Jie shook his head in amusement. But the Wusong of the tales is no ordinary man. He can play with a grinding stone weighing hundreds of pounds as if it were a toy. Can you do that? The brothers fell silent. Wei Changsheng scratched the back of his head, glancing at Wei Wuji, who was staring at the calluses on his palm. After a moment, he stammered, "We can use a sword." The camp fell into a brief silence. When Ruoxue tugged at Fang Jie's sleeve, her fingertips icy. Perhaps we should reconsider? It's not worth it to provoke a tiger for no reason. Fang Jie lowered his head in contemplation. He recalled what Yao Zixing had said about the crucible of life and death. Perhaps on this island, fear should never be a reason to retreat. To become strong, one must possess the courage to face difficulties head-on. He surveyed the resolute faces of the Wei brothers and took a deep breath, speaking earnestly. I will accompany you. But we must establish 3 rules. If we encounter a tiger, we must not act impulsively. We need to observe its behavior, understand its patterns, and devise a plan before taking action. The terrain in the mountains and forests is complex. Engaging in a head-on confrontation would be courting disaster. Wei Changsheng laughed heartily, stepping forward to clap Fang Jie on the shoulder with enthusiasm. That's the spirit. This is precisely what I was waiting to hear. Your calmness is unmatched in this entire camp. Wei Wuji also gave a thumbs up. You're all we need. With your assistance, the prospect of hunting a tiger is already half secured. Beside them, when Ruoxue's complexion instantly turned pale, she rushed forward and tightly grasped Fang Jie's clothing, her voice trembling with evident fear. No, tigers are incredibly dangerous. What if something goes wrong? Although when Ruoxue shared her sister's concerns, she gently pressed her hand against Ruoxue's shoulder, her gaze toward Fang Jie imbued with complexity. Since he has made up his mind, we cannot dissuade him. Do you not understand him? Time and again, he ventures into perilous territory, fully aware of the lurking dangers. But you must prioritize safety above all else. You 2 brothers just promised to protect him. If anything happens to him, we shall hold you responsible. Fang Jie turned, taking hold of Ruoxue's icy hand, offering a reassuring squeeze. Do not worry. I am fully aware of the risks. I am not seeking a futile demise. I will ensure my safe return. After speaking, he turned to the Wei brothers. Before we set out, we must prepare some suitable tools and meticulously discuss our strategy. Wei Changsheng nodded, his eyes alight with anticipation and excitement. Absolutely. Let us gather our supplies and prepare for departure. This time, we shall make it clear to that beast that we are the masters of this island. An exhilarating battle against the tiger was now inevitable. Chapter 77. The Bold Hunter. Look to Fang. Wei Changsheng scooped a handful of sand and scattered it on the ground, his rough fingers tracing sinuous lines. Do you see? This is the tiger ridge we are headed for. The terrain is convoluted, fraught with ravines and pitfalls. He pressed his fingertip firmly on a raised portion of the sandy expanse. To the west, there lies a precipice with a drop of over 30 feet. The tiger should not be able to leap across it. To the east, there is a thicket of jagged stones. While it can provide cover, one must be cautious of twisting an ankle. Fang Jie leaned closer, discerning the markings in the sand. This central path is the tiger's inevitable route. Indeed, the tiger ridge is beset with obstacles to the east and west. This is the sole passage for entering and exiting, Wei Changsheng explained, using a branch to delineate the sandy trail, which was barely 3 paces wide. Vines grew along the cliffs on either side, ideal for ambush. 3 days ago, I discovered tiger fur and claw prints here. the prince larger than a bull. He lowered his voice. Currently, the most troublesome aspect is that the tiger is swift. Ambushing it may prove difficult. Wei Wuji seized a stone and hurled it at the sandpile. What is there to fear? Once the tiger enters the path, we shall sever the vines. He mimicked a slashing motion. The vines will restrict its movement, and we can bombard it with rocks. No matter how tough it is, it will become minced meat. Fang Jie shook his head, surveying the markings in the sand. That approach is too reckless. The tiger is highly alert. It will turn back at the slightest noise. You think it is that simple to ensnare it with falling vines? We need to construct a series of traps using soft ropes and sharp spikes, then lure it towards the traps with deer meat. The three meticulously devised their plan, bidding farewell to the others as they set forth with their weapons. After more than a day's arduous journey, the trio finally arrived at Tiger Ridge. Wei Changsheng unfurled a hide map, and Fang Jie and Wei Wuji gathered around, the gravel beneath their feet emitting a soft crunch. The Tiger Ridge lay ahead within the grove of pines and cypresses. Wei Changsheng pointed with his dagger at a winding red line. At noon, when the sun is at its zenith, it will surely come to this stream to drink. The terrain by the stream is flat, unsuitable for our concealment. He then indicated several marked spots on the map. Here are some massive boulders. We can hide behind them and wait for the tiger to approach, striking unexpectedly. Fang Jie inserted the arrow into the quiver, urging caution in their actions, for even the slightest disturbance could alert their quarry. They began to set traps, striving to minimize noise. Wei Wuji wrapped a thick hemp rope around his waist, tearing open his garment to expose his chest, declaring, "As soon as the tiger steps into the trap, I shall ensnare its neck with this rope. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue this beast." The trio tread softly upon the dry leaves, delving deeper into the dense forest. They remained vigilant, constantly attuned to the sounds around them. Suddenly, Wei Changsheng raised his hand sharply, signaling silence. Fang Jie and Wei Wuji instinctively held their breath, their bodies taut with anticipation. Before them, about 10 paces away, fresh tiger paw prints were distinctly embedded in the moist earth. The depressions of the paw pads still held damp mud, silently proclaiming the presence of the king of beasts. Fang Jie crouched down, scrutinizing the size and direction of the paw prints, whispering, "This tiger is no small creature, based on the spacing of its tracks. It moves with remarkable speed. We must hasten our trap preparations." The three sprang into action. Fang Jie took charge of concealing the spike traps, cleverly masking the sharp bamboo spikes within the underbrush, covering them with a delicate layer of dry leaves, rendering them nearly invisible. Meanwhile, Wei Changsheng and Wei Wuji set about arranging snares along the tiger's likely path. They secured one end of the hemp rope to a sturdy tree trunk, while the other stretched across the trail, camouflaging it with branches and vines to blend seamlessly with the surroundings. By the time their traps were nearly complete, the sun had risen to its zenith. Fang Jie produced the prepared deer meat, placing it near the traps, the rich scent of blood saturating the air. Now, they awaited the tiger's arrival. Wei Wuji licked his lips, excitement glimmering in his eyes. The trio concealed themselves behind a rock, holding their breaths in quiet anticipation. Seconds ticked by, the atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, a faint rustling emanated from the distance, leaves whispering in agitation. Fang Jie's heart raced. He gripped his bow tightly, eyes fixed intently on the source of the sound. A yellow figure gradually emerged. It was the fierce tiger, lithe and powerful, its gaze sharp, nostrils flaring as it detected the scent of the deer meat. Cautiously, the tiger approached the bait, every step measured and deliberate. It circled the meat several times, seemingly assessing the situation for danger. Fang Jie and the others dared not breathe, their eyes locked on the tiger's every movement. At last, unable to resist its hunger, the tiger opened its massive jaws and lunged for the deer meat. In that fleeting instant, as its forepaw brushed against the meat, a sharp crack echoed. The spike trap was triggered, and the vicious bamboo spikes pierced the tiger's paw. The beast let out a thunderous roar, leaping into the air and swiftly attempting to evade. However, it was ensnared by the snare, tumbling heavily to the ground. It thrashed wildly, striving to free itself from the trap's clutches, its fur bristling, eyes ablaze with fury and ferocity. "Attack!" Wei Changsheng shouted, charging forth from behind the rock, his blade glinting ominously in the light. Fang Jie drew his bowstring taut and aimed at the tiger, releasing the arrow with a whoosh as it soared towards its target. Wei Wuji, wielding a hemp rope, charged at the beast in an attempt to ensnare it. Though wounded, the tiger remained formidable, deftly sidestepping Fang Jie's arrow and lunging fiercely at Wei Changsheng. With a nimble sidestep, Wei Changsheng struck the tiger's back with his long blade, carving a deep wound. In pain, the tiger pivoted and lunged at Wei Wuji. Quick-witted and agile, Wei Wuji threw the rope, successfully encircling the tiger's neck. The tiger thrashed violently, dragging Wei Wuji across the ground. Wei Changsheng shouted urgently, "Quick! Shoot its legs to slow it down." Observing the situation, Fang Jie knocked another arrow and struck the tiger's leg. The creature's movements gradually slowed, yet it refused to yield, roaring defiantly, its growls causing the surrounding leaves to tremble. Seizing the moment, Wei Changsheng and Wei Wuji closed in for close combat. Their coordination impeccable as Wei Changsheng relentlessly targeted the tiger's vital areas, while Wei Wuji diverted its attention. Fang Jie continued to rain arrows upon the beast, providing crucial support. After an intense struggle, the tiger finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, its blood staining the earth. Exhausted, the trio collapsed, panting heavily. As they gazed at the fierce creature before them, a sense of accomplishment filled their hearts. "We did it!" Wei Wuji exclaimed, his face alight with victory. Fang Jie and Wei Changsheng exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting satisfaction. Rising, Fang Jie examined their quarry closely. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Something was amiss. The tiger's claws did not match the paw prints they had seen. The size and shape of the paw pads were all wrong. Chapter 78. The hero who fights tigers. Fang Jie placed his finger on the tiger's paw, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Look at this, the joints are slender, and the pads are thin, yet the prints we saw were much larger." Wei Changsheng knelt, using his dagger to lift a tuft of tiger fur for closer inspection, his face paling instantly. Wei Wuji, however, kicked the tiger's corpse dismissively, saying, "You're overthinking it." The ground was soft with morning dew, making the prints appear larger. He began to tie up the tiger's body with a rope, adding, "This beast is dead. We should get down." Fang Jie shouted, suddenly throwing both men to the ground. A deafening roar reverberated through the air, a shadow cutting through with a foul wind overhead, snapping a nearby pine tree as if it were a mere twig. The trio, shaken, beheld the true king of beasts emerging. This tiger was nearly twice the size of the one they had just slain, its brow marked with a menacing king symbol. Each step leaving colossal paw prints in the earth. Wei Changsheng's sword clattered to the ground, and Wei Wuji's rope slipped from his trembling hands. Fang Jie fixated on the drool dripping from the giant beast's jaws, realizing they had made a fatal error. The creature they had hunted was merely a female guarding her territory. The true ruler now locked its amber gaze upon their every move. "Run towards a cliff." Fang Jie seized Wei Wuji, and the trio stumbled into the thicket. Behind them, the ominous crack of splintering trees echoed, the roar of the colossal beast resonating painfully in their eardrums. As they fled, Wei Wuji shouted, "Those traps are utterly useless against it. We cannot outrun it. We must devise a plan." No sooner had he spoken than a foul gust brushed past his back, a tiger's claw rending his clothing and leaving 3 deep, bloody gashes visible to the bone. "Ah!" Wei Wuji cried out in agony, quickening his pace. The stones shattered beneath the beast's claws, each of its steps sending tremors through the ground. Fang Jie yanked Wei Wuji into a recess in the rocky wall, the stench-laden wind swirling past their ears, leaving deep claw marks etched into the stone. "Head towards the boulder field. We can maneuver there," Wei Changsheng bellowed, tossing a heart towards the tiger's rear. The potent scent of blood indeed drew the beast's attention. Seizing the opportunity, the 3 dashed forward, the damp moss beneath their feet causing them to slip. Fang Jie stumbled heavily against the jagged rocks, a sharp pain radiating through his lower back. Wei Changsheng hurriedly helped him up, asking, "Are you all right?" Fang Jie gritted his teeth and nodded, "I'm fine, run." As they entered the boulder field, Wei Wuji gripped Fang Jie's arm. "Use the vines," he urged, pointing to the intertwining ancient vines above. "Bring them down and ensnare it." Before he could finish, the beast lunged towards them. Fang Jie rolled aside, his spear swiping at the tiger's belly, but merely sparking against its thick fur. Wei Changsheng's blade struck the tiger's back, sending a jolt through his arm. But But he was swiftly knocked aside by the tiger's sweeping tail, crashing into the stones and spitting blood. Quickly, Fang Jie drew a rope from his waist, binding it to the nearest vine's root. Wei Wuji understood immediately, picking up a stone to hurl at the tiger. "Come here, beast. I'm right here." The enraged tiger leaped, but Fang Jie yanked the vine with all his might, and dozens of robust ancient vines fell like a giant net, ensnaring the creature. However, it was merely a fleeting hindrance. The tiger thrashed violently, severing the vines with ease, debris flying in all directions. A rock struck Fang Jie on the shoulder, sending him staggering into Wei Wuji. The tiger's roar echoed like thunder, scattering birds in a panic. The beast advanced slowly, its shaggy mane billowing in the morning breeze like flames. Wei Changsheng leaned against a broken tree trunk, his right shoulder drooping, agony coursing through him. Fang Jie fixed his gaze on the tiger, suddenly tearing open his shirt and producing a lighter. "Wei Wuji, the wine pouch." Before he could finish, the tiger lunged. Wei Wuji rolled to evade, but the tiger's claw snagged the wine pouch at his waist, spilling its contents like a silver thread across the air, drenching the fur on the beast's hind leg. Now's the time for a feeble flame. Fang Jie ignited the dry grass with the lighter, throwing it towards the wine-soaked patch. Blue flames erupted, racing along the damp fur towards the tiger's tail. The colossal beast reared in pain, crashing through 3 ancient pines, ignited branches raining down like a deluge, expanding the inferno. Enduring the excruciating pain, Wei Changsheng used his broken blade to lift the dry leaves from the ground, tossing them into the air, causing the flames to surge dramatically. The tiger, in a frenzy, bolted towards the stream, and Wei Wuji instantly flung an oil-soaked rope, ensnaring its neck. Fang Jie stepped forward, both men gripping the coarse hemp rope tightly, allowing its rough fibers to bite into their flesh. Wei Changsheng staggered up the steep slope, igniting a bundle of pine branches and pushing it down, the wall of flames severing the tiger's escape route. "Throw it at it. Burn its fur," Fang Jie shouted, using his dagger to slice through the tiger's flank, stuffing the wound with cedar resin. The moment the flames met the resin, a pillar of fire erupted, and the tiger's anguished howl pierced the air, reverberating painfully in their ears. It swung its head wildly, its tail like a chain sweeping away boulders. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Wuji thrust a broken arrow into its eye, blood mingling with sparks flying in every direction. The 3 men struggled against the colossal beast amidst the inferno, their flesh sizzling under the searing heat. With a sudden surge of strength, the tiger hurled Wei Wuji towards a burning log. In a split second, Fang Jie leapt forward to push him aside, but his own back was raked open by the tiger's claws. In excruciating pain, he fumbled for his lighter at his waist and, with the last vestige of his strength, smashed it against the tiger's head. Boom! Flames engulfed the tiger's skull, and the great beast collapsed, its convulsing limbs scattering embers throughout the fire. Fang Jie collapsed onto the scorched earth, watching as Wei Changsheng drove a broken blade into the tiger's throat until it ceased to breathe entirely. The mountain wind swept through the charred forest, stirring the unburned tiger fur, while the black ash narrated this harrowing battle of life and death. Trembling, Wei Wuji reached for the tiger's carotid artery, confirming its lifelessness before exchanging relieved smiles with his companions. "Ah," Wei Changsheng groaned, rubbing his arm as he sank to the ground in agony. Wei Wuji knelt beside him, his left hand gripping Wei Changsheng's dislocated shoulder. His right elbow pressed against his back, solemnly instructing, "Endure." With a sudden forceful push, the crack of bones resetting mingled with Wei Changsheng's stifled groan. Cold sweat dripped from Wei Changsheng's chin onto the tiger's corpse. Fang Jie lay against the charred log, the claw marks on his back revealing raw muscle. Wei Wuji retrieved a deer-hide medicine pouch, his hands trembling as he poured out the powder. It was a hemostatic powder made from the ground roots of Nodo ginseng and dragon's blood, now cascading onto the wound, causing Fang Jie to bury his face in the crook of his arm, exclaiming, "Wei, be more precise. This hurts like hell. Try keeping it steady with 3 broken fingers." Wei Wuji retorted. He stuffed some painkillers into his mouth and divided the remaining powder with Wei Changsheng. The 3 leaned against each other beside the tiger's carcass. Wei Wuji, panting heavily, declared triumphantly, "By God, we'll be the talk of the town when we return." We've slain the magnificent beast with our bare hands. Fang Jie tore off a charred sleeve to bandage himself, scoffing, "Stop boasting. If it weren't for my clever idea to use fire, the three of us would be dead here." Chapter 79, The Soldier's Medal. Upon hearing Fang Jie's words, Wei Wuji suddenly sprang up from the ground, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "Oh no." This exclamation startled Fang Jie, causing him to tremble. He forced himself to sit up, asking hoarsely, "What now?" Wei Wuji stumbled to the tiger's corpse, trembling hands rummaging through the charred fur. His voice laced with despair. "It's ruined. The fire burned too fiercely. The tiger's skin is nothing but ash. We can't see anything." As he turned, his eyes were filled with hopelessness. How could they return to the tribe to boast now? Initially, I had envisioned shedding the tiger's pelt to fashion a grand cloak, intending to bask in glory before the ladies. Yet now all my plans have come to naught. Beside him, Wei Changxing shot him a fierce glare. Struggling to rise, he exclaimed, "Are you still preoccupied with such trivialities? We nearly lost our lives. What use is a tiger's skin now?" Wei Wuji turned to Fang Jie, irritation evident in his voice. "It's all your fault for suggesting such a brilliant idea. The fire attack may have vanquished the tiger, but my spoils have been entirely ruined." Enraged, Fang Jie picked up a stone to throw, only for Wei Wuji to clumsily dodge. "If you're so capable, why not face the tiger alone? You fled faster than anyone else. Had it not been for the fire, it would be the three of us lying here now, or worse. We would be in the tiger's belly." "Oh, what a pity," Wei Wuji lamented, stomping his foot. Wei Changsheng kicked the charred tiger carcass. "Enough of your wailing. That smaller one will suffice. We can make you a fur coat. Let us first cut off the male tiger's tail." Wei Wuji crouched down, his fingers brushing over the charred fur, wincing in heartache. With a heavy sigh, he drew out his dagger and began to work. Fang Jie glanced at the two tiger corpses. "After all this effort, what will I gain from these two?" Wei Changsheng chuckled. "The task of hunting 5 ferocious beasts has been accomplished, hasn't it? We can take the male's tail as proof and skin the female tiger. We can return with our report." "And what of me?" Fang Jie raised an eyebrow. The two brothers exchanged a glance. "The meat is all yours. The tiger bones, too. They are excellent for brewing wine that strengthens the bones. Rare treasures indeed." Wei Changxing added, "How about this? You take the tail as well, and we 1T contest it." Fang Jie glanced at the tiger carcass. "There is too much meat for me to carry alone." Wei Wuji laughed, patting his shoulder. "Why the rush? Let us rest here for a couple of days to mend our wounds. We'll help you carry it back, ensuring you return home as a celebrated hero. You'll impress those two lovely ladies. Surely that suffices." "Well, that sounds reasonable." Fang Jie nodded in satisfaction. The trio began to process the carcasses, burying the tiger's entrails and remnants in the ground, compacting the loose soil to prevent wild beasts from catching the scent. Wei Wuji tore off the tiger's tail and wrapped it in leaves, while Fang Jie spread the tiger's skin to dry on a branch. Although the charred male skin was damaged, he carefully folded it and stuffed it into a wicker basket. The stream stained half the riverbank red as they soaked in the icy water, scrubbing away the blood. When night fell, they found a natural stone crevice in the mountain hollow, concealed by shrubs, just large enough for shelter. Wei Changsheng used a broken blade to shave pine branches for bedding, while Fang Jie gathered some dry moss to kindle a fire. Soon, warmth filled the cave. A thick stick was placed over the flames, and the tiger meat sizzled and dripped fat, sending up tiny sparks. Fang Jie tore off a piece of sinewy meat and chuckled softly. "I never imagined I would taste tiger meat in this lifetime." Wei Wuji added another log to the fire. "Isn't this delightful? In the future, I'll bring you to join our tribe as hunts. That will be truly thrilling." Fang Jie turned to Wei Changsheng, only to find him lost in thought, staring at the flickering flames. "What are you pondering?" Fang Jie nudged Wei Changsheng with a shoulder. The latter regained his senses, picked up a charred bone from the fire, and tossed it into the shadows at the cave entrance. "I was pondering, if the three of us were to perish in these woods, there would be no one to retrieve our bodies. Today's battle truly was a matter of life and death." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden sound of shifting stones echoed from the cave's mouth. The trio instinctively gripped the handles of their blades. After a few moments of silence, only the whisper of the night wind rustling through the bushes could be heard. Wei Wuji cursed under his breath. "Damn, you startled me." "Fang Jie, gazing into the darkness beyond the cave entrance, spoke softly. After we finish our meal, we must take turns keeping watch. We cannot afford to be careless. Wei Changxing nodded in agreement. You are right. In these remote mountains and forests, we cannot predict what other dangers may lurk. It is always wise to exercise caution. The three exchanged medicinal supplies, with Fang Jie taking the first watch, a gesture of care from the two brothers. Fang Jie gently moved his shoulders and couldn't help but praise. Your wound ointment is truly remarkable. The results are immediate. Indeed, Wei Wuji replied with pride. Every day, spent among venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, without good healing salves, one would lose countless lives. Wei Changshang waved his hand. All right, let's get some sleep. Be alert in the latter half of the night. Do not doze off. After the two lay down, soon the sound of snoring filled the air. After several days of recuperation, the scabs on their wounds had formed and their injuries had mostly healed, though their arms and legs were still somewhat stiff. They could manage to carry things and walk without issue. Wei Changsheng securely wrapped the tiger skin and ears in oilcloth. These were essential items to report back with. Fang Jie and Wei Wuji each hoisted 2 large bundles of tiger meat, while Wei Changsheng picked up the vertebrae and tiger whip. And the 3 companions made their way back to the camp. Along the path, the trio stepped on dry leaves that crunched underfoot, needing to pause against trees to catch their breath. Phew, this is heavy, Fang Jie panted as he set down the tiger meat. Wei Wuji noticed the scar on Fang Jie's back and teased him. That scar looks like it blossomed. It's just the right shape of a tiger's claw print. When we return to camp, you can boast to the ladies that you single-handedly slew a tiger. Just like Wusong. I guarantee they will be smitten with you. Fang Jie chuckled lightly. This is a soldier's badge of honor, you know? I've noticed you can't stop talking about women. It seems you're truly hungry. Wei Wuji laughed heartily indeed. Most men my age in the tribe are already married. I want to marry as well. Is it us who deny you a wife? Your standards are simply too high. Wei Changsheng shot his brother a disapproving glance. You reject the plump, the dark, the thin, and the plain, only wishing for the fair. Round and beautiful. Where would I find such a perfect girl for you? Fang Jie looked at Wei Wuji, surprised. I never would have guessed you had such lofty thoughts, considering your robust appearance. Wei Wuji scratched his head sheepishly. Who wouldn't he desire a beautiful wife? You also fancy pretty ones, not just one but several. Look at my fate. I finally found someone suitable, and you snatch her away. Fang Jie muttered under his breath. Thank goodness you haven't met Yao Yu, or you'd surely go mad. Wei Wuji quickly inquired. What did you say? Nothing. Let us move on. We are almost there. Chapter 80. Lu Degui's departure. Fang Jie and the others entered the camp, carrying the tiger meat. As the last rays of the setting sun illuminated the empty dwelling, the wooden table, usually surrounded by friends sharing barbecue delicacies, lay covered in dust, while a few thin garments swayed gently on the clothesline in the breeze. Where had everyone gone? Fang Jie's voice instinctively grew louder as his gaze swept across the silent wooden cabins. Wei Changsheng furrowed his brow and remarked, something feels off. Why is it so quiet? Our entrance was hardly subtle. It's impossible no one heard us. Wei Wuji muttered, could they be hiding, hoping to startle us? Is anyone there? We're back. Fang Jie called out, raising his voice. After a considerable pause, the door of the cabin creaked open, and Yao Zixing peered out. Fang Jie has returned, coming quickly. Fang Jie lifted the grass curtain and stepped inside, the damp aroma of herbs mingling with the scent of smoke enveloping him. Under the dim glow of the oil lamp, Yao Zixing reclined against the grass mat, his previously pallid complexion now showing a hint of color. You finally returned. Your absence these past few days has left my sister and the others deeply worried. As Yao attempted to rise, Fang Jie hurriedly pressed him back down. Stay lying down. Fang Jie glanced at the disarray of medicinal bowls in the room, assessing Yao's improved condition. Feeling better? Much improved. Do not worry, Yao Zixing replied, his gaze falling upon the bloodstains on Fang Jie's shoulder, his expression turning grave. Were you injured while hunting tigers? This is merely a superficial wound. It has stopped bleeding. Fang Jie waved dismissively, then turned his attention to the empty camp. Where's everyone? Why are you the only one here? When Rishu took a group to the seaside to gather seafood, she said the weather was fine and they should stock up. He paused, casting a furtive glance at Fang Jie. Fang Jie, observing Yao Zixing's demeanor, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Speak freely. Yao Zixing nodded and said, 3 days after you left, Zhou Lijuan led a dozen people to block the camp entrance. She was disheveled, crying out that following us had left her without even a warm meal, blaming it all on you and Lu Degui. That woman is utterly unreasonable. When trouble arises, she flees faster than anyone else. And now she comes to demand answers? Fang Jie stood abruptly. What did Lu Degui say? Lu Degui asked her how she expected him to take responsibility, and she immediately seized his arm. Yao Zixing let out a rueful laugh. She lamented that as a weak woman, she could no longer manage with so many people, sobbing and clinging to him all day. Eventually, Lu Degui, with no other option, took 2 brothers and tools and left with her. Fang Jie paced angrily. I knew it. That fool must have been bewitched by Zhou Lijuan's charms. After days without a woman, he sees her and loses his senses. He suddenly halted. Where did they go? Yao Zixing shook his head. I'm not sure. But Lu Degui returned a couple of days ago to fetch water, so they shouldn't be far. Fang Jie gritted his teeth in frustration. This guy truly... It's no wonder when Ruoxua speaks of him that way. A dog cannot change its nature. Zhou Lijuan nearly got him killed, and he still follows her like a fool. Let us not concern ourselves with him. One day, when he finds himself ensnared by a woman again, perhaps he'll learn his lesson. At that moment, Wei Changxing's voice echoed from outside. Fang Jie, it's getting late. We must return to the tribe. Fang Jie stepped out of the cabin and called back, what's the rush? Stay for a meal before leaving. When Rushu and the others will be back soon with seafood, it's the perfect opportunity to welcome you. Wei Wuji flashed a smile. No need for formalities. Last time, I intruded for a day, and this time, I cannot impose upon you again. Wei Changshang stepped forward, his rough hand landing heavily on Fang Jie's shoulder. You are a man of great loyalty, and I admire that. Our tribe has a myriad of matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. Take care. Should you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek us out. Fang Jie felt a warmth in his heart and opened his arms willingly. The 3 embraced each other tightly. Once we're settled here, I will certainly visit your tribe. Fang Jie declared exuberantly. Make sure to prepare a whole roasted lamb and plenty of wine. I intend to drink to my heart's content. Just waiting for you to say that. Wei Wuji laughed and playfully punched him. The 2 brothers turned to shoulder their tiger skin, waving goodbye as they exited the camp, their voices fading into the distance. When you are weary, come rest with us in our forest tribe. We have the finest monkey wine and the warmest maidens. Remember our friendship. Fang Jie stood at the camp's entrance, watching them vanish at the end of the mountain path. The wind whipped up grains of sand, and in a fleeting moment, he could still hear Wei Changsheng's hearty laughter echoing through the woods. Suddenly, the tranquility of the camp was shattered by a flurry of hurried footsteps. When Rushu approached, carrying a heavy rattan basket, her hair tips still glistening with sea salt crystals. From a distance, she spotted Fang Jie standing at the entrance, and with a thud, she dropped the basket and sprinted towards him. My dear, when Rushu crashed into his embrace with such force that when Ruoxua followed suit, Fang Jie felt a sharp pain in his back, a muffled groan caught in his throat. The 2 sisters froze momentarily, and when Rushu trembled as she grasped the blood-stained hem of his garment. Where does it hurt? Did our collision reopen your wound? I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Fang Jie inhaled sharply, cold sweat trickling down his temples. When Rushu gently lifted his shirt, as Yao Yu hurriedly leaned in to inspect, a gruesome tiger claw mark marred his flesh, the edges of the scab tinged with a sinister hue. When Ruoxua had somehow squeezed the front, covering her mouth with her little hand, her eyes instantaneously reddening. Isn't it impressive? A badge of honor from battling a tiger. From now on, call me the Tiger Slayer. Fang Jie raised his eyebrows in pride. When Rushu's fingertips brushed over the skin surrounding the wound, her voice trembling. What's so impressive about this? You're injured. When Ruoxua burst into tears, does it hurt, brother? It's nothing, truly. Fang Jie hastily reassured them, though his shoulder was pinned down by one Rushu. The medicine Wei Changxing's group applied to my wounds is miraculous. As long as I don't exert too much pressure, it doesn't hurt at all. Look, he attempted to turn to demonstrate, only to evoke another flurry of frantic admonitions from the sisters. So that Qiang approached, rubbing his coarse hands together, his eyes fixated on the tiger meat. He gave a thumbs up. Incredible. I thought you were merely boasting, but you actually returned with the meat. Impressive. Fang Jie smiled slightly, acknowledging there was an element of luck involved. Otherwise, the three of them might not have succeeded. I'm just thankful you returned safely. When you were gone those few days, Xiao Wen was quite anxious, wanted to venture out to find you multiple times. Su Daqiang pointed at Shao Ji, my brothers, and I had to hold her back all night. He refrained from allowing her to venture into the old forest. For without a guide, the paths remained utterly unfathomable. How would they navigate? What if they became lost again? He left his thoughts unspoken, merely giving Fang Jie's shoulder a firm pat. Chapter 81. Surrounded by beauties, Fang Jie's fingertips brushed against Wenrushu's reddened eyes, his roughened fingertips glistening with moisture. With a heart full of concern, he gently inquired, "Silly girl, why are you crying? Well, have I ever let you down? Have I not returned safe and sound?" When Rushu grasped his wrist in return, her voice trembling with a sense of injustice. "Who wouldn't he be afraid of confronting a tiger? Yet you insisted on going. What could I do? I could only wait anxiously, feeling restless. This is the most tormenting part. Do you understand?" I understand, he replied. "But we live on this desolate island." He sighed, tucking her loose strands of hair behind her ear. "Each day is fraught with challenges, beasts, natural disasters, and scarcity of food. If we do not compel ourselves to grow stronger, what shall we rely on when the next storm arises? We must learn to confront difficulties." Yao Yu pushed between them, placing a small medical kit on the table with a thud. All right. Returning safely is of utmost importance." She shot Fang Jie a disapproving glance, retrieving herbs to tend to his wounds. "Even if you wish to be brave, there should be limits. You seem quite at ease, doing as you please. Do you not care for those who hold you dear?" Before Fang Jie could respond, she turned to the others, exclaiming, "What are you all standing around for? Go prepare a fire and cook." Fang Jie, "Surely one tea, get a proper meal these days. Hurry and make some hot porridge. And don't make it too greasy." "Understood, we'll get right on it." The camp immediately erupted with a chorus of replies. Su Daqiang hefted a water bucket and sprinted toward the pond, while Wenrushu knelt to sift through the embers in the fire pit. Sparks mingled with smoke, gradually dissipating the tension that had lingered. Yao Yu led Fang Jie to his room. He carefully lay down on the bed, feeling the coolness cascade down his neck. Yao Yu knelt beside him, the moonlight filtering through the window and illuminating her focused profile, casting her lashes in a silvery hue. Her fingers, dipped in ointment, trembled slightly as she softly asked, "Does it still hurt?" Fang Jie turned his head to meet her worried gaze. "As you apply the medicine, it doesn't hurt at all." He winked at Yao Yu, prompting a faint blush to grace her cheeks. "Such a smooth talker. When will you ever stop trying to take advantage?" Yao Yu playfully tapped his shoulder, yet her touch grew ever so gentle. "This medicine is indeed effective. When I have time, I'll attempt to concoct some myself." She meticulously applied the ointment around the wound. Fang Jie relished in her tenderness, unable to resist recounting his encounter with the tiger, embellishing the tale to portray himself as a solitary hero battling the ferocious beast. Yao Yu listened intently, occasionally shaking her head in disbelief. "Do you think I believe you? You men are all the same, boasting endlessly. I wager those two who return to the tribe are just as boastful, claiming how formidable they are." Despite her words, the smile at the corners of her mouth betrayed her amusement. Fang Jie, eager to rise and reenact the scene, was restrained by Yao Yu's gentle hand. "Stay still. Your wound may reopen." After finishing his medication, Fang Jie leaned against the headboard, cleared his throat, and gestured towards the burlap package in the corner. "Later, give that bundle to Xiao Ru and ask her to stew it for me." Yao Yu, busy tidying up the medicine bowl, frowned upon hearing this. "What treasure are you hiding in there?" She approached and unwrapped the package, revealing a tiger whip wrapped in yellowed oil paper, its dark red patterns glistening in the candlelight. Yao Yu's fingers trembled, and her face flushed crimson as if scorched by fire. What do you need this for?" She stammered, hastily rewrapping the oil paper, her ears burning. Fang Jie grinned, propping himself up. "Of course, it's for tonifying my health. Wei Changsheng and the other said this thing is highly nourishing. Usually we can't consume such things, but now that I have this splendid opportunity, how can I not test its effects? You're just listening to nonsensical advice." Yao Yu stamped her foot, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief. "There is no scientific evidence that it can nourish anything. It's merely the misguided theory of supplementing form with form from our ancestors. Besides, it looks..." She glanced at the package, her voice trailing off. "It looks quite unsanitary. They specifically left it for me. Wouldn't it be a waste not to eat it? Fang Jie tugged at her sleeve. Just give it to Xiao Ru. She will help me prepare it. Yao Yu was infuriated, grabbing his ear. If she makes it for you, who are you planning to harm after eating? You never know what trouble might arise. I'm not harming you. Fang Jie whispered with a mischievous grin. What are you afraid of? Yao Yu's ears nearly burned with embarrassment as she abruptly shook off his hand. You wish. Do you think I would willingly allow you to cause me trouble? She picked up the package and turned to leave. I'll leave this here for you. But don't even think about eating it this week. What will you do if you make your injury worse with your foolish antics? It will spoil if left too long. Fang Jie hastily tried to stop her. Yao Yu pushed his hand away. Don't worry. I will keep it safe. If it spoils, I'll compensate you. Sounds good, but what will you use to compensate me? Fang Jie scrutinized Yao Yu's graceful figure. Yao Yu shot him a fierce glare. Stop thinking about nonsense. I know what you're eager to hear. Just focus on recovering. I will have Xiao Ru bring you meals. With that, she closed the door and hurried out. Before long, when Rushu entered, carrying a steaming ceramic bowl filled with tender tiger meat, the aroma instantly enveloping the room. She approached the bedside gently, her gaze soft as she looked at Fang Jie. Come on, lie on your side. Be careful of your wound. Fang Jie watched as she scooped a spoonful of soup and brought it to his lips, feeling somewhat uneasy. I've never been fed like this before. It feels a bit embarrassing. When Rushu smiled softly, her eyes filled with tenderness and mild reproach. What is so embarrassing about it? You've sustained such a serious injury. Just rest peacefully. From now on, I will take care of you. Saying this, she scooped another spoonful, gently blowing it to cool before offering it to Fang Jie. Reluctantly, he opened his mouth and ate, the warm broth spreading warmth from his stomach to his heart. Just then, the door creaked open again, and when Rushu bounced in, holding a golden-brown cassava. Brother, is it delicious? She asked with wide, sparkling eyes. Fang Jie nodded, and when Rushu sat down beside the bed, extending her delicate hand to gently massage his shoulders, Fang Jie couldn't help but exclaim, this feels wonderful. To have such beautiful sisters attending to me is truly a blessing from my past life. Upon hearing this, when Rushu playfully tapped his nose and said, as long as you know it feels good, from now on, don't take unnecessary risks. Unless absolutely essential, do not push yourself. Do you understand? Although her tone was reproachful, the concern in her eyes was unmistakable. When Rushu nodded in agreement, her movements becoming even softer, Fang Jie gazed at the two radiant smiles before him, feeling a wave of gratitude and contentment. In Chapter 82, Sowing Discord, when Rushu placed the empty bowl on the wooden table, lowered her gaze to adjust her attire, and then raised her eyes to ask, aren't you curious about something? You didn't see Lu de Gui when you returned today, did you? Fang Jie leaned back against the headboard, casually responding, Yao Zixing already informed me. He stared at the crisscrossed wooden beams of the ceiling, the candlelight flickering in his vision. Zhou Lijuan caused a commotion, and Lu de Gui followed her, right? Now I understand. You're quite calm about it, when Rushu remarked, biting her lip and unconsciously tracing the rim of the ceramic bowl with her fingertips. What do you think? How should I think? Fang Jie scoffed, his shoulders slightly shrugging. When it rains, a mother must marry. Let it be. Besides, with Lu de Gui's temperament, he can't survive without a woman. Watching you three sisters in the camp every day, wanting to partake, but daring not to, must have made him quite restless. When Zhou Lijuan beckoned, he followed eagerly. When Rushu, fiddling with the hem of Fang Jie's garment, looked up and said, brother's right. That guy is always leering at us. It's quieter now that he's gone, freeing us from constant vigilance. Fang Jie waved his hand dismissively. At least he contributed in dealing with Lin Feng and has been relatively decent lately. Let's not speak ill of him. If he is left, let it be. May we all find peace. When Rushu exchanged glances and gently nodded in agreement. When Rushu's fingers brushed over the scabbed wound on Fang Jie's back, and suddenly, she recalled something, her cheeks flushing with warmth. After hesitating for a moment, she leaned in and whispered, can you still move with that injury? Fang Jie grasped her wrist with a playful grin. What kind of activity does the esteemed one refer to? When Rushu shook her head, blushing, insisting she meant nothing specific, merely curious. When Rushu, crouching nearby, burst into laughter. Sister, stop pretending. While brother has been away these days, someone has been tossing and turning at night, even talking in her sleep. She was calling out for Fang Jie to hug and kiss her, nearly making me die of laughter. You little rascal. When Rushu exclaimed, grabbing her clothing from the pillow to throw at her sister, only for Fang Jie to catch it with a laugh. When Rushu had dodged, while making exaggerated faces, "Sister, you are too impatient." He just returned, "Let brother have a day of rest before getting back to work. You are even harsher than the most ruthless capitalist. Keep talking, and I will tear your mouth apart." When Rushu's face turned crimson as she reached out to pinch her sister. But Fang Jie gently pulled her into his embrace. He rubbed his chin against the top of her head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. This minor injury will not hinder anything. It won't affect any activities." When Rushu chuckled lightly upon witnessing the scene, swiftly departing while leaving behind a parting remark, "Take your time chatting. I shall make space for you two." With a resounding slam of the door, the room was left with nothing but the intertwined breaths of the two remaining individuals. When Rushu playfully thumped his chest, murmuring, "Don't take it seriously. I was merely inquiring." Yao Yu had cautioned her that he must not exert himself, needing at least a week before he could move freely. Fang Jie tightened his embrace, reassuringly stating, "I know. I just wish to hold you close. I have missed you." When Rushu reciprocated the embrace, nestling contentedly against his chest, whispering, "I miss you too, so very much." In the ensuing days, the camp remained tranquil as when Rushu meticulously attended to various matters. After Lu Degui and his companions departed, the vacated wooden cabin allowed Shao Ji and others to finally stretch their limbs, no longer confined to a cramped space for makeshift bedding. Each person had their designated role. Some ventured with bows and arrows to hunt at the forest's edge, while others carried wicker baskets to the shore to gather seafood. The women paired off to forage for wild vegetables and gather fruits. Fang Jie often sat on the rocks, fishing and honing his inner peace. The daily catch was ample enough to sustain the group of over 10, and on fortunate days of gathering or trapping, they managed to amass a considerable surplus of resources. Yao Zixing's injury gradually healed, enabling him to stroll leisurely around the camp with the aid of a wooden stick. Occasionally, he would join Fang Jie for casual conversations, and their rapport deepened as they discussed various topics, ranging from the past to the present. As the sun began its descent, the weary yet fruitful returnees arrived back at the camp. The kitchen emitted a fragrant smoke, a delightful blend of tiger meat jerky and wild vegetable soup wafting through the air. Meanwhile, Lu Degui, accompanied by Zhou Lijuan and a group of 15 or 16, trekked through the dense forest for 2 days before finally discovering a pristine water source. This location was a half-day's journey from Fang Jie's camp, surrounded by towering ancient trees, making it an ideal site for setting up camp. Upon arrival, Lu Degui rolled up his sleeves and began directing the others in felling trees to construct shelters. A lean man scratched his head and muttered, "Lu Gu, do you really know how to build a house? I hope it doesn't collapse and injure someone." Lu Degui seized a nearby stick and struck it against a tree trunk, startling the birds into flight as he retorted, "Mind your words. The very first house at Fang Jie's camp was built with my assistance. Am I incapable of constructing one? I participated in the construction efforts there. Now listen up. Chop the trees, haul the wood, and be quick about it." The group dispersed to their tasks, yet Lu Degui himself vanished. It turned out he had coaxed Zhou Lijuan into the depths of the forest, where the two sought a moment of intimacy. Zhou Lijuan, adept in the ways of survival, understood that on this desolate island, one could not thrive without a reliable partner. Each day, she found ways to amuse Lu Degui, feeding him wild fruits and preparing warm water for him at night. Sharing a bed was her forte, employing various charms and tender words to leave Lu Degui utterly entranced. After several days of collective effort, the camp began to take shape. One evening, Lu Degui, tipsy and languid, reclined beneath the newly erected thatched shelter. As Zhou Lijuan nestled beside him, she noticed him gazing vacantly at the fire and, with feigned casualness, whispered, "If you ask me, Degui, you were never meant to be beneath others. After all these years, who understands you better than I do? Can you truly be at ease under that young lad, Fang Jie?" Seeing Lu Degui silent, Zhou Lijuan believed she had struck a chord with him and intensified her efforts to sow discord, claiming Fang Jie was merely a pretender to righteousness, treating him like a mere laborer. From the initial days of constructing houses to later tasks involving Lin Feng, Fang Jie had thrived while Lu Degui remained empty-handed. "In the end, it was I who felt pity for you. Come with me, and you shall not go wrong. Look at how comfortable you are now. I indulge your whims, and it's not just me. Those other women have also been at your beck and call, with a dozen or so underlings at your command. This is the stature that you, Manager Liu, ought to possess. Suddenly, intoxicated, Liu Dague slapped her across the face, exclaiming, "Shut your foul mouth, you wretched woman. I have fought alongside him through thick and thin. I know him better than you. My choice to follow you is my own. Why do you prattle on in my presence? Speak ill of him again, and I'll toss you into the sea to feed the fish." Zhou Lijuan trembled in fear, quickly forcing a smile, though a flicker of malice glinted in her eyes. Chapter 83. New Year's Eve on the deserted island. Zhou Lijuan beckoned to the short-haired woman beside her, Sister Wang, lent a hand and helped Dague inside to rest. The woman, known as Sister Wang, smiled knowingly, and the two supported the inebriated Liu Dague, one on each side. Liu Dague squinted, one hand circling Zhou Lijuan's waist while the other groped Sister Wang's rear, emitting a lewd chuckle. Leaning close to his ear, Zhou Lijuan whispered to Dague, "Shall we indulge tonight?" Upon hearing this, Liu Dague perked up, intoxicated yet enthusiastic, wrapping his arms around both women's necks. "You little enchantress. No one else can stir things up like you. Damn it, let us indulge." Before he could finish, they half-dragged, half-led him into a grass hut. The wooden door creaked shut, and sounds of clothes rustling mixed with suppressed laughter emerged from within. Wang Tian squatted nearby, casting a glance at Liu Dague, who was joking with the two women. He turned to the lean monkey beside him and asked, "What do you think? Is it better with Fang Jie or here with Liu Dague?" The lean monkey spat into his palm, sharpening the stone knife in his hand. "It's hard to say. With Fang Jie, although the rules are strict and it's not too comfortable, we have a stable life. He has led us against beasts, built houses, with him around. We don't panic in emergencies. But look at Liu Dague, always drunk, and there's not even proper defense in the camp. What if danger strikes?" Wang Tian pondered for a moment, chewing on a blade of grass. "Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. After all, Liu Dague is our old comrade, and we've been through thick and thin together. Let us observe for a while longer." In the distance, Liu Dague's hearty laughter mingled with Zhou Lijuan's playful teasing. The two exchanged glances and sighed in unison, their gazes falling upon the rickety wooden hut nearby. This was the dwelling they had hastily constructed through relentless labor over the past few days, a far cry from the orderly cabins in Fang Jie's camp. Appearing almost like a disheveled joke, time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Yao Zixing's injuries had significantly improved. He could now walk slowly and handle simple tasks without issue. As long as he avoided strenuous activity, one would hardly suspect he had ever been gravely injured. Yao Yu crouched by the pond, cleansing the herbs, her fingertips gliding across the water's surface, creating ripples. She turned to Fang Jie and remarked, "Fortunately, my brother has a strong constitution. If it were someone else, enduring those 2 wounds would likely spell disaster. With his recovery rate, after a month or 2 of careful nurturing, he will surely be as vigorous as ever." Fang Jie nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is largely due to your attentive care. Without you, this little healer, Su Daqiang, and your brother might have lost 1 or 2 lives." "Thank you for the compliment," Yao Yu replied with a gentle smile as she sat beside Fang Jie. "I didn't expect your patience to be quite commendable. You've truly managed to resist the temptation of women." For the past half-month, he had been quite obedient. Fang Jie chuckled, "Oh, that's easy. I possess a bit of willpower." Yao Yu looked at him with intrigue. "Then I shall return your treasure to you. Tonight, have Xiaoru assist you with it." Fang Jie nodded vigorously, "Yes. Thank you for your understanding." Following Yao Yu, he retrieved the tiger whip, carefully concealing it beneath the bed. In the afternoon, the camp buzzed with excitement, joy radiating from everyone's faces. Just back from fishing by the sea, Fang Jie observed the lively scene with curiosity. What good news has everyone received? When Ruoshu bounded over, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, "Brother, do you remember how long we've been on the island?" Fang Jie scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. "I can hardly recall. I suppose it's been over a month." "Nearly 2. When Ruoshu nodded earnestly, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "That's right, almost 2 months. According to our customs, today is New Year's Eve. Since the first day we arrived on the island, I've developed the habit of keeping count, marking it on the bark of trees." Fang Jie said, glancing at the busy crowd in the distance. When Rushu was adorning the wooden cabin with wildflowers, while Shao Jie set up a grill by the bonfire, chopping wood for the evening. The scent of burning wood wafted through the air, prompting him to reflect. Time truly flies. Before we know it, it's time to celebrate the new year. When Rushu met his gaze, her eyes alight with joy, the firelight casting a gentle glow on her face. Yes, we're celebrating our first new year together. Fang Jie, moved, affectionately ruffled her hair. How wonderful. Our first year together. Let us make this evening a grand celebration for the new year. When Ruoxue chimed in enthusiastically, yes. Everyone, let us work hard. Brother said we'll have a splendid new year tonight. Understood. We will quickly hunt for fresh game to enhance our feast. Shao Jie and his 4 companions darted into the thicket like arrows released from a bow. Their days of hunting had made their steps light and their eyes sharp. Following fresh animal tracks, they soon discovered a rabbit burrow in the depths of the brush, swiftly capturing 2 lively rabbits. Fortune seemed particularly favorable, as not far from there, they startled a fawn by the stream, coordinating effectively to capture it successfully. Meanwhile, when Rushu and her sister wandered through the forest, gathering vibrant wildflowers to decorate the camp. When Ruoxue also collected variously shaped seashells, intending to string them into wind chimes to add to the festive cheer. Yao Yu and Yao Zhaixing busied themselves by the pond, meticulously cleansing the shellfish and fish they had caught during the day. Yao Yu frequently reminded her brother to be cautious of his wounds. Fang Jie hefted an axe, chopping sturdy branches to reinforce the fire pit, while Su Chang stacked stones to create a rudimentary cooking platform, humming a folk tune from his hometown. Each person diligently fulfilled their role, laughter occasionally resonating amidst their toil. As the sun began to dip in the west, a roaring flame ignited in the fire pit, with wild rabbits and young deer neatly prepared and sizzling on the grill, emitting a tantalizing aroma. The seafood bubbled in the pot, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. Wildflowers and shells adorned the humble wooden cabin, bestowing it with a fresh vibrance. Fang Jie searched through every nook and cranny but could only find a few empty wine bottles. He sighed softly, only to notice that everyone had instinctively filled bowls with clear water and gathered around the crackling campfire. The flickering firelight cast shadows on 12 faces, illuminating them in turns. The 5 brothers of the Shao Jie family sat shoulder to shoulder on a rough wooden bench. Yao Zhaixing and his sister whispered to each other, occasionally sharing a smile. The one sisters had wildflowers still nestled in their hair from their daytime foraging. Su Chang tended to their aging mother, carefully placing golden brown roasted rabbit meat into her bowl. Fang Jie gradually rose, raising his ceramic bowl. Dear friends, our survival on this desolate island mirrors the ancient tale of the fire maker striking stone to create flame. Everything begins anew. Each step is fraught with hardship, and each day is a hard-won gift. From constructing our first wooden shelter to capturing our first prey, from enduring our first blizzard to overcoming our initial injuries. It is the trust and perseverance shared among us that has brought us to this day. His gaze swept across each individual, his tone growing increasingly heartfelt. I often contemplate the vastness of this sea and the isolation of this island. To encounter and stand by you all is a fortune Fang Jie must have earned over several lifetimes. Tonight, though we lack fine wines and sumptuous dishes, we have this campfire as our light, roasted meat as our feast, and 12 hearts united in adversity. Here, I solemnly pledge that no matter what challenges lie ahead, I shall stand with you through life and death. To the 11 brothers and sisters gathered here today, I shall forever engrave this bond in my heart. With that, he raised a ceramic bowl high. Shao Jie was the first to rise, and the 5 brothers chorused, Brother Fang, we believe in you. One Ruchu's eyes glistened with emotion as she softly declared, with you here, we have our anchor. Yao Yu playfully nudged his shoulder. You, my friend, speak quite well. Enough sentimentality. Let us drink. Su Chang also lifted his bowl, exclaiming, Happy New Year. Wishing everyone a joyful New Year. Happy New Year. The 12 bowls clashed together, sending crystalline droplets of water splashing into the air. Chapter 84. The past has been rectified amidst cheerful banter and lively ambience. The atmosphere was vibrant. Fang Jie had already caught sight of Shao Jie and others whispering to each other. Speak plainly. Why the hushed murmurs? Fang Jie called out with a raised chin. Shao Jie scratched the back of his head. Brother Fang, ever since we saw Yao Yu dance last time, The brothers have been tossing and turning at night, captivated by her grace. Is it possible to? Hey, are you fellows insulting me? Do you take me for tavern songstress? Thinking about her grace, what absurdity is this? Yao Yu brandished a piece of yam as if to throw it. But Fang Jie chuckled and gently stopped her wrist. They admire you. It is a yearning for beauty, not an insult. Would you not agree? Xiao Ji nodded eagerly, affirming. Yes, Brother Fang is right. Sister Yao, oh no, how clumsy of me. Sister Yu, we mean no harm. We merely wish to indulge in the spectacle once more. Fang Jie winked at Yao Yu, suggesting, let this be a delightful embellishment to our festive gathering. Would you grace us with another dance? Yao Yu bit her lip and pondered for a moment, suddenly breaking into a mischievous smile. Dancing alone is rather dull. I need someone to lend me a hand. Xiao Ji was the first to leap up, exclaiming, I'll do it. Yao Yu laughed heartily. You certainly know how to insert yourself. But with those clumsy limbs of yours, it won't do. Before her words had fully settled, she had already grasped Fang Jie's wrist and pulled him toward the open space. When Rushu let out a soft hum, I knew exactly what you were plotting. Laughter erupted among the group. Yao Yu turned back to make a silly face at her, then stepped forward to pull her along. She beckoned to Wenrua Xue, who was nestled within the crowd. Yao Yu twirled gracefully, her enchanting figure bowing slowly to the crowd. Come, let us sing a long song. Dance beneath the shimmering lights of the bonfire. The new year must be filled with jubilance. Let us go. Fang Jie wrapped his arms around Wenrushu's waist, and the four of them spun into the radiant glow of the flames. Yao Yu moved with the lightness of a deer in the woods, her every gesture radiating youthful exuberance. Although Wenrushu and her sister's movements were somewhat awkward, their smiles shone brightly. By the bonfire, Xiao Ji tapped a ceramic bowl in rhythm. The group sang a medley of folk songs, their shadows dancing against the rock wall, forming a vibrant sea of joy. The spirited atmosphere lingered until midnight, when fatigue set in, prompting everyone to disperse. After savoring the delicacies prepared by Wenrushu, Fang Jie felt a warm surge within him, and his throat parched unbearably. His gaze on Wenrushu grew increasingly fervent. She blushed under his intense scrutiny, gently tugging at his sleeve. What's with that look? You seem terrifying, as if you wished to devour me. Fang Jie leaned closer, his nose nearly brushing against her trembling lashes. I wish to show you something. Could you come to my room? Wenrushu tilted her head back to meet his gaze, chuckling softly as her fingers trailed slowly up his chest. Wait for me in your room. I'll find you once I tidy up. Fang Jie swallowed hard, a low chuckle escaping him as he whispered in her ear. Do you still have that black silk? Wear it. Startled, Wenrushu playfully pinched his side, but he gently seized her wrist and pulled her closer, the fragrance of wildflowers mingling with the warmth of the bonfire enveloping them. Go now. I still have to clean up, she urged, pushing him toward the door. Fang Jie glanced back. Don't keep me waiting too long. I know. Stop talking, she replied. As moonlight streamed through the gaps in the wooden cabin, Fang Jie heard the soft patter of footsteps outside. Looking up, he saw Wenrushu wrapped in a gauzy garment, her beauty enhanced by the gentle glow of the moonlight. He quickly pulled her into his embrace, their intertwined shadows cast upon the smooth bark of the wall. The night breeze was soft, yet the atmosphere was charged with excitement. In wee hours, Wenrushu quietly opened the door. Wenrua stirred, sleepily murmuring, Sister, how come you're back? Before she could finish, her sister shushed her. As Wenrushu settled in a bed, her movements caused the wooden frame to creak. In the moonlight, Wenrua caught sight of her disheveled hair and flushed cheeks. Instantly wide awake, she wrapped herself in a blanket and snuggled up to her sister. How could you bear to come back? It sounded quite harmonious, didn't it? Just go back to sleep. Wenrushu lifted her foot to kick, but her sister caught her ankle. Yao Yu, lying in the adjacent bed, chuckled at the sister's banter. Look at this scene. Your sister must have been tormented and couldn't take it anymore. Are you both in need of some discipline? Wenrushu grabbed a pillow and threw it at her. Wenrua laughed so hard she rolled to the corner of the bed, lowering her voice to tease. Sister, the tiger whip was personally stewed by you. Now you're blaming others? You little brat. Wenrushu's ears turned crimson. She pulled the blanket over her head, her muffled voice escaping. From now on, you serve your brother. I can't handle it. Yao Yu, stifling her laughter, turned over and poked Wenrua's waist with her finger. Just go to sleep. Can't you see your sister's ears are all red? She's exhausted, so stop teasing her. The room finally fell quiet. when Rushu buried her face in the pillow, silently grinding her teeth. What a waste of effort making him supplements. In the end, I'm the one suffering. The next morning, Fang Jie heard a knocking sound in his dreams. He turned over, mumbling that the door was unlocked, yet no one came in. Upon closer listening, the noise seemed to come from the window. Rubbing his eyes, he saw a furry paw poking through the window crack. Fang Jie quickly pushed the window open, and a golden figure swiftly jumped into the room, startling him back. It was a brilliantly colored golden monkey, squatting on the floor and tilting its head to observe him with its twinkling eyes, utterly adorable. "Where did you come from, little one?" Fang Jie smiled and waved. To his surprise, the monkey obediently extended its paw and shook his hand. Fang Jie hurriedly threw off the blanket and called out, "Xiaoru, come quickly. There's something amazing. What kind of trick are you playing now?" When Rushu focused on kneading cassava dough in the kitchen, didn't he look up? "I haven't settled the score with you from last night, and now you want to lure me in for more trouble? I'm not tricking you." Fang Jie insisted. "If you want to come, then fine. Schwer will. Coming." When Ruashua giggled, climbing onto the doorframe. Upon catching sight of the golden monkey on the bed, she gasped in surprise. Startled, the monkey dashed up Fang Jie's shoulder, wrapping its tail around his neck. When Rushu was pulled into the room by her sister, just as she was about to complain, she caught sight of the golden ball of fur peeking from behind Fang Jie, its paws tugging at his hair. Heavens, how adorable! The wooden spoon in her hand clattered to the ground as she cautiously stepped forward. How could there be such a beautiful monkey? The golden monkey hid behind Fang Jie's ear, revealing only half its face, its moist eyes fixed on the dough and when Rushu's hand. Fang Jie gently supported its front paw and said softly, "Be gentle, don't scare it. Look, it seems hungry." When Rushu quickly broke off a small piece of dough and extended it in her palm, the monkey sniffed, suddenly letting go of Fang Jie and bouncing on her hand, eagerly munching on the dough. One Ruashua, itching to touch it, reached out, but the monkey squeaked and scampered back to Fang Jie's bed. It clutched the corner of the blanket, tilting its head to look around, causing the three to burst into laughter. Chapter 85. The Usefulness of the Monkey. "All right, quickly close the door." When Ruashua hurriedly closed the doors and windows, fearing the golden monkey might escape, Fang Jie chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "There is no need to be so anxious. It's difficult for creatures in the mountains to survive the winter, so it's likely that it ventured here out of desperation for food, just like the golden monkeys in our country's forests. They often descend from the mountains in search of sustenance, don't they?" He extended a piece of dried wild fruit toward the monkey, watching it savor the treat with delight. He continued, "Wild animals possess a certain understanding. If you treat them kindly and leave your doors open, they will be inclined to stay. If you harbor thoughts of confinement, even if you manage to keep them physically restrained, their spirits will feel stifled, and they will eventually seek an opportunity to escape." He pointed at the monkey relishing the fruit. "Look how content it is. Once it considers this place its home, you want to be able to drive it away, if we truly wish to bind it." Fang Jie cast a sly glance at Rushu. "It would be better to bind something else." When Rushu picked up a broom as if to strike, but the monkey leapt onto her shoulder, gently tugging at her braid. Fang Jie shook his head with a smile. "You see, it understands who genuinely cares for it better than anyone. If you strike me, it won't be pleased." As he spoke, he opened the window. The golden monkey perched on the windowsill, swaying its tail, showing no desire to leap outside. Instead, it turned its head and reached out a paw toward the food in Ruashua's hand. In a flurry, she offered it a few more dried fruits. After the monkey finished eating and did not retreat, she bravely reached out to stroke its soft fur. The monkey tilted its head to look at her, nuzzling against her palm affectionately. When Rushu, witnessing this endearing interaction, extended her fingertip to gently touch its ear, prompting it to chirp and twirl around playfully. "Shall we give it a name?" When Ruashua's eyes sparkled as she looked at Fang Jie. When Rushu observed the monkey's lively demeanor and smiled, "It loves to chirp. So how about we call it Gigi?" Fang Jie nodded with a grin. "That name is quite fitting." He reached out to smooth down the monkey's tousled fur, his gaze drifting toward the boundless forest outside the window. When summer arrives and the fruit trees bear their harvest, Gigi will prove to be quite useful. In many places, monkeys assist people in picking bananas, harvesting coconuts, and even plucking durians. Once we've tamed it, it could save us considerable effort in climbing up trees to gather wild fruits. Gigi seemed to understand. leaping onto Fang Jie's shoulder and pointing its paw toward a nearby fruit tree, chirping joyously. Yao Yu, hearing the commotion inside, approached the door. Upon opening it, she spotted Jie perched on Wenroshua's shoulder, nibbling on the wild fruit. The moment it saw Yao Yu, its eyes lit up, and it leapt into her embrace, its fuzzy head rubbing against her chest. Oh! Yao Yu stumbled back a step, but laughed as she embraced the monkey, which was surprisingly friendly. How adorable! She scratched Jie's chin with her fingertip, eliciting a contented purr from it. Fang Jie, witnessing the scene, burst into laughter. This monkey must surely be male. I need not even look. The moment it sees a lady, it dives right into her arms. It certainly has good taste. When Rushu lightly tapped his arm, her eyes twinkling with amusement, you do talk a lot. Yao Yu playfully shook Jie's paw and winked at Fang Jie. What's the matter? Are you jealous? The monkey seemed to play along, turning its head to make a face at Fang Jie, causing laughter to erupt throughout the room. Fang Jie shot a glance at the monkey, thinking, I am not jealous of it. Whoever is jealous is a little dog. Wenroshu leaned toward Yao Yu's ear. Brother is indeed being contradictory. If you ask him again, he'll claim he belongs to the dog family. Previously, he had uttered such words. One ought not to trust a single punctuation mark. Ha ha! The three girls erupted into laughter. Exasperated, he thought to himself that three women together could indeed create quite a spectacle. Fang Jie rose and made his way outside, with the little monkey, Jie, trailing behind him. He led Jie to the pond to fish, where the small creature squatted attentively by his side. When a fish was finally caught, it would even extend a hand to pin down the flailing tail. Fang Jie, observing its cleverness and obedience, mused internally that this creature held considerable potential for training. He guided Jie into the woods, pointing at the pine cones high above. After a moment of contemplation, Jie swiftly climbed the trunk, its furry form darting gracefully among the branches, returning in the blink of an eye with a plump pine cone in its grasp. Fang Jie nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, Well done. Quite impressive. No wonder so many people keep monkeys for work. It's so convenient. He returned to the camp with Jie perched on his shoulder, saying, Now that I'm raising you, you must lend me your efforts come summer. Do you understand? Jie busied itself by playfully tugging at Fang Jie's hair. In the storeroom, when Rushu was crouched beside a ceramic jar, rummaging through a cloth bag, she glanced up at Fang Jie, her fingertips pinching a shriveled seed, pondering whether it would spoil if placed back down. It won't spoil, Fang Jie reassured, taking the seed and weighing it in his hand. If planted now, it will surely rot in the ground. The climate is unsuitable. Wait until spring when the temperature warms up and we can plant these seeds in a shaded, dry spot. It will be foolproof. He gestured towards a corner of the storeroom where wild fruit was stored, a place impervious to moisture. Jie hopped down from his shoulder, its paws pawing at the cloth bag inquisitively, causing Wenroshu to chuckle lightly. Fang Jie scratched the monkey's head, saying, Just endure for another month or two. Once the first spring rain falls, we can cultivate a vegetable patch to grow wheat and cabbage. Soon enough, we shall feast on steamed buns, dumplings, and buns. Upon hearing that dumplings would be on the menu, Wenroshu sprang up from the ground, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she approached the storeroom door. Can we really grow wheat? When will we be able to eat buns? I'm absolutely craving them. I didn't even get a single dumpling during the new year. She smacked her lips, unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes. If we can make dumplings with cabbage and meat filling, I'll do anything you ask. Fang Jie was amused by her eagerness, seeing how close she was to drooling. He gently ruffled her hair, saying, What's the rush? The seeds must wait until spring to be sown, and the wheat seedlings will take 3 months to harvest. He pointed to the warming sea breeze outside. Can't you feel it? It's been a bit warmer these past few days. The weather is improving. Spring will soon be upon us after the new year. Wenroshu playfully flicked her sister's nose, saying, Look at your impatience. You get anxious at the mere mention of food. Leaning against the doorframe, Wenroshu laughed. Once we harvest the wheat, I want to learn how to make noodles too, tossed with our dried fish. It's bound to be delicious. You know, I've noticed that our people seem to have an obsession with farming. No matter where we go, we never forget to grow food. Fang Jie smiled and nodded. You're absolutely right. Since ancient times, anyone who prevents us from cultivating our land shall find themselves in the soil. As long as we tend to our fields well, there will be bread, and certainly dumplings as well. Chapter 86. Departure into the forest. Time flew swiftly and before long, more than a month had passed since the beginning of the lunar year. As the weather gradually warms, the island's flora and fauna awaken, presenting a vibrant tableau of life. For over a month, Wenruoshua has persistently pestered Fang Jie, lamenting the confinement of the camp and yearning to venture out. Fang Jie has already guided her through every nearby locale. This morning, Wenruoshua tugged at Fang Jie, exclaiming, "Brother, didn't Tiwei Changsheng invite us to visit their tribe this spring? Surely we can go now. I've grown familiar with every anthill in the vicinity. Let's take a break and explore." Wenruoshua, standing beside her, looked at Fang Jie with hopeful anticipation. Fang Jie regarded the siblings, Yao Zixing and Yao Yu, and said, "I've been contemplating this matter. Previously, Yao Yu and Yao Zixing were injured, making long journeys unsuitable for them. Now that Yao Yu has healed and Yao Zixing is nearly recovered, a long trek should pose no issue." Wei Changxing mentioned that their tribe excels in agriculture and hunting. "Our visit serves two purposes: to connect with them and to inquire about suitable seeds and tools while learning their agricultural techniques. If they possess quality medicinal herbs, we can procure some as well." The girls were elated upon hearing this, having been cooped up in the camp for over a month, eagerly longing to escape the monotony. Yao Zixing suggested, "Let us make preparations and ensure everything at the camp is in order so we can depart early tomorrow." Fang Jie patted Yao Zixing on the shoulder and said, "Gather Shao Ji and the others for arrangements. Su Daqiang's mother is unwell, so he should remain in the camp with Shao Ji and maintain order. The three girls, and I will venture forth with you." Yao Zixing nodded in agreement. Fang Jie continued, "In truth, I've been waiting for your recovery. I'm uncertain about the distance to Wei Changsheng's tribe, and the treacherous terrain of the deep mountains may present numerous challenges. I would feel much more secure with you by my side." Yao Zixing chuckled, "You are too modest. You've slain a tiger. What is there to fear?" Fang Jie laughed in return. "Slaying the tiger was not solely my endeavor. It required considerable effort from both me and Wei Changsheng." Yao Yu interjected with a smirk, "Didn't you boast previously that you single-handedly killed it?" Fang Jie felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering if he had inadvertently revealed too much. "You didn't hear anything, right?" Wenruoshua laughed heartily. "It's perfectly fine. Who doesn't indulge in a bit of boasting? If I could slay a tiger, I'd outshine you in exaggeration." Wenruoshua tugged at her sister's sleeve, urging, "Quickly gather your belongings and ensure the camp duties are well assigned. We don't want to be flustered later." Wenruoshua immediately called out to Shao Ji and Su Daqiang. When they arrived, Fang Jie addressed them. "I, along with Yao Zixing, will take these three girls to Wei Changsheng's tribe to see if we can acquire anything useful. What are your thoughts?" Su Daqiang rubbed his hands together, looking troubled. "Given my mother's condition, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to leave." Fang Jie waved his hand dismissively. "I know you can't leave. The camp is in your capable hands. Keep a close watch here with Shao Ji and the others." Shao Ji furrowed his brow, asking, "Should I accompany you? What if something arises on the journey?" Fang Jie reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "With Yao Zixing with us, we will be fine. You all can focus on safeguarding the camp until our return." He, along with Shao Ji and Su Daqiang, reinforced the wooden fence surrounding the camp, pointing to the low-lying area and suggesting, "Dig a few more traps here and cover them with dry leaves to deter wild beasts." After assigning the trap arrangements, he returned to the cabin. Inside, the three sisters were chattering around a wicker basket. Wenruoshua held up a piece of animal skin, exclaiming it should serve as a blanket. Yao Yu rummaged through half a bag of salt, insisting they needed seasoning. Wenruoshua produced a tent, suggesting, "Let us take both tents. If we encounter no caves along the way, it will be convenient to rest." The golden monkey chirped, perched on the edge of the basket, pawing at the dried mango in Wenruoshua's hand. Fang Jie leaned against the doorframe, observing their preparations, recalling the ring Wei Changsheng had given him. "Xiao Ru, bring the ring Wei Changsheng gave you last time. It might prove useful in times of trouble." Wenruoshua promptly retrieved the ring and handed it to Fang Jie, who slipped it onto his finger. As they traversed mountains and valleys, no one knew what challenges lay ahead. Yao Zixing secured a gleaming, well-honed dagger at his waist. Fang Jie hefted a long gun, while the heavier burdens were borne by the two men. The three girls, impatient and eager, could not wait until the morrow. They even neglected lunch, urging everyone to set off. Once Fang Jie saw that everyone was prepared, he waved goodbye to the few who remained behind, leading the group northward into the dense forest. He grasped the route map, sketched by Wei Changsheng on birch bark, guiding the way at the forefront. The earth beneath their feet was damp with the early spring's moisture, and tender red ferns peeked through the soil. In the thicket where they had previously hunted tigers, a few gray-haired wild rabbits sprang forth. When Ruo Shui gasped, wanting to chase them, but Fang Jie firmly held her back, instructing, "Don't run off, follow my lead." Yao Yu knelt to examine a cluster of blue and purple flowers, dew glistening on the petals. These flowers are different from those by the camp. They smell delightful. The golden monkey leaped from her shoulder to the treetops, chattering into the distance. The sound of rushing water echoed from deep within the forest. Yao Zixing tightened his grip on the dagger at his back, cautioning, "It sounds like a stream. Everyone be wary of snakes." When Ruo Shui had already bounded to the stream's edge, splashing water onto her face, exclaiming, "Brother, look! There are fish the size of my palm." Fang Jie leaned over to look. Indeed, several carp swam in the clear water, their tails tinged with a rosy hue, quite exquisite. The stream's banks were adorned with clusters of wildflowers, pink, white, and yellow, dropping petals as the spring breeze swept through. When Ruo Shui crouched by the water, reaching to scoop up petals, startling a nearby dragonfly in a flight. Yao Yu slipped off her shoes and stepped into the water, the pebbles tickling her soles. She picked up a stone that resembled an eye and waved it at when Ruo Shui, exclaiming, "Look at this! So beautiful!" The gentle breeze tousled their hair as when Ruo Shui giggled, chasing after the flowers blown away by the wind, while Yao Yu splashed in the water, drenching when Ruchu's pant legs. When Ruchu laughed, shaking droplets from her legs, playfully scolding, "Yao Jie, what are you doing? You mischievous girl. Call me Yao Jie again, and I shall swat your bottom." She ran over to join in the playful antics with when Ruchu. In the distance, a wild vine swayed into view, clutching a handful of freshly picked wildflowers, which had scattered over when Ruo Shui's head, showering her in petals. Fang Jie sat on a rock, watching the merriment unfold. Yao Zixing crouched nearby, carving wooden arrows. The sound of the blades scraping against the wood mingling with the babbling of the stream, creating a harmonious melody. A swarm of butterflies emerged from upstream, their wings shimmering brilliantly. When Ruo Shui chased after the butterflies, heedless of the mud that caked her shoes, while Yao Yu laughed and called from behind, "Be careful not to fall into the water." The stream mirrored the azure sky and flowering trees, blending their shadows into the embrace of nature. Chapter 87. Fang Jie's weakness. Jiji perched on Fang Jie's shoulder, wagging its tail, occasionally leaping down to dash about in the woods. When Ruo Shui spotted glistening wild fruits hanging from a tree and eagerly beckoned to Jiji, "Quickly, go pick that." After more than a month of companionship and Fang Jie's deliberate training, Jiji had begun to discern the intentions of those around. The little creature scampered up a tree branch, nudged the wild fruits with its paws, and then leapt back onto Fang Jie's shoulder, shaking off its fur in disdain. Fang Jie chuckled, patting its head. "See, even the monkeys know the fruits aren't ripe yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" When Ruo Shui pouted, kicking a pebble, "I just want to taste them. The sour ones we picked at the camp were unbearable. I thought these might be better." Yao Yu squatted beside her, laughing. "Just wait. Once these fruits ripen, I promise you'll have your fill." When Rushu tugged at Fang Jie's sleeve and inquired, "How many days will it take to reach Wei Changsheng's tribe?" Fang Jie pulled out a crumpled bark map from his deerskin pouch, marked with winding lines drawn in charcoal. He pointed to a cross on the map and explained, "You see, last time it took them 5 days just to travel from their tribe to ours, not counting the time spent hunting and searching for water." He unfolded the map a bit more, indicating the blurred wave patterns along the edges. "We are currently at the estuary close to the coast, which can still be considered an island. However, heading toward the center of the map, Wei Changxing mentioned there are larger settlements to the west of their tribe, and they say that deeper in, towns can be found that are many times larger than our camp." According to him, this place cannot simply be referred to as an island. It is vast, akin to the numerous islands scattered across the oceans on world maps. Yao Yu leaned in to examine the map, her finger poking at the crooked drawing of a tiger's head. "Is this where you last hunted the tiger?" Fang Jie nodded. "Yes, after crossing this forest and climbing 2 more ridges, we will need to veer northwest." Wei Changsheng warned that the trees there grow as if reaching for the sky, and at night, one must be wary of the leopards lurking atop the treetops. When Ruo Shui gasped in astonishment, quickly tightening the stone knife at her waist, Is it really that frightening? Fang Jie reached out to pat when Ruoshu at his head. Don't treat this forest as if you were merely strolling through your neighborhood. Dangers lurk everywhere. He pointed to the grass by the stream. Compared to tigers and wild boars, venomous snakes and insects are far more perilous. Hiding beneath the leaves where they are nearly invisible. Large beasts can be avoided, but these smaller creatures are far more insidious. He crouched down to pick up a leaf marked with black spots. Remember, if you see creatures with bright colors or unfamiliar insects, do not touch them. The more beautiful they are, the more toxic they tend to be. When Ruoshu, who had been holding a butterfly with patterned wings, immediately released it upon hearing this, and the butterfly buzzed away. Fang Jie reiterated, in the future, when you encounter a stream, do not get lost in play. First, check the crevices for venomous snakes and the grass for nests of poisonous insects. Yao Yu glanced down at the colorful shell she had just picked up and discreetly returned it to the water. Noticing the tension on everyone's faces, Fang Jie quickly smiled to reassure them. However, there is no need for excessive worry. Just remain vigilant. With both Yao and me here, how could wild beasts possibly carry you away? When Rushu linked her arm with his and gently urged, come now, let's make haste while there is still daylight. We must find a dry spot to rest before nightfall. Fang Jie nodded and, wielding his long spear, forged a path through the vines ahead. Yao Zixing, carrying a water bag, trailed at the rear, occasionally bending down to inspect the footprints on the ground. When Ruoshu clutched a sharpened stick, her eyes darting around the foliage, and upon spotting a colorful beetle, she jumped back in fright and hid behind Yao Yu. Fang Jie turned around, amused. That is merely a golden beetle. It won't bite. Do not frighten yourself unnecessarily. The group stepped over the fallen leaves, their only companions the sound of their footsteps and the chirping of birds in the treetops. As dusk approached, they discovered a dry clearing within the forest. When Rushu busily gathered firewood, while when Ruoshua set up a stone slab for grilling meat, Yao Zixing circled the campsite 3 times with a large knife, cutting down the surrounding underbrush that reached half his height. Fang Jie carried an empty water jug to the stream, and Yao Yu picked up a bone knife to follow him, saying, I will accompany you. It is a good opportunity to wash my face. Just as they crouched by the water's edge to collect some, Yao Yu suddenly yelped and jumped up, causing the water jug to clatter onto the stones. A slender, patterned snake was entwined around her ankle, its scales glistening ominously in the twilight. Terrified, she fell back into the shallow water, her lovely face turning pale. Fang Jie, help me. The snake, startled, slithered into her pant leg. Yao Yu, panicking, retreated repeatedly, exclaiming, Oh my goodness! Hurry up, Fang Jie. It's in my pants. Fang Jie rushed over, pressing down on her knee with one hand while gripping the snake's tail with the other, pulling forcefully. The snake hissed, its triangular head thrashing about inside her pant leg. Do not move. The more you squirm, the more likely it is to strike. Fang Jie shouted, tightening his grip and violently swinging the snake against the stones. In pain, the snake shot out 3 feet away and disappeared into a crevice. Yao Yu collapsed against him, trembling with fear. She noticed Fang Jie's hand, which still held her ankle, was also shaking, and she couldn't help but laugh. I have never seen you so flustered. What is this? Are you afraid of snakes? Fang Jie wiped the cold sweat from his brow. I shan't deny it. I fear ridicule, but while I would face tigers and bears without hesitation, I do have a genuine fear of snakes. When I was a child, my grandfather took me hunting in the mountains, and I was bitten by one of these creatures. Once bitten by a snake, one fears the rope for 10 years. Yao Yu giggled, snuggling closer to him. So even the great hero fears soft, slithering creatures. How embarrassing. Fang Jie lightly tapped her shoulder. Oh, what you say? Genghis Khan swept across the world, yet he too feared dogs. Every person has their flaws. You, my friend, truly lack compassion. I overcame my fear to assist you, and you mock me. Yao Yu lifted her head, her smile sweet. Very well, I shall not mock you. You are right. Everyone has something they fear. It is the essence of being human, to possess flesh and blood. Fang Jie lowered his gaze, silently admiring her smile. Yao Yu felt a flush creep across her cheeks as she chided. Hey, have you finished staring at me? I've noticed you seem to take pleasure in gazing at me. Fang Jie cleared his throat and replied, That merely indicates your beauty. I wouldn't spare a glance at an unattractive person even for money. Bah, you truly have no shame. Yao Yu retorted, spitting lightly. Stop looking and help me up. My pants are soaked. Fang Jie quickly assisted her to her feet. The water in the stream mirrored their crooked silhouettes, while a nearby water bottle continued to leak. Yao Yu brushed off the dirt from her clothes, urging, "Hurry, draw some water, we must return." Xiao Ru and the others must have prepared dinner. I'm already famished. Chapter 88. Future Stars Wu Zhao. Fang Jie and Yao Yu hastened back to the campsite, and Yao Yu inhaled deeply, exclaiming, I smell roasted meat. Let us hurry. She tugged Fang Jie toward the campsite, only to discover several unfamiliar faces upon arrival. 3 women accompanied by 2 boys stood before them, their garments tattered and worn, reminiscent of their own arrival on the island. While Fang Jie pondered this, when Rushu approached quietly, whispering, "They are from the seaside camp. After we left, they ventured into the woods. They saw the flames from our cooking and came over." The women, upon spotting Fang Jie, promptly rose to greet him. He nodded and inquired, "Where are the others?" A middle-aged woman sighed. "The winter has been harsh. Many of the elderly did not survive, and the younger ones have scattered. Groups of 2 or 3 can be found everywhere. The few of us have been hiding here for more than half a month, unaware of the whereabouts of the others." Just then, Yao Zixing emerged from the forest, carrying 2 wild rabbits, blood still dripping from the blade. I spotted rabbit tracks earlier and chased them for quite some time before catching these. The group immediately gathered around him. Yao Yu squatted beside him, skinning the rabbits, the firelight illuminating each face. As they huddled around the fire, consuming roasted meat, the 3 women and the 2 boys ate voraciously. The women first offered the meat to the children, gnawing on the bones themselves. Fang Jie could not help but ask, "How do you sustain yourselves? Do you hunt?" The woman replied with a bitter smile, "Hunt? We cannot do that. How can we ever catch a rabbit? We merely craft simple traps from vines, hoping for luck. Occasionally, we might ensnare small game, or we gather berries and catch fish. When food is scarce, we resort to digging up wild roots to stave off hunger." Fang Jie gestured toward the children and asked, "Are these 2 little ones yours?" The woman shook her head. "The older one is my son. The younger boy, around 10, lives with his grandfather." Fang Jie turned to the boy and asked, "Where's your grandfather?" The boy's eyes welled with tears. "My grandfather has been gravely ill these past few days and is unable to rise from the cave." Fang Jie handed the boy a piece of roasted rabbit leg. "First, eat. Afterward, take some meat to your grandfather." The boy expressed his gratitude, clutching the meat with trembling hands. Yao Yu glanced at Fang Jie, suggesting, "Perhaps I should accompany you to check on him. The child seems quite pitiable. I have some herbs that may help." "Very well. I shall go with you," he replied. The boy stood up, expressing his thanks. "Thank you. Thank you. Older brothers and sisters. No, sit down quickly. Eat your meal." After finishing their meal, the group followed the boy to the cave. The damp scent of decaying leaves filled the air as the elder lay on a mound of straw, his chest rising and falling feebly. The young boy clenched his gnarled fingers, with remnants of greasy barbecue still lingering in the crevices. "Grandpa, that kind-hearted brother gave me some food. Please eat. Once you have eaten, you will feel better." The elderly man struggled to lift his head, gazing at the few people before him. As Fang Jie crouched down, a glimmer of light suddenly emerged from the old man's murky eyes. His cracked lips trembled as he uttered, "You're the one who held the long gun on the beach." Fang Jie sighed, "Yes, it is I." The old man's breath was labored, and each word seemed to sap his remaining strength. "Heaven has eyes. Our Wu family's ancestors have accumulated virtue, and at last, the heavens have sent someone to take him away." The frail hands of the old man tightened around Fang Jie's wrist, his nails nearly embedding into the flesh. "Young man, I beseech you for one thing. Please take this child with you. His parents perished at sea, and I, an old skeleton, am nearing my end." The elder's eyelids grew heavy, yet he fought to keep his gaze fixed on his grandson. "For the sake of a dying man, I implore you, save him. This child has always been obedient and understanding, particularly resilient and capable. Please do not despise him. He will be of assistance to you. Why would you entrust him to me? Are there not others around you?" The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. "If he follows others, I fear he will beg for scraps or be pelted with stones. I fear he will not grow up. To you, he is like a small, helpless weed. But to me, he is my heart's flesh, and I cannot bear to part with him." The boy buried his face in his grandfather's tattered clothing, tears streaming down. The old man trembled as he caressed the child's head. Only by following you can I rest easy. You are a good person. Fang Jie pried open the old man's gasping fingers. He looked at the boy. Do you wish to come with me? I must warn you. The path ahead may be perilous. Yet, I will do my utmost to ensure your survival. The boy lifted his head, staring at him in bewilderment. The old man hurriedly added, Child, don't forget to thank your benefactor. The boy bit his lip tightly, tears smudging his face, his body trembling incessantly. Fang Jie placed his hand on the back of the boy's neck. Kneel. Bow your head. From this moment forth, I shall be your brother. The old man summoned his remaining strength to push his grandson forward. Quickly, go. The boy fell to his knees, his call of brother shattered by his sobs. Fang Jie bent down to help him up, witnessing the tears that trickled down the old man's face, distorting in the wrinkles. Rest assured from this moment, I shall treat him as my own brother. Ah, may your great kindness be repaid by this child. Zhao, listen well. You must obey your brother in all things. If you dare to be disobedient, your grandfather will spank you. Be a good child and spare your grandfather further worry. Treat your benefactor as your own brother. Work for him and repay him for a lifetime. Your parents and I will always watch over you. The boy nodded vigorously. This will suffice at last. I can. The old man's voice abruptly ceased. Grandpa! Wu Zhao cried out in despair, collapsing onto his grandfather's body, weeping uncontrollably. Fang Jie reached out to close the old man's eyes. The skin he touched felt like sun-dried bark, a tear rolling down onto the back of the old man's hand. When Ruochu covered her mouth and turned away, Yao Yu sobbed as she embraced when Ruochu was beside her. The flickering flames cast the shadows of several individuals upon the cave walls, swaying like the remnants of candles in the wind. Wu Zhao continued to weep, while Fang Jie approached and gently patted his trembling shoulder. Follow me, and I shall ensure your safety. The wind outside surged into the cave, swirling with dry leaves that brushed against the old man's body. A few individuals assisted Wu Zhao in burying his grandfather before heading back. He turned back every few steps, bowing toward the mound of earth with a heavy heart. Upon returning to the camp, Fang Jie recounted the old man's last wishes to Yao Zixing. After listening, Yao Zixing firmly patted his shoulder, saying, You did well. This child has lost his family. He cannot simply be left in the woods to be preyed upon by wolves. As they set up tents that night, Fang Jie deliberately retrieved Jie from the tree. The little monkey had just finished munching on wild fruits, its paws still smeared with pulp, yet it obediently curled up at Wu Zhao's feet, wrapping its tail around his pant leg. Wu Zhao, nestled within the animal skin, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the campfire in a daze. It was only when Jie nudged its furry head against his knee that he managed to tug at the corners of his mouth. Fang Jie added a stick to the fire, causing sparks to pop and dance. Zhao, look how amusing this monkey is. It can keep you company from now on. He reached out to wipe the dirt from Wu Zhao's face. It is sorrowful that your grandfather has departed, but you must live on. Do you understand? Wu Zhao nodded, clutching Jie's paw, his Adam's apple bobbing in his slender neck. Brother, I will listen to you. Fang Jie noticed the tears still clinging to Wu Zhao's eyelashes and forced himself to sit up straighter. All right, no need to get up. Sleep now. He saw Wu Zhao obediently burrow into the animal skin before nodding and departing. Originally, he had shared a tent with Yao Zixing, but with Wu Zhao joining them, it was evidently too cramped. He suggested Yao Zixing take the tent for the night. Yao Zixing frowned, and what about you? Fang Jie gestured toward the campfire. I can manage here for a night. Yao Zixing glanced at the girls' tents, hesitating before suggesting, how about I keep watch, and you sleep in the tent? You just recovered. Don't overexert yourself. Fang Jie placed his bow and arrows beside the fire. Go to sleep. We have to travel early tomorrow. Knowing Fang Jie's stubbornness, Yao Zixing reluctantly patted his shoulder and, as he entered the tent, turned back to remind, it gets cold at night. Stay close to the fire. The campfire crackled, casting his shadow upon the tent. Inside, Wu Zhao's soft breathing could be heard, and Jie had curled up into a fuzzy ball at his feet. Chapter 89. Assigning you a number. Soft, warm light streamed from the tent, and the chatter of three girls reached Fang Jie's ears. When Ruochu peeked through the tent flap, waving at him, Brother, why haven't you come to sleep yet? Fang Jie approached. The tent was small, so they had allowed the two of them to sleep. Just as Fang Jie finished speaking, when Ruochu shifted aside, saying, Come squeeze in here, he paused, taken aback. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? When Ruochu chuckled, playfully tapping his forehead. What are you pretending for? Haven't you squeezed him before? When Rushu gently twisted her arm. Don't say such things. When has Yaoyu ever slept with him? Yaoyu blushed, lowering her head to fidget with her fingers. It's fine. Squeezing together keeps us warm. I know the tent is indeed a bit small. Fang Jie's eyes brightened, nodding eagerly. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. It's a bit of hardship. When Ruoshua laughed lightly, to express hardship upon meeting, surely this is the way of the world. Please do come inside. When Rushu cast an eager glance at Fang Jie, exclaiming, Hey, you really are quite unreserved. Fang Jie chuckled. Why should I be polite with you all? We're not strangers. Time to sleep. He opened his arms. Come here, Xiaoru. Let me hold you. The tent was cramped. With when Rushu nestled at the edge as Fang Jie wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her into his embrace. Meanwhile, when Ruoshua and Yaoyu squeezed into the opposite side, the night breeze rustled the leaves above, creating a warm cocoon within the tent. Mingled with the whispers of the group, Fang Jie glanced at Yaoyu and quietly murmured to Rushu, Look, her ears have turned red. When Rushu shifted slightly in his arms, playfully poking his chest with her fingertip, Don't breathe directly into my ear. It tickles. She turned to lay her head on Fang Jie's chest, her eyes darting towards Yaoyu, who was huddled in the corner, and whispered, Look at Yaoyu. She's never been this close to a boy. How could she not blush? Fang Jie smirked and teased. How do you know she hasn't had any contact? Have you verified that? When Rushu, gasping, pinched his arm sharply, What nonsense are you spouting? Take your hands off. Yaoyu's ears burned crimson, burying her face in the fur blanket, too shy to lift her head. When Ruoshua chuckled, Are you both done? Surely you won't start a quarrel in front of us. Fang Jie winced as he inhaled sharply from a pinch. When Rushu huffed, This is what you get for being improper. No more touching, or you'll have to sleep outside. The night breeze slipped through the tent seams, causing the oil lamp's wick to flicker. Yaoyu dared to glance up and saw Fang Jie nursing his pinched arm. When Rushu lay peacefully in his embrace like a contented kitten, when Ruoshua rested her chin in her hand, her eyes crinkling with laughter as she yawned and snuggled closer to Yaoyu. Look at them. When not envious, I'll hold you too, she remarked, causing Yaoyu to blush even deeper as she shyly inched behind when Ruoshua. Morning sunlight streamed through the leaves, bathing the campsite in warmth. Fang Jie yawned and crawled out of the tent, where Wu Zhao promptly brought a basin of fresh water. Brother, wash your face. Seeing his sleep-ridden reflection in the water, he felt a warmth in his heart. Good little brother, just take care of yourself from now on. No need to fetch water for me. Wu Zhao shook his head. Clutching his shirt hem, grandfather said to listen to you. Just then, the three young ladies emerged from the tent. Wu Zhao softly greeted, Hello, sisters. When Ruoshua bent down to tease him, Which sister are you referring to? The little fellow's face flushed bright red as he fidgeted with his shirt, unable to speak. Fang Jie quickly intervened. Shall we give you numbers instead? Big sister, second sister, third sister? Yaoyu burst into laughter. What are you talking about? That would make you the landowner and us the concubines. When Rushu waved her hand, From now on, let us just use our names. I'm Xiaoru Jie. She is Shweder Jie, pointing on Ruoshua. And this is Yu Jie. Wu Zhao chirped a cheerful okay. Dew still clung to his lashes, sparkling in the morning light. A little monkey perched on his shoulder, tugging at his hair, prompting when Ruoshua to reach out playfully. Laughter erupted in the campsite as everyone packed their belongings in preparation for departure. Wu Zhao dashed up to Fang Jie, extending his hands to take the heavy fur bag from his back. Brother, let me help you carry that. It looks rather heavy. Fang Jie chuckled as he brushed aside the hand of his companion, asserting that he could manage the load. You go assist the ladies with the lighter burdens. Wu Zhao nodded and dashed towards the three young women. When Ruochu hastily concealed the water pouch behind her, saying, No need to help us. Just keep an eye on Gigi. No sooner had she spoken than the little monkey leapt onto Wu Zhao's shoulder. The group treaded through the dewy grass into the depths of the thicket, the camp slowly engulfed by the morning mist. By evening, they arrived at a low-lying area, crunching leaves underfoot. Suddenly, Fang Jie halted, pointing to the charred earth and twisted trunks, exclaiming, Look! When Ruochu crouched down to feel the scorched bark. Why does this place seem as if it has been burned? This is where my brother Wei, Changsheng, and I fiercely battled the Tiger King, Fang Jie proclaimed, mounting a stone nearly his height and gesticulating animatedly. That beast lunged from the left thicket, its forepaw resting upon my shoulder. I retaliated by plunging my dagger into its belly. He recounted, his words punctuated by fervor. When Ruoxue clenched her garment, Yaoyu could not help but grasp his sleeve. What happened next? She inquired. Under that gnarled tree, inspiration struck me. I resorted to arson and finally subdued it. Fang Jie pointed toward a nearby dead tree, prompting Wen Ruoxue to exclaim in excitement and clap her hands vigorously. Wu Zhao gazed up at Fang Jie. Brother, you are incredible. Yaoyu tousled his hair. Do you know of Wu Song? That character was penned by Shinian after seeing your brother. Huh? Wu Zhao scratched his head in confusion. But Wu Song is a figure from centuries ago, isn't he? When Ruoxue winked at him, of course not, silly boy. Your sister Yu is merely teasing you. Fang Jie patted Wu Zhao's shoulder. Your sister Yu is quite unruly. I'll teach her a lesson tonight. Just stick with me, and you'll feast on roasted meat every meal. Standing atop the stone, he continued to elaborate on the details of the tiger hunt. While Wen Ruoxue smiled and passed him water, Yaoyu glanced at the darkening sky. It's getting late. Shouldn't we find a place to settle? Fang Jie, dropping his playful demeanor, pointed towards the charred thicket and the fallen trees. This area reeks of blood. We cannot be certain that wild beasts are not lurking about. He seized Wen Ruoxue's wrist and urged, come on, let us climb over that slope and take a breather. Wen Ruoxue stumbled as he pulled her along, while Yao Zixing deftly sliced through the obstructing thorns, the blade glinting in the dusk. Wu Zhao clutched Fang Jie's garment, panting heavily, with the little monkey Jie perched atop his head. By the time they reached the crest of the slope, the charred ground behind them had been swallowed by the twilight, and faint howls of wolves echoed from a distant hollow. Fang Jie wiped the sweat from his brow and pointed towards a ravine ahead. Let's find a campsite over there. I can hear the sound of flowing water. Chapter 90. The selection of a new campsite in the evening. Fang Jie led the group over the ridge, only to be astounded by the sight before them. Below the hillside lay a vast plain, through which a river, 5 or 6 meters wide, meandered serenely, flanked by stretches of glossy black earth. In the center, a small hill was draped in verdant foliage, surrounded by fruit orchards that seemed to stretch endlessly, the fragrance of wild peaches wafting gently in the breeze. Schools of small fish darted in the river, shimmering like scattered silver coins. A few goats, bent over to drink, startled at the sight of humans and scampered away. After running a few steps and confirming that no one was in pursuit, he turned to glance back, the curved horns of the sheep swaying in the setting sun. Fang Jie crouched down, scooping up a handful of soil, exclaiming, "This earth is truly rich, teeming with fertility." When Ruoxue stepped lightly on the riverbank's pebbles, remarking, "There's fresh water here, and right beside it lies an orchard, far superior to our previous campsite." Yaoyu plucked a wild berry and popped it into Wu Zhao's mouth. The little one squinted and smacked his lips at the sourness. Yao Zixing, carrying a knife, made his way towards the foot of the mountain, saying, "There's a cave over there that can shield us from the wind and rain. I'll go take a look." The little monkey leapt down from his shoulder and dashed into the orchard, emerging with a bunch of wild grapes, purple juice splattering everywhere. Fang Jie gazed at the smooth riverbank, clapping his thigh in excitement. "We shall establish our new camp here. The soil is fertile, nestled by the mountains and water. The resources are abundant. We can farm and hunt." When Ruoxue licked her lips, recalling their previous seaside camp. "What if rescue comes?" "It has been months," she began. But Fang Jie interrupted, his voice lowering. "I fear we may have already been forgotten." A leaf floated down the river as he watched it drift away. "I chose to camp by the sea in hopes of rescue, but now it appears futile. For long-term survival, this land is far superior to the coastline. The shore is too saline, making cultivation challenging. Here, the forests teem with sheep and countless orchards abound, ideal for our sustainable development." Yaoyu lowered her head and quietly inquired, "What about the previous camp?" Fang Jie rubbed the dirt off his hands. "I propose we leave 2 people to guard it. Let Shao Ji choose 2 trustworthy individuals to remain at the old camp. If rescue does come, they can relay the news." When Ruoxue drew circles in the dirt with a twig, "Let us not abandon either camp. We can farm here and keep watch over the sea there. It sounds quite promising. This place is indeed more suitable for long-term habitation. Come, let's ascend the mountain." Fang Jie led the group upward, where the mountain breeze carried the fragrance of wildflowers. Standing on the ridge, he pointed towards the foot of the mountain. "Look there. We can build a series of houses at the base, adjacent to the river. The mountain will shield us from wild beasts. and the river will provide easy access to water. Yao Yu shielded her eyes and gazed around, suddenly bursting with excitement. Fang Jie, look, we can see the sea from here. It's not far at all. Fang Jie followed her gaze, noticing the distant sea shimmering with silver under the sunlight, the sound of waves faintly reaching them. She tugged at Fang Jie's sleeve in excitement. I was worried that moving would mean losing sight of the sea, but it's south so close. Yes, I agree. Let us settle here. When Rushu crouched down, it will be convenient to gather seaweed and collect shells at the seaside. A perfect solution indeed. Initially, I thought cooking salt and seafood would be troublesome, but now all my concerns are alleviated. When Ruoshue surveyed the dark soil of the mountain's base, already devising plans. We can construct houses using wood and mud, dig a pen for goats, and then procure fishing nets and a small boat. I want to go fishing with my brother. Fang Jie kicked a stone down the mountain, watching it roll to the riverbank. All right, let us go to Wei Changsheng and see what provisions he has. If his conditions are favorable, we should acquire more resources for establishing our new home. The group buzzed with excitement, pointing and discussing their plans, sketching the outlines of their future life on this land where they would soon make their home. Yao Zixing emerged from the cave at the foot of the mountain, calling out to the people on the ridge, "What are you running up there for? The cave is tidied up. Let us rest here tonight." He swung a muddy knife, and behind him, the fragrant smoke of freshly lit mugwort wafted from the cave entrance. When Ruoshue tugged at Fang Jie, urging him down the mountain, "Let us go. We're off to the river to catch fish. There are plenty of them." Yao Yu hopped down the slope, chanting, "Let us go catch fish, catch fish. We'll make fish soup to drink." Fang Jie chuckled and nodded. You get so excited at the mention of fish. Upon reaching the riverbank, when Ruoshue removed her shoes and waded into the shallows, startling a school of small fish that scattered in a flurry. Yao Yu crouched on a rock, cautiously approaching a carp. Fang Jie rolled up his trousers, ready to step into the water when Wu Zhao came running over, brandishing a makeshift spear. "Brother, look at the fish spear I made." A little monkey perched on his shoulder, its claws gripping the sharpened branch. Fang Jie took the spear, weighing it in his hands, noting the smoothness of the sharpened wood. "Well done. You're quite clever, kid." Before he could demonstrate in the water, Yao Yu snatched the spear and crouched low, inching toward the shallows. She aimed for a small fish that had turned on its back and suddenly plunged the spear down. The water erupted with a splash, but the fish slipped away without a trace. Undeterred, she tried again in another spot, thrusting the spear 3 or 4 times but coming up empty. "This can't be right." Yao Yu scrutinized the spear for a long moment. "There is something wrong with your spear. Why does it keep missing?" "Hey, if your technique is lacking, don't blame the tool." Fang Jie snatched the spear and joined her. "Let me teach you a trick. The fish you see above are actually below." He pointed to a spot just beneath the water's surface. "Wait for that carp to swim by, then strike suddenly." With a swift motion, he pierced the water's surface, and the fish thrashed on the spear. Yao Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. What just happened? She realized that the fish she had seen was merely a refracted image. Fang Jie tossed the fish onto the bank and instructed, "You need to aim below where you see the fish." He handed the spear back to Yao Yu, guiding her hand to the correct angle, advising her to focus on the fish's shadow and use a deft flick of her wrist. Just like this. Now, Fang Jie held onto Yao Yu, guiding her hand into the water as the spear broke the surface with a satisfying splash, spearing a plump carp. Yao Yu leaped with joy, tossing the fish onto the bank, splattering water all over Fang Jie's face. "Ha, I got it." As she turned, their noses nearly collided. Yao Yu blushed and wriggled free. "What are you doing?" "Let go, I've learned." Fang Jie tightened his grip on her wrist. "I'm afraid you're just guessing. Come on, let me help you a bit longer." Yao Yu tilted her head and smiled. "If you want to take advantage, just say so. You're even trying to deceive me now." With that, she yanked her hand away and dashed back toward the shallows, spear in hand. Wu Zhao squatted nearby, assisting her in gathering fish, while Ruoshue's laughter echoed across the river. The droplets from the spear fell into the water, creating ripples that mirrored Yao Yu's fluttering heart. "You little rascal, coward. It's always like this. The moment I mention it, you retreat. Why can't you be a little bolder, like you are with Wenrishu?" Chapter 91. Night battle with wolves. All right, sister Yu. That's enough to eat. When Ruoshue called out from the riverbank. "Okay, I understand." Yao Yu retracted her spear. The group returned to the cave with their catch, where Wenrishu had already stoked the fire, crackling merrily. The fish soup in the pot simmered with creamy bubbles, the aroma of wild mountain peppers mingling with the steam. Yao Yu leaned closer to the pot, licking her plump lips. Yao Zixing tousled her hair, teasing, "You've always craved this dish since childhood. We will catch fish for you every day in the future." She traced the edge of a ceramic bowl with her fingertips, casting a furtive glance at Fang Jie. "Perhaps someone who can catch fish for me for a lifetime," she replied. As soon as the words left her mouth, Fang Jie instinctively lifted his head. When Rushu pinched Fang Jie, chiding, "She is looking for someone to catch fish for a lifetime, and you're puffing up your chest?" Laughter erupted among the group. Fang Jie rubbed his arm where she had pinched him, unable to resist glancing at Yao Yu, who was stirring the fish soup, the firelight reflecting off her eyelashes. Wu Zhao squatted by the fire with a ceramic bowl, while a little monkey eagerly reached for the fish meat, only to be gently swatted away by Yao Yu. After the meal, when Rushu tugged Fang Jie towards the cave's entrance, when Ruoxue trailed behind, calling out, "Wait for me. I want to go too." The trio strolled along the flatlands at the foot of the mountain, the moonlight filtering through the bamboo grove like scattered silver. The spring breeze laden with the dampness of night dew tickling the nape of their necks. Fang Jie found himself sandwiched between the two girls, with when Rushu kicking pebbles while humming a tuneless melody on his left, and when Ruoxue counting stars on his right. The night wind rustled the bamboo, and the distant flicker of a campfire from a cave danced on the river surface. When Rushu squatted by the water's edge, fiddling with the aquatic plants, while when Ruoxue strung together shells she had collected into a bracelet, slipping it onto Fang Jie's wrist. The sisters chattered animatedly. Suddenly, Fang Jie gestured for silence. "Shh, keep it down. Look ahead." Two yellow goats were leisurely grazing by the riverbank. From the shadows, a gray figure sprang forth, its sharp teeth sinking into the hind leg of the lead goat. Startled, the goat stumbled and fled, only to be surrounded by three other wolves emerging from the reeds, their eerie green eyes glinting menacingly in the moonlight. "Get behind me," Fang Jie urged, pushing the sisters back as he drew a knife from his waist. The sounds of the wolves tearing into the goat mingled with the sickening crunch of bones, the metallic scent of blood swiftly permeating the riverbank. When the goat collapsed, motionless, the four wolves slowly turned, crouching low as they circled the trio, growling threateningly. "Stay calm and back away slowly." Fang Jie focused on the alpha wolf's movements, gripping the knife tightly until his knuckles whitened. Wolves are known to test for weaknesses before attacking en masse. As a few wolves probed the trio's reactions, any sign of fear could spell their doom. "Don't be afraid, I'm coming." With a shout, Yao Zixing leapt down from the hillside, the blade glinting in the moonlight as it arced through the air. The alpha wolf howled and lunged at them. Fang Jie sidestepped to avoid it. Yao Zixing's knife pierced another wolf's shoulder, dark blood splattering onto his hand. "Take care of them. Get back to the cave." Yao Zixing kicked a lunging wolf aside, his blade slicing through its belly. Seizing the moment, Fang Jie pulled when Rushu backward, only to see the last two wolves charging at him. He ducked under their claws, driving his long knife into a wolf's eye, just as Yao Zixing's knife pierced the wolf's throat from the other side. The pack fell, and when Ruoxue covered her mouth, gasping for breath, while when Rushu's fingertips trembled, Fang Jie kicked aside the carcass of a wolf and discovered that Yao Zixing had a gash on his forearm, with droplets of blood trickling down his hand. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "It's nothing, just a minor abrasion. A bit of disinfectant will suffice," Yao Zixing replied, wiping the blade with a blade of grass, his gaze drifting over the lifeless yellow goat. Fang Jie surveyed the surroundings, noting, "The wolves have set their sights on our camp. We need to dig traps soon to prevent them from launching a nighttime ambush." Yao Zixing nodded in agreement. "All right, let's get to it." After a moment's contemplation, Fang Jie suggested, "No need to rush. Yao, why don't you skin the wolf while I dig the traps?" Without hesitation, Yao Zixing picked up his knife and crouched beside the wolf's body, carefully slicing along its neck, gradually peeling off the pelt in one piece. Meanwhile, Fang Jie dug the traps by the riverbank, skillfully positioning sharpened wooden stakes at the bottom of the pit. The way Changshan tribe values bravery, bringing a few wolf pelts as a token of goodwill is certainly better than arriving empty-handed, he remarked. "I understand," Yao Zixing responded, continuing to skin the wolf while tossing a meaty rib to Wu Zhao. "Here, take this to roast. Be sure to sprinkle plenty of wild pepper." The young lad hurriedly caught the meat and dashed back to the cave. As Yao Zixing worked on the wolf pelt, He glanced around to ensure no one was listening before leaning closer to Fang Jie and lowering his voice. What is your relationship with Wenrushu? Are you two romantically involved? Fang Jie nodded. Indeed. Can't you tell? How could I not? If I couldn't, I wouldn't have asked, Yao Zixing sighed. It's just a bit strange. You seem quite close to Wenrushu as well. That seems rather peculiar, doesn't it? Are you involved with both sisters? Fang Jie, feeling a bit helpless, replied, It's complicated. I have affection for both, but my relationship with Shipwreck is still quite innocent. Suddenly pausing, he looked at Fang Jie and asked, What do you think of my sister, Yao Yu? Fang Jie was taken aback for a moment before responding. Yao Yu is quite remarkable. She is beautiful and has a straightforward personality. Yao Zixing's expression grew serious. I'm asking you seriously. If she were to be with you, could you treat her well? Fang Jie was surprised. You're not joking, are you? If she is willing, I would certainly treat her well. How could I not cherish such a beautiful girl wanting to be with me? Yao Zixing then smiled, placing his knife on the wolf pelt. I'm not an old-fashioned person. This place doesn't have many rules. As long as you both feel it's right, that's all that matters. I just want my sister to be happy. I can see she cares for you. He patted Fang Jie on the shoulder, adding, But remember, you must not take advantage of her. Regardless of what happens with the one sisters, Yao Yu must always be a priority. Just as Fang Jie was about to reply, they heard Wenrushu calling from the camp, announcing that it was time for a late-night meal. The two of them carried the prepared wolf pelts back, and Fang Jie stole a glance at Yao Zixing, noting the smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. In his heart, Fang Jie mused that Yao Yu must be too shy to express her feelings directly, prompting her brother to test the waters on her behalf. He nodded unconsciously, recalling Yao Yu's stunningly beautiful face, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. What are you thinking? Smiling like that? Yao Zixing looked at Fang Jie puzzled. Fang Jie quickly composed himself, clearing his throat. Oh, it's nothing. Let's go, brother. Chapter 92. Arrival at the heart of the forest upon returning to the cave. They found several girls gathered around a roasting goat, eagerly indulging in the feast, with grease splattering onto their lips. Fang Jie's gaze was fixated on Yao Yu, and the more he looked, the more he found himself enamored. Without hesitation, he plopped down beside her. Yao Yu cast him a sidelong glance and shifted slightly away. Fang Jie nodded in acknowledgement. The more Yao Yu observed him, the more she sensed something peculiar about his demeanor that evening, yet in the presence of so many, she felt it inappropriate to inquire further. After dinner, everyone headed to the riverbank to freshen up. Yao Yu carried a basin to wash her face, and Fang Jie hastily followed, expressing his intent to join her. She shot him a glance and replied, If you want to go, let us go together. Upon reaching the riverbank, Yao Yu crouched down to scoop water for washing her face, while Fang Jie squatted nearby, his eyes fixed intently on her. Once she finished, he summoned the courage to call out, You are. Yao Yu looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. If you have something to say, just say it. Why call me so intimately? Can I not be intimate? Fang Jie replied, rubbing his hands together, sensing they were on the verge of becoming a family. Yao Yu felt a jolt in her heart. What nonsense are you talking about? Haha, you need not be coy. Your brother has already spoken to me. Fang Jie leaned in slightly, but Yao Yu promptly interrupted, Stop right there. What did my brother say? He asked if I could treat you well. Fang Jie scratched his head, thinking it was evident that you had prompted him to gauge my feelings. It seems rather impolite to say this, but I must confess, I genuinely like you. You are beautiful and kind-hearted, which man would not be captivated? Yao Yu couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes curving like crescent moons. She pointed a finger at Fang Jie's chest. What nonsense did you hear from my brother? That was his own assumption. I certainly did not ask him to inquire. As for what you just said, Fang Jie's smile faltered, his mouth agape in disbelief. What? He wasn't asking on your behalf. The river flowed merrily at their feet, and Yao Yu turned to walk away, her braids swaying high behind her. No, he is just meddling. Who told him to be my brother? Fang Jie remained rooted to the spot. After a couple of steps, noticing he stood still, Yao Yu returned to him. What are you waiting for? Let us go back to the cave. Fang Jie rubbed the back of his neck, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry. My earlier comment was too presumptuous. I thought it was you enough. Yao Yu suddenly reached out her delicate hand to grasp his, adding, Keep talking, and I'll push you into the river to feed the fish. Let us go. Holding the soft hand of the beauty, Fang Jie felt a stir within. You're not angry? He ventured cautiously. Yao Yu smiled at him. Angry about what? I'm quite happy. Then what about us? Fang Jie's heart soared at her words, eager to press forward. What else are you talking about? No more of that. As they approached the cave entrance, Yao Yu, as if jolted by electricity, released his hand and cast a wary glance at the flickering fire within. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Fang Jie nodded vigorously in agreement. Upon returning to the cave to lay out bedding, when Ruoxu noticed Yao Yu humming a little tune while arranging the grass mat, her cheeks flushed and radiating joy. She nudged Yao Yu with her shoulder. What good news do you have? You look as lovely as if you just tasted honey. Yao Yu, flustered, scrambled to tidy up the grass bits. Nothing much, really. I just feel the moonlight tonight is exquisite, and it has lifted my spirits. At that moment, when Ruoxu couldn't help but chuckle, she first cast a glance at Fang Jie, who was bent over making the bed, then looked at the flushed ears of Yao Yu. Spring has arrived, and with it comes the season of awakening. Before she could finish her sentence, Yao Yu pounced on her, tickling her waist, laughing as she tried to hide among the grass. Stop tickling. I want to say anything more, all right? Look at you. Unable to take a joke. Yao Yu, now playfully pressing on when Ruoxu, warned, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll give you a spanking. I want tea, sister you. When Ruoxu laughed in surrender, glancing at Fang Jie. Hero, could you hold me while I sleep tonight? I'm a bit afraid of the cold. She deliberately tugged at Fang Jie's arm, acting coyly. You. Yao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. You're really insufferable. After that, she crawled back to her own bed, calling out, come on, Shue, let us cuddle while we sleep. All right, coming. When Ruoxu laughed, as she rolled over to join her, Yao Zixing chuckled and shook his head, turning his gaze to the outside of the cave. The following day, the group set out at dawn. They trekked through the forest for over a day. In the afternoon, Fang Jie pointed towards a distant glimmer and exclaimed, There's a path ahead. Let us hurry. The group quickened their pace, emerging from the dense woods to a breathtaking sight. Beyond the forest lay an expansive plain, with fertile fields stretching along the horizon, crisscrossed by paths. A few individuals clad in coarse linen were stooping to work. Finally out, Yao Yu exclaimed. But before she could finish, Fang Jie had already dashed to the edge of the field. An old farmer straightened up, smiling broadly upon